And now at 3:02, it's time for Afternoon Theatre.
All right, Ben. Come on, boy. Out here. Grub up. Hello. Harriet. How'd it go? Oh, tons better. Still on a liquid diet, but... yeah, we're going to have some consolation. Yes, Ben's having his supper right now. I didn't forget. Look, and don't worry. Of course I'll be at Gatwick tomorrow. I'm okay now. It's just a 24-hour bug. Yeah. Sure. Give my love to Gay Perry, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Bye. Okay, belt up, Ben. Oh, hello there. Long time no see. You better come in. It's just me and the hound, I'm afraid. Oh, for God's sake, dog! Harriet insisted we had him. You're pretty isolated here. And, of course, all the bits we keep buying. Investments against the rainy day when the books stop selling. You never know in this game. Now then, what shall it be? Gin, whiskey, vodka, Campari? And if it's not too much to ask, what exactly are you... Huh?
Long Time No See by Joan Sadler, with Michael McStay as Inspector Burgess and Jean Trend as Harriet Bell. Long Time No See.
Excuse me, Mrs. Bell? Harriet Bell?
Yes?
I'm Inspector Burgess. I've a car.
Oh, thank you. I can't believe... I was only speaking to him a few hours ago.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bell. What, through here?
It wasn't raining in Paris.
Well, I think it's only a shower. My car's just there. Shall we make a dash for it? What time did you speak to him?
Last night, soon after 10. The dog.
Oh, he's all right. He was shut in the kitchen. Did he say he was expecting anyone?
Alan? No. He should have been in Paris with me. If it hadn't been for a stupid tummy bug. How did you... Who found him?
The couple who worked for you, the Pollacks, when they came to the house this morning. He'd been dead some time, before midnight, certainly.
How?
We haven't found the weapon. We're searching. It was a knife. How long have you been living at Longfield?
6 months. We bought the house in March.
Oh, it's pretty isolated.
Ideal, it seemed, for us. We write thrillers in collaboration.
Yes. My wife and I are Harriet Allen fans. We've read them all.
Really? Thank you.
Who else knew you in Paris alone?
The Pollacks, of course, and our agent.
That's all?
To my knowledge. Unless Alan, of course.
Is there anyone who might have had a grievance against your husband?
You think it was planned?
How long had you been married?
10 years. And there was no one, I'd swear, in that time.
How about before?
He never said much about before, except it hadn't been easy.
When did his stomach upset start?
Wednesday evening.
Something he ate?
It's possible. He said a bug.
When you spoke to him?
Yes.
What else?
Oh, he was feeling better. Certain he'd be all right to pick me up at Gatwick this evening. Where are we going?
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to identify the mortuary at Barston.
No idea of the number, I suppose. Registration letter? No, of course not. OK, I'll pass it on. Thanks, dear. Morning, Inspector.
What was that?
Policewoman Dorothy Weeks. Lives in Longfield Village and off duty on Thursday night. Overtook a light-coloured Mini near the back gate to the Bell's house around 9. Thought it might have been about to pull off on the verge or turn in. Didn't register much at the time. Thought we should know, just in case.
Ah, now you'll follow it up.
Sure. Oh, and the checkout on Alan Bell has come through.
Already?
Positive, too, here. Manslaughter charge, 1967.
2 years suspended. 67, that's some years back. Still, you never know. I'll want the details.
Underway. I'm leaning on them.
Manslaughter. A rough boy, maybe, Mr. Bell. How's the search?
Nothing yet. The gardener chap went berserk when we went through his flower beds. My God, he's a funny one. Pollack. German, I'd say.
Mrs. Pollack?
That's right.
Inspector Burgess.
Oh. Or perhaps you'd better come in. Though my husband and I told the young policeman yesterday the little we know. Oh, do sit down. Poor Mr. Bell. It's a terrible thing. In the prime of life, really.
I understand it was you and your husband who found him.
Well, just me, actually. Ernest went straight to the garden like he always does. I can't get it out of my mind. The dog had been sick, and worse, all over my kitchen. The downstairs lights were still on. And when I looked in that lounge...
Did you call us immediately?
Well, I called my husband first. I mean, I was knocked all of a heap. It was horrible.
Yes. It must have been most unpleasant for you. Oh, this is a charming little place.
Oh, it used to be a forester's cottage. Of course, it goes with a job. Not too far from the house. Not too close.
How close? 5 minutes or so?
About that. By the path through the wood. We normally take the long way round through the village. You don't get the mud.
You go on foot.
Lord, no. We both got bikes.
Have you seen Mrs. Bell this morning?
No. I give her a ring. We don't work over there Saturdays. But, of course, if there'd been anything we could do,
You were with the previous owners.
The Lamberts. That's right. All of 28 years. They moved to Spain for the sunshine.
Laura?
Yes?
Oh, there's so many beans out there. Will you be freezing today?
Oh, my husband, Inspector Burgess.
We said yesterday all we knew.
Yes, we appreciate that. Just a few odd points, Mr. Pollack.
Oh, shoes off then, Ernest.
How was Mr. Bell when you saw him on Thursday?
Well, like we've already said. Complained of stomach pains and didn't want to eat.
Did you see him that day, Mr. Pollack?
Just a few minutes. In the morning.
What about?
The tomatoes. He wanted them up.
Did he know much about gardening?
My husband worked that garden for 28 years, and the Lamberts never once had cause for complaint.
He complained?
He criticised sometimes.
Where do you keep your tools?
Back of the house.
Used to be a stable.
And I'll tell you something. I made all those tool racks myself.
You'd know then if anything was missing.
They asked yesterday. I showed them nothing is missing. Everything is in its place.
You're not from this part of the world, Mr. Pollack?
I was born in Vienna.
Ernest lost all his family at Auschwitz. There was an internment camp here at the end of the war.
But I am British now. I have my papers.
Mrs. Pollack, did you see Mr. Bell before you left?
Just briefly. About 5. He said he thought a good night's rest had put him right.
Did he say anything about expecting a visitor?
By rights, he should have been in Paris with her.
But he wasn't. He was at home. I'm wondering if he invited anyone over for a company.
Not to my knowledge.
Where were you both on Thursday evening?
Here at home.
All the evening?
Well,
Like we always are every evening.
Did you see or hear anything unusual?
No, nothing at all.
From what you've seen of the Bells, would you say the marriage was a happy one?
they work very hard. I couldn't really give an opinion.
Made any friends here in Longfield?
The Morgans went to dinner there once. Mr. Bell did the cooking, but not the washing up after.
Any guests to stay?
Colonel Ferguson come for a night. He's Mrs. Bell's uncle. At least she calls him uncle. He used to live round this way. He knew the Lamberts quite well.
Well, how about people calling in, for drinks maybe?
No, they kept themselves to themselves.
And the Morgans who came to dinner, who are they?
Old Vicarage, that White House by the pond. He's a naval commander, retired.
Let me top you up, Inspector.
Oh, thank you.
An old salt doesn't like drinking alone. Yes, the wife and I had dinner up there with them once. When was it, Hilda?
July the 9th, a Wednesday.
He cooked. Goulash or something.
Very good it was, too.
We invited them back, of course, but there was always some excuse. Too busy, I suppose, all those books.
Oh, what made him invite you?
Wanted to pick my brains, eh, Hilda?
He was quite frank about it.
New thriller was to be about a drug smuggling ring, run by an old naval type like myself. We'll dedicate it to you, he said.
Why, are you au fait with drug smuggling?
Well, my father could have told him a few tales about the Yangtze run years ago. Opium, of course, those days. Not quite what they were after.
How long have you been living here in Longfield?
15 years. Smashing place. Lovely country, not too far from the sea.
Oh, do you know Colonel Ferguson? The Lamberts used to live round this way, friend of theirs.
Charles Ferguson, oh, of course, splendid chap. DSO. Moved away, when was it, Hilda?
78, dear. Late October.
You seen him since?
No, alas. Though it was through him, I believe, the Bells bought the house.
She's his niece, or something.
Serving officer?
Retired, like yours truly. Making the most of a pension, what?
And where's he living now?
No idea. Dare say Harriet could tell you. Don't suppose we'll ever get that dedication, no.
Charles Ferguson, 2 S's, was a friend of my mother's. All right, Ben. I just call him Uncle, and perhaps because I've no other relatives. It was through him, in fact, we heard of the house.
Has he been down?
Just for a night, back in June. He and Alan didn't hit it off very well.
Oh, how was that?
Oh, Fergie's very much the old soldier. His flat's full of war trophies, guns, medals, and so on.
Knives?
Possibly. Yes, why?
Not your husband's seen?
Alan was a pacifist. Quite aggressively so when it came to an argument.
Oh, where's he living now?
Fergie? Tufnell Park. As a matter of fact, he's coming to stay for a bit, till I get adjusted.
How did you meet your husband?
Through our agent. We'd both been clients of hers for some time without much success. She suggested collaboration, thought we might spark off something.
And you certainly did.
Death by Arrangement, our first, really made us. Heaven knows how many reprints. The film.
Must be 10 years now.
10 years next March. We were married on publication day.
A successful partnership.
Yes.
In every way?
Well, marriage-wise, it was second time for us both. You'd think he'd have learnt the snags, but we'd quarrel, quite violently sometimes.
Oh, what about?
Oh, petty things. Alan's grammar, his spelling, the fact the books were published under a woman's name, although the plots were mainly all his.
Your agent, can I get in touch?
Well, she was off to New York when I spoke to her on Wednesday.
Ah. How well do you know the Morgans?
Hardly at all. They came here to dinner once. Alan had a hunch the commander knew a thing or two about smuggling.
Any reason?
Nothing really specific.
What does that mean?
Alan was a writer. Over-imaginative, exaggerating things, everyone a potential criminal.
That's possibly so. Where was he from?
Oh, didn't you know? Boston, only 8 miles away, where his brothers and sisters still live. All 5 of them and their offspring.
Have you met him?
He preferred not, so I didn't insist. I just know there's a sister, Beatty, who lives on the Hillcrest estate. Beatty Fuller, I think.
Ever speak about his first wife?
He told me her name was Elaine.
Did you have set working hours?
We worked separate rooms every morning till 1. Often I'd go on in the afternoon, but since we've been living here, Alan's preferred to garden.
Well, you certainly got a superb garden here.
No credit to him. Ernest even designed it, I'm told. But Alan found it therapeutic to mess about with plants and things. Sometimes talked about doing a gardening book.
By Alan Bell?
Oh, of course. I'm no gardener.
Would you know what this is?
Well, I've seen Ernest use one. A pruning knife.
We found it in your drinks cupboard here. It's a strange place for a pruning knife.
Well, perhaps Alan brought it in from the garden. He could be quite absent-minded.
Oh, there's nothing missing from your tool shed.
But where else could it come from?
I don't know. Would he need it for, Protection, perhaps.
A knife? Oh, surely not. He had Ben.
Had your husband any other interests?
He liked to cook when he was in the mood. He worked in a hotel kitchen at one time.
Oh, when was this?
Oh, before we met, when we were both writing solo.
I'd like to have a look at his room while I'm here.
Of course. All right, Ben. Stay there.
You've checked, I suppose, to see if anything's missing.
Well, nothing, I'm sure.
Do you know anyone with a mini, white, or maybe light grey or fawn?
Ernest has got a mini. Light grey. Why?
He might have popped over here on Thursday evening.
I wouldn't have thought so. This is his room. As you see, tidiness wasn't one of his virtues, and I haven't the heart yet. All right, Ben. Excuse me.
Louis, pack it in, can't you? Oh, Sharon, get his blanket and shove it over the cage. And turn that damn noise off. It's not proper. Hello? Harriet Bell? Oh, this is Beatty here, Beatty Fuller. That's right. Oh, shattered. Well, Alan was my big brother. I worshipped him as a kid. Wild he was in those days. Never dreamt he'd hit the big time. Not that we've seen much of him since he did. It's about the funeral. I see. Well, when you do, perhaps you'd let me know. Fuller, that's right. We're in the book. OK, Harriet. Of course. Well, as you wish. Well, goodbye, then. Ice cold, she sounded. No flowers, he wouldn't have wanted it. What'd she know about him? He used to grow flowers as a boy, buy the packets out of his own pocket money. Alan's the one with green fingers, Dad always said. Pity he turned out such a sod.
Mrs. Bell?
Ben, all right.
I'm off now. If you'd leave everything as it is in his room...
Yes, of course. His sister Beatty just rang about the funeral.
Oh, we'll let you know as soon as possible. Oh, Donald Stoner. A friend of your husband's?
Stoner. Means nothing to me.
23 Harbourview Road, Barston. I found this letter addressed to him on his desk.
Not much of a letter.
But to the point.
Nothing doing A.B. Donald Stoner. Sorry, can't help you at all.
Mrs. Stoner?
Yes?
Inspector Burgess.
I see. Perhaps you'd better come in.
Thank you. Is your husband home?
No. He's linesman for Barston Reserves. They're playing an away match today.
What time will he be back?
Oh, late. After 10, I expect.
What does your husband do for a living?
Donald's manager of Flynn's Carpets in Broad Street.
Saturdays off.
Every other one. Excuse me for a moment. Martin! Turn it down a bit, love. I've got a visitor. My younger boy. He starts at Kent University soon. The older one's working in London. Do sit down.
Mrs. Stoner, I think you know why I'm here.
I assume it's to do with him. His death, Alan Bell.
What was the relationship between him and your husband?
Him and Don? None.
But your husband knew him?
Not to my knowledge.
You're sure?
Well, he's never mentioned his name.
Is he local?
Don. He was born in this house.
How long have you been married?
12 years.
So your sons...
Are by my first marriage.
Mrs. Stoner, if your husband didn't know Alan Bell, why weren't you surprised to see me?
I thought you'd come to see me. Not that there's much I could tell you about him after all these years.
You're Elaine.
That's right. They're Alan's boys.
How long since the marriage broke up?
17 years.
You knew he'd come to live at Longfield.
News gets around.
Do you ever feel the urge to go and see him?
Why? He's nothing to me anymore.
He was successful and rich. You might feel he owed you something, you and the boys. After all, he's their father.
Some father.
Mrs. Stoner, would you know of anyone who might have had a grudge against Alan Bell? Someone back in his past, here in Barston?
Only me.
Or your husband, perhaps?
I've said he didn't know Alan.
To the best of your knowledge. 1967. Were you in touch with Alan Bell at that time?
I never heard a word since the day he left me in May 1965.
Will your husband be home tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Sunday.
In the morning.
We usually garden till opening time, weather permitting.
I'll be calling round. Before opening time.
Ice?
Please. It's good to have you here, Fergie.
It's what uncles are for, sweetie. Now, how'd it go in Paris?
Rather well. Thanks for your good wishes. Someone called Henri Benoit has translated our first 3 in one volume. La Rive seemed delighted.
Ah.
And to end like this.
There.
Thanks.
Harriet, as a friend, wasn't it ending anyway?
The writing. Perhaps. We'd started to live on our earlier reputation, though Alan refused to accept.
And not just the books.
He wasn't easy, but this has been quite shattering.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. Garden looks in good nick. Pollack still with you?
Of course.
How'd he get on with Alan?
All right. They argued a lot. Poor Ernest, he gets so worked up about his garden. And I'll tell you something. I planted those euchers, tended them like children. You don't water euchers.
Who else round here knew he was in the house alone?
Only Ernest and Dora, I'm sure. You're not suggesting... Oh, no, it's ludicrous.
I'll tell you something. 5 years ago, Ernest Pollack nearly killed Clive Lambert.
Ernest, can't you get it a rest?
Oh, I thought you wanted a shelf put up here.
I've been asking 2 years for a shelf put up there, but not now. I'm sorry. I'm not myself.
Nor am I myself. Police trampling over my garden, coming here with their cold eyes, their questions.
I just wish you hadn't lied. Ernest, where were you that evening? Where did you go?
For a ride on my bike, that's all.
You know, 2 nights running now you've got up in the night.
So I drink too much.
And left the bathroom light on. What's on your mind? Has he been needling you again?
Oh, he always needles me, cocky so-and-so, telling me my job. His greenhouse, his shrubs, his euchers. Me, I planted those euchers, treated them like children.
You get too worked up, love. It's only a garden.
Only you know nothing. My brains he picks for his book.
What book?
Every time he picks faults is to find out how. Figs and grapevines and melons and cordon peaches.
A gardening book? Him?
It's finished. He told me. The first, draft, except for the pictures.
Ernest, you went over there that evening?
Maybe. To see my garden.
It was too dark for the garden. To see him. About this book.
My name somewhere, that's all. Some recognition for my knowledge he steals. In any case, someone was there already.
You saw someone else?
No, it was dark. I was at the side of the house. I heard his voice. Hello there. Long time no see. Better come in.
What, did he give a name? Ernest, try and remember.
There was an owl, the dog barking inside, but no name.
You should tell them. It must mean something. Tell the inspector.
No, Dora. I tell them nothing. Nor you. Understand? We have said enough.
Harriet? Oh, Henry here. Henry Morgan. We were wondering if you care to come over this evening for a meal. Hilda thought it might do you good. Make a break. He is? Oh, so both of you come. Yeah, of course. No problem at all. We'll look forward to it. Around 7? Fine. And if there's anything we can do to help, I hope you will. Goodbye.
Who's both of you?
The Colonel's there with her uncle.
Oh, Henry, I wish you hadn't.
Why ever not? Can't be rude.
Well, I don't trust the man. There's something shady about him.
My dear old girl, nothing shady about the Colonel.
I always felt you and he were up to something. Clive Lambert, too.
You imagine things, Hilda. Not to worry.
Well, I do worry. I have for some time. Life seems almost too good to be true, materially.
Oh, so how about smoked salmon for starters, and I'll get a brace of pheasant.
Mrs. Bell? Oh, I do apologise. You're just going out.
Only to the Morgans. This is Charles Ferguson, Inspector Burgess.
How do you know? How do you do? I'll bring the car round. Shall I, Harriet?
Thanks. Quiet, Ben.
Mrs. Bell, we've had the post-mortem result. Your husband had had an excellent meal not long before he died. No indication at all of a stomach upset.
So, it was an excuse not to come.
Is that what you thought?
Not till this moment. But I realise now as I put the phone down, I'm almost sure I heard our front doorbell ring.
You probably did, Mrs. Bell. It seems likely your husband had a rendezvous that night with his killer. Good night to you.
What did he want?
Nothing really. Just routine, as they say.
Harriet, my dear, can't you take
I'm
a little...
sorry, Hilda. It's delicious, but...
May I? Just a tiny piece more.
Of course. Hasn't been much of a summer, has it, in spite of the forecasts?
Lucky old Lamberts to be where the sun shines.
Do you hear from them?
Oh, just the odd card. And they are odd, aren't they, Henry? I believe Clive only remembers to write when he's had a glass or two.
Solamente nos recuerda después de tomar un vaso de vino.
Well, you speak Spanish.
Oh, get by, that's all.
Oh, don't be modest.
Fergie tells me Ernest nearly killed Clive Lambert a few years ago.
It was an accident. Everyone agreed.
I didn't.
A storm in a teacup.
What happened?
And he slipped.
Said he slipped.
With the pruning knife.
14 stitches, blood everywhere. What a do.
And it's past history now. Harriet's glass, Henry.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Still, accident or not, he's a lucky man to be alive for the sunshine.
Thank you.
I wonder if your inspector friend knows. Might be worth a mention.
Been up again tonight, I see. Colonel, you?
Never known to say no.
I wouldn't have thought you could see our place from here.
You can with a telescope, my dear. Henry's toy. 3.5-inch lens. You can see for miles, can't you, Henry?
I don't think I'm spying, of course. Bird watching, mainly.
Pity you weren't looking out Thursday night.
Yeah, it's too dark, I'm afraid. Not even a moon. Besides, we were glued to the box, weren't we, Hilda?
I believe we were. Who's the trifle?
Well, not for me, but fetch the cigars while you're up.
Fergie, not so fast.
Sorry. Should have said no to that second cognac.
You missed the lane. You'll have to go the long way round.
That's okay. I know my Longfield.
Well, they were certainly very hospitable. And the whole place surprisingly sumptuous. It makes you wonder.
Wonder what?
You know, Alan saw Henry once with a Spanish... Watch it!
Bloody cyclist this time of night. And no damn lights either.
I believe it was Ernest.
Pity I missed them.
Strange. Cycling at midnight.
You were saying about Henry.
Oh, yes. It was back in June. Alan didn't sleep very well. Sometimes took a walk around dawn. And there was this enormous lorry, Transportes Gonzales, in a lay-by on the Felsted bypass. And Henry with the driver.
Did they see him?
He didn't think so. Too engrossed in each other. This could be how he gets his rum and cigars.
If it was Henry.
Well, he speaks Spanish. We had them over for a meal soon after. Alan tried hard to pump him about it, but nothing doing.
And second cognac or not, here we are. You left the lights on up there.
I did not. Fergie, it's Alan's room.
How about this casserole thing, Hilda?
Oh, just leave it to soak.
The Colonel certainly did everything justice.
The pig.
Oh, compliment to your cuisine, old fruit.
No, I never liked the man. Why you had to invite him?
Oh, not again. He was there with Harriet. I had to.
Henry, I've never asked any questions.
Best not. Be like the Three Monkeys.
You know, but we've got this lovely place, everything and more we could wish for.
Like a plot in the graveyard?
Oh, look, you're 65. You're too old for dangerous games. You've had enough excitement in your life.
Never. I'll die any way you like, but not from boredom. And worry not. No one has ever suspected.
Alan Bell did.
Nonsense. Looking for a plot, that's all.
In the graveyard?
God, these saucepans. We really must get ourselves a machine.
Henry, where were you Thursday night?
Watching telly with you. That's the scene. And don't forget it.
I'll have that bit when you've finished. Dom.
Have the lot. There's an article on him inside.
On who?
Your late husband, of course. The great Alan Bell. I'll have a go at that back edge before he gets on top of me.
Aren't you going to shave?
Not yet. What's for din?
Roast pork. Or perhaps you cut a cabbage.
Will do.
You'll be having a visitor this morning.
I will.
A police inspector came yesterday. Seemed to think you knew Alan.
What made him think that?
No idea. I told him you didn't.
So why's he coming? Today's Sunday.
Maybe he didn't believe me.
I think I'll shave.
Don, Thursday night, had something happened?
How do you mean?
After training. When you came in, you looked so strange.
Too much wallop, that's all.
You haven't ever been over to Longfield.
Why the hell should I?
He was rich. The boys are his. For money.
Wouldn't do me much good if I had. I just read in the article. Mean as blazes he was.
As you know, it wasn't tidy before. In fact, if the lights hadn't been on...
You haven't touched anything.
I know the rules, Inspector. Other than switching them off.
How about the dog?
Shut up in the lounge. Though I'd have sworn I'd left all the downstairs doors open.
The house was locked.
Of course.
Windows?
It was a warm evening. I'd left a small one open for Ben.
Anything of value up here?
The paperweights, the little antique clock, the radio, all still here.
Where's Colonel Ferguson?
Walked in for the 10 o'clock service.
That's his Mercedes in front.
Yes. We've a Rover. At least Alan had. I don't drive.
How did you get up to Gatwick?
Ernest drove me, reluctantly. He hated leaving his garden.
Who else knew you were at the Morgans?
I told Dora, en cas de malheur.
She has keys to the house?
Yes.
Did you see anyone on your way to or from their place?
On our way home, there was a man on a bicycle. I'm almost certain it was Ernest.
Oh, it's a pity I missed the Colonel. I'd have liked a word with him. Perhaps you'd ask him to call in at the station tomorrow. You'd better give me a ring first, and you know the number.
My husband's in the garden. I've said you're coming. Don!
That's a fair-sized bit of ground you got there.
Don's quite a keen gardener.
Like your first husband.
Alan? Really? I didn't know that. Of course, we only had a flat then over Moore's the greengrocer's. Not even a window box.
Here in Barston?
That's right. Oh, Don, Inspector Burgess. If you'll excuse me. We have roast on Sunday.
Good match yesterday.
So-so?
I used to play up to 10 years ago. Devon Police. Mr. Stoner, how well did you know Alan Bell?
I didn't know Alan Bell.
You never met him or corresponded?
Why should I?
You married his ex-wife. The 2 boys are his. You might feel he owed you something, especially after he became rich and famous.
I suppose I might, but I didn't.
You're a local chap. Must be around the same age. Didn't you know him at school? Play football together? It's not a very big town.
Big enough. 15,000, quite a few schools.
You're in carpet, your wife says. Always been your line?
For the last 14 years.
And before?
I was trained as a butcher. My father had a shop in Broad Street.
You've always lived in Barston?
Most always.
Where else?
Oh, around, Leeds, Oxford, Bristol.
Oh, what made you come back?
Dad died in '67. Mother had a spell of depression. There was this carpet job going here. I'd done a bit of laying, so I applied and got it.
How did you meet your wife?
At a club called The Unattached. I joined when I lost Mother. We married a few months later.
And when was this?
68.
How old were the boys?
4 and 6.
2 growing lads. Quite an undertaking. Not a highly paid job.
Not too bad with commission, and the house is mine. We'd managed.
That's your car outside, the yellow Ford?
Yes.
Where were you Thursday evening?
Thursday's practice night for the team.
You were with them?
Of course.
Till what time?
I got home about 10 or 1:30. We usually have a pint after.
Where?
In a pub.
What pub?
The Anchor, usually.
I'm asking about Thursday night.
The Anchor?
And your wife? Where was she?
Here at home. Like she always is of a night.
Mr. Stoner, in Alan Bell's study there was an envelope addressed to you. A note inside. Nothing doing. What were you after? What did you want from Alan Bell?
Nothing. I don't understand. I didn't know him.
We'll want a better explanation than that, Mr. Stoner. Think about it. We'll be in touch again. Enjoy your roast.
Lovely text that sermon had, about the fields and the grass.
As for man, his days are as grass. As a flower of a field he flourishes, for the wind passes over and is gone.
Oh, you know it.
In the internment camp, I learned all the Psalms. It helped my English and made something to do.
Religion can be a comfort. Good congregation tonight. Suppose people hoped she'd be here.
Yes, a full church. And we sat in our row alone.
I didn't notice.
I tell you, when there is trouble, the Fremde ist immer verdächtig.
Ernest, you went over there last night, to the house, while they were over the Morgans, didn't you?
Just to see no one was hanging around.
So why take their keys?
Inspector, a reporter from the local says you promised a statement.
Oh, hell, so I did. I'll be with him in 2 minutes. I'll concoct something and hope I sound confident.
Okay.
Oh, and Charlie, anything on the search?
Not yet. We've covered grounds, woods, and right across to the river.
Pollack's garden?
Too true. Nothing.
Call it off.
Sir?
Now, I have a feeling now that until we find the killer, we aren't going to find the weapon. Well, how about the manslaughter charge?
I've been on to them. Weekend backlog of work. Always a good excuse.
Yeah, I've used it myself. I'll keep pressing.
Sure.
Hello, Henry. Ferguson here. On my way to see the great Burgess. I'd rather not, but it might look bad if I refused. Seen you? Why? You bet I'll be discreet. I hope you were. Look, I'd like to see you for 5 minutes, sans Hilda. Oh, that's great. No, I won't say now. Walls have ears. Oh, an hour at the most. See you, Henry. Hasta la vista.
Ah, Colonel Ferguson. I'm sorry to keep you. Lovely morning again.
It is indeed. Good to be alive.
Sit down. Cigarette?
Thanks. Won't say no.
Oh, it's nice of you to call in.
Harriet said you wanted a word. Always pleased to cooperate.
How long have you known Mrs. Bell?
Heavens, hate to think. I knew her mother.
And her first husband, I suppose?
Not really. It was a very brief marriage.
Oh, divorce?
Killed in a car accident. She hasn't said.
How long ago?
Must be, all of 15 years. Just before I was posted to Cyprus. She was driving. Never driven since. That's why it's useful for her just now to have me around.
I'm sure. Though, of course, Ernest drives. Took her up to Gatwick on Thursday.
Perhaps, but she's safer with me. Pollack's unstable.
Oh?
Violent, too, on occasion.
Well, can you name one?
Well, since you ask, he attacked Clive Lambert with a pruning knife 5 years ago. 14 stitches, nearly severed an artery.
For what reason?
Over the roses. Clive criticised the way he was pruning them.
What, just over roses?
Nothing just about that garden to Pollack.
Oh, were there charges?
Not on your life. People bend over backwards to make allowances for the man, but I know the type. Vicious. paranoiac, murderous.
Mrs. Bell mentioned a man on a bicycle Saturday night.
That was him, and no lights. Nearly mowed him down. And what do we find 5 minutes later? Alan's room broken into.
Colonel, tell me, how was it with the Bells?
Oh, so. Marriage of convenience, I always felt. Literary convenience.
I understand you were instrumental in them acquiring Longfield House.
That's right. Sort of thing Harriet was looking for. Directly I knew the Lamberts were putting it on the market, I let her know.
You're in property?
I dabble now and then, help a friend.
You weren't living in Longfield at the time?
No, but I kept in touch. Known Clive years.
What was his line?
Antiques, mainly.
Well, why did he go to Spain?
Oh, for the sunshine. As simple as that.
And how about the Morgans? Keep in touch with them?
No. Always meant to, of course, but...
You were close friends when you lived here?
Oh, hardly close. Things in common, that's all. Couple of ex-servicemen.
Rubbing along on a pension.
As best we can.
Nice Mercedes you run?
A little inheritance.
Where were you on Thursday evening?
At home.
The Tufnell Park?
Correct.
Alone?
I live alone. Grenville Court.
Mrs. Bell refers to you as uncle.
It's a little thing between us. She's no relatives.
A close relationship?
I'm fond of her. I like to think it's reciprocated.
How did you get on with her husband?
Oh, I couldn't stick him. He was opinionated, bumptious, argumentative, sneered at all the old values. Made out he was a pacifist and one of the most aggressive types I've ever encountered.
You knew him well?
Not very, but I'm a good judge of character. I've met chaps like him. Always land up in trouble.
Do you plan to stay long with Mrs. Bell?
As long as she needs me. At least until this business is cleared up. And for my money, Pollack's your man.
Oh, you think?
He's a kraut. Started 2 world wars. Stop at nothing.
He's Austrian.
All the same, my dear chap, all the same. I've had experience. Been POW and escaped.
That was a long time ago.
Not for me.
Yes, well, thank you, Colonel.
Not at all. Glad to help. Goodbye.
I'm working, I tell you. I have my schedule.
Won't keep you long, Mr. Pollock.
You don't leave a garden. My wife will wonder where I am.
Mrs. Bell? Was that Ernest in the police car?
Yes, Dora. He's just gone down to help them.
Why? He's done nothing. He was home with me all that evening. I'd swear it.
And Saturday? Did he come here on Saturday night?
No, of course not.
While we were out?
At least, maybe to keep an eye, knowing
What did he want from my husband's room?
I don't know.
Tell me.
In any case, it's no crime.
What isn't, Dora?
I think he only wanted to read the book.
Book?
Mr. Bell's gardening book.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes?
We've got Pollock outside.
I'll let him cool his heels for a bit. Anything yet on Stoner?
He and Alan Bell were in the same class at Eastern Road Primary School.
Well, that's really going back. You're checking out Thursday evening?
Working on it. Seems he left the Anchor soon after 8:30.
Did he now? Burgess? Oh, Mrs. Bell, hello. Really? And you yourself didn't even know? Just to read it? Well. Oh, we'll see. Thanks. Yes, of course. Goodbye.
There we are, the best Amontillado. God bless Ramos. What's it all about?
Alan Bell spotted the June delivery. Even got the name on the lorry. Out walking at dawn, couldn't sleep. Pure chance. Harriet told me Saturday.
Oh, well. Dead men tell no tales.
Oh, their wives can. And listen, something else. Clive rang Thursday night in a panic. There's a marked item in the new batch, pinched and possibly traceable. I'm to hold on till he gives the green light.
Still, all adds a bit of spice, I suppose.
Spice be damned. We're not in this for kicks.
We close down then.
At least till the boys in blue depart. He's a ferret, that Burgess.
Well, carry on. Talk about cooling his heels.
All right, send him in now.
In here.
Mr. Pollock.
Over an hour I have been here with work to do in my garden, and nothing I have done Just because I am a stranger and don't speak your language too well.
Oh, I'd like to speak German as well as you speak English. Sit down.
I am not German. I was born in Vienna.
Cigarette?
I don't smoke.
How long have you been a gardener?
Since I was 16, I have no other trade.
What made the Lamberts go to Spain?
For the sunshine, they told us.
Antique dealers, I understand.
Antiques, jewels, and all that.
You had quite a stretch with them.
28 years.
No troubles?
They left the garden to me. It was mine.
Other than pruning the roses?
Who told you? It was an accident. Everyone knew. Mr. Lambert tried to take the knife from my hands. I slipped on the wet grass.
Been raining?
It was the dew, a heavy dew. It wasn't your fault, his wife said. Forget it. Put it out of your mind.
Ever pop back to the house of an evening? Have a look at the garden?
No, I have my own garden to do at the cottage.
Last Thursday, did you drive across for some reason?
Of course not. In any case, I never drive to the house.
You use your bicycle?
Yes.
Is that where you were cycling from Saturday night?
No, I was home.
Mr. Pollack, you were seen on your bike around midnight. I'm asking, had you been to Longfield House?
I have told you, no, I was home. I am always home in the evening.
You have the keys to the house. Someone got in. Someone who knew the dog. Left the lights on in Alan Bell's room. Are you forgetful about lights? You had none on your bicycle.
I don't know. You speak too fast.
Mr. Pollack, someone went to Alan Bell's room on Saturday night. We think it was you. Was it you? Yes or no?
No. I was home with my wife. She will tell you. Like I always am, every evening.
The gardening book he was writing.
Who was writing?
Alan Bell. Did he ask your help with it?
I don't know about the book. He tells me nothing.
Do you recognize this?
It's a knife. Pruning knife.
Yours?
How can it be? I showed the young policeman everything there, everything in its place.
Did you leave it at Longfield House? Is that the reason you went back there Saturday night?
I told you, I didn't go there Saturday night. I don't know this knife. I work as a gardener. I do the work I am paid for. I never go in the house. The house isn't my place. My place is the garden.
And this is a gardening knife, Mr. Pollack.
It must belong to another person. That is all I can say. Everything is there. I showed the policeman everything in its place.
What's your car?
A car?
Make?
Yeah, a Mini.
Colour?
Light grey. And I have my license, my MOT, all my papers. Why do you question me like this?
Because I think you're lying. I think you drove to Longfield House the night Alan Bell was murdered.
No, it's not true. I never drive at night, only walk or ride my bicycle.
So you walked there? Rode your bike?
No, I was with my wife. Ask her. Why should I want him dead? He was my bread and butter.
So was Clive Lambert.
That was an accident, I tell you. I slipped. The colonel should have said he was there.
Yes. All right, then. That's it.
I may go?
We'll know where to find you when we want you again. In your garden.
Inspector?
Yeah?
You'd sign these sometime.
Oh, sure. And, Charlie, would you get me the address of a Mrs. B.T. Fuller on the Hillcrest estate?
Alan was my big brother, Inspector. I tell you, this has been a terrible blow. Oh, Bluey, pack it in. Well, not that we've seen much of him the last 15 years. Still, he made it, and good luck to him, poor old lad.
Mrs. Fuller, how well did he know Donald Stoner?
Don? Well, when they were kids, he used to come to our house every day after school, almost like brothers they were. Then he got the scholarship and, well, you know how it is. Old Mr. Stoner used to have the butcher shop in Broad Street. Bit toffee-nosed they were.
When he married Elaine, did he know she'd been Alan's first wife?
Sure. I went to the wedding. Elaine and I always kept in touch.
Why did her marriage to Alan break up?
It's something to do with the writing. He needed to be free, so he said.
Have either of them contacted him since he came to live over at Longfield?
I wouldn't know.
And the sons?
Steve's in London. Hardly comes home anymore. Got a lot of Alan in him, Elaine says. The other one's a bit of a dreamer. Wants to be a writer too, I believe.
Did he keep in touch at all after he left the town?
He wrote now and then.
To you?
Yeah. We used to be close once.
He had a tough time for a bit, I believe.
Well, it wasn't easy.
And what did he do?
All sorts of jobs to keep going. Milkman, hotel kitchen, Father Christmas one year.
Ever ask you for money?
Well, once or twice. I sent what I could.
February 67. He was in bad trouble.
Oh, I wondered if you might know. Well, he didn't mean it. It was an accident, a fight, over a gambling debt.
How about his letters? Have you kept them?
Oh, I believe there's one or two around somewhere.
It might help me if I could read them. I'll return them, of course.
Oh, I'll see what I can find.
Mr. Pollock, hello there. Long time no see.
Long time no see.
What'll it be, sir?
A whiskey, please.
Sir.
We'd better make it a double.
Certainly, sir.
Indeed. It looks as if they're onto something.
Narrowing their investigation, they say.
They're pretty confident this Inspector Burgess sounded.
My sister works down the police canteen and she says they've got a very good idea who it is.
Convinced their man's still in the neighbourhood?
Yeah, lights left on in the house on Saturday night.
By some mystery visitor.
Likely to make an arrest pretty soon.
Know one thing. Wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
Mr. Pollock, one double, sir. Pound and tuppence.
Hey, watch it, mister.
Oh, it's all down my dress.
Oh, I'm blowed. I'll get you a cloth, miss. See who it was?
The gardener up at Longfield. Pollock.
I got the invoice this morning. 15 yards of Brentford cord stair carpet in Bahama Green. Yes, it should be in any day, madam. I will indeed. Goodbye. Sorry, Inspector, you were saying?
You told me you had a few drinks with the team after Thursday night practice, Mr. Stoner.
That's right.
Well, no one remembers seeing you in the Anchor after you bought a round of drinks at 8:30.
Someone said once I was the sort of chap no one ever remembers.
A pity. How long does it take you to get from the Anchor to Harbourview Road?
Depends.
10 minutes? A quarter of an hour?
I've never timed it.
So between 8:30 and, say, 10:15, when you got home, where were you?
In the public bar of the Anchor.
How's business?
Not wonderful. We've had to cut down on staff. Have to go out laying myself from time to time.
What did you want from Alan Bell?
I didn't know him, I said.
Now, let me nudge your memory. You were in the same class at Eastern Road Primary.
That's going back a bit, isn't it?
Good friends, more like brothers, I'm told.
Perhaps. Lots happened.
Indeed. You married his ex-wife, brought up his sons. Where were you between 8:30 and 10:15 the night he died?
In the Anchor.
I believe you were at Longfield House with Alan Bell.
Why the hell should I be?
Because he'd said there was nothing doing. Nothing doing about what? Oh, come on, you've had time to think.
I told you I didn't know him.
Very well. I'd like you to come along with me.
Now?
Yes, Mr. Stoner, now. I've been patient enough. Perhaps we'll get some truth out of you at the station.
Ernest? Oh, I've been worried about you. She let me off early. What you burning?
Nothing. Some rubbish.
You look poorly. What happened? What did they want you for?
Have you seen the paper?
No.
The police expect to make an arrest very soon. In this neighborhood.
Well, it'll be a good thing when they do, won't it?
Dora, I think they mean me.
You? But why? You've no reason.
They want to believe it is me. I'm the what is it? I'm goat.
Scapegoat?
Look, I am a violent man, too. I attacked Mr. Lambert 5 years ago.
That was an accident. Surely you said.
Look, when they're told by an English colonel something is so, they're not going to believe the gardener, especially if he's German.
Oh, that man hates you, always has. Thinks the war never ended. God, and I hate him, too.
I'm scared, Dora. Scared to death. Locked in a cell. The dark, the stench.
Oh, now don't be silly. It's not like that here.
How do you know? People die in cells. I have read. Police brutality.
Stop it. Calm down. Nothing's happened yet.
I thought when I replaced the knife, that would be it. No more questions.
Knife? What knife?
Pruning knife. Missing from its place in the rack over there that morning.
That's why you... But why?
Dora, you're so stupid. I had to show them everything right, everything there in its place. Otherwise, it is me they suspect.
And they do?
Yes. I am a violent man. The Colonel says so. It must be true.
Look, I'm going to the inspector. I'll tell him everything. How you felt that night, what you heard.
No. We tell her nothing, you hear? Nothing at all. We have said enough. I can't face them, Dora. What shall I do?
Now stop shaking. No one'll hurt you.
They will leave me in the dark. I shall hear the screams of the others.
Calm down now. I must answer it.
All right. Tell them where I will be. In my garden.
Right.
Goodbye, little Dora. Auf Wiedersehen.
Yes? Oh, Mrs. Bell. Yes. Well, he's very upset. He's on his way now to his garden. He'll feel better, I think, when he's working.
And she said, I've just seen the Colonel's car outside your house. It's so nice to have him back in the village.
Any biscuits?
Tin's by your elbow. Now, what's it all about, Henry?
Oh, custard creams. I can't stick 'em.
Why was that man here again?
Hilda, you do carry on. I thought we agreed that the three monkeys, remember?
Oh, my God, I've been so naive. I realise now those odd cards from Clive Lambert aren't so innocent. You're all in it. Well, don't treat me like a child. Tell me.
Tell you what?
Is it drugs?
You think I'm crazy?
Alan Bell thought so, I'm sure.
What Alan Bell thought's not important. He's dead.
I know. That's beginning to worry me too. Hello? Dora?
No, I just assumed he was around somewhere. Hold on a moment. Uncle, did you see Ernest this afternoon?
Here? Can't say I did. Why?
Well, he's not home yet. She's worried. He's a man of habit. Dora? No, neither of us have, but he may have been in the potting shed. Look, if he's not home in another hour, let me know. And don't worry. Yes, but things happen. It's not late. I'm sure he's all right. Strange, though.
You know what I think? He's gone on the run.
Burgess. Oh, Mrs. Bell. I see. Oh, but he hasn't had quite a routine day, has he? Oh. Well, it's only what? 6:30? Well, he's in the pub, probably. Oh, you have? Well, all right, if he's not home by 8 or so, better give me a ring and we'll look out for him.
Pollack. Ernest Pollack, 5'7", slim build, grey receding hair, wearing blue denims, check shirt, blue wool hat, leather waistcoat. Speaks with a German accent. Watch how you go with him. He might be in a pretty agitated state. He's wanted for further questioning in connection with the murder of Alan Bell.
Mr. Stoner, you told me you didn't know Alan Bell, never met him or corresponded.
That's so.
Read the P.S. to that letter from Alan Bell to his sister.
Who do you think I bumped into?
Go on.
A while back, Donald Stoner, of all people. A bit of a rolling stoner, pun, like yours truly these days. But he's been a real friend.
So, you'd been a real friend to a man you never knew. Oh, come on. I'm going to find out, you know. You might just as well tell me now.
I was working in London. I ran into him in Leicester Square one night.
And?
He was pretty well down. No job. Hungry, even. Been in some sort of trouble. I let him stay with me. Share my room. That's all.
How long did he stay?
A while, some months, I believe. He used to write all the time.
Did he pay or help out at all?
I didn't do it for that.
And later you married his ex-wife, brought up his sons. Oh, he had quite a debt to repay.
I told you I didn't do it for payment.
So why the hell not come out with it in the first place? I mean, what's wrong, for God's sake, in befriending your old school pal?
He'd been murdered. I didn't want to be involved.
Well, you are, Mr. Stoner. Yes? I see. All right. Thanks. And that's all for now.
I can go?
Not yet. You're helping us. You stay.
According to a communique just issued, 100 of the rebel forces have been killed. The body of Ernest Pollack, gardener to Alan Bell, the murdered crime writer, was recovered this morning from the river at Barston. His body was spotted by a group of children on a nature walk from Eastern Road Primary School. The strike of air control officers has been stepped up, and now all flights to and from the continent.
Oh, Henry, I feel most upset. Poor Ernest, he so loved his garden.
The matter is being investigated. That's all I can say at the moment.
I told you, didn't I? A kraut. They cause all the trouble.
Get a search warrant. Let's hope we can find the knife over there.
I must go to Dora.
He kissed me goodbye. Said Auf Wiedersehen. I didn't even look round as he went out the door. 35 years we've been married. Always together. I don't know what I shall do. It wasn't easy sometimes. He'd had treatment. Didn't help very much. He was always scared of them. Scared of the uniform. Scared of the dark. That's why he wouldn't tell. We said enough, he said. We tell them nothing. Now look what's happened.
Wouldn't tell them what, Dora? Tell me.
The night Mr. Bell died, he went up there about the book. He was obsessed by that book.
She's sure that's all he heard.
So she says.
Long time no see. An expression your husband used?
Occasionally. To someone he didn't care for, perhaps. A kind of false bonhomie.
And the knife business, I wonder why Ernest lied.
To avoid questions. Everything in its place. This overwhelming fear of the police.
How soon do you think I can see Dora?
She's still very upset. I doubt if you'll get any more.
Perhaps. It's surprising sometimes. Well, it seems pretty certain now your husband took the knife from the tool rack that evening.
But why?
To threaten someone he didn't care for, perhaps?
My husband had a very quick temper, but he wasn't a violent man, Inspector.
He was on a manslaughter charge in 1967.
Alan killed a man? Good God, who?
Well, we're waiting for the details. You're sure no one else knew your husband was here alone, other than the Pollacks and your agent?
As far as I know.
I see. The note. Nothing doing. Why leave it lying around?
He was appallingly untidy. And if he decided to see the man, Stoner was it, instead...
And persuade him to stop pestering? Could be. Or maybe he wanted to put the fear of God into Ernest. Who knows? Everything's conjecture. Certainly we found nothing at the Pollacks' cottage. Other, that is, than the remains of your husband's gardening book. In the kitchen boiler. What? Ernest burnt the lot.
Here we are. February 26th, 1967. Alan Bell, writer, 35, no fixed address. Charged at Bow Street.
With the manslaughter of Ronald Albert Wyman, doorkeeper at the Connaught Hotel, Bayswater, over a matter of a £25 gambling debt. In the ensuing fight in the Barlow Arms, Hammersmith, Wyman fell and struck his head, died 10 days later. No living relatives. Ex-regular soldier, 57th Field Artillery. That doesn't help very much.
File it?
Yes, please. I think I'll see if Mrs. Pollack's feeling up to having a word.
I'll beat her, then, he said. Kiss me goodbye. If I'd known it would be the last time.
Mrs. Pollack, I'm deeply sorry, believe me.
Murderers you are. Hounding him. Believing the lies of that man. You killed him.
But I've a job to do. And if your husband had come to me right away...
You don't know what you'd lived through. He was frightened to death of the uniform, frightened of questions, frightened of you.
Listen now. He went to Longfield House that evening.
I've already told Mrs. Bell.
Did he drive over in the Mini?
He never drives at night.
So he cycled over. Heard Alan Bell's voice. Long time no see. Now, was there anything else? Now, think. Think hard. Anything he even thought he saw?
Well?
Yeah?
He did say... I couldn't tell her. He had a strong feeling. Almost certain he was. It was that man. The Colonel. Her uncle.
Hello? Is Inspector Tandy there? Burgess. He'll know me. Jim? Long time no see. How is it down in salubrious Tufnell Park? Oh, bogged down as usual? I hope so. Look, there's a Colonel Ferguson, 2 S's, lives up your way, Grenville Court. Well, I'm interested in his whereabouts last Thursday afternoon and evening. Yeah, it's just a routine thing, really, probably wasting your time. Oh, I got a strange one here, but you know how it is. I got to turn all the stones. Yeah, perhaps you'd ring me back sometime. Thanks, Jim. Oh, Jean's fine. And Molly? Now, Mr. Stoner, you've got 2 hours to account for after leaving the Anchor that night.
I told you
I'm
I didn't...
suggesting you went to Longfield, knowing Alan Bell was in the house on his own,
No.
and killed him.
I'd no reason to kill him.
No? Well, you'd sheltered him when he was down and out, married his ex-wife, brought up his sons, worked your guts out in the carpet shop, and suddenly he's 8 miles up the road, rich as creases.
So what?
So you demand what you think's your right. And because he won't play ball, there's the knife.
What knife?
The one you killed him with.
I didn't. It's not true.
He'd put off a trip to Paris, faked a stomach upset to see you because you'd been pestering the life out of him.
I hadn't.
Long time no see, he said when he came to the door.
You're making it up.
Come in, have a drink, and when he turned his back... Come on, tell me. Where is it?
If I was after him for his money, well, why the hell should I kill him?
Because you knew there was nothing doing.
You've got it all wrong.
Okay. Put me right. You did arrange to meet Alan Bell at his house on Thursday night.
But I didn't go.
Why?
I felt scared. I didn't trust him. I knew he'd killed a man once.
Well, why not think about that before?
I can't explain. It's just... When I got to the gates, I drove past.
Oh, come off it. You're saying you arranged to meet him that night just to drive past his gates? Well, where'd you go? Not back home. Well, I'll tell you. You drove in those gates and you know it to kill him.
Oh, I didn't. I drove past. It's the truth.
All right, we'll say you drove past. Where to?
I don't know. Yes, I do. Towards Felsted. Pulled off in a lay-by and had a fag.
And then? Shall I tell you? You thought Alan wouldn't hurt an old pal now, would he? And he's loaded, might never get the chance again, times are hard, and money won, like it always does. You turn back, yes?
Yes.
And?
The lights were all on downstairs. A dog was howling. I rang the bell. I waited. He didn't come, so I walked round the side, the French window. I looked in, he was lying there. Blood. He was obviously dead.
What time?
I don't know. 9:30, maybe.
Before 10?
Sure, before 10.
Why not ring the police?
I knew if you found out I'd had a date with him, I'd be in real trouble.
Well, we have found out. And, Mr. Stoner, you're still lying. His wife rang him from Paris just after 10, and he was still very much alive. Sergeant, the usual arrangements for Mr. Stoner. He's our guest for the night.
You can't. I've got rights. I've done nothing.
You'll probably want to ring your wife. There's a phone out there you can use.
Okay, Mr. Stoner?
No, it's not okay.
You, Inspector. It's a message from Tufton Park.
Well. Well, we'd better see Uncle first thing.
Inspector, this is nonsense. My car was in its parking space all of Thursday, and I was there in my flat.
Yes, the porter said he saw your car, and lights on inside.
So there you are.
Are you engaged in any business activities with Clive Lambert? Property, antiques, buying or selling?
Of course not. Clive's in Spain.
Yes. He rang you from Bilbao Thursday evening. Couldn't get a reply. Finally left an urgent message with the porter for you to ring him.
Sure, I got it. Something personal.
When did you get it?
When I picked it up off the mat, after having a snooze.
Didn't hear the phone?
A bit deaf in my right ear. Guns, you know, I was artillery. Probably sleeping on the other side.
With the lights on?
Often do, after a drink.
When did you last see Alan Bell?
Must have been back in late May or June when I came down.
How did you know he was alone there Thursday night?
I didn't. How could I?
Oh, it's been suggested that his visitor that night could have been you.
Whoever suggested it must be off his head. He was in Paris with Harriet, as far as I knew. And I was home in Grenville Court.
Well, certainly your car was there and your lights on. Did you say artillery?
I did.
What regiment?
57th Field.
57th Field?
Yes. 25-pounders. Was that all?
Yeah, thank you, Colonel. For now.
Sergeant.
57th Field, Charlie. Interesting.
How come?
The manslaughter case. Wyman, same regiment.
Well, life's full of coincidences.
Yeah, all the same, you better look into it. We've certainly got a right bunch here. There's one thing in common, though. All trying to fool a hard-working policeman.
Except Mrs. Bell.
I'm not so sure. She's cagey, holding something back. Probably of no interest when I find out. But I shall.
I thought the damn business was over with Pollack.
They're holding someone. It's in the paper. He didn't say.
Cagey bastard, no.
Fergie, Alan faked that stomach upset.
Faked?
To be here, to meet someone.
Good God. How'd you know?
The post-mortem.
He had a date?
With his killer. That's the theory.
Who the hell, I wonder?
Someone who didn't like him?
Well, I didn't like him. Phony pacifist ideas. And where would they all be if it wasn't for us? The finest men I've ever known.
Fergie, stop listening to the bugle.
Sorry. The thing is, I had a bit of a shock myself last week. Chap used to be my driver, salt of the earth, killed in a stupid pub brawl some years back. Should never have lost touch. Blame myself, really.
Well, let's have a drink. A nice long gin on the terrace.
Overlooking the swimming pool and the 3.5 acres and the stable.
All beautifully isolated that you chose for us.
You know, you really ought to buy some horses. I'd teach you to ride. And Harriet, when you start again, writing, I've had quite a life. We can make an interesting partnership. I'm serious. Think about it.
Henry, have you seen? They're holding a man for Alan Bell's murder. Look.
Oh, not Pollack after all, then?
Oh, I never thought it was. But I'm so relieved.
Why? What was Pollack to you?
Relieved it's not you.
Why should I want to kill Alan Bell?
Well, he knew too much. He could have stopped your activities.
Well, he won't now. So let's go on enjoying the good life and leave it at that.
Yes, we have, but no charges yet. Really? When? Well. Oh, sure, but you never know. Thanks, Jim. Keep digging. Yeah, I'll be in touch.
Inspector?
Ah, Charlie. Tandy just called. A Mini. White. J registration has been reported missing by a Major Henderson of Muswell Hill. Last used it Wednesday night. How about this? It's the Major's second car. And he lends it from time to time to an old army pal when his merc's in for service. Colonel Ferguson. More coincidence?
As I said, the world's full of it.
Anyhow, Tandy's got a search underway. You can't beat a Devon policeman. Meanwhile...
Hello? Speaking. Yes, of course, Inspector. I looked at my watch. It was just after 10. Oh, yes, quite sure. Oh, just a minute. Oh, what a fool I am. It was French time. They're an hour ahead of us. That's right. 9 o'clock over here. Not at all.
Mr. Stoner, you said you drove past the gates of Longfield House towards Felsted, pulled off the road and had a fag. Any other cars in the lay-by? Lovers? Someone doing a peel?
I can't remember. Things on my mind. Just a minute, though. There was a lorry along the end, a big one. No lights.
Any idea what sort? English? Foreign? Off the boat?
Could have been French.
Could have been French.
Or... no, Spanish. And, hold on, there were headlights. That's right. A car pulled up alongside, a chap got out, oldish guy, small white beard. Good God, we laid carpet there last year. Berber, good stuff. The attic of all places. Bloody great telescope.
Glued to the box, weren't we, Hilda? 6 o'clock onwards.
Commander, we're holding a suspect.
Yes, so we read.
We don't, as a rule, disclose identity until a charge has been made, but, his name's Stoner, Donald Stoner, Flynn's Carpets.
Stoner? But he laid our carpet in the attic.
Commander, did you pull into Felsted lay-by last Thursday evening between 9 and 30:30?
I just told you, Inspector, I was here.
Donald Stoner maintains he saw you with a Spanish lorry.
Oh, not me, I swear.
Now, look, I don't give a damn if that's your supply of Bacardi and Castellas. I'm holding a man on suspicion of murder, and if what he says is true, it might possibly help him.
I'm sorry.
Mrs. Bell? Burgess again. You said your husband had a hunch Commander Morgan knew a thing or two about smuggling, but nothing really specific. Well, if possible, I'd like something specific. Yes, this is a murder investigation, Mrs. Bell. You know as well as I do that apparently irrelevant information can sometimes be useful and... Yes, of course he's a friend, but... Yes? Go on. Where? Could you repeat that? Transportes Gonzales. Ah. Oh, and Mrs. Bell, the Colonel's still with you? Picking late strawberries. Very nice.
If this Stoner chap's innocent, Hilda, he'll get off without help from me.
But he doesn't reveal anything just to say it was you. And it was, wasn't it? The lorry driver could have been asking the way.
Hilda, we were watching the box. We said so. Think they're daft? If I open my mouth... Look. Do you want to see everything snatched away from us? Visit me in jail of a Sunday for the few years I've got left?
All right. But I have shut my eyes for too long. You must tell me now. What is it?
Diamonds. Uncut diamonds one way, small arms the other. I'm in it up to here. All three of us. Rich, too. More than ever you dream. I can't lose it. Don't ask me.
Where are you going?
To the sea. Look at the boats. Calm me down.
Oh, do be careful, and don't be too long, or I'll worry.
Harbour Police? Burgess. That's right. Look, I'm interested in a Spanish freight lorry. Transport is Gonzales. Arrived at the port, I believe, last Thursday evening. Any idea when it's leaving? Or if it has already? Yeah, I'll hang on. What's on your mind, Charlie?
I'm just wondering if we aren't getting sidetracked with all this. After all, it doesn't really give Stoner an alibi.
That's true, but I can't let it go. Could be a tie-up between this and the urgent message from Lambert, the night Alan Bell was murdered, remember?
Yeah, that's so.
And Alan Bell had seen the commander with the Spanish lorry. In any case, customs will sort it out. Yes? Leaves tonight. Look, there's a possibility it may be carrying illegal cargo. Might be worth your while to investigate. Perhaps you'll let me know any results.
I hope there's not going to be a storm.
My dear, I'll protect you from the wrath of the gods. Here. Dutch courage.
Thanks. I was thinking of Dora over there on her own. She's terrified of lightning.
Don't ask me to go to Dora.
You know, Ernest came here that night. Heard Alan say to his visitor, "Long time no see."
Who told you?
Dora, after he'd died.
Did he see the visitor? Hear anything else?
No, nothing. Just that.
Long time no see. Someone he hadn't seen in years, probably.
On the other hand, the sort of thing Alan might say after 3 days. Or 3 months.
Let's have another.
Not for me.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I thought you were gone ages ago.
Oh, come in. Brooding, that's all. You know, I've never seen them together, Harriet and Uncle. I think it might just be worth our while.
Interesting about the Wyman affair. I think she knows it was her husband killed him.
No. All the same, I've a hunch she's hiding something. There's a question I'd like to ask her again, with the Colonel there.
Is he after her, do you think?
I've no doubt at all he aims to be husband number 3.
How come he wasn't husband number 2 when they were both 15 years younger?
My friend, she wasn't rich then. Someone's late for bingo.
Reported 4-car pile-up at the Filstead roundabout. Better bring them both in. Be chaos at this hour. Oh, and Harry, you'll need lifting gear, the lot.
Burgess. Jim, hello. No kid. Incredible. We'll get forensic onto it first thing. Nice work, Jim. Thanks a lot. Bye. Major Henderson's Mini. Found in a back street in Brixton.
Not intact.
Enough, I hope, for our purposes. Now, let's pop over to Longfield. I'll give Harriet a call first.
Hello? Speaking? Yes, Inspector, he's here. I'm listening.
Stop it!
Yes. All right, I will. No, I've got it. I'm to say 2 things. Ronald Wyman's death.
Wyman?
Your old driver.
What the hell's he mean? Happened years ago, dead and buried. He knows that.
But Fergie, surely you said you only found out last week. And you'll be glad to know Major Henderson's Mini's been found. Who's Major Henderson? Fergie? Are you all right?
The storm, perhaps. Or the strawberries. Perhaps I'll get a breath of fresh air.
Easy, we're coming to the roundabout. What a mess. Why are car drivers such lunatics? Hey, look. The remains of a jag.
That's right.
The white beard. Good God, it is. It's the commander. Mrs. Bell, I was hoping to see you with Colonel Ferguson.
He's in the garden. He suddenly didn't feel very well.
You gave him the message?
Yes.
He's hopped it.
Oh, don't be silly. Fergie? Fergie? He can't be far.
We hope. Perhaps it was dangerous to let him know.
Mrs. Bell, I've asked you before. Who else beside the Pollacks and your agent knew your husband was alone here the night he died?
The man you're holding, perhaps?
To your knowledge. Did Colonel Ferguson know? For God's sake, it was your husband.
He phoned Wednesday night, to wish me luck.
The Colonel?
Yes. I told him then. Alan wasn't coming with me to Paris.
And you've kept it from us. Maybe cost Ernest Pollack his life? Why?
Because I think all along I've known and didn't want to face. Don't you see? He knew my mother. All my life he stood for something marvellous and fine.
What time does that boat leave?
8:15.
Right, away we go. We'll start the search from there. Transportes Gonzales may well have a smuggled military cargo aboard.
Too late. Just about to leave.
Blast! I wonder if the lorry got on. It was just a hunch.
Hey, look over there, under the lights.
Sorry, mate. Instruction. Open up.
The lorry is empty.
Come on now. Out you get.
Why you cannot do this? I am missing my mom.
There'll be another.
I am empty, I tell you.
Keep your eyes on the back of the lorry. There he is. There's our boy. Ferguson! Colonel Ferguson!
I'll get him.
Well, watch it, Charlie. Go right. But watch it. Oh, good God, the man's crazy. He's heading for... No!
Christ! He'll be in the screws.
Stop engine! Stop engine!
Oh, my God.
In Long Time, No See, by Joan Sadler, Inspector Burgess was played by Michael McStay, and Harriet Bell by Jean Trend. Alan Bell, Steve Hodson, Dora Pollack, Sheila Reed, Ernest Pollack and Ramos, Ronald Herdman, and Fergie by Philip Voss. Henry and Hilda Morgan were played by Michael Miller and Lisa Daniele, Elaine and Donald Stoner by Elaine Mitchell and Hugh Dixon, B.C. Fuller, Miranda Forbes, the police sergeant by Alex Jennings, and the radio announcer and harbour policeman Patrick Keeley. Long Time, No See was directed by Margaret et al.
This is the BBC Home Service and the British Forces Broadcasting Service. Saturday Night Theatre. We present Jane Wenham as Lynn Harker, Frank Duncan as Jason Flowerdew, John Pullen as Tom Swain, and Marjorie Westbury as Lady Mathry in Deal with Murder, a play for radio by Peter Cornish. Deal with Murder.
Oh, damn. Oh, I'd better switch this off. Cavendish, 1592.
Miss Harker? Miss Lynn Harker, the painter?
Yes?
Oh, I'm sorry to call you so late, Miss Harker. It's a matter of business.
Oh, Lord, it had to be. Look, do you think it could keep?
How's that?
I was just going to have a bath. I have a theatre date in half an hour.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess we could put the deal on ice.
Oh, bless you. Ring me tomorrow, would you? Oh, but not before 8 in the evening. I shall be out all day.
We'll say 10 o'clock?
Yes, fine. Oh, by the way, this deal, is it a portrait?
Well, no, Miss Harker. It's, well, it's really to do with life and death.
With what?
Well, I'm hoping the two of us can preserve a human life from danger.
Danger? I don't understand.
No, of course you don't, Miss Harker, but I'll explain everything at 10 tomorrow.
Didn't you just say somebody's life was in danger?
That's right.
Well, then who?
Didn't you guess, Miss Harker? Like the song says, it's you, no one but you.
Well, darling, what did you think of it? Lynn?
Oh. Sorry, Tom. What did you say?
Act 1. Did you like it?
Oh, very good.
You know, I'd prefer the truth if you don't mind.
Truth?
When my fiancée sits through 40 minutes of riotous farce with never a smile on her face, I'm bound to ask what's up.
Tom, we're not in the courtroom now, so please don't start cross-examining.
I don't have to. I know what's wrong.
But you can't.
But I do. It's Thursday, the day for Dame Hilda's sitting. You're always unbearable afterwards.
Well, thanks.
Look, why don't you chuck the turps at her next time, or crown her with a canvas or something?
Dame Hilda's an influential woman. I'm just a struggling artist.
Struggling?
I'm hardly Rembrandt.
I wouldn't marry Rembrandt.
Oh, Tom. Oh, whatever did I do to deserve you?
That sounds like an SOS. On your feet.
Oh, where are we going?
To the theatre bar for an inch of watered gin.
At 4 bob a time.
You'll smile during the second act, or I shall die in the attempt.
Drink's quite good. Still, you should save your money.
How long does it take to save £5,000?
That's rather a cryptic remark for learned counsel to me.
No, not really. I had a chat with Peter Grimston at the assizes today.
Who?
He's the senior partner of Grimston and Lucy, top legal firm. And he offered to take me in.
Oh, Tom.
Be nice, eh? But it takes 5,000 quid for premium.
Oh, darling.
Not to worry. Tough, we barristers. Still, I'd do a lot for that cash at the moment.
I thought you were getting better briefs. That case you're defending in Reading.
Oh, not bad. Oh, by the way, the assizes finish tomorrow, so we can spend the weekend together. Okay with you?
Fine.
What are you staring at?
That man by the bar.
Which?
Tall, with the permed blonde hair, rather too handsome. There, he's turning round to look at us again.
Blow me, he's a friend of mine. He lives in the flat above mine.
Oh, really?
Yes, we were at school together.
But, love, he looks so queer.
I know, but he's not. He's an actor. The hair's natural, and he's pretty good.
Then tonight, is he, what do they call it, resting?
Oh, even the big names rest from time to time.
Oh, and what is his name?
It's Flowerdew. Jason Flowerdew.
Oh, no. Oh, how awful, the poor man.
Lynn, will you shut up? He's coming over.
My dear, I'm simply ablaze with curiosity. What in the world made you pick such a catastrophe?
I take it you're referring to the show, Jason.
What else? Of course, one knows that farce should be played like tragedy, but the effect is intended to be altogether different.
Now, look, Jason...
Oh, yes, Bobbit, I know you think I came here to prattle, whereas, in fact, I came with the most serious intention of presenting myself, Miss Harker. Of course I know who you are, and I'm simply longing to ask if I may bring my little stool and join your queue.
My queue?
It occurred to me that one day there may be disgusting progeny who will deny that their grandsire was ever beautiful or talented, unless, of course, there's a really gorgeous portrait by you to prove the fact.
Yes, but you see...
Now, I do assure you, Miss Harker, I am quite unparalleled in the matter of sitting still. To say nothing of the help I could be in the arrangement of lights, costume, and, of course, my dashing profile. Now, what do you say?
I'm sorry, it's quite impossible.
Oh, but Miss Harker, why?
Because, Mr. Flowerdew, I don't have a canvas in my studio big enough to fit your swollen head.
Jason, do come and talk to Gordon Hoop. He's wittering about his musical. Oh, why, Tom.
Oh, hello, Lila.
Oh, everybody does look cross.
Miss Harker, may I present my friend, Miss James? Lila, this is Miss Harker.
How do you do?
Miss Harker's an artist.
So I gathered, from the other end of the bar. My dear, you have a remarkably clear voice. It would be an asset to the profession.
Thank you. Now, let me guess, Miss James, what would your profession be?
She's loosely known as an actress.
Loosely?
Oh, darling, what were you saying about Gordon Hoop?
Well, he's found out about the you-know-what.
Oh, honestly, my dears, Lila means that madly secretive orgy we've planned for tonight. Somehow the word is out. We shall be stuffed with third-rate little monsters like Gordon.
You must invite Miss Harker, Jason.
Oh, well, of course, Oh, no, not the bell. Not back-to-back agony.
Now, come along, Jason. Gordon's waving his limp little paw.
Oh, revolting little man. Look, sweeties, if you would care to come, it'll be any time after 10, my place. Now, do try. Oh, God, sweetie, lovely to see you.
All right, then. Let's have the answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. That kind of man...
I said the answer. It wasn't Jason that made you this way tonight, any more than Dame Hilda. I want to know what's really wrong.
Then damn well what.
Oh, for goodness sake, Lynn, we're going to be married one day. Won't you ever learn to cry on my shoulder?
Oh, that's the second bell. There isn't
Well,
time.
we'll cut the show.
Oh, no, Tom.
Well, you do want to tell me, don't you?
Well...
Well, then I know an Italian restaurant which has gorgeous food. Now, come on, let's go.
But, Tom, a phone call like that is not made by a harmless crank.
Look, if he's some kind of crook extorting money with menaces, wouldn't he check on your resources first? And wouldn't he discover you hadn't the cash?
He might think I could find it.
Where?
My family.
Oh, come off it, Lynn. I distinctly remember you said your only living relative was some tatty old aunt who reared you down in Sussex.
Aunt Nina, yes.
Well, if she died 5 years ago, like you said...
Yes, but she didn't.
What?
Tom, I lied to you. Aunt Nina's not dead, and no one could call her poor.
Oh, that's nice.
Tom, did you ever hear of the Seaton shipping line?
I should hope I did.
Yes, well, Aunt Nina holds 2/3 of the stock.
What?
Her father, my grandfather, founded the firm.
Look, I don't get this. If your only relative's filthy rich, why keep it dark?
Because we had a terrible quarrel 5 years ago over my wanting to be a painter. When I walked out, she cut me off.
Over a thing like that?
Oh, Nina's always been very much her father's daughter.
Oh, that's the chap who founded the firm.
Diagoras Seaton, yes.
Ooh, wow, what a name.
Half Scot, half Greek. His brain and his will came from cold Caledonia. His passions out of Sophocles.
Oh, how his family must have loved him.
His wife died after the third child. Nina was the eldest, and then my Uncle Ralph, and lastly my mother. Diagoras ran their lives like he ran his business. In fact, he married Nina off to the boss of a rival firm, an elderly baronet.
Didn't she kick?
No. I told you she was like her father, thought the marriage her duty. Besides, being rather plain and almost 30, I think she quite fancied becoming Lady Mathry. It was the other 2 children who came to grief.
Your Uncle Ralph and your mother?
Yes. Poor Ralph was much too wild to become a tycoon. In the end, he ran off to marry an actress. That was in 1932.
What did Diagoras do?
He disinherited him, and then he set out quite coldly to ruin him. Ralph died in 1934.
Oh, boy. I pity your mother.
In fact, she was rather bright. She just waited for her 21st birthday, and 2 days after she married a penniless author in a registry office.
Did Diagoras go into the usual routine?
Yes, he cut them off. Luckily, he died of a stroke almost at once. Rage, I suppose.
So that left Nina with all the cash?
Yes, and in 1940, when my parents were killed, she took me in.
Ah, now I get the picture. She just acted like Diagoras when you said you meant to leave the nest.
Yes, or... Well, that's what I thought.
Huh?
I've had a letter from her inviting me down to Frimley tomorrow.
No, not a reconciliation.
I don't know. Look, it's in my bag. You'd better read it. Here.
Typewritten.
She always uses a typewriter. Arthritis in her hands.
I see. Now, my dear Lynette, I cannot suppose this letter will be welcome.
Believe me, it is no pleasure to write. However, since certain business matters have arisen which must urgently be discussed, it is vital you should be at Frimley tomorrow. The 3:00 train from Waterloo arrives in Fulham by 4. Billy will meet you. I have nothing to say until we do meet, so do not phone the house. You may confirm this arrangement through Mr. Thrale, your affectionate Aunt Nina.
Well, Tom?
I don't know. Who's Billy, for a start?
The chauffeur handyman, been with Aunt Nina since he was a stable boy.
Yeah. And Thrale?
The family solicitor.
Well, when you confirmed with him, did he tell you anything?
No, he was carefully vague.
Urgent business matters could mean anything. Lynn, there's only one way to find out, and that's to go.
So you don't think that call I had was a clue? I mean, that someone's found out that I may be patching it up with Nina?
Oh, it's wildly unlikely. And what's more, if that joker really means to ring you tomorrow at 10, you could have the police listening in to trace the call.
I never thought of that.
The trouble with you is you let yourself get morbid. Now, I have a cure for this.
Everyone, sparkling lemonade, that scintillating yellow Lucas.
Jason, can it be Lila needs you? She's jumping up and down.
Oh, my dear, I'll think she does. Gordon, take the bottle, darling. Passport to popularity. Excuse me. Oh, sorry, Bobby. Don't get up, sweetie. I'll get over you. I love you, Lila, but is it important?
We need one of gin, one of whiskey, and a vermouth for the cup, and I dare not leave the bar.
Right. Talk to Gordon while I get it.
Oh, no.
Well.
Oh, hello, Jason. Hope you don't mind us in here.
Not if you don't mind me getting under the bed.
What?
For the emergency supply, we invited about 18 and there's good 50 outside.
Oh, boo.
Yes. We keep it under the bed. Amazing how people miss the more obvious places.
Mr. Flowerdew.
Oh, do call me Jason.
I'm sorry I snapped at you tonight.
Oh, not at all my fault entirely.
Jason, why do you behave like a chorus boy?
Well, camouflage. With a name like Flowerdew, people expect an idiot. Haven't you noticed when folk meet someone they take to be a fool, they always relax and become themselves? Awfully handy for me to know what they're really like.
So tonight I showed you my frightful temper.
Yes. And a bit more than that.
Oh, what?
I think you were scared.
You know, I think you rather scare me.
Really? Oh, well, I suppose we are rather a terrifying profession. Much too observant, vain, ruthless. We lie superbly. There's hardly a move we make without we plan the effect. Yes, I'd hate to think of a really good actor planning a crime.
Would he do so well?
Those people. He could use them like a director planning a production. See all the moves in advance, the props, the disguises.
Disguises?
Well, a disguised voice, perhaps. Say, the sinister Mr. X on the telephone. Of course, my hypothetical actor would also make a splendid detective, for just the same reason.
Thank you, Jason. If we ever need one, we'll come to you.
But how will you know I'm on the side of good?
Tom, I really think we should be going.
Oh, sure, Lynn.
Well, I'm sorry, Jason. You see, Lynn has to meet these people tomorrow.
Well, Billy, how do I look?
Cityfied, that's what. Still, bar else, I reckon you're about the same.
Bless you, Billy. So are you. Even this terrible car. Billy, tell me, how is Aunt Nina?
Not so bobbish, if you want the truth.
Is the arthritis worse?
Worse? When she hadn't sat a horse 2 years and held a gun for 3. Why else do you think she shut off all them upstairs rooms? It wasn't beyond her to get there.
Then where does she sleep?
Bed's down next library now.
Well, if it suits her.
It's not a suit her gal. It's a suit Miss Terry.
Who?
Miss Terry. New housekeeper, companion, dunno what all. Been here ever since Mrs. Young took off 3 years ago.
Sounds as if you don't like her.
Well, I just reckon she's a bit of a mystery, that's all.
In what way?
Well, you tell me why Young goes round old-fashioned clothes, rare scrag back in a bun, and never looks a man in the face. Could be a looker, should she try.
She's young, then.
I'm on 30. And I see a bit of passion still in them brown eyes of hers. Know what I reckon? Crossed in love, she were. She come to Frimley for to lick her wound.
Well, that's not a crime, Billy.
Well, then you should see the way she rules the roost. Trained nurse, we've told she is. So, the old devil mustn't do that, mustn't do this. The new ideas, you have to have a new telephone.
Well, there always was a telephone.
Nah, I mean an external one.
What?
For the library, me in the harness room.
Oh?
To save me unnecessary journeys, says she. Keep me out of the house, says I. There's no use talking. Your aunt's that fond of her, you'd think she was under a spell.
I can hardly wait to meet Miss Terry.
Oh, you'll have to, though. It's her afternoon off.
Oh, Billy.
Nah, don't go jogging me arm. You'll have me off on the road.
They've widened it, haven't they?
6 mile now without them loops. Do the run in 15 minutes.
It's unbelievable. Frimley. And it's just the same.
I reckon that's kept the grounds amazing well. Help's hard to find.
Then who's that working over there by the lake on the tractor?
Well, that's Bob Hazelrig, new home farm tenant.
But the tenant shouldn't work in the park.
Bob has to. The old girl made a condition of the lease. He do so many hours a week heavy work here.
Oh, that's hard.
Bob hates the very sight of her, he do.
Oh, Billy, look, the house.
Oh,
the sun reflected in all its windows. Like a welcome. Do you think I'll find one, Billy?
Here you are, then. Home again.
Billy?
Mr. Frail on the steps. Coming for to take you in. Best hurry, not keep him waiting.
Yes. I'll see you again, Billy.
6:15 sharp. I'm to drive you to Prodham. Catch the 6:5.
Miss Harker, there you are. Come along in. Your aunt is waiting in the library.
How are you, Mr. Thrale?
Oh, a bit bronchial, you know. Step in.
Thank you. In the library, did you say?
Miss Harker, wait.
Yes?
There's something I have to tell you.
Well?
I scarcely know how to begin.
Lynette?
Oh, dear.
My aunt's waited 5 years to see me, Mr. Thrale. She can surely wait another minute.
Mr. Thrale, send that girl in.
Yes, Lady Maitre. Please go to her. I'll speak to you later.
But aren't you coming?
No, I'm to wait here till I'm called.
Lynette!
Here, Nina!
Good luck, my dear.
Oh, thanks.
Come in and close the door. There's a draft through this room like a tornado. What was it talking about out there?
Thrale? Oh, bronchitis.
Oh. Well, come from the gloom, girl. Let me see you.
You need more light in here.
Thank you. I need no light. Sit over there. Or did you plan a dutiful embrace? Oh, shivering, I see. Nervous, are you?
No. But it's cold in here.
It will remain so. I don't care for a roaring fire. Do you know why I wanted to see you? You and Thrale?
No.
Ah, the question of my will never crossed your mind, eh?
Nina, certain things were said 5 years ago.
Oh, they can cancel the fact that your mother was my sister, or you my only blood relation.
I suppose they wouldn't.
Perhaps you're sorry to be back here.
I still prefer my own way of life.
Oh, that dream of independence. Just like your mother. And your Uncle Ralph with his little actress. All of you so sure that money only stifles. Well, how's it been to have none?
Not always easy.
5 years ago you wouldn't have told me that. But then, perhaps I shouldn't have shown you this.
What is it? I can't quite see.
Take it then, look at it. Well, go on.
It's a revolver.
A week ago I intended to use it upon myself.
You?
Impossible to imagine, isn't it? That I might come bitterly to regret driving you from here. That I actually might want you back again to end my solitude.
You never told me so.
No, because the very thing that parted us was the family pride, the Seton temper. Don't you see? Its power took me to the point where I was prepared to lay that cold barrel against my temple rather than admit I was wrong.
Oh, Nina.
Ridiculous, wasn't it? To be afraid to tell you I was wrong. Sorry that I needed you. Even when I longed to hear you say you needed me.
Oh, Nina, if you only knew how many times
No, don't commit yourself. First, hear my terms. I ask only that you should come here sometimes.
Of course.
And sometimes, perhaps, let me help you just a little with money.
But, Nina...
Now, please, let me prove myself. Let me show how generous I can be. Any reasonable sum, it is yours, I promise. What do you say?
Then, Nina, there's someone I love. He has a wonderful opportunity if he can only raise £5,000.
You know, my niece, you have made me very happy. Now, give me back that gun. And call in Mr. Thrale. I have an amusing plan in mind. No, go on. Call him in.
Very well. Will you come in, Mr. Thrale?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Thrale, I have explained certain facts to my niece. Now it is your turn. Kindly proceed.
Lady Maithrey, I'm still most uncertain that your course is a wise
Perhaps
one.
you prefer me to find another lawyer.
Please go on, Mr. Thrale.
Well, Miss Harker, entirely against my advice, your Aunt Lady Maithrey feels that the time has come for certain obligations to be...
get on with it, man.
That her obligations should be focused elsewhere.
I don't understand.
Don't you? Don't you, my dear niece? What he's telling you is perfectly simple. You are not going to get my money. I am leaving it to Edith Terry, not to you.
It's a trick. Oh, a stupid, spiteful trick.
Stupid, you think? At least I've seen beneath that proud pose of independence. I know you doubt yourself, that you need my money.
I hope it pleases you.
One thing pleases me, that the will's drafted and will be signed tomorrow. All my money to Edith.
Oh, Nina. Poor Nina.
Poor? Not I. I've found someone at last who knows the meaning of unselfish devotion.
Unselfish? You really think your Miss Terry hasn't worked to get your money?
Get out of my house.
That will be a pleasure.
Let us hope it is a pleasure to walk to Frodham, for Billy shan't drive you, I tell you that.
Good.
Miss Harker, I should be happy to offer you a lift.
You will remain, Mr. Thrale. We have further business.
Don't worry, Mr. Thrale. I'm quite accustomed to making my own way.
Hey, you want a lift?
Are you going to Frodham?
Sure. Climb aboard.
Oh, thanks.
That's it. Well, you didn't figure to run the 6 miles, did you?
Why, I'd hoped for a lift. I have to catch a train.
What time's it leave?
5:05.
Well, it's 4:45 right now. With the new road and all, we should make it. So, anchors away.
Look out! That bed!
You dumb jerk! How'd you see that guy? You might have run us down.
You pulled out without signal.
Oh. Oh, well, maybe. I guess I'm a little high tonight. Last night in England kind of celebration. I'd be okay stateside, but here they drive the wrong way around, you know.
I'm sure.
That'd be just my crummy luck to crash my last day. This is a hire car. taking her back to town before I leave. You want to know something? I've been looking for an English date for a week, and my last evening she shows. It's my crummy luck.
Mind that, Carter.
Whoops, okay. You're kind of nervy, ain't you? I'm a real cool boy behind the wheel.
That was Station Road. You've passed it.
Oh, Station Road.
Will you please stop the car? I want to get out.
Stop it. We were just getting acquainted.
My train. I shall miss it.
Oh, yeah. Look, I could drive you all the way. Hey, where are you going?
Oh, damn. Oh, wait, please.
In here, be sharp.
Oh, thanks. Oh, I thought I'd lost it.
So you're running. So open door. They'll never start if the door open.
Shut that door!
There. You all right?
Yes, I think so.
Ah, then we can say mission accomplished, eh? There, we're off. Non-stop for Waterloo.
Yes.
Oh, here. I say, I never thought.
What?
Well, you don't mind, do you? I mean, us being alone like this. Two strangers in the same compartment. I've enjoyed our talk. Well, it passed the time light, didn't it?
It certainly did. We're almost at Waterloo, Mr.
Mike. Call me Mike.
I'm Lynn Harker.
Well, I will say you look a bit more cheerful now.
Oh?
Well, when you got in at Frodham, I reckon you'd happen had a bit of a barney with boyfriend or something.
It was an aunt, to be exact.
Oh, relations. Best off we out, I'd say.
My aunt would agree with you. She's cut me out of her will.
Get away. Still, it could be for best. You know, for 23 years, everyone in my mum's family went in fear and trembling my great-auntie Mabel would change her will. And when it come to it, you know what she left? A moth-eaten three-piece suite, one of them black marble clocks, and £31.10 in a cocoa tin.
Good evening, George.
Good evening, miss.
Lift working yet?
You're all right now, miss. Oh, by the way, your Mr. Swain come out at 7:15.
Huh?
I took the liberty to let him in the studio. I know you wouldn't be long.
Oh, thank you, George. I'm glad you did.
Word, it's a bit chilly down here in the fire. Only had this friend with him, you see.
A friend? Do you know who?
No, miss. Can't say I do.
Tom?
In here, Lynn.
Sorry I'm late, darling. Did you give your friend a drink? Well, did you?
Lynn, he's not... I mean, we've only just met.
I'm a police officer, Miss Harker. Detective Sergeant Harvey, North Sussex CID.
What do you want?
I'm afraid I have bad news for you, miss. It's Lady Mathry, your aunt.
Lynn, she's dead.
Dead? Nina, but I was with her.
We understood so, miss. It was very sudden.
You mean a stroke, like her father?
No, miss. At 5:15 this afternoon, your aunt, Lady Mathry, was murdered.
Oh, Miss Harker, Mr. Swain. I'm Inspector Davis.
How do you do?
Now, Miss Harker, you know everyone but Miss Terry, I understand?
Yes, she was out when I was here this afternoon.
How do you do, Miss Harker?
How do you do?
Oh, and this gentleman here is Mr. Hazelrig, the home farm tenant.
Pleased to meet you, miss.
Good. Then shall we sit down? I've brought you together to make it easier to reconstruct the tragic event of this afternoon. Group questioning is a great time saver. Though, of course, each of you has the right to refuse to be questioned before the others, should he or she so wish. No one? Good. Then the facts are these. Lady Mathry was shot through the back of the head as she sat here by the fire at precisely 5:15 this afternoon. You'll see the reason for my precision as we continue. We've good reason to suppose that the assailant escaped through one of those French doors, which were found open immediately after the crime. Well, how he entered the house, we have no idea. But afterwards, amongst the trees and in this mist, he'd have good cover. I shall want to ask each one of you what your movements were up to and immediately after the killing. Not because anyone is necessarily suspect, but simply to clear the ground. I hope that's understood.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Now, Mr. Thrale, when we spoke informally, I believe you told me you arrived at Frimley Hall somewhere before 4 o'clock.
I think about 20 to 4, Inspector.
Dead on, sir. I was waiting for you to come so that I could leave to meet Miss Lynette.
Well, why should you wait for Mr. Thrale to arrive?
Well, sir, I couldn't leave her ladyship on her own.
So, as Mr. Thrale arrived at 20 to 4, you left to meet Miss Harker.
That I did, sir.
Now, the run to Frodham's about a quarter of an hour. If you met Miss Harker at 4, you must have been back here by, say, 4:20?
No, I was, sir.
Mr. Thrale, that means you were here alone with Lady Mathry for 40 minutes.
Yes, until Miss Harker arrived.
And during that time, what business was discussed?
Lady Mathry told me she wished to change her will.
In what respect?
Her desire was to revoke the previous will entirely and bequeath all she had to Miss Terry.
Oh.
Miss Terry, were you aware of this?
No. I'm astonished to hear it.
Was it news to you, Mr. Thrale?
Not altogether. I think I sensed an important decision when Lady Mathry rang me 2 days ago to fix the appointment.
In what way?
There was a certain mystery. Miss Harker was to come, but she was to confirm the appointment with me, not at the house. Indeed, I was not to ring the house either. And I was to give Miss Harker no information.
You were in the dark, then, till this afternoon?
Yes. We had begun merely by discussing certain matters of investment. Then, without warning, she produced a typewritten sheet on which she had made a complete redraft of her will. She ordered me to have it drawn up as soon as possible, as she wished it to be witnessed tomorrow.
What was her reason for this change of heart?
That Miss Terry had proved loyal and deserving, whereas Miss Harker had not.
And what did you think of this?
I disapproved most strongly. Oh, I had nothing against Miss Terry, but the action, when it concerned so very large a sum of money, seemed to be quite irresponsible. However, there was no time to argue, as just then Billy arrived back.
What happened then?
Lady Mathry stated she wished to interview her niece alone, so I waited in the hall.
For how long?
Possibly 10 minutes.
And then?
Then I was called in, and Lady Mathry told me to repeat the terms of the will to her niece, which understandably made her very angry. I attempted to ameliorate the situation, but without success.
I believe you said earlier that Miss Harker was ordered from the house and denied even a car to take her to Frodham.
Yes, Lady Mathry also detained me so that I, too, could not assist Miss Harker.
What was the time she left?
I think roughly 20 to 5.
Oh, yes, it must have been, because I arrived at Frodham in time to catch the 5:05 to Waterloo.
We'll return to that later. Now, Mr. Thrale, when did you leave Lady Mathry?
About 5 to 5.
Are you positive of the time?
All I know is that I was back in my office by 5:15 to keep an appointment.
Well, I knows Mr. Thrale left at 5 to 5, because I seen his tail lamps going off down a drive, and I looks out me harness room window.
Ah, it was then, I think you said, Billy, that Lady Mathry rang you on the internal telephone.
Ah, she rang me that very minute to say Miss Lynette had already left, and I wouldn't be needed. So then I asked her, does she want me to sit with her, same as always, till Miss Terry get back at 6?
But she refused.
That she did. Said she on no can't be disturbed.
So we know she was alive just before 5 o'clock. Now, I want you to tell me again exactly what happened during the next 20 minutes.
Wow, first few minutes Bob and me was brewing up, having a little chat.
Fridays, Inspector, I comes over to Billy special for here the cereal. What I'm used to call children's... I doesn't listen at home, see, because me wife to laugh.
Yeah, all right. You came to hear the serial at 5:15. And then?
Do you tell him, Billy?
Why, sir? I'm just turning on the wireless about a minute to 4, quarter past, when the telephone rings. Well, Bob weren't none too pleased, I'll tell you.
Oh, why she had to pick this time?
Blowed if I know. Yes, milady?
Billy,
Yes, milady?
get your rifle, Billy.
My... Get what?
Get your rifle and come over at once. Hurry, man. There's someone outside. Quickly, Billy. Ah!
So you actually heard the shot?
I did, sir. Bob and all. And we legs it all to the house. But we was too late.
Did you ring the police at once?
Bob done that, sir. I goes to get out the killer through them Frenchy doors.
Well, what hope had you of seeing anyone in the dark and with a thickening mist?
Well, I knows the ground, don't I?
Yes, but there are 3 ways at least he could have gone. Down the drive, back round the house, or up the track to the home farm.
Aye, sir. But then when I thinks, I reckon he'd make for main road. Especially if he come by car.
So you went that way?
I did, sir. But there weren't nothing to see.
Well, at least we know where you, Mr. Hazelrig, and Mr. Thrale were at 5:15. So, Miss Terry, let's turn to you.
Yes.
At 5:15, where were you?
In the Pantheon Cinema at Frodham.
You left the hall at 2 o'clock, I believe.
Yes. I caught a bus outside the gates.
So you'd be in Frodham by about 2:20.
I suppose so.
I was in good time for the film at 2:30.
I thought the cinema opened at 1.
It does. But the second feature's often bad, so I usually go into the main film first, and then if I don't like the second feature, I can come out early.
But in this case, you saw the whole program.
Yes.
Now, the program today ran 3 hours, so you must have left the Pantheon at, say, 5:30.
Well, I easily caught the 5:45 bus back.
And found us here when you returned at 6:05. Well, I expect it won't be hard to check with the bus conductors both ways. But I wonder if you were seen in the cinema.
Well, I imagine so. It's not a big place, and being afternoon, it wasn't crowded.
That leaves us with you then, Miss Harker, doesn't it? First, from the time of your arrival here at 4:20, is there anything you'd like to add that we haven't heard?
I'd like to say one thing.
Yes?
When Mr. Thrale said I was angry, it wasn't about losing the money. I was angry because of the trick my aunt had played.
Trick?
She had pretended she wanted a reconciliation. When I admitted I'd be glad of one, she told me the truth about the will.
That seems unusually vindictive.
I think her illness had made her so.
No doubt. Now, Miss Harker, will you tell me in your own words what you did from the moment you left here up to the moment you arrived in your flat at Regent's Park?
It was 5:20 when I left.
By the front door or that French door?
The front. I went down the drive.
I suppose in the dark you'd not notice anyone.
Oh, apart from that, I was too angry. In fact, I'd got to the gates before I remembered that I hadn't said goodbye to Billy.
But you didn't turn back.
Well, I nearly did, and then I glanced at my watch and saw that if I hurried, I'd a chance to catch the 5:05 back to Waterloo.
Just 1 hour earlier than had been intended.
Yes.
Weren't you rather optimistic in hoping to make the 6 miles to Frodham in 20 minutes?
Well, there was a lot of traffic on the road. I got a lift almost at once from an American.
Can you identify this American?
Not by name.
Well, then can you describe him?
He was about 26, blonde, square-faced, and he was rather drunk.
Yet you accepted a lift from him.
It didn't show till we moved off.
He drove badly?
Well, the first thing he did was just miss a big blue and white van that was overtaking. In fact, the whole journey was pretty awful.
Do you remember what sort of car he had?
Yes, I'm good at cars. It was a Pontiac, pale green. I remember he said it was hired. He was driving it back to town because...
Well?
Because it was his last day in England.
I see. So even if this man was sober enough to recall the precise time he gave you a lift, he may well be out of the country by now. All right, Miss Harker. Tell me about the rest of the journey.
Well, he dropped me at the bottom of Station Road in Frodham. I ran into the station and found the Waterloo train just about to leave.
Would a ticket collector or porter remember you?
He might do, but with the rush hour, the station was pretty crowded.
Quite. Now, when did you arrive at Waterloo?
6:05. It was dead on time.
Miss Harker, do you remember my sergeant phoned me from your flat?
I do.
He told me you'd returned a moment or so after 7:30.
That's right.
Now, your flat's in Regent's Park. From Waterloo on the tube to Regent's Park is only a matter of minutes, but you, it seems, took an hour and a half.
I was talking to a friend.
I see. Where was this?
In the bar on Waterloo Station.
Perhaps I might have the friend's name and address?
I'm afraid you can't.
Why not?
He was just a man I'd met on the train. I knew nothing about him except his name was Mike.
Yet you sat in this bar with him for over an hour.
Oh, look, I know it sounds silly, but somehow we got talking on the train. And just before we arrived, I started to tell him about my row with Aunt Nina. I think he sensed I wanted to finish the story, so on the platform he suggested a drink.
Can you give me any definite point of information about this man?
He was about 30, dark hair, a northern accent, brown eyes and a small moustache. He was wearing a gabardine mackintosh and he had a suitcase.
At what point on the line did he get into your compartment?
He was already there at Frodham. He'd held the door open for me to delay the train.
Was anyone else in the compartment?
No, the train was almost empty.
Did this Mike tell you where he was going?
Well, he may have said up north. I'm not sure.
And there's nothing else about him you can tell me after a total of 2 hours' conversation?
I'm sorry, no.
I see. Well, thank you, Miss Harker.
Is that all?
For the moment. In fact, everyone's free to go. We'll notify time of inquest.
Thank you, Inspector. I shall be in my room, should you want me.
Lynn, how do you feel?
I'm all right.
Oh, give me, Mr. Swain. Miss Harker, I forgot to ask. Are you returning to town tonight?
No, not tonight. In fact, I may have to stay on here for several days.
Now, family matters, yes, of course. We can reach you here at the hall, then.
No, not at the house. I couldn't.
We'll be putting up locally, Inspector.
Well, if you want a good hotel, sir, I could recommend the Raven at Frodham.
I'd already decided that would be a good place. Thanks, Inspector.
How did you manage, Tom?
Oh, charm prevailed. We've 2 single rooms, one with bath, both with box spring.
Do you think we'll sleep?
Oh, poor darling. It's been a terrible day for you.
Oddly enough, it isn't the murder that counts. I haven't yet taken that in.
Then what?
It's a feeling I have that Inspector Davis didn't believe a word I said.
Oh, the famous official manner, my love. Why shouldn't he?
But what happens if they don't find that American or the Northerner I met on the train?
If they find the real murderer, they may never have to.
And if not?
You're tired, and we both need a drink. Waiter.
Yes, sir?
2 gins and tonic.
Right away, sir.
Tom, if you were Davis, would you think I was lying?
Not for a moment. You weren't smooth enough, for one thing. No, if I were Davis, I'd take a long, hard look at Miss Terry.
Oh, but, Tom, she had no motive. Besides, she was miles away.
Well, maybe. But what I mean is, she was altogether too self-possessed. Wasn't she supposed to adore your aunt?
Well, so Billy said. We don't know.
But how would you feel if you were told you'd nearly been left a fortune and then had lost it again?
I imagine her kind is born to suffering and endurance.
Oh, don't you believe it. Did you notice her eyes?
Billy said there was passion still in them. Is that what you saw?
No, Lynn. What I saw was hatred.
Hatred? But who for?
Your drink, sir.
Oh, thanks. How much?
5 shillings, sir, if you please.
Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Well, here's how.
Cheers.
You know, I'm absolutely starving.
Oh, Tom. Oh, you are wonderful. All right. Get some sandwiches.
Oh, I can do better than that.
Oh, you won't at 10 o'clock at night at Frodden.
Have you forgotten the fish and chip shop down the road?
Oh, no, Tom, I couldn't walk a step.
Oh, that's all right. I'll nip out and smuggle the stuff back in the briefcase. Illicit fish and chips in the bedroom.
Sounds wonderful.
Well, you stay here and tipple then. Don't get yourself picked up.
Miss Harker?
Yes?
Phone call for you, miss.
For me?
Box 2, miss. Down the hall by reception.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Good evening, Miss Harker.
You?
Well, you seem surprised. After all, we did arrange for 10 o'clock.
How did you know I was here?
Oh, now, Miss Harker, from the moment you received your aunt's letter, a certain mechanism was set in motion. It's quite inevitable you should be there, just as it was for me to be in the library at Frimley this afternoon at 5:15.
Oh, no, that's too horrible.
You are too harsh. I killed with kindness. In the words of that poem of Browning, no pain felt she.
The man in that poem was insane.
I, on the other hand, have a most definite aim in view.
Aim? What aim?
That you should take the blame.
What are you talking about?
The deal I mentioned, Miss Harker. I'm telling you now that unless certain conditions are fulfilled, you will never see those 2 witnesses, the blonde American and the talkative Northerner.
What?
It is my intention that sooner or later you will pay for those witnesses whom I have, detained.
You really think I shan't tell the police about
You
this?
must do as you please. In the meantime, I shall be glad if you'll tell Mr. Swain I propose to call him at his flat tomorrow evening.
Well, why should you call Tom?
Because, Miss Harker, to put it tactfully, by then you won't be available.
Now, let's take it calmly, Miss Harker. About what time was this call?
Just after 10 last night.
I'd like to lay my hands on him. Lynette was almost hysterical when I got back.
But you both left reporting the matter till this morning.
Well, I tell you, she was at breaking point. Besides, we knew by then the call couldn't be traced.
You say this call was the second you'd received?
Yes, the first was at my flat on Thursday.
Why didn't you tell me about it at Frimley last night?
It seemed to have no connection with the murder then. The call had been threatening but obscure. We decided to ignore it unless it was repeated.
And why did this caller threaten you on the first occasion, but claim he'd murdered your aunt on the second?
Both times he mentioned a deal. At first, obscurely. It was only last night he told me that the murder had been done to implicate me.
How?
Unless I paid, he said he would withhold the 2 witnesses who could prove I wasn't at Frimley at 5:15.
Withhold? By kidnapping?
We both think it's a conspiracy.
So we're to suppose the blonde American was actually waiting for you outside the hall last night.
Well, he could have been, Inspector.
Yes, and then you think, having driven Miss Harker to Frodden, he, as it were, handed her over to accomplice number 2 on the train, who in his turn later delayed her at Waterloo.
Well, he might have done.
No, sir, he might not. For the simple reason, Miss Harker was to have left the hall in the car with Billy at 5:45. Now, who could possibly know there would be a quarrel with the result that she left over an hour earlier and on foot?
All I know is he had said he had planned to trap me.
Very well. How would this caller, call him X, know about your planned visit?
Well, that's easier, Inspector. We're certain X, as you call him, was tipped off by one of the 4 people involved.
I assume by those you mean either Miss Terry, Mr. Thrale, Billy, or Bob.
Yes, no one else could possibly know.
Didn't you, for one?
Well, that's ridiculous. In any case, I was in ready.
It's no more ridiculous than to accuse one of these 4 people, none of whom has a motive.
Who says they haven't?
Well, take Miss Terry. If Lady Mathery hadn't been killed, the will was to have been changed in her favour. So by the murder, she lost.
She said she didn't know about the change.
She must have suspected something was up with Thrale and yourself invited. in which case she would have waited. But besides, how could Miss Terry conspire with anyone? She never went outside the hall, bar the odd half-day, and scarcely looked at a man.
All right, Inspector, she's unlikely, but what about Thrale? He knew Lynn was coming.
Again, no motive.
Well, he might have been embezzling the old woman's money. It's happened with lawyers before.
Then the moment she died, he'd be exposed when the will was probated. And I assure you, he's no spender. He's a quiet, modestly living bachelor who's lived in the district for years.
There's still Bob Hazelrig. Billy told me he hated my aunt.
A man who listens to children's hour. Besides, he was with Billy when the shot was fired. Or do you suspect Billy as well?
Oh, no, it couldn't be Billy. He adored Nina.
So, we've exhausted the 4 suspects, but by no means the questions. Well, apparently Mr. X wants money. But why should he think you can pay him? The will won't be settled for 6 months.
Perhaps it was done for spite, not money.
Then why mention a deal? Or do you imagine 3 people work together for no payment? The informant, the American, and the Northerner.
Well, we'll know soon enough. Mr. X is phoning me tonight. Surely that will convince you.
A voice on the end of a line would convince me of nothing, sir. A voice cannot produce a missing witness.
If only I knew why you wouldn't believe me.
I'll tell you. I think we've agreed that neither Miss Terry, Mr. Thrale, Billy, nor Bob has a motive. It's also certain none of them could have done the murder. Mr. Thrale was in his office at 5:15. Miss Terry was in her cinema. We checked the cinema cashier and the buses both ways. Billy's story tallies with Bob's in every detail. But your story, Miss Harker, is another matter.
Well, of course.
Not merely because of the missing witnesses, but because no one on the station remembers you running for the 5-5, not even the guard. Nor does anyone recall you in the bar at Waterloo.
I told you last night it was crowded.
Then let's come to hard facts. Early this morning, we found the revolver that killed your aunt. It was hidden in undergrowth about 50 yards from that French window. 2 shots had been fired from it, and ballistics confirmed that one of them unquestionably killed Lady Mathry. On the weapon was only 1 set of fingerprints. Yours.
That's utterly fantastic.
Do you deny having seen this revolver before?
It's my aunt's. Yesterday, when we were alone together, she handed it to me for a moment.
One more fact you didn't mention.
I never connected the 2 weapons.
Why aren't her fingerprints on it, too?
She was wearing cotton gloves. She had arthritis in her hands.
She wore no such gloves when her body was found, nor was there any sign of them in either the library or the adjoining bedroom. And there's one more fact. Miss Terry has told us Lady Mathry never owned a revolver.
Do you believe her?
It seems easier than to believe your story.
Inspector.
Now listen, you're intelligent people. See the facts from my point of view. Miss Harker, you're known to have a bad temper. There was a quarrel. From 5:15 until 7:30, you can't account for your movements. The revolver bears your fingerprints. And what is your defense? An incredible story of a planned extortion which must have involved 3 or possibly 4 people. I ask you, does it seem likely?
Of course not. He didn't want it to seem likely.
Miss Harker, don't you think it would be easier for us all if you admitted these calls are a fabrication?
But they're not.
Won't you admit that when you left at 5:15, you hid in the trees until Mr. Thrale had left?
No.
And then, overhearing Lady Mathry tell Billy she wanted to be alone, you entered the house and killed her?
How could I? The house was locked.
Had you no key? You'd lived at the hall for many years.
I had none. Even if I had, how would I get back to Frodham after the murder?
As you said, you got a lift, but at about 5:20, and you banked on the driver not remembering the exact time.
No.
You arrived at Frodham around 20 to 6, caught the 6:05 back to Waterloo, arrived there at 7:05, and were consequently home in your flat by 7:30.
But I didn't. I swear to you it's not true. Why won't you believe me?
But my dear old Tom, murder? They can't.
It's a prima facie case. She was charged and brought before the magistrate this afternoon. Oh, it's a nightmare, Jason.
Oh, but, Tom, they're sure to find the truth soon.
Why, Lila? The really important evidence Davis discounts. He practically said Mr. X is a gimmick Lynn devised to get her out of a tight spot.
She's been splendidly framed, I will say. Means, motive, and opportunity for Lynn, who didn't do it, and apparently no means, motive, or opportunity for anyone else. No wonder Mr. X is so sure of himself.
Jason, it's because of that I've asked you down here. You remember X said he'd ring me tonight? Yeah. Well, 20 minutes ago he did, and I've recorded the call. Now, Jason, it's a long shot, but you're an actor. I'm asking you to listen and tell me if you can deduce anything from the voice.
Lovey, you don't mean you took all that stuff I handed you about an actor making a superb detective serious?
No, I don't say that, but an actor has a different angle. You might just spot something.
Well, let's hear it then.
Right. Here goes.
Mrs. Swain?
Speaking.
I won't waste your time. The deal is as follows. In return for a certain sum of money, I will provide the witnesses who traveled with Miss Harker on the train and spoke with her at the station bar.
How much?
Well, my terms in cash are £50,000.
Are you out of your mind?
I'm aware you think Miss Harker can't raise such a sum. But if you see Mr. Thrale on Monday and explain everything, I guarantee he'll indicate a way.
And what sort of guarantee do we get that this witness will appear?
There's only one guarantee, Mr. Swain. That unless you do as I say, he will not.
Hello?
Or do you propose to send your future wife to the gallows?
I may tell you that at the moment she doesn't believe you hold a witness.
Oh, well, then ask her if she remembers the three-piece suite and the black marble clock.
The what?
She'll know. I'll ring again on Monday evening to instruct you how the money is to be handed
Yes, they
over.
did.
Good night.
Well, Jason?
Well, Tom, we've both spotted a sweet smell of grease paint. It's an act, of course. Mr. X is no American.
Now, I noticed he said ring for call myself.
Besides which, the accent wobbles from a curious deep south to an even curiouser Chicago. But, I'm not concerned with the accent, but the effect he wants to produce.
Meaning?
It's a sort of magician's act, where to think he's all-powerful, yet quite invisible.
Oh, he's not doing badly. Davis doesn't even believe X exists.
But then Davis isn't rooting for Lynn, as we are. Even so, he's behaved in a very unpolicemanlike way.
Huh.
You remember you suggested that X could only have found out about Lynn's visit from Miss Terry, Thrale, Billy, or Bob?
Yeah.
All right. What did Davis say?
He said it was impossible. None of them had a motive.
You see? He'd forgotten that in crime, as in a conjuring trick, you don't first ask why, you ask how. How, for example, since it wasn't a break-in, did the murderer enter Frimley Hall? Answer, with a key. Now, who could give him a key but one of the four?
Well, clever old Sherlock.
But the real pointer to inside information is when X is so sure Thrale will cooperate in raising the cash.
So Thrale might have informed X, given him the key, and let him do the murder.
I'll admit he could be the informant, could even have provided a key, or possibly left the front door on the latch when he left, but X is not the murderer.
Oh, really, Jason?
Listen, there are only two reasons for using a faked voice. To evade future recognition, or because Lynn has already heard his real voice. Well, deep under that Burgess accent, I detect North Country vowels, and I remember Mike.
But you can't think Mike and X are one and the same.
I don't know. But if Mike equals X, he couldn't be the murderer because at 5:15 he was speeding towards Waterloo.
Oh, but you can't assume that because of the voice, Jason.
Exactly. We'd have to have some definite proof Mike's not a completely innocent witness.
If Mike's completely innocent, why is X so sure he'll do what he says? And don't tell me Mike's been kidnapped.
Why not?
Because, poor fool, an innocent Mike must have been going somewhere, and would by now be missed. Besides, X couldn't kidnap Mike unless he was too... Because, poor fool, an innocent Mike must have been going somewhere, and would by now be missed. Besides, X couldn't kidnap Mike unless he too was on the train. No, as soon as you analyze Mike's actions, it's obvious his purpose was to isolate Lynn. Why else did he open the compartment door for her? Why else did he delay her in the bar at Waterloo? And think how little he said of himself in an hour and a half's conversation.
All right. Assume Mike's an accomplice and possibly X himself. If he's not the murderer, and if it wasn't any of the four obvious suspects, who was it?
I know. The American and the Pontiac.
My dear, I dismissed him ages back. He's got absolutely nothing to do with any of this.
Well, prove it.
Look, he dropped Lynn at Frodham 2 minutes after 5, right?
Right.
He then had to turn his car, make the 6 miles back to the hall, park his car, proceed through the grounds on foot, and reach the library in just 13 minutes. Simply couldn't be done.
But he could still have been an accomplice.
No, Davis spotted the flaw in that. No one could possibly know Lynn would quarrel with her aunt and leave on foot.
I've just thought of something. If no one could know when Lynn would leave Frimley Hall, how could Mike know which train Lynn would catch?
Oh, that's easy. He was early at the station, hung about till he saw her, and then nipped to the train just ahead.
Wrong again. If he were over an hour early, as Lady Bracknell says, he'd expose himself to comment on the platform.
Oh, all right. You tell us how.
Isn't it obvious the real murderer at Frimley tipped Mike the wink Lynn was on her way?
How, Jason?
By phone, presumably.
There's no phone box anywhere near the hall.
Then from inside.
Yes, and Thrale was there at the time.
But the phone stood right beside Lady Mathery in the library.
Well, he could easily have used some innocent code word as a warning. It certainly looks like Thrale's your man.
Yes, I'm sure of it. Miss Teddy would have lost by the murder. Bob could never have organized it, and Billy's the last one on earth to have tried.
Thrale, then, assisted by 2 outsiders. Yes. I'd give a lot to know what he's been up to during the past few weeks.
Isn't it Friday night we're concerned with?
No, Tom. The conjurer did his act very nicely and convinced his audience. But a conjurer has to prepare his act and clear up afterwards. Before or after, that's where we'd nail him.
Would you be interested to try, Jason?
What?
We found out more in half an hour with you than in 2 days with Davis.
But the big rule in detective fiction is don't cross the police. If I go around questioning people, Davis will clap me an eye.
But a little discreet investigation into the background of those concerns, surely that would do no harm.
Well, you know, it's intriguing. A detection where none of the direct participants would be questioned.
You'll do it, then?
Provided you go straight to Thrale tomorrow and tell him with tears in your eyes how you intend to cooperate with X up to the hilt.
And while I'm lulling him into a sense of security...
I shall be lurking in the background asking subtle questions. Beginning, I think, with Billy, who, from what I hear, seems to be a man of strong opinions.
But, Jason, why on earth in the middle of Frimley Woods?
The morning's fine, the walrus said. Do you admire the view?
Well, if you mean the view of the hall through these binoculars, then no.
I suppose you'd approach the front door and announce to Miss Terry you'd come to investigate a murder.
I certainly wouldn't expect Billy to appear out of a bush in Frimley Woods.
Does it occur to you that at any minute Billy will have his lunch?
Oh, I see now. You think he'll come up this track through the woods?
By golly, yes.
Well, what is it?
Here he comes now.
Hmm?
Now, it all depends on whether he makes off down the drive or turns up here towards us.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yes, he's coming towards us. And the dog.
Dog?
He's got an Alsatian with him.
Quiet, you know. Quiet, damn ya.
Good morning. That's a fine dog.
She don't like trespassers, nor yet getting reporters. If I was you, I'd make back for Main Road.
Yeah, but we're not reporters.
Yeah?
Billy.
How'd you know my name, eh?
Billy, we're friends of Miss Harker's.
If that's it, why's you lurking about up here, eh?
There's something we have to discuss with you in private about the murder.
Yes.
You mean away from Miss Terry?
Yes.
So you reckon it was her, do you? Like me and Bob?
Well, we're not quite certain.
Oh, of course she did it. What she did was go in a picture house bit of front, then slip out the side. Bob read where a woman done that in a thriller.
It's in every thriller, I believe.
Only thing is, how'd she get out here and back again? Too dangerous to beg a lift. She can't drive.
You're sure?
Well, why's she been catching buses, Elsie, 3 years past? She can. Besides, where'd she get a car from? She'd been out in Frodham.
Yes. Then why do you suspect her?
'Cause the inspector said whoever 'twas had a key.
Yes, but it's possible an outsider could have got one.
Now, just you wait. They reckons the killer got in just after Mr. Frail left, didn't he?
Between 5 to 5 and 15:15.
Well, now, I'll swear during that time, Juno here never barked. So it was someone what she knew.
Where's the dog kept, Billy?
Outside her back door on a chain. Used to run wild, but then she got a bit savage, see?
Could you be sure she'd hear someone creeping up to the house from the front?
Oh, remarkable fine ears, that has. And if she don't know someone's step, she barks. That's why I told that Davis 'twas Miss Harker. See, Juno didn't know her.
Ah, very good point, Billy. Unless possibly someone entered the house earlier that afternoon.
How could they? Right in the front driver cleaning the car till Mr. Frail come.
Can you be sure Miss Terry didn't leave a door or a window open somewhere on the far side?
Oh, I can. See, when she left at 5 to 2 for the bus, I remember her stopping me to ask I should fix a nail on the cellar door where she'd scratched her hand.
Yes, but that doesn't...
Now, let me finish. Last Friday was my old woman's day for cleaning at the hall. And it was her went round the place, locking up. And that didn't leave till up past.
I see. So you're certain no one might have slipped in when you didn't notice?
I was right there, slap before the house, I tell you. What's more, every few minutes I go across the library window, take a peep at her ladyship.
Why was that?
Well, she always had a nap from 2 to 3:30, and I'd keep watch like.
Oh.
In fact, I had to wake her at 3:30 by tapping on the glass.
I suppose you could see Bob Hazelrig all the time, too.
He was down by the lake from start to finish. For a minute, round 3:25 when he come up to borrow a match.
So you were at the front of the house, the dog at the back, the place locked, and there were no visitors.
Right, sir. Less than you counts the laundry, in course.
Huh?
But he don't even get out the van. He's that scared the dog.
How can a laundryman deliver if he doesn't get out of the van?
Well, he drives round the back, see? Slings out the clean stuff on the kitchen porch. Carries on round the yard till he gets to the wall where we leaves the dirty. And then picks that off the top as he goes by.
Oh. Just for interest, when did he come?
3 o'clock, near enough.
I suppose you know the driver.
Oh, I does. He's been a driving for Frodham Laundry best part 3 years.
So there it is, Tom. Even more of a tangle. All I can suggest now is that Thrale let somebody into the house while Billy was meeting Lynn. The dog has dished us.
Well, there wasn't much hope anyway.
You haven't told us yet how Thrale took the story of X and the 50,000.
Precisely like a lawyer. Insisted we should go to the police. For a time, that is.
Oh, then it could have been an act. How did he end up?
After a lot of humming and hawing, he conceded it was an emergency.
Nice of him.
It seems that Diagoras Seaton invested the sum of £20,000 back in 1918 as a kind of emergency fund for any member of the family in need. to be drawn upon at the discretion of the trustees. Now, those originally were Diagoras himself, his daughter Nina, her husband, and Thrale.
Of whom now only Thrale remains.
Yes, with absolute power to withdraw the sum for Lynn.
Oh, some coincidence.
Except that it's less than half what Mr. X wants.
Oh, no. At compound interest over 40 years, the sum is now just over 50,000.
Then we really are getting somewhere.
Jason, that's not evidence, and what's more, I don't want it to be.
I'm not with you.
I want us to give up, Jason. Well, do you remember, X told me to mention a marble clock and a three-piece suite. Well, that did it. Lynn says that something Mike said to her on the train...
So it's even more likely that X is Mike. That you fix it with the police and nab him when the handover is made.
No, Jason. I'm going back to town tonight, and I'm going to agree to whatever X says, and I'm going to tell no one what that is. I promised Lynn, and that's what I'm going to do. There's no other way, and it's no use arguing.
He was really scared, wasn't he?
Scared. And determined. I know that look from school days. It's no use trying to persuade him.
So, what do we do now?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm making back for town.
Oh, but Jason...
Well, let's argue about it when we cross the road, shall we?
Oh! Oh, did you see that idiot in the big white van? He missed me by an inch.
No, Lila. It wasn't just white, it was blue and white.
I'll be damned to the decor. I was nearly butchered.
I wonder. A blue and white van with the legend Frodham Laundry.
Sometimes I wondered if you're all there.
Lila, do you remember Billy said the laundry delivered on Friday afternoon?
And what about it?
Well, do you remember that it was also on Friday afternoon that a big blue and white van nearly crashed into that Pontiac? So the laundryman might just conceivably remember a girl getting a lift, mightn't he?
And he could provide an alibi.
Why not? If you were to inquire at the laundry which chap it was...
Me, did you say me?
Yes, dear. I feel that here is an A1 chance for you to practice your sultry sirens act.
My secretary says you wish to see me, Miss James.
So very kind of you to spare the time, Mr...
Frisbee, Mr. Frisbee.
Oh, you are the manager?
I am, yes.
Oh, you see, it's such a big laundry that I didn't expect anyone so young or so...
Oh, well, we're pretty progressive, you know. Yes, pretty progressive.
I'm sure you have a hand in quite a lot of things, eh?
Oh, well...
For example, the colour scheme of those delightful vans of yours.
Van?
Yes, it's because one of them that I'm here, Mr. Frisbee.
Oh, not a collision, I hope.
Oh, no. You see, last Friday at about 3 o'clock, I was going along the Frimley Road when I saw one of your vans turn out at Frimley Hall. And as it did, this sort of fell from the back.
Fell? What is it?
Well, I don't know. Naturally, I wouldn't dream of opening laundry property.
Oh, but it's not. It must be the private property of the driver.
Oh, then perhaps you could return it to him, if you know who he is, of course.
Oh, indeed. There could only have been one van in the Frimley area on Friday. Potter's.
Oh, I think it's marvellous how you know.
Yes, but you see, Potter left our employment last Friday.
Oh, how irritating.
It certainly was, in more ways than one. Oh, but you wouldn't be interested in that.
Oh, but, Mr. Frisbee, you've no idea how interested I'd be.
Oh, well, you see, he let me down.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he gave notice in the usual way. But because he'd always been such a respectable chap, worked here almost 3 years, you know, I made an exception in his case, stamped his cards up to date, gave him his money at lunchtime.
Yes?
He told me the train to catch right after work. And then when I went into the transport section at 5, I found his van returned. Left half an hour early. Well, Mike Potter needn't apply for references to me.
Mike Potter?
Is anything the matter, Miss James?
No, I mean, what a pity we've no way of tracing him. I don't suppose you know where he was going?
Only somewhere up north. But of course he had lodgings here. And no doubt his landlady has a forwarding address.
Mr. Frisbee, I don't suppose you could find her address for me?
Yes, I think I have it here in the file.
It's tempting, Lila. It's terribly tempting.
So you agree that Mike, alias Mr. X, could also be this laundryman?
Well, the facts fit. Say Mike was waiting on the lay-by for Lynn to emerge, as he thought, in a car.
Yes.
And then saw her on foot, getting a lift from the American. He then overtook the Pontiac, hurtled onto his depot, and dashed for the station.
So there was no need for any phone call from Thrale?
I'm beginning to wonder if Thrale had any connection with this. In fact, I have the beginning of a superb idea. The way the murderer got into Frimley Hall.
Well, come on, then.
You remember, Billy said the van went round the back of the house but didn't stop.
Yes.
Well, what if, during the split second the van was out of sight, a passenger had jumped from the back? A passenger who not only knew the dog, but who also had a key. A passenger whom we now know couldn't have been Thrale, Billy, or Bob.
But Miss Terry, driven there from Frodham. Yes, Jason, it fits.
Let's try it for time. Miss Terry entered the cinema at 2:30. Say she left at 2:45 and met the van in Frodham. She could be at the hall by 3 and inside the place before Thrale arrived. Then she hears Lady Mathery announce, when Thrale has gone, that she wishes to be alone, and nips in to kill her.
Dashes out of the French door, chucks away the revolver, and... Oh.
What's up?
Well, how did she get back to Frodham in time to catch the 5:45 bus?
She had, say, 25 minutes plus. How about if she'd hidden a push-bike among the trees? In the dark, she'd not be recognized on the road.
I suppose she could have done, though I can't really see her on one. Or for that matter, it seems awfully hard to connect that genteel lady's companion with a North Country van man, doesn't it?
They've both been in the district 3 years. That's something.
And there's still not a vestige of motive.
Well, that may come if we can once prove a link between her and Mike. And obviously the place to begin is the chap's digs.
Oh, no, he didn't leave no forwarding address, not Mr. Potter. He didn't have to, if you follow.
I'm afraid I don't, Mrs. Beasley.
I mean, he'll be back, see?
Back? When?
Well, I couldn't say, I'm sure. But it stands to reason he'll come back for his scooter, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, I noticed it in the lane beside the house.
Besides, he'd never go off and forget old friends, not Mr. Potter. Ever such a nice lodger he was. Never no nasty drinking or noise. Happy as a sandboy, just watching the telly or going to the local rep.
He liked the theatre?
Oh, crazy for it he was. Collected all them old programmes and theatrical pictures. I used to tell him, you could be an actor yourself, Mr. Potter, with your looks, but he just smiled. Shy, you know, not even a girlfriend.
Perhaps if I leave this parcel with you, Mrs. Beasley, you could return it to him when he comes.
Well, of course I will. I'm glad you caught me in. I'm usually down the factory till 6.
Goodbye.
Oh, yes. Ta-ta, then.
Come on.
I wonder what he'll think of that parcel if he ever opens it. 3 packets of potato crisps.
Well, at least the connection between Potter and Miss Terry is getting clearer. 10 to 1, he wasn't really a vanman at all, but an actor. I always said there was a smell of grease paint about this.
Both of them apparently shy and never meeting the other sex.
Oh, by the way, what about the motor scooter? Miss Terry could have used it to get back to Frodham with.
Mike just unloaded it from his van, you mean?
Yeah. It was dark by then. Mrs. Beasley probably at her factory, too. So if Terry wore a snowdrop helmet or those plastic slacks, she'd pass for a man at a distance.
But we've still no real evidence to prove the connection. How do we do that?
Find out about Miss Terry's early life. Possibly that's where their paths first crossed.
Oh, that won't be easy.
Well, I imagine Lady Mathery would only have employed someone through a really good agency. So tomorrow we'll start on a whole lot of phoning. Lila, I've done it. I phoned this place in High Holborn, Pamela Agencies Limited, and they know her.
Well, after 23 phone calls, I should hope someone did.
They weren't very keen to give her back history, but I spun them a tall story about locating her for a legacy.
Well, come on, then give.
Right. Terry, Edith. Born Watford, 1932. Attended Linwood School, Bushy, 43-48. Trained as a nurse in Bridget's Hospital, Penge, 48-51. First post with a Mrs. Yarrow of Edinburgh, who died in 55. Then employed by the Bellinger Clinic, Sloane Square, until July 59. Left for private reasons. 3 months later, in late September, she took up her post with Lady Mathery.
Well, it sounds singularly unsensational, doesn't it?
One thing's a bit odd. Why did she leave the Bellinger Clinic, which is wildly opulent, for Lady Mathery? And why the 3-month gap in between?
Are we to ask at the clinic?
Sooner or later, we're going to work right through her career. I suggest we start at each end. I'll tackle Linwood School and her background at Watford. You interview the head of the clinic.
All right.
I believe he's a very handsome doctor who resembles Herbert Lom.
Handsome? He was divine. I tell you, Jason, the moment I'm rich, I shall live at the Bellinger Clinic.
Never mind that. Did you find out why Terry left?
Yes, to nurse a sister up in Northampton.
Then it must be true.
What?
The headmistress of Linwood School told me the same thing.
Well, how did she know, for heaven's sake?
It seems she was quite a friend of Edith's, ever since she left school 14 years back.
I could just imagine Miss Terry writing letters to her teachers. Some people never leave school.
It's thanks to those letters I got an admirable sketch of her career, at least up to 3 years ago.
What then?
Then the letters stopped.
That 3 years keeps cropping up, doesn't it?
Yes. Anyway, till then our Edith was a paragon of virtue. Popular and clever, the joy and support of her widowed mum, who died in 49, and the inspiration of St. Bridget's, where she trained as a nurse.
How did she inspire men?
Meaning anyone called Potter. It seems she preferred the ideal of service. However, there is one extremely interesting fact about her.
Which is?
Her sister?
Oh, the one she went off to nurse in Northampton?
The same. Violetta. In 1947, the year before Edith took her school cert, Violetta disappeared.
Don't tell me. Into white slavery.
Worse, onto the stage.
Oh.
She found some disreputable fellow in Godalming, of all places,
no.
who signed her for a fit-up tour in a sort of third-rate dancing troupe.
Oh.
From then on, she went from strength to strength, ending up at about 100% proof.
So she'd taken to the demon drink?
Like others before her in this harsh profession. However, in 1956, she found the Torcliffe Repertory Company and romance.
Romance in rep?
Well, not quite in rep, in the Variety Theatre opposite. The gentleman in question was known as Marvo, the Man of Mystery. They married.
Don't tell me they lived happily ever after.
Not quite. By 1959, Violetta was back on the old bottle, and it was then Edith was called in to nurse her. And, my Lila, Edith fell for Violetta's husband.
Did the schoolmistress tell you that?
No, but I can't see any other reason why he should leave Northampton and take up work as a laundryman in Sussex.
You mean...
Yes, my love. Violetta's husband, alias Marvo, the Man of Mystery, was christened Michael Potter.
Jason! We've actually done it. We've made contact.
Yes. Yeah, we've quite a case against Miss Terry, given just one really malicious witness to demonstrate they did fall in love during those 3 months.
Violetta?
If we can trace her. After the desertion, she'd hardly go on living at the same address. Still, there may be neighbours.
But we don't know the address.
Oh, yes, we do. Edith wrote to her mentor twice from there. At Elm Cottage, Rinham, near Northampton. And tomorrow, my love, that is where we shall be.
Oh, well, no need to ask if Violetta left. The place is just about a ruin.
Don't suppose it was much. Even before the roof caved in. Oh, what a place to choose. A mile outside the village. Only the one house opposite.
It's not just a house. It's one of those country shops. Couldn't we ask them if they knew her? Oh, well, the only thing is, how does one inquire if a passionate love affair took place there 3 years back?
I'm not sure yet. We'll play it by ear. Come on, in we go.
All right.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I wonder if you can help me. I represent a firm of solicitors who wish to trace a Mrs. Violetta Potter. I believe at one time she lived opposite.
Well, yes, sir, but...
Yes?
Well, sir, Mrs. Potter's been dead these 3 years.
Oh, dear. Most unforeseen.
Why, the papers was full of it at the time. Proper local drama it was, especially for us. You see, it was my hobby, saw the car plunge over. Oh, shocking.
One moment, Mrs...
Cooper, sir, Mrs. Cooper.
Do I understand the lady died in some kind of car accident?
Well, I suppose you could call it an accident, but I always said one of these days the drink would get the better of her.
You say your husband witnessed the accident?
Oh, more than that. You see... Her sister, her name was Miss Terry. Well, she'd gone into Northampton for the afternoon while Potter stayed with his wife. Couldn't leave her alone, you see.
Right.
Well, about 7 in the evening, me and hubby hears the most shocking screaming, and when we looks out, there she was, right in the front garden, threatening him with a bottle while he pleaded with her to go back indoors. Well, the next thing, crash! She brings the bottle down on his poor head, that heavy she fell him to the ground. And then away off she went round the house to the garage, and before he could even pick himself up, she was backing the car down the drive like a mad woman. Well, he just got to his feet when she was off up the Wickham Road, the car plunging from side to side.
Good Lord. What did you do?
Well, of course, hubby and me rushed over to Potter, and I'll tell you, his head was bleeding like a fountain. Sobbing he was. Follow my wife, he says. Well, hubby's van being parked outside, they was off like a flash, and at the top of Wickham Ridge, looking down, they see her taillights, and hubby puts on speed. Well, that did it.
Did it?
Yeah, I reckon she saw him and put her foot down, too. Anyway, suddenly, about a mile ahead, they see the lights swerve right across the road, and the car go crashing through the fence above the gravel pit. Well, by this time, hubby and Potter was down the slope after her, but by then the car was aflame. Oh, mind, they pulled her clear, but her neck was broken.
I suppose in one way you could call it a happy release.
That's just what Miss Terry said when she got back from Northampton.
There was no chance, of course, that the car was at fault.
Oh, Lord bless you, no, sir. The police checked that.
Just one thing. It must have been dark by 7 on a late September evening. How did you manage to see the quarrel so clearly?
Well, with the porch light on and light streaming out of the lounge, the garden was lit up like,
Like a stage?
That's the very word.
Thank you, Mrs. Cooper. Now, I wonder if you could give me the name of the local paper in which the crash was reported.
Oh, well, if it's any help to you, I've still got the cuttings myself. Pictures of all three of them. You're welcome to them if you like.
I don't like it, Lila. Not one little bit.
Are you thinking what I think? That Edith Terry and Potter decided to do poor Violetta in?
Could be. Yet something seems wrong. If they were in love, why live apart for 3 years? Or plot to do Lady Mathry in?
It seems so out of character for the saintly Edith.
In any case, how could they have murdered Violetta? Edith Terry was in Northampton and Potter himself in someone else's van. Yet I'll swear something in that woman's story seemed wrong.
For instance?
Well, the lights, for one thing. A porch light on when no one was expected. And on a cold September evening, the lounge curtains still not drawn.
I see nothing in that.
Then the garage. I mean, look at it. Well, what's left? Can you see there's a door inside there connecting with the house?
Of course I can.
Then why didn't Violetta use the inside door? Why did she come all round the outside, the long way?
She was drunk.
Yes. Theatrically drunk in full view of the neighbours in a brightly lit front garden. The melodramatic blow of the bottle, the blood, the furious chase, and the blazing wreck. That damn smell of grease paint again.
I suppose it sometimes happens in real life. The victim makes a scene before she pops off and...
Lila, that's it.
It?
The victim. The obliging victim. Here, let me see those photographs again.
Yes.
Now, look at this one of Violetta. We'll try to forget the makeup and the peroxide. Who does she remind you of?
Well, she's not unlike her sister, except for the hair.
Yes, that's obvious. But look again. Doesn't her picture remind you of someone else? Someone we know?
No, not a bit.
Well, it does me. And if what I think is right, it explains a whole lot of things. It explains a pair of cotton gloves, a rifle...
A rifle? What rifle?
Billy's, of course. And it shows me a magnificent motive for Lady Mathry's death, as well as why Potter was at Frimley. We've been up the creek, Lila. Lady Mathry wasn't killed by Edith Terry at all.
Well, Mr. Flowerdew, you're a lucky man. I've just been on the line to Somerset House, and they confirmed the existence of the certificate you spoke of.
So my theory holds water after all?
Yes, sir, it does.
So what will you do, Inspector?
Well, for one thing, I shall put Mr. Swain under surveillance right away. What's more, if we can get a permit, we'll have his line tapped. Now, let's see, it's Thursday today. Swain was supposed to have been hearing from Mr. X on Monday evening.
That's right.
Then by now he should be well on the way towards getting the money out of Thrale. In fact, the supposed handover will be at any moment. I was wondering, would you like to be in at the kill?
Oh, Inspector.
Would? Good. Then if you will hold yourselves in readiness, as they say, I'll be giving you a ring.
Hello, Inspector. Here we are.
So you caught your train, all right. Hop in the back, then.
Yes.
What we can't fathom is why we're meeting at Arundel.
Sorry, I couldn't tell you more on the phone. The reason is that the handover is to be at Littlehampton, 3 miles from here.
So you know?
X rang Mr. Swain with his final instructions this afternoon. There's a 5th of November show at Littlehampton tonight, and that's where we're to meet. Clever idea to choose a time when there'll be crowds, and when in the uncertain light and with all the noise, no one will really notice.
Do you know what time the handover is to be, Inspector?
No, sir. Mr. Swain was instructed to mingle with the crowd, keeping the package under his arm. Someone will come behind him and take it, but he won't know when or who. If he raises any kind of alarm, the deal is off.
Just a moment. How can you carry 50,000 in a package?
Well, it seems Mr. Swain was instructed to convert the money into jewellery. After we started tailing him, we found he twice visited a well-known firm in Hatton Garden. They told us he'd require them to supply a number of stones to the value of 50,000. He called for the box this morning.
But, Inspector, if there are these crowds and the light's uncertain, how will your men follow Tom?
Ah. Well, there, we've used a bit of science. Sid, to be exact.
Sid?
Switch on, Harvey. There. That's Sid.
Sounds like a Sputnik.
Well, in a way, it is. SID is short for Sonic Informatory Device, a very simple transmitting signal.
Sorry, I'm no wiser.
Now, wait a bit. Once we'd explained to the Hatton Garden firm what was up, they collaborated with us in placing SID in the lining of the jewel box. It's a tiny transistorized complex, rather like a jam pot cover. From now on, wherever that box goes, it's sending out a short-wave signal, which is being picked up by my patrol cars.
So the sound is coming from under Tom's arm at this very moment?
Exactly, miss. Of course, Mr. Swain can't hear it. Only we can do that. But the moment the box moves, we shall be able to tell.
You mean the signal will change its pitch or something?
Yes. So we shall be able to tell whether the box is going north, south, east, or west. And also by the volume, we can estimate the distance.
But it won't be a lot of use in a crowd, though, will it?
Sooner or later, miss, the person who is collecting will come out of the crowd. And it's 100 to 1 he'll leave Littlehampton. I have a car stationed on each exit route. The moment he passes, whichever car it is, we shall follow.
It's getting louder.
Now, that's because we're just outside the town. At this moment, Mr. Swain is waiting on the green, where the bonfire will be.
It seems eerie, somehow.
Switch off, Harvey. Now, I must ask you not to leave the car when we come to a halt. We're making for a side turning opposite the green, where we shall wait until the signal announces movement.
But what if we see Tom after the handover?
Well, it's rather unlikely, but if we do, we shall take him in. He may provide just the information we need. What time is it, Harvey?
Just after 8:30, sir. They should be coming in a minute now.
Wind down the window.
Yes, I can hear the band.
Harvey, we'd better check positions.
Sir. Control B Bravo 2020 over.
B Bravo 20 to control. Standing by, over.
Control B Bravo 21 over.
B Bravo 21 to control. Standing by, over.
Control B Bravo 22 over.
B Bravo 22 to control. Standing by, over.
Control B Bravo 23 over.
B Bravo 23 to control. Standing by, over.
All cars in position, sir.
Switch on the signal, then. Now we have to wait.
That's the bonfire I like. Just look at the flames.
High wind tonight.
I say, I'm rather careful to rock. Inspector, signal change, sir.
Which way?
Eastwards, going towards Rustington.
121.
Control B Bravo 21. Suspect moving eastwards. Stand by to report maximum signal.
B Bravo 21 to control. Roger and out.
Right, Harvey. Turn into the main road and make your way slowly along the front towards Rustington.
Sir.
Jason, look, it's Tom. Coming out of the crowd over there. And he hasn't got the parcel.
Well, Inspector, what do we do?
Follow him slowly, Harvey. When I say out, Mr. Flowerdew, we'll jump from the car and rush him. All right?
Right.
Out!
He's seen us. He's dodging down that turning. What's wrong with him? Tom, come back, you fool! Tom! Don't waste your breath. Get after him. Don't worry, Inspector. He was never very fast on the rugger fields.
Keep away, Jason. I'm warning you.
Don't be a fool. Get him, Flowerdew. All right, Tom, you asked for it.
Damn you, Jason. Damn you to hell.
Where are we, Harvey?
880, sir. North of the Worthing Road. He's making for the Downs.
B Bravo 22 to control. Suspect passing checkpoint 312. Riding blue scooter, wearing leather jacket, snowdrop helmet. Registration number obscured.
All cars to follow. Now, Mr. Swade, let's have a bit of an explanation.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I panicked. I didn't want this chap to see you get me. If he thought I'd...
Hold on a moment. Listen. My God, he stopped. We've got him. Right, Constable, where is he?
I'm sorry, sir.
What do you mean, sorry? The signal was at peak pitch.
He must have guessed how we were following, sir. We just found the empty box thrown out in the road.
On the... Well, top me. What a pack of fools not to have thought of that.
Mrs. Merrick's old, sir. They've been trying to contact us for 2 hours. Seems someone rang Miss Terry at Frimley Hall just before 6. Immediately afterwards, Miss Terry ordered a taxi into Frodham. We had 2 main tailor and loser.
That's all I needed. No indication of a meeting place, of course.
No, sir. I have the full message here, sir.
I pray you fail me not, Bah. Obviously prearranged, so we lose the pair of them.
I wouldn't be too sure, Inspector.
What?
That's a quotation from A Midsummer Night's Dream. Rude Mechanicals, planning a meeting. Let me see. Peter Quince says, I pray you fail me not. Then Bottom says something about rehearsing, and Quince replies, at the Duke's Oak, we meet.
The Duke's Oak? That's the name of a roadhouse on the main Horsham Road.
Well done. There may still be a chance. Come on, back to the cars.
I tell you, Lynn, you never saw anything like it. The 2 of them were sitting at this table in the cocktail lounge. Then the inspector walked across. The moment she saw him, she stood up and she began to scream. I don't know if it was rage or fear, but it took 3 men to get her outside.
Oh, how horrible.
I'd say she was one of the few entirely evil women I've ever arrested. It's obvious Potter was afraid of her, as well he might be, of a murderess twice over.
Twice, did you say?
Oh, yes, Mr. Flowerdew discovered the earlier one when he was investigating the family background. It's really the clue to this whole affair.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand.
Oh, I see, Lynn. I discovered that Edith Terry had a sister called Violetta, who'd been killed in a car crash. And what put me on the scent was that Violetta's photograph bore a strong resemblance to you.
Me?
Yes. So I did a bit of research at Somerset House, and I found out something which at last gave me the motive for the whole affair. I found that Edith and Violetta were your cousins.
What?
Don't you remember your Uncle Ralph who married that actress?
What?
His widow was left with 2 daughters, Edith and Violetta. The mother, with a love of the stage and a hatred for the Setons, changed her name to Terry. She knew about the trust fund, you see, and deeply resented the fact that the family wouldn't help her.
My cousins?
Now, the one daughter, Edith, harbored no thoughts of revenge. It was Violetta who for years kept tabs on Lady Mathery and schemed out how a murder might get her the £50,000. Then, in 1959, came her chance. Lady Mathery advertised for a companion. Well, plainly, Violetta couldn't apply for the job, but Edith could. What's more, when the police investigation came, she would appear to have a completely blameless background.
So she somehow bullied Edith into taking the post.
No, I'm afraid something went wrong. Edith either refused to be a party to the conspiracy, or even said she'd expose the plot. So what happens? Violetta and her husband rent a deserted cottage, lure Edith there with a tale that she's needed to nurse her sister, and then murder her.
But what did that solve?
It meant, my love, that Violetta could take Edith's place.
But they didn't even look alike.
No, Violetta was a peroxide blonde and Edith was a plain little mouse. But essentially their bones and build were the same. It's easy enough to dye one's hair brown, wipe off makeup and don sensible tweeds. The rest would be acting, and Violetta was a good actress. She became her sister. Except, of course, she couldn't write to old friends.
But, Jason, how did they manage to make it seem that Violetta had driven off and crashed the car?
I think it went like this. On the morning Edith was due to go into Northampton, in fact, she was drugged. While she was unconscious, Violetta and Mike bleached her hair, applied a heavy makeup, and put her into some tarty clothes. Meanwhile, Violetta dyed her hair brown, removed her makeup, and donned Edith's clothes. Then, as Edith, she took the bus into Northampton. I think she must have had a push bike waiting there in the public stand. As darkness fell, she cycled back by some secondary road, hid the bike near the gravel pit, and got to the cottage over the fields. No one saw her. Meanwhile, Potter had placed the unconscious sister in the front seat of the car, hunched up below the level of the window. When it was dark, he opened the garage doors. Now, all Violetta had to do was slip on a flashy topcoat and a blonde wig, and she was ready to stage that loud, melodramatic scene in the front garden.
So that was why the lights were on, for the neighbours to see.
Right. She crowns her husband with a bottle and drives off. Potter follows with the neighbour. Violetta steers for the gravel pit. At the last moment, she jumps clear while the sister crashes to her death. All she now has to do is remove the blonde wig and the topcoat, grab the hidden push bike, cycle back into Northampton. There, as Edith once more, she catches the outward bus and arrives to find her supposedly wicked sister dead.
And so she was free to take the job with Aunt Nina.
Yes. But remember, it wasn't going to be enough just to kill your aunt. You had to appear to be the killer. Now, that could only arise as the result of a row over the changed will. Also, you had to be invited down to Frimley, and Thrale informed of the fact.
Yes, but how could Violetta be sure that would happen?
She wasn't. Your aunt never wrote that letter, or phoned Thrale. And on that afternoon, you didn't interview your aunt at all. But Violetta giving the performance of her life.
But that's impossible.
Don't you remember the room was rather dim, and that somehow you sensed your aunt was different? Add to that the fact that Violetta had 3 years to study your aunt, and that to some extent she had the family features. Wasn't at all impossible.
But where was Aunt Nina at that time?
In the adjoining bedroom, I imagine. You see, she'd been given some kind of sedative by Violetta just before she left at 2 that afternoon. As she sat in her chair by the window, Billy would merely assume the old woman was napping as usual.
But later he saw her wake.
Now think. Violetta caught the bus at 2. She entered the cinema at past, left shortly after by a side door, met Potter. They drove back to Frimley together, and she was in the house at 3. She then assumed the makeup and clothes of your aunt. While Billy was chatting to Bob at 3:25, she lifted the old woman from her chair and placed her on the bed in the room next door. She then took Lady Mathery's place in the chair and was duly woken 5 minutes later. At 4:20, she received Thrale. Next, she staged the quarrel. I suppose you see now why she wore gloves.
So that only my fingerprints were on the gun.
Also, hands are the one thing you can't really disguise. Violetta's hands were not arthritic.
Yes, of course.
Well, now, the moment you and Thrale had gone, she rang Billy to say she wasn't to be disturbed. That left her 20 minutes to put on her own clothes and cover them with a motor scooter outfit. Next, She lifted Lady Mathery back into her chair and, still wearing the cotton gloves, shot her. That would be, say, at 14 minutes past 5. She then opened the French doors and rang Billy to announce a supposed intruder. But the shot he actually heard was a second one she fired out of the window. Then she was off into the shelter of the trees and onto her scooter.
It was certainly clever.
In point of fact, she'd made 2 mistakes. The first was to tell Billy to bring his rifle. A sportswoman like your aunt would certainly have said gun. And the second thing was to shoot Lady Mathery from behind. If she'd really heard an intruder, she would have turned to face him.
You know, sir, I hate to steal your thunder, but you've made one serious mistake I'd have thought a theatrical man would have avoided.
How do you mean, Inspector?
Well, you suggested the victim in each case was first drugged and then killed. Of course, I can't be sure about the first murder, but in the second, I can assure you the autopsy found no trace of a drug in Lady Mathery's body. So how was she kept asleep?
Well, no, I give up.
You should have inquired a little more about Marvo, the man of mystery, sir. He was a hypnotist, and Violetta had been his assistant. Miss Harker, when that bullet finished your aunt, she was in a hypnotic sleep.
So that's why Potter said she felt no pain, and why Billy spoke of her as being under a spell. Oh, honestly, Jason, I've no idea how even to begin to thank you.
No? Well, I have. You can begin by letting me bring my tiny stool and join your queue. You see, it occurred to me that one day there may be disgusting progeny who deny that their grandsire was ever beautiful or talented. Unless, of course, there's a really gorgeous portrait by you to prove the fact. Well, now, I do assure you I'm quite unparalleled in that.
That was Jane Wenham as Lynn Harker, Frank Duncan as Jason Flowerdew, John Pullen as Tom Swain, and Marjorie Westbury as Lady Mathery and Edith Terry in Deal with Murder by Peter Cornish, with Dennis Graham as Inspector Davis, Nicolette Bernard as Lila James, Stephen Thorne as the American telephone caller and the North Country traveller, William Fox as Billy, John Ruddock as Mr. Thrale, Frederick Treves as Detective Sergeant Harvey, Mary Wimbush as Mrs. Cooper, Hamlin Benson as Mr. Frisbee, Eva Stewart as Mrs. Beasley, Geoffrey Matthews as Bob Hazelrig, Gerard Green as George, Andrew Sachs as the American motorist, Peter Bartlett as the waiter at the Raven. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Audrey Cameron.
Colder Than of Late by Ken Whitmore.
And finally, the weather prospects for the North region. A bright, frosty night is forecast.
She'll be here at any minute.
Woman, the weather. It will be colder than of late, but the severe northeasterly winds should abate towards dawn. And there is a likelihood of snow on the hills.
Norman, Miss Moraine...
Let
him
finish, the further outlook is for a continuing cold spell with falls of snow, heavy in places, likely to affect the entire region.
There, that's her.
This is the North region of the BBC Home Service.
Now, tell her we want no pencil writing.
now,
Get it in ink.
Henry Hall
tell her.
And the BBC Dance Orchestra.
Anybody'd think you were scared of her. All right, I'm coming.
Well, you're in a tearing rush to open up to a starving soul, Sarah Minshall. What's the matter? Is the house afire?
Oh, Miss Moraine, I'm sorry. I came just as soon as ever I could.
Let the old witch freeze to the doorstep. Is that what Norman said? Then you'd get a soft-headed landlord who'd drop the rent to 10 bob a year. Or maybe an out, eh?
Here's the rent book, Miss Moraine.
Well, let me into the hall, then. Can't see in this dark. Never mind my fingers dropping off with frostbite.
Just mind that step. It's right icy.
I can see I threw good brass away decorating these walls for you. Some folk just don't respect other people's property.
Norman decorated it himself, Miss Moraine, if you remember, and it's peeling off the walls because of the damp we've been telling you about ever since...
Bad paper hanging, more like. This row of cottages are stood here hundreds of years. They're in the guidebooks. A charming group fronting the quaint old High Street. That's what they call them. These walls are as solid as your Norman's head. Now, none of your nonsense, and let's see the colour of your money. See, it's 2 weeks you owe, isn't it? Just let's get me pen.
No, it's never. We settle up prompt every week, as you well know.
You'd be a right rare one for this day and age if you did that. But you're right this time, as it happens.
In pen, please.
What do you say?
You're writing it in pencil. Norman says you should write it in ink with a pen. Rent in a rent book.
He can lump it then.
Then I must give you no rent.
What's this? Am I suspected of some underhand devious malpractice because I run out of the house without a pen?
Here's a pen, Miss Moraine.
What?
And ink on the hall table here.
I do hate to see a mistrustful woman, Sarah. You're a funny little body. Well, give it here. Now, give me the money. Right. Now, in ink. Received February the 18th, 1947, 5 shillings and 9 pence. There. Satisfied? And there's your blessed pen.
Thank you, Miss Moraine. Good night.
Night, Sarah. Oh, there's just one thing. Norman Minchell. I know you're skulking back of that door. Minchell, I want words with you.
Aye? Were you calling me, Miss Moraine?
They tell me you're doing some work for that Mrs. Peddygord at the Shepherd's Pie restaurant.
I'm building an extension for her, yes.
Well, just remember you're supposed to be maintenance man at my mill, not odd jobber for the village in general. I don't run a mill for the convenience of a man setting up a business for himself on the side. It's the final warning, Minchell. And if I have to dismiss you, I dismiss you from this house, too. And I'll write that down for you in ink. Good night.
Now, watch your footing on that ice, Miss Moraine.
Watch your footing. I hope she breaks a blasted neck.
Come out of the cold, Norman. Let's get this door closed.
Just a minute. What's she driving tonight? Blasted Bentley. Look at that. 75 years old, too mean to employ a rent man, drives around in a damn Bentley collecting her coppers. They wouldn't believe that if you put it in a book. Hellfire! She's going to pull right out in front of that car.
Miss Moraine, look out! I daresn't look. Are they all right?
Come on, inside.
Norman, they might be hurt.
Inside. The force she wants us as a witness in her favour.
Are you all right in there? Madam, are you all right?
It's not a blessed speedway track. Why don't you look where you're going?
Are you all right?
Is my car all right, that's all. Here, out of my way. Let me out. Blessed speed hogs.
I should sit quietly for a minute. You've had a shock.
Are you going to let me out? There. And you can loose hold of my elbow. I'm no invalid.
This road's a sheet of glass.
Right bash. This is going to cost you a good few weeks' pay, young man.
I beg your pardon?
Well, look what you've done to this mudguard. You can't replace bibs and bobs like that on a Bentley for 9pence, you know. Not to mention that radiator of yours. Sunbeam Talbot, eh? It's not a speedway track.
We both got off light if you stop and think. A couple of hours' work for a panel beater, dab of paint, that's all.
It'll go back to the works, and you'll pay for it.
Well, look, I don't want to stand here arguing, but I wasn't to blame, you know.
I suppose you'll be saying I was in a minute.
Look, I'm prepared to forget it.
I'll bet you are.
I've taken a bigger clout than you, and you did cut right out in front of me.
I'll trouble you for your name and address. This is a reckless driving case.
I think you're right.
Name and address.
All right, I'll write it down. Here's some paper. Here, my wallet, yes, and a pen. Bernard Baxter, 19 Leopard Gardens, Hendon, Middlesex. There. And I'm putting up at the inn here tonight.
The mortal man?
That's right. And your name?
Moraine. Martha Moraine. The Lead Hall. 2 miles up the road on the edge of the moor.
Moraine?
Heard of me, have you?
No, it's just the name, Moraine. It means an infectious disease of cattle, doesn't it?
If that's meant as sarcasm...
Look, Miss Moraine, I advise you to go home, get a good night's rest, and get your car into a garage in the morning, and then forget all about it. It's a good offer.
Listen, Mr. Baxter, I'm getting browned off with you.
Will you please let go of my coat?
Are you aware of my standing in Gimmerbeck? I practically own this dale. The chairman of the bench is a very good and close friend of mine.
Let go of my coat.
The village police sergeant and me have an understanding. We've no time for road hogs in this dale. Oh!
I warned you about holding my coat.
You bullying devil. Strike an old woman of 73 I'll have you up for assault and battering.
And could I just point out to you, Miss Moraine, or Mrs. Moraine, whichever the case may be, that under Section 16 of the Offences Against the Person Act of 1861, you just committed an unlawful assault on me by placing your hands on my coat. Good night.
Baxter?
Yes?
You give me £50 and we'll say it never happened.
Good night.
Was the meal satisfactory, Mr. Baxter?
Thank you, it was very good.
Will there be anything else?
Oh, you might put a couple of bottles in my bed. It's like the Arctic up there.
That's been done, sir, and I've lit you a fire.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Are there any other guests?
Just one gentleman, Mr. Grinton. He pays us a call from time to time.
Oh, by the way, I'll be making a start at 7 in the morning, so I want to call at 6.
6?
Breakfast at past, orange juice, red hot porridge, and ham and eggs, I think.
Well, sir, ham and eggs, what with rationing?
Oh, we're in the heart of the English countryside, aren't we? A pig in every parlour, a hen under every bed. Don't tell me you live on Walton pies and snook up here.
There is the law, Mr. Baxter.
Oh, we come face to face with it at every turn, don't we? Here you are. Would a couple of pounds help to defray any fine you might incur?
Oh, thank you kindly. I'll see what I can do. Now, would you like to step through to the saloon bar? There's a nice warm fire in there.
Lead me to it.
That's the tap room through there. Local mill workers and farmhands get in there. I think you prefer the saloon. Just through here, sir. This way, sir. Oh, evening, Mr. Grinton.
Hello, Peter.
Hello, Rector. I didn't see you come in.
I was as unobtrusive as possible, Peter.
Rose, see that Mr. Baxter's well looked after. I'll just go and see how your fire's getting on, sir.
Now then, sir.
Oh, Scotch, please, if you do have the real McCoy.
Excuse me, sir. Will you join us over here and share the merry blaze?
Thank you. Would you join me in a drink?
Oh, well, that's very decent. A rum and peppermint, please.
Good. And your companion?
Oh, a pint of bitter. It's very noble of you.
All right. Now, a Scotch, rum and peppermint, and a pint of bitter, please.
Right, sir.
Here you are, miss. Bring our drinks over, will you?
Yes, certainly, sir.
Oh, look, do take my seat.
Here, I'll move round a bit.
All right. I'll stand in front of the fire until the blood starts flowing. My name's Baxter, by the way.
And my name's Synico, Arthur Synico.
Rector of this parish.
And this is Mr. Grinton.
How do you do?
Mr. Grinton's our local, I think the term is newshound.
Forewarned is forearmed.
Here you are, gentlemen.
Ah, thank you, Rose.
Eightpence halfpenny change, sir.
Thank you. Well, your good health.
And to you.
Cheerio. And here's hoping you meet with no more little accidents.
Accidents? What? Is that the talk of the village already? It only happened 3/4 of an hour ago.
I'm paid to be a walking antenna, Mr. Baxter. And you know how it is in a village. Kick one and they all limp. Don't I know your face, Mr. Baxter?
I doubt it. This is my first time in these parts.
Well, I travel all over Yorkshire.
Mr. Grinton's the agricultural correspondent of the Yorkshire Evening Standard. He only pays us a call every month or so. A peripatetic post, you might say.
Keep the party clean. I move from town to town, digging out the farming news, village to village. I'll place you in a minute.
I've never been in Yorkshire before.
What brings you up here, if it isn't a rude question?
I think it is rude, Mr. Grinton.
I'd intended staying the night in Rigworth, but I hadn't realised how depressing these big northern mill towns really are. The Blitz didn't make much improvement, did it?
No.
I just thought I'd push on to somewhere more pleasant, and I saw the sign, Gimmerbeck, 20 miles.
Rigworth's my hometown and very close to my heart, Mr. Baxter. But have another drink. Rose, my love, same again.
Right.
I suppose you don't realise you came within inches of making yourself a village hero tonight, Mr. Baxter.
Oh, yes?
Gimmerbeck's dragon slain. The toast of this tiny Dalestown tonight is a 42-year-old... I didn't get your occupation.
I didn't mention it. And you're a bit out on the age as well.
Oh, you must forgive Mr. Grinton. He's trying to loosen your tongue because the villagers steadfastly refuse to unlock theirs.
They're a cagey lot, all right.
They keep their counsel.
But they'd have erected a statue to you, Mr. Baxter, if only you'd killed the old girl.
Miss Moraine? Is she not liked, then?
Rector, Will you disabuse this innocent gentleman?
She's a fellow creature, Mr. Grinton. Show a little charity.
She's a greedy, vindictive, spiteful, grasping old...
In other words, not Mr. Grinton's cup of tea. Drinks.
Thank you, Rector.
That's a good Rose. Shove it on the bill, will you?
Right, Mr. Grinton, I will.
Martha Moraine. Yes. In a way, you know, she's admirable. You have to hand it to her. This dale's in the palm of her hand. Owns most of it. 30,000 acres or more. The mill, the tannery, half the cottages, and the souls of the tenants. Talk about Russian serfs. Her father bought the mill and gathered most of the land around him. I've ginned up on this family. Broke his neck on a horse in 1904, to universal rejoicing by all accounts. But they cheered too soon. Just 30, Martha was, when she started her reign of terror. You know how she used to recruit labour for the mill? She'd go down to Rigwith or Bradford or Leeds, one of the mill towns, and get a job as a mill hand. And she'd watch very carefully to see who worked well, who pulled his weight, who was a good timekeeper. You follow? Then, when she'd marked down the cream of the workers, she'd sidle up and tempt them to Gimmerbeck. Pure country air, security of employment, a cottage by a beck.
And then?
The rude awakening. Exploitation, Mr. Baxter. The threat of eviction if you put a foot wrong. I'll tell you, one of these mill hands, in about 1910 or 11, wasn't it, Rector?
What? The woman who died. Oh, before our time. About 1910. Getting on for 40 years, anyway.
One of the mill hands she brought up from Rigworth went and died. And Martha Moraine, no messing about, gave his widow notice to quit the cottage the day after the funeral. Winter it was. Night like this, I shouldn't wonder. The widow leaves her child with a neighbour, little boy of 4 or 5, says she has to run an errand, and off she goes. 2 days later, she's found frozen to death on the moor. What was the woman's name, Rector?
Her gravestone's in a corner of the churchyard, but I must confess I haven't looked at it for years.
What became of the boy? Is he still in the village?
No. Back to Rigworth, I suppose. Relatives or what have you. Some said the woman called at the Lead Hall. That's Martha Moraine's house. You pass it on the way to the moor. They say she called on Martha to beg for one more chance, but got turned down flat and just wandered onto the moor to die.
It sounds a bit far-fetched.
Listen, Mr. Baxter, I could tell you more tales about Martha Moraine.
Oh, really?
Well, what about the brass band?
Brass band?
She confiscated their instruments. This is only about 18 months ago.
The Gimmerbeck British Wool Brass Band. Quite famous in these parts, Mr. Baxter. Most of the instrumentalists work at Miss Moraine's mill.
They went down to a contest in Manchester and won first prize. Then they started celebrating. Well, next morning, I don't think one of them turned in on time at the mill. Next band practice, they go along to the old loom room where they keep their instruments and do the rehearsing, and their instruments have gone. What's this? Oh, says Martha, I've suspended the band for a month. Next time it'll be the sack. Then there's George Sarum.
Yes?
Bit of an artist with a paintbrush. Only got one arm. Just about scrapes a living doing local landscapes, as far as I can see. He's one of Miss Moraine's tenants, little cottage down by the river. And she's taken him to court for non-payment of rent.
No.
But the thing is, you see, Sarum's wife says she paid the rent, only Miss Moraine entered it up in the rent book in pencil. Who would you believe, Mr. Baxter?
Oh, bless me, 8 already. I'm afraid you really must excuse me.
Oh, Rector, I'd like a look at your church.
Church?
It's a hobby of mine.
Architecture?
I go in for the Norman period.
Yes, well, we're Norman, all right. At least originally. We've still got a pure Norman doorway, the heads filled in solid with beautiful sculpture to the top of the arch. Oh, look here. Come to the rectory for a sherry tomorrow.
I'm leaving at 7 in the morning. I've got to be in York by 10. Would you mind if I stroll along with you now?
You don't understand. The church is on the fell, you see.
The fell?
And jolly inconvenient, too. A stiff climb of getting on for a mile. Fortunately, the rector is down here in the village. Sometimes the snow stops us using the church for weeks on end. The parishioners have never acquired my knack of climbing mountains.
Mr. Synico's a man of many talents. He's the leader of the Gimmerbeck Mountain Rescue Team, for one thing. Don't let that dog collar deceive you.
You see, Mr. Baxter, the shepherd of Christ's flock in this parish must be a man of resourceful parts as well as strong and simple faith. Now I must bid you good night. It was awfully nice meeting you, Mr. Baxter. I wish you a safe journey in the morning. Goodbye, Grinton.
I'll be seeing you.
Good night.
Skinflint.
What did you say?
Walking out without buying his round. Strange, that. He used to be very free with his brass once upon a time. I believe his father left a very long stocking.
Huh?
Plenty of cash. Some good paintings, too, I believe. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the rectors gambled it all away.
He wouldn't be the first sporting parson.
And women.
What?
Right now, it wouldn't surprise me if he's off to see Mrs. Perigord.
Oh?
Keeps the restaurant just up the road from here. The Shepherd's Pie. A very nice piece, Charlotte Perigord.
Well, isn't he married?
Oh, yes. Pretty happily, on the surface.
Well, I think I'll take a stroll and stretch my legs. I've been driving all day.
Where from?
You know, I'd kick myself if I leave here without taking a look at that Norman doorway.
What's going on in York?
How do I get to it?
York?
The church.
Are you serious? Go 500 yards up that fell and you'll die of exposure. The Corpse Road will be thick with ice.
Corpse Road?
The lane up to the church. Nasty spot to break a leg. Of course, if you want to supply me with a crisp little story for tomorrow's first edition, Stranger freezes on fell.
All right. You've talked me out of it. I'll go and take a look at the village.
Fresh air fiend, aren't you?
I like to study the makeup of these little out-of-the-way places.
In the dark?
There's a full moon. Is there anything worth looking at?
On a miserable Monday night in Gimmerbeck. It's just a typical Dales village, that's all. 100 or 2 little stone cottages, a few Georgian places. This is the only village in the Dale, by the way. Has the Dale all to itself. Of course, you'll see a few little lights winking up in the hills, the farmhouses. The village is full of trippers in the season, hence the home-knitted woolens and knick-knack shops. The place couldn't survive without tourism, really.
Yes, I see. Well, there's nothing of architectural interest, except the church.
Well, there are the remains of the lead mines up on the moor. 17th century, I think. But you won't be going up there tonight. Oh, and there's a little stone hermitage, like a tiny chapel. Supposedly haunted, of course. Very remote, between here and the lead hall.
Miss Morane's place. I still haven't got my bearings.
Well, it's pretty straightforward. We're in the village main street, right? The Mortal Man. Go out of here, turn left, and you pass the Shepherd's Pie, the last building in the village. Then you're climbing the hill up to the moor. On the other hand, you can turn right, down the hill, through the village, over the bridge, and you're on your way out on the Rigworth Road. The Corpse Road to the church branches off just before the bridge.
Yes, I think I've got the lie of the land. Well, we may meet later.
Wrap up warm, Mr. Baxter. Rather you than me.
Your health, Mr. Grinton.
Cheerio, Doctor. Now drink it right down.
Ah, that's good. You can't beat a brandy. I suppose you've been hugging that fire all night.
Who wouldn't? It's a night to make a black dog walk in white.
Some of us have to go out in it.
You've been working?
I just closed the surgery and I was looking forward to a lazy night. And I got called out to Aysgarth.
Over the moor?
All in a day's work. And just think of the poor sheep farmers. Lambing time and weather like this. It was snowing like blazes when I left Aysgarth. Flakes as big as half-crowns. Should reach us in an hour or two.
Well, let me get you another brandy.
Oh, Mr. Grinton, you'll have me plastered.
Rose, another brandy for Dr. Dunsany. I can't have you going down with a cold. Well, it's Mrs. Perigord. You timed that nicely.
Oh, good evening. Hello, Hilary.
Hello, Charlotte.
Rose, a drink for Mrs. Perigord.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Grinton, but I'm with the rector.
Good evening, good evening. Have you been monopolising that fire all evening, Grinton? Hello, Doctor.
Yes, I'm still chair. And one for Mr. Synico, Rose. I think it's a rum, isn't it?
And peppermint. Scotch for you, Mrs. Perigord?
Yes, lovely.
Come and sit by the fire, Charlotte.
Just popped in for a nightcap.
Oh, we've had rather a heavy evening of it, ploughing through the parish accounts at the Shepherd's Pie. Mrs. Perigord's our treasurer, you know.
Yes. Well, I'll just move these chairs around so you can all get a peep at the fire.
Right, and I'll put this one over there.
Fine. You sit there, Mrs. Perigord.
Oh, thank you.
Don't mind me. I'm toasted all through.
Well, this is all very snug.
Charlotte, I don't want to spoil the party fun, but speaking as your doctor, I think you're very unwise to come out on a night like
Oh,
this.
please don't bully me, Hilary. I'm liable to burst into tears. Anyway, I think I've earned a drink. I don't keep a single bottle in the house now.
You're doing very well, but you mustn't take any risks.
Thanks, Rose. I'll take the tray.
I'm rather cross with you, Rector.
My dear Dr. Dunsany, you make me feel very guilty.
Just as long as you remember Charlotte's still in a very delicate state of health.
Oh, good God, Hilary, can't we give it a rest for once?
Dr. Dunsany, can you spare a minute? This gentleman's been hurt.
Oh dear, what's happened to him?
All right, landlord, I can stand on my own 2 feet.
Steady the bolts, Mr. Baxter. Just keep a hold on me till we get you to a chair.
What happened? Did you slip on the ice?
I just ricked my damned ankle, that's all.
My dear Mr. Baxter, here, take my chair.
Now we'll sit down. Gently does it.
My God, Baxter, I do believe you've been trying to climb up to that church. Came a cropper, did you?
Look, I'm sorry to cause all this commotion. My ankle seems to have packed in.
All right, let me take a look.
Get your blasted hands off me.
I'll just unlace your shoe.
Hands off, I said.
Don't be a fool, Baxter. The lady's a doctor.
Well, are there no men doctors in this benighted place?
Sorry, you'll just have to put up with me, Mr. whoever you are.
Baxter. Sorry. I just prefer being treated by a man.
Golly, is it 10 already? Now off with that shoe, Mr. Baxter. There. Peter, could you get me a roll of bandage and a jug of cold water?
Right you are.
Now, I'm just going to press here, Mr. Baxter.
Thank you very much.
Yes. It's rather ugly and puffed up, but, grit your teeth, Mr. Baxter. I'm going to give it a little twist.
Is it broken?
All you're suffering from, Mr. Baxter, is a badly sprained ankle and a slight case of misogyny.
Were you trying to get up to the church?
The church?
Mr. Baxter's a student of Norman doorways.
All right, I'm an idiot. It looked perfectly straightforward to me. I'd only gone 100 yards and bam, down I went.
Lucky it didn't happen at the top. Stranger freezes on fell.
Bandages, Doctor?
Oh.
Where do you want this jug? Is he all right?
Oh, just down there, Peter. He'll have to scratch from the sprint for a few days, but no lasting damage. I'm going to strap you up, Mr. Baxter. Now, be warned, this water's icy.
Oh, dear, this is marvellous. I'm supposed to be in York at 10 in the morning.
Well, you won't be driving anywhere on that ankle.
Is there anybody in the village who could run me there? He'd be well paid.
Robin Lambert. Apprentice at the garage. He might do it.
Could you get in touch with him, then?
I'll slip along and see him now.
I think you'd better help Mr. Baxter up to his room first, Peter. Bed's what he needs at the moment. You might get him a stiff brandy first.
Right.
York, of course. I know who you are now, Mr. Baxter.
Really?
I knew I'd seen your face before. Inspector Morgan. He goes on trial at York tomorrow, doesn't he? Charged with murdering his wife.
You're very well informed for an agricultural correspondent, Grinton.
Yes, Inspector Morgan. He used to work for you at Scotland Yard, didn't he? You're Baxter, Detective Superintendent Bernard Baxter.
Oh, Charlotte, are you all right? Oh, I'm sorry, but my glass slipped, that's all.
Charlotte, your hands. You really are in no condition.
Just don't bully me, Hilary.
I must explain, Mr. Baxter, that Mrs. Perigord has been under a very severe strain these last few months.
Superintendent Baxter? Now, just a moment, weren't you...
Yes, Rector. The Rosalind Withers case. Yes. Mr. Baxter's picture was all over the papers a couple of Sundays ago. I knew I'd seen him somewhere.
Here's a drink, Mr. Baxter. I'll get that down.
Thank you.
The trial of Inspector Morgan. I suppose you'll be speaking in his defence. A new sensation for you, Mr. Baxter. Giving character evidence, fine upstanding officer and all that.
What a perceptive crime reporter Fleet Street lost in you, Mr. Grinton. And now, landlord, if you help me up to bed.
Right. Now, gently does it, Mr. Baxter. Right.
Thank you.
And repeat the cold compress in the morning.
You take it steady. I'll find you a stick first thing tomorrow.
And thanks for your kind ministrations, Doctor.
Glad to help.
Watch your step, Superintendent.
I beg your pardon?
The stairs. You seem accident-prone. Well, a celebrity in our midst.
Did you say Rosalind Withers? Was he really mixed up in that affair?
Yes. Mr. Baxter caught the lady. And next week they stretch that lovely slender neck.
Oh, don't be disgusting.
Terrible waist, somehow. I wonder how Baxter feels about it. Hanged on 2 inches of turquoise cotton.
Cotton?
Haven't you followed the case, Doctor?
There's enough pain on my own doorstep, Mr. Grinton.
John Withers, a London schoolmaster, has a beautiful wife, right? 2 children, everything ticking along nicely. Then one day she's off with a young American army lieutenant. Happening all the time. Rosalind Withers wants a divorce. The husband says no. He's a Roman. He wants her back. Anyway, Rosalind goes off to live with a Yank and doesn't see the husband for, 6 months or more. Then Withers is found stabbed to death at home, and it's no time before the police pick the Yank up, and he admits everything. Says Rosalind had nothing to do with it. Wasn't anywhere near the place. The experts go through the house with tooth combs and vacuum cleaners, and Rosalind's in the clear. Nothing to suggest that she'd been there for 6 months.
But Mr. Baxter wasn't satisfied, oh no. He was intent on destroying Rosalind Withers.
Oh, come, Charlotte.
He questioned her for weeks on end. He put her on the rack. And then finally he went back to examine the house again, and he found 2 inches of turquoise cotton. Is that right, Mr. Grinton?
Yes. Tucked down between the cushions of a sofa.
A little cotton thread that came off a skirt Mrs. Withers bought 2 days before the murder.
She said she hadn't been near the place for 6 months. The cotton said otherwise.
And it was enough to convict her as an accessory. He set out deliberately to destroy that woman.
Charlotte, you're getting terribly overwrought.
Are you suggesting that Mr.
That he set
Baxter...
out to destroy her, yes. And in the absence of evidence, decided to provide some himself.
Baxter's been highly successful with women.
Women?
Women criminals. Said to have a peculiarly sensitive understanding of the female criminal mind.
He's a monster, don't you see, that man? Oh, my God.
Charlotte, are you all right?
Fresh air. Oh, I must get out of
Come
here.
on, Charlotte, we're taking you home.
Oh, I can't breathe.
My dear Charlotte, try to calm yourself.
We'll soon have you tucked up in a nice warm bed. Give me a hand, will you, Redford?
Yes.
Look, can I help?
Mr. Sineco and I will manage. Now, come along, Charlotte.
There you are, my dear.
Why should he come here now? That man knows something.
Now, quiet, Charlotte. We'll soon have you home.
Rose,
Yes, Mr. Grinton?
after that sobering experience, the same again. Hello, it's the artist and his implements.
Ah, evening, Grinton.
Well, Sarum, I suppose you'd like a drink.
You have one on me.
What? Oh, Rose is just getting me one, thanks.
And a pint of bitter for me, Rose. What was all that about? Mrs. Perigord, they were carrying her out.
She had what they call a funny turn.
She's been through the mill, that woman. Can't understand why she stays in this pestilential village.
Take a few.
I'll just get rid of this gear.
Do you have to drag all that stuff around with you? Easel, paints? Here, let me give you a hand.
I'm not totally helpless.
Here we are. 2 pints of bitter.
Thank you, Rosie. Keep the change.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sarum.
What's happened? Have you sold a painting?
Let's just say I had a stroke of luck.
Are you going to win that court case against Miss Moraine?
I'm not going to lose it. Cheers.
Here's to art. You been up on the moor tonight?
The moor? Who told you I've been on the moor?
I'm a perambulating antenna. They tell me you're painting the village by moonlight. Been up there 1 or 2 nights now, haven't you? How the hell do you keep from freezing to death?
Brazier. And I keep in the lee of the wall.
This the masterpiece? Could I just have a peep under the cover?
Get your hands off, Grinton.
All right, no need to snap my head off.
It isn't finished.
I'd like to write a piece about you, Sarum, for the paper. You're a colourful village character, you know.
No, thanks.
It could sell a few canvases.
I can survive without that kind of publicity. Penniless, one-armed artist paints village by moonlight rubbish. Can't I find anything better to write about?
In Gimmerbeck? Don't make me laugh, Sarum. Nothing ever happens in Gimmerbeck.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, thank God, I thought the line was down. Is that copy? Oh, good morning, Ethel. Stan Grinton, yes. Oh, just 7 or 8 paragraphs, yes. You ready? Right. From Stanley Grinton in Gimmerbeck. Thick snow was today hampering the search for a wealthy woman landowner aged 73 who vanished last night in the small Yorkshire Dales village, no, make that township, the small Yorkshire Dales township of Gimmerbeck, population 410. New Par. As a fierce blizzard swept down from the northeast, painting the landscape white and obliterating almost every landmark, the hunt for Miss Martha Moraine, M for Mary, U-R-R-A-I-N for Nellie, was led by the local mountain rescue team under the command of the rector of Gimmerbeck, the Reverend Arthur Sinico, S-I-N for Nellie, I-C-O. New Par. Miss Moraine has not been seen since leaving her home, the Lead Hall, as in lead pencil, on the fringe of Gimmerbeck Moor shortly after 9 o'clock last night. Her housekeeper, Miss Alice Pegg, also 73, says her mistress left home on foot shortly after receiving a telephone call. Police are trying to trace the caller. New Par. Snow started falling at midnight and has now cut the township off from the outside world, with every roadway impassable and drifts of 20 feet reported in exposed places. New Par. Among those stranded in Gimmerbeck is Detective Superintendent Bernard Baxter of Scotland Yard, who was to have travelled on to York today to give evidence for the defence in the trial of a former colleague, Inspector Morgan.
Well, Mr. Baxter, Peter's made you very comfortable. A snug little bedroom to rest up in, a wood fire, a good book. Is it a good one?
Captain Scott's diaries.
What better for the snowbound traveller?
They tell me Miss Moraine's taken it into her head to emulate Captain Oates.
Captain Oates?
When the rations grew short and he was holding up the party.
Oh, yes. He walked out into the snow, didn't he?
I'm just going outside, he said. I may be gone for some time.
And he never came back.
A gallant gentleman, as they say. Where the devil has she gone?
Time will tell, Mr. Baxter. Now, you just rest up for a few days.
I haven't any choice.
No.
It's very kind of you to look in. How'd you get about in this fearful snow?
By horse. Much more reliable than a car.
And how long have you practiced in these parts?
Just over a year. I took over my father's practice when he died. When he killed himself, actually.
Lord, I'm sorry. An accident, you mean?
Actually, no. My father had been overworking pretty drastically all through the war, and at the same time he was trying to build up a pony trekking school. He had this notion that once peace came he'd be able to give up medicine and make a fortune out of horses. The Dunsany passion for horseflesh. He built some very beautiful stables and a guest wing, but he overextended himself, physically as well as financially. I don't know why I'm bothering you with all this.
No, go on.
Well, towards the end of the war, he was in the thick of the big typhoid epidemic in Rigworth. He was running his own practice up here during the day and driving down to Rigworth every night to lend a hand in the isolation hospital. He got hardly any sleep, and he wasn't in his first youth, you know. My mother died in the middle of all that, and it just poleaxed him. And then, about 18 months ago, 3 children here in the village died of influenza, and it seemed to prey on his mind. He took an overdose a few weeks later.
My God, that is rough. And you were away when all this was going on?
I was serving as a doctor in the Wrens.
Overseas?
I was in Egypt when he died. They let me out to take over his practice.
And the pony trekking school?
Oh, that's gone. When they came to wind up the estate, it turned out Father had sold it to Miss Moraine for hardly anything at all.
Could you pass the salt, Mr. Grinton?
There you are.
Thanks. I can't stand porridge without salt.
I never thought a time would come I'd be having breakfast 2 days running with Baxter of the Yard.
Have you telephoned your thrilling daily instalment?
Well, I've got to catch up with overnight developments first. They'll never find you, you know.
Really?
Just a feeling I've got. Newsman's nose. She'd gone down a mine shaft.
Mine shaft?
The lead mines. The moor's riddled with open shafts.
Oh, excuse me. Am I addressing Superintendent Baxter?
Why, yes, Sergeant. Come in. Close the door, will you?
Sir, we've found her. Miss Moraine.
Sorry, Sergeant, I didn't get your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Titus. John Titus.
Yes, Sergeant Titus.
I've just been on the telephone to the Chief Constable in Rigworth, and I mentioned that you were in the village. He's very anxious for you to take the case over, sir.
The case?
Well, as I'm the only policeman in the place, sir. The roads won't let the detectives in from headquarters.
Tell me what's happened.
About 3/4 of an hour ago, sir, some lads and lasses were skylarking up on the Moor Road, sledging and snowballing before they went to school. One of them spotted this snowman in a field, on the right-hand side as you go up, between the little hermitage place and the lead hall.
A snowman?
Sort of leaning against this tree trunk, an old silver birch set well back in the field. So they started snowballing it, this snowman, the lads and lasses did, and a right queer thing happened. Its head came off, only there was another head underneath. The lads and lasses had a bit of a start, because it was a human head. Miss Moraine.
Leaning? Leaning against a tree?
Tied to it. Tied with green baler twine. Those poor wenches were in a terrible way. What with the empty eye sockets, all bloody and gaping. It's not pretty.
What do you mean, empty eye sockets?
Missing, sir. Gone. Pecked out, most likely. Crows. Just like when a sheep's trapped in the snow with its head sticking out. The crows come along and take their eyes.
Mr. Grinton tells me Miss Moraine received a phone call on Monday night.
Yes, sir.
And then went out.
I've been trying to trace the caller, sir.
You've checked with the telephone operator?
Miss Lineburner, she runs the switchboard in the village, says she can't remember anybody making a call.
Can't remember?
Says she makes a point of not interfering in other people's business. Her job's just to put calls through and then wipe her mind clean like a blackboard. So she says.
Have you worked on a murder inquiry before, Titus?
No, sir.
Just enforcing the agricultural bylaws and putting the wind up the poachers, eh?
Oh, well.
How long have you been in the local bobby?
I came back in 1945, sir, in November.
Back?
I spent 2 years in the Indian police, sir, on detachment.
But you're a local man?
Yes, sir.
Married?
Yes, sir.
Children?
Well,
The sergeant had a boy who died just after the family got back from India. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The outbreak of influenza?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm very sorry, Titus, but I'd like to know a little about the people I'm working with. Who were the other children, by the way, who died?
The rector's daughter, sir, and Mrs. Perigord at the Shepherd's Pie. She lost her son.
Well, I sympathise with you, Sergeant. Now then, we're just a little under strength, aren't we? Do you write shorthand?
No, sir.
Use a typewriter?
Just 2 fingers.
That's a nuisance. And I can't work from an armchair, despite this idiotic ankle. I'll need a driver.
There's nothing to stop me driving about, sir.
We won't be able to afford the luxury of going about together, Titus. There are jobs for you and jobs for me. Can you rely on a vehicle to get me through this snow?
You can have my Jeep, sir.
But no driver. Grinton.
Yes?
You know your way around, don't you? You've been trained to observe.
What?
You can take down a shorthand note and rattle a typewriter, can't you?
No, just 1 minute, Mr.
You can
Baxter.
drive a jeep. Now, you know the people and the territory.
Look, Mr. Baxter, I don't feel inclined to do any dirty work for the police.
Oh, you disappoint me, Grinton.
Eh?
This is a unique chance in the life of a reporter to be right in on the hunt. Think of the story you'll have when it's all over.
Are you serious?
Are you one of those journalists who combine reporting with photography?
Well, yes.
Then you're perfect in every way. Could you go and load your camera, please, and meet us outside in 5 minutes? Oh, and Titus, bring a stiff yard brush with you, will you?
Yard brush, sir?
That's right.
Where are we going?
It's time we had a look at the body. Now, where did I put that confounded walking stick?
Well, here's a picture that will never make the front page.
What'd you say, Grinton?
Head and shoulders close up. Put people off their cornflakes. How many more do you want?
Just fire away until the camera's empty.
Is there any way of telling how long she's been dead, sir?
It's a question of body heat and the degree of rigor mortis, and as she's frozen stiff, that's out of the question. Now, this brush, Sergeant, give it here. This is what I want you to do, see? Just brush the snow away. Gently, like this. Gently does it. There, just like that, until you get to the surface. All round the vicinity of the tree, right? Do it very gently, because what we're looking for might be very small.
What are we looking for?
Just lucky dip, maybe nothing at all.
Right you are, sir.
Baxter.
Yes, all right, I'm coming. I can hobble over there. Well, what is it?
You notice anything funny about the way she's tied up? These knots?
Yes, I've been admiring them.
Well, look at the gag. A bit of twig pushed through the knot.
Yes, a very cunning slip knot. If I removed the twig, pulled this little tag, the gag would just come undone without any effort. I think we'll find her hands are tied behind her in the same way. Now, come, round the other side of the tree. There, see? The killer got her standing against the tree and walked in circles, winding the baler twine round her and the tree a few times. Not too tight, you see, just so that it secured her without cutting into the flesh. And look how it's all tied up. One efficient little knot behind the tree.
And a twig.
A twig to stop it slipping. Just take out that twig and pull the end of the twine, and she'd undo like a statue unveiled by royalty.
But what's the idea?
You tell me.
Sir.
Yes, Sergeant?
Blood, sir.
All right, I'm coming. Oh, blasted ankle. Now, where's this blood?
There, sir. Under the eyes.
Two bright red spots. Bring that toolbox over, will you?
Did you say blood? Where?
There, see? Two little red spots, smaller than farthings. What would you say? 8 to 10 feet from the body.
Is that blood?
I doubt it.
Here's the toolbox, sir.
Chisel and mallet, please. Right. And I'll just chip out this little square of ice. There. Now, to lift her up tenderly. Got it. Two little red spots sandwiched between two little panes of ice. Jolly pretty. Titus, just slide your hand inside my breast pocket, will you? You'll find a sheet of white paper and an envelope.
Here we are, sir.
Thank you. Now, I'll put the little pane of ice on the paper and fold it once, twice, 3 times, and into the envelope. Fine. Here you are, Sergeant.
Well, what do I do with this?
Take it back to the mortal man. I'll pick it up when we get back. Oh, and measure the distance from here to the body.
But, sir...
Yes, Titus?
It'll melt. The ice inside the envelope.
Yes, that's right. Now, come on, Grinton. I'm afraid I'll have to lean on you again. We'll see you at lunchtime, Sergeant.
Where are you going now, Mr. Baxter?
To see Miss Moraine's housekeeper at the Lead Hall. Knock again, Grinton. I gather the old girl's a bit on the deaf side. What on earth happened over there?
Oh, the stables. They burned down, more than a year ago.
Any horses killed?
No, it was converted to living quarters years back. Nobody there at the time of the fire, though. Oh, well, I can hear somebody coming.
Ah, Mr. Baxter, good morning. And Mr. Grinton.
Well, Rector. You certainly cover your parish.
Mr. Baxter, I'm very much afraid the housekeeper, Miss Pegg's, taken the news rather badly.
Oh, yes?
She had a sort of blackout. She's on the settee. I've covered her with a blanket and sent for Dr. Dunsany. Oh, yes, well, you'd better come in. Well, there she is.
Looks as if she's given up the ghost.
That doctor had better be quick. What the hell did you say to her, Synico?
I broke the news as gently as I could.
What business is it of yours? Who told you about this murder, anyway?
There's no need to take that unpleasant line, Mr. Baxter. Consoling the bereaved is one of my duties. And I imagine Sergeant Titus told me the body had been found so that I could call off the search.
Where did Miss Moraine keep her private papers, do you know?
Really, Mr. Baxter, my knowledge of this house is as slight as yours.
There's a room there marked office.
Well, come on. And you, Rector. Ah, yes. Here we are. Now, come in, Rector.
Oh, very nice. A lovely outlook, too.
Stand still for a moment, both of you.
I beg your pardon?
What do you make of that? On the carpet, over by the desk.
What? Oh, a damp patch. Look, and another one here.
Imagine mucking up a beautiful antique carpet like this, with wet boots. Doesn't it offend your aesthetic sensibilities, Rector?
I've no idea what you're driving at, Mr. Baxter.
Of course, you've never been in this room, have you?
No.
I have it. Miss Pegg took a stroll in the snow, and then came in here to wipe her shoes on this handsome bit of Aubusson. Do you know anything about paintings, Rector?
Not as much as I'd like.
These two, for example. Now look. Unless I'm mistaken, they're very fine.
I wouldn't know, Mr. Baxter.
In fact, this one's a Delacroix.
Really?
Yes, and this one... yes, a Turner.
Oh, you're obviously an expert, Mr. Baxter.
Well, it doesn't take an expert to recognize a Turner. What were you doing in here before we arrived, Rector?
I tell you, I've never entered this room before.
Looking for letters, perhaps?
Letters?
Because if so, you might have tried the bookshelves. Look behind you, the two bottom rows, indexed box files, dozens of them. Yes, that'll be the doctor. You'd better let her in.
Of course.
Right. Bring one of those files over, Grinton. Let's see if it tells us anything.
This is the last load, Mr. Baxter.
You're doing a good job, Constable Grinton. I'm just admiring Dr. Dunsany's pony.
Mr. Grinton! Oh, hello, Superintendent.
Good morning, Doctor.
What is Mr. Grinton doing with all those boxes?
They're box files. Miss Morane's private correspondence for the last 40-odd years. I'm taking them away to study at my leisure.
41 boxes of bump.
It's an absolutely appalling thing to have happened.
Surprising it didn't happen long ago.
What do you mean?
She was a first-class candidate for murder. How's Miss Pegg?
Well, she's had a terrible shock, but she'll pull through all right. I'm getting a woman from the village to come and look after her.
I'd like to ask her a few questions.
I'll give her a couple of days to get over it.
Of course, of course. I'm just admiring your pony.
Victoria? There, girl. We'll be off in a minute. I put more faith in Victoria than in any motor car.
A fell pony, isn't she?
Yes. Born wild up in the Lakeland fells. Do you know about horses?
I had a brief spell with the mounted police in the remote past. I say, it's a very ingenious little knot you've hitched her up with. You notice it, Grinton?
Pardon? By George,
yes, it's a clever little slip knot. Held secure by a pencil, isn't it?
Oh, that, yes. It's just to facilitate a quick getaway. Look, I'll get on and show you. There, little lady. Now, see, I just removed the pencil. So, and we're free to go. Goodbye, gentlemen. See you later, no doubt.
No doubt.
Here's your coffee, gents. Was lunch all right?
Went down a treat, me old lad.
What's all that racket in the tap room?
It's the men from the mill, Mr. Baxter. It seems as soon as the news trickled into the mill, they all down tools. You can't move for them in the tap room.
What? They just walked out?
Declared it a holiday. It's not been like this since VE night. Just ring if you want anything else.
Celebrating. You're going to be unpopular, Mr. Baxter.
Oh?
If you catch him. They want to hang a medal round his neck, not a rope.
You seem very sure we're looking for a man.
What? A woman? You think a woman's capable of a crime like this?
I'm keeping an open mind.
Excuse me, sir.
Where's coming, Sergeant? Anything fresh?
All the telephones are down, sir.
My God, the first time in my life I get a decent scoop and the telephones go dead on me.
And we found this, sir.
What is it?
It's Miss Morane's hat, sir.
A red hat. Where was it?
At the base of the tree, under the snow.
No snow under it.
No, sir. It must have come off before the snow started.
And so she was there before the snow came down, which was midnight, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. Oh, he asked me to hold on to this envelope for you, sir. The blood.
Ah, yes. Give it here, will you?
Do you mind, Mr. Baxter? I've just had lunch.
Look the other way if it upsets you. Now, open up. Well. You can look now, Grinton.
No, thanks.
It isn't blood, Grinton. Our two little spots of crimson are still bright and intact. Blood would have watered down when the ice melted.
What is it, then?
Is there by any chance an artist living in Gimmerbeck?
An artist?
This is paint. Oil paint. You say the wife's a bit feeble-minded?
Very beautiful, but very childish. Miss Morane ran rings round her.
Yes?
Mrs. Sarum, is your husband at home?
George went down by the river with his sketching book. Who are you?
I'm a policeman. Can we come in?
Police? Well, George says that rent business is all finished with. Now Miss Morane's dead, we're in the clear.
No, it isn't about your rent, Mrs. Sarah.
Well, I paid the rent, honestly, sir. She wrote it down with a pencil and then rubbed it out.
Let us in, woman. Can't you see we're shaking with cold? Come on, Grinton.
Well, George said to let no one in.
What is it you want?
Just show me where your husband keeps his painting things, his studio.
Listen, Baxter, don't you need a search warrant for this?
Do you suggest we have one dropped by parachute? What's through here?
Well, you can't go in there, sir. George doesn't allow anybody in there.
Yes. Ah, well, this is it, Grinton. Come and take a look.
I say, there must be hundreds of canvases in here.
An industrious man, George Sarum.
Well, what are you looking for?
His work in progress, yes. The easel, over there by the window.
It's covered up.
Well, let's have a look at it. Take the cover off.
Good grief.
Miss Moraine, in her death agony.
But good grief, man, he must have been there.
And before the snow came down. Still wearing a hat. He's rather good, isn't he?
What?
Well, look at that detail. The effect of the frost on the grass in the moonlight. All he's left out are the crocuses.
Crocuses?
The field was scattered with clumps of yellow crocuses before the snow came down and covered them.
Susan, what's that jeep doing outside?
It's the police, George. A policeman's here.
Police? What the hell are you doing in my workroom?
How do you do, Mr. Salem? My name's Baxter, Detective Superintendent. I think you know Mr. Grinton. We've just been admiring your study of Miss Moraine.
Get out of here. Go on out.
Just as soon as you explain this painting.
Imagination.
Oh, try again, Mr. Salem.
Imagination. Together with what I pieced together from the villagers who saw the body.
Well, when you're ready to tell me the real story, you'll find me at the Mortal Man, Mr. Salem.
I'm an artist, Mr. Baxter. I've got a very powerful imagination.
Obviously, yes. Come on, Grinton. Good night, Mrs. Salem. All right, Sergeant. Now that we've cleared the decks a little, here's what I want you to start doing tomorrow. I want a railway timetable of everybody's movements in Gimmerbeck on Monday night.
Timetable, sir?
See every adult in the village. And make a list of everything they did and the exact time they did it, from 9 o'clock until midnight.
That's over 300 people, sir.
Well, take your time. Nobody's going to run away from here. I'll be spending the next couple of days combing through Miss Moraine's correspondence. When I've finished that, you can start bringing the villagers in for a chat with me.
All of them, sir?
One by one. You can get off home now, Sergeant. It's getting on for 10.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, and keep your eyes open, would you, for anybody who's in the habit of using green baler twine.
Right, sir. Good night. Good night, Mr. Grinton.
Night, Sergeant.
Pour me another scotch, will you, Grinton?
I still don't see why you can't arrest George Sarum without going through all this rigmarole.
Could you tie those fancy little knots if you only had one arm?
Well, he had an accomplice, didn't he? You know, you're not a bit like I'd imagined you'd be.
Oh, really?
Yeah, from that newspaper piece I read about you. Baxter, the scourge of the female criminal. I thought you'd be, well, brutal, a fire-eater. You were brought up in an orphanage, weren't you? Won scholarships to Oxford.
Barnardo's to Balliol. Give me another drink.
All those women you sent down the line. Doesn't it give you a few sleepless nights?
No.
Don't you ever feel inclined to, well, to extend a bit of mercy?
Mercy? I've never observed much mercy in women, have you?
Well...
You can get more mercy from a cage full of Bengal tigers.
Well, take Rosalind Withers. A lovely young woman like that.
Ah, do you think youth and beauty should make us overlook wicked conduct? She didn't show much mercy when she abandoned her children, did she? Oh, I know what you're thinking, Grinton. Did he plant that piece of turquoise cotton that got her convicted?
It never crossed my mind.
Well, what if I had, eh? But as it happens, I didn't. Shall I tell you something about Rosalind Withers? She said to me one day when we were alone for a moment, "Yes, I was there. Baxter, you bastard. But you're never going to prove it."
Rosalind Withers did?
But I did prove it, Grinton.
Mercy, a woman like that.
Listen. What's that?
What? Oh, it's a brass band on the wireless.
No, hark. It's outside. It's coming this way.
So it is.
I'll open these curtains and take a look-see. If you can stand the draught.
Open away. I've become impervious to cold.
Can't see a sausage. Frosted over.
Open the window.
Catch it stiff. Come on, open. Ah, got it. My God, the mill band.
Marching through the snow.
Up to their ankles. They must be mad. Look, there's a bonfire up the road. People linking hands and circling round the fire.
A village celebration.
Talk about pagan rites.
They're stopping. By the fire. I wonder if George Salem's there. Orange flames, black sky, the perfect picture for his clever brush. Snowflakes drifting down into the euphoniums. Who's that playing the cornet?
Cornet? Oh, that'll be Norman Minshall. It's a great cornet player, they say.
One of the mill hands?
Yes, all the band are mill hands. Minshall's a great one for odd jobs as well. There's a lot of foreigners in the village.
He's pouring his heart out of that cornet.
I know! The Gimmerbeck British Wool Brass Band did her in.
I don't want to appear rude, Superintendent, but I have already given an account of my movements to Sergeant Titus. And I have a surgery overflowing with patients waiting to see me.
Laryngitis.
What?
Or possibly lockjaw.
Lockjaw?
Inability to talk. Dozens of them coming down with it.
Oh.
I've questioned, over 100 people in the last 3 days. Can't get a word out of them.
They're a bit on guard with off-comers.
A man with a suspicious mind would diagnose a conspiracy of silence, eh, Grinton?
The last 3 days have been a complete washout, unless I blinked once and missed something.
However, you say you went to Aysgarth?
Yes.
What for?
To visit a patient. She used to live in the village, and when she moved to Aysgarth, my father went on attending her.
You started back. At what time?
You've got it written down there.
Remind me.
I left Aysgarth at about 8. The snow had just started.
And then you rode back over the moor?
Yes.
Did you see anybody?
Where?
On the moor.
On the moor?
George Salem was painting on the moor that night.
It's a big moor, Mr. Baxter.
You left the moor and rode down into the village.
Yes.
Past Miss Morane's house.
Yes.
Past the field where she was tied to the tree.
Well...
Yes?
If she was tied to the tree by that time, how do I know?
And she left home shortly after 9, and you arrived here at the Mortal Man about 9:30 to 9:45.
Yes.
And yet you saw no sign of her.
I saw no sign of her, Mr. Baxter.
You could only have missed her by a matter of minutes, couldn't you?
But I did miss her, Mr. Baxter. I assure you, I did miss her.
It's very good of you to come through this appalling snow, Mrs. Perigord. Won't you sit down? And you, Rector. There. By the way, do you mind, Mr. Grinton, taking notes?
Notes about what, Mr. Baxter?
Well, just in case anything that might be useful crops up. You know, we've had something like 300 people in here for questioning over the last few days, and Grinton's faithfully recorded their every syllable. Would either of you like a drink, by the way?
It's only 5 o'clock, Mr. Baxter. The bar isn't open yet.
I have my own supply.
Not for me, thank you.
Mrs. Perigord, a small whiskey?
Thank you.
Yes. This weather chills the heart, doesn't it? I don't know how you feel, but I feel entombed in this place. There you are, Mrs. Perigord.
Thank you.
Yes. 7 solid days of snow and ice. They tell me half a dozen wild ponies were found dead standing on their feet on the edge of the fell this morning. Huddled together for warmth, poor devils. And we'd be in much the same way if the RAF hadn't dropped us those consignments of food.
Could we come down to brass tacks, Mr. Baxter?
Why, yes, Mrs. Perigord, of course. Could you tell me why Miss Morane was blackmailing you?
I beg your pardon?
Miss Morane kept a copy of every letter she wrote over the last 40 years or more. Just let me read one to you. Now, this is dated the 9th of January, 1946. About a month after your son died, I think. Dear Madam, I am, as you know, ever desirous of diversifying my interests in this dale, And the Shepherd's Pie restaurant seems to me an investment which could be put on a sound footing given the benefit of my business acumen. I therefore propose purchasing a 50% share in the establishment, and for this I would pay £800. I think our partnership would stand proof against anything but a visitation of pestilence.
I don't call that blackmail. I call it impudence.
How much did you pay for the Shepherd's Pie?
£3,000.
And when was that?
I came here 3 years ago, February 1944. My husband was killed in the Western Desert the summer before. Had to do something to support my child, Mr. Baxter. You know, a lady ruined by the war and forced to turn her hand to trade.
Miss Moraine wasn't discouraged by your first refusal, was she? By your repeated refusals, in fact. Look, more letters. They came at roughly monthly intervals, and each time, this is the thing I find really puzzling, the price she offers becomes smaller. £750, £600. And always that curious remark at the end of her letters, I think our partnership would stand proof against anything but a visitation of pestilence. And then finally, 2 weeks ago, she offered £500 and wrote as follows: failing settlement on these terms within 28 days, the consequences will be as unpleasant as a visitation of pestilence. Now, can you tell me what she means? Pestilence.
She was mad, Mr. Baxter. Isn't that obvious?
Could I turn to you, Mr. Seneca? Perhaps you could tell me why Miss Moraine was blackmailing you.
Mr. Baxter, you really have entered the realms of fantasy and penny dreadfuls.
Would you describe yourself as a rich man, Rector?
I keep my head above the tide.
You inherited a large sum 3 or 4 years ago. How much was that? Well?
£19,000.
And some paintings, I think.
Just 2.
A Turner and a Delacroix, in fact.
Yes.
Which we saw the other day at Miss Moraine's.
Yes.
I have a letter here where Miss Moraine offers to give them wall space. She says the rectory is unsuitable, too damp. And if anything happened to the paintings, it would be as distressing as, here it is again, a visitation of pestilence. Did she take the £19,000 as well?
Why on earth should she do that?
You still have it?
I'm afraid I gambled it all away, Mr. Baxter.
That was good going. The visitation of a pestilence, Rector, what does that mean?
I really don't know, Mr. Baxter. Could it be gambling, do you think?
We struggled up the hill to see Miss Moraine's housekeeper yesterday, didn't we, Grinton? Miss Pegg. She's still very low, Rector, but she did manage to tell us what Miss Moraine said about that telephone call that took her out of the house on the night she died. The fools agreed to settle. That's all she said. And then she put on her hat and coat and went out. The fools agreed to settle. Now, it could mean one fool or several, couldn't it? And then Miss Pegg said something very curious. I happened to mention the fire that destroyed the stables at the Lead Hall, and she said it was a mercy it hadn't happened while the sick children were still there. I asked what sick children she meant, and she broke down. I couldn't get any more out of her. Could either of you enlighten me about these sick children? No, I thought not. On our way back from the Lead Hall, I decided it was time I had a look inside the little hermitage. I understand it's church property, Rector. I'm afraid I had to pick the lock.
That was an unwarranted trespass, Superintendent.
What would you call it? A shrine? We found these 3 photographs on the, well, what do you call it, the altar? 3 children.
Why couldn't you leave the place in peace?
I had to identify the photographs. Grinton didn't recognize any of them.
And now you know, Mr. Baxter.
Yes, the landlord identified them. Your son, Mrs. Peregould, and your daughter, Mr. Seneca, and I believe this is the son of Sergeant Titus.
We committed no crime, Mr. Baxter. I don't see what connection there can be between our private griefs and your inquiry.
You don't? A shrine? A shrine where you went secretly, the 2 of you and Sergeant Titus? Where you went by night, furtively, to light candles and kneel before the images of your dead children? Why? To seek their forgiveness? To make atonement to them? To salve your consciences?
They died young. They were all we had.
Influenza? You still mean to tell me they died of influenza?
You could see the death certificates.
Ah, signed by Dr. Dunsany Sr.
Yes.
who shortly afterwards killed himself. The man who took your children to the lead hall where the stables were hastily turned into a hospital for treatment which ended in the death of all three.
They died of influenza.
And yet you carried on this highly peculiar and what seems to me very unhealthy form of child worship. And you go on torturing yourself, Mrs. Perigord. Your nerves have been in shreds ever since, and if I'm not mistaken, you go in for a good deal of drinking.
Oh, really, Baxter?
I lost my husband and then my son. Wouldn't you drink?
All right. Just one more question for the moment. Mrs. Perigord, I understand you've been making big changes at the Shepherd's Pie.
We're extending into the barn, yes.
It gives plenty of work to a handyman like Norman Minchell, doesn't it?
Minchell?
Yes, quite apart from his job at the mill, I believe he's a one-man building and joinery firm. He's doing your extension, isn't he?
Yes.
Now, I see from your statement to Sergeant Titus that on Monday you were at home all evening at the Shepherd's Pie until about 9:45.
Yes.
And then you came here to the Mortal Man for a nightcap with Mr. Seneca. You may remember, we met briefly.
We spent the evening going through the parish accounts.
In your living quarters over the restaurant?
Yes, yes.
And you can corroborate that, Rector?
That's what happened.
Well, it's just that Norman Minchell claims he called at the Shepherd's Pie about 8:30 and could get no answer.
But he never comes on Mondays.
He said he'd left his spirit level behind. He needed it for some other foreigner he was working on. There was a light burning upstairs, but he could get no answer.
I do believe the wireless may have been on rather loud.
He returned again at 9:30. Light still burning, but no response to repeated knocking and ringing.
Oh, Mr. Minchell must be confused.
Why do you keep baler twine, Mrs. Perigord?
Baler twine?
Green baler twine. Grinton and I happened to take a look round your outbuildings a couple of days ago. It was Grinton who came across it, a roll of green baler twine.
You searched my outbuildings? Why?
It was in the old saddle room.
But that faces onto the road. The doors are never locked. Don't you see? Anybody could have gone in there and taken it.
What do you need with baler twine?
I use it to cover lampshades, to make table Oh, what are they trying to do to me?
Oh, just keep calm, Charlotte. You're perfectly innocent.
Oh, innocence means nothing to him, can't you see? A couple of yards of baler twine, 2 inches of turquoise cotton. He'll do anything to hang a woman, don't you understand?
Oh, Charlotte, keep your head.
Perhaps she'd like another glass of whiskey.
You really are beneath contempt, aren't you, Baxter? Come on, Charlotte. I'm taking you home.
Oh, why does he want to hang me?
Come on, out of here. There's nothing he can do to hurt you. I assure you.
All right, I'm coming. Now, what's all this about? Grinton!
Let me in, Titus, quick.
Listen, it's after 1 a.m. That's right. Knock your snow all over the carpet.
Titus, listen. He's gone up to the church.
Baxter has?
I thought I'd better warn you.
The church? Well, then he'll kill himself. Save us all a lot of heartache, won't he?
He's gone on a ruddy horse.
He's what?
He was sitting there all night, after the rector and Mrs. Perigord had gone, staring into the fire and swigging his whiskey. And then, about half an hour ago, he suddenly turned to me and said, the parish registers.
Parish registers?
He said the rector would have entered the true cause of the deaths in the parish registers.
Clever swine.
Did he?
God knows.
And then he got me to drive him to Dr. Dunsany's. He borrowed her pony and started off up the hill.
She let him go?
He was in no mood for arguing.
OK. Now listen, Grinton. Go and tell the rector what's happened. Tell him to get his climbing gear on and meet me at the bridge as soon as he can.
That's a lethal-looking shotgun you've got on the wall, Sergeant.
Shotgun? Don't tempt me, Grinton. Now move, man.
Titus! Titus! Not so fast.
Are you all right, Mr. Seneca?
I keep losing sight of you. This confounded snow. My glasses are fogged over.
Only a few yards now.
I'm whacked, Titus.
Quiet. We're nearly there. Look.
What is it?
A light. In the church.
So Baxter made it. Any sign of the horse? Listen.
Tapping. Kind of hammering.
It's coming from the graveyard. Look. A little light glowing in the graveyard.
He's got a lamp. What's he up to? Come on, let's get a bit nearer.
Quietly now.
God, I walked straight into the pony. I didn't see it.
Quiet.
He's going this way.
Who's there? Hello? Who's there? I've got a gun and I know where you are. Now, who's there?
It's all right, Baxter. We're over here.
Cynico?
And Sergeant Titus. We were worried about you.
Well, that's very considerate of you.
You can put the gun away, Mr. Baxter.
Gun? Oh, this. Take a closer look.
A hammer?
Yes, I've got a chisel, too. You see, Rector, I was looking for your parish registers and hadn't banked on that strong old safe you keep in your vestry. I take it the registers are in the safe?
Yes.
You must prize them highly. So I thought I'd take a look at the gravestones of your children and see if the inscriptions gave any hint of the way they died. The stones are thick with ice. I've been trying to chip it off to see what's underneath.
Our children were cremated. They have no gravestones.
Then I've been wasting my time, haven't I? Come on. I want you to open that safe. Typhoid fever.
Yes, Mr. Baxter.
Down here in your own very neat hand. All three of them died from typhoid fever.
That doesn't make us murderers, sir.
I take it your religious scruples prevented you from hiding the truth in a document kept lying in the church, Mr. Cynico.
Our children's deaths and Miss Moraine's are unconnected.
I'm going to have the full truth from all of you.
Mr. Baxter, listen.
Not tonight. Tomorrow. Sleep on it, the pair of you. I want you all in the Mortal Man at 10 in the morning.
All of us?
I want Mrs. Perigord and Dr. Dunsany there as well, and George Sadler. And now, if you're fit, we'll be moving.
You're taking the register?
Naturally.
You have another register there, Mr. Baxter, an old one. You surely don't need that.
Don't tell me what I want, huh? Now, if you're ready, you can follow the horse. She'll show you the way down.
We'll make our own way, Superintendent.
You'll come with me. Well, Mrs. Perigord?
Yes, Superintendent?
It's 10:10. Where have the rector and Sergeant Titus got to?
I haven't seen them since 8 o'clock this morning. They said they'd try to be here on time.
Try? Where have they gone?
They didn't tell me.
And Sarum, do you know where he is?
No.
Dr. Dunsany, do you know anything about this?
Perhaps they overslept. They were up most of the night, weren't they?
Very amusing. Grinton?
Couldn't say, Mr. Baxter.
By God, it bites your face off out there.
Sarum, have you seen the rector and Sergeant Titus?
No, why? Have they stood you up? Let me get to that fire.
You're late.
There's a blizzard, hadn't you noticed? Kept blowing me back home. What's all this about, anyway?
Will you all sit down? We'll have to make a start without them. That's right. Close to the fire. Put another log on, will you, Sarum? I hope your pencils are sharpened, Grinton.
Ready when you are.
Right. We all know by now there's been a conspiracy in this village to cover up an epidemic of typhoid fever. The question is whether this, in its turn, led to a conspiracy to murder.
Mr. Baxter?
Yes, Doctor?
Did you say typhoid fever?
Dr. Dunsany pretends ignorance.
It isn't pretense. Hilary knows nothing about it.
Really? Well, perhaps you could enlighten her, Mrs. Perigord.
Charlotte, what in heaven's name does he mean, typhoid?
Well, it started... Does Mr. Grinton really have to write all this down?
Of course.
It all started when Sergeant Titus came back from India. Oh, the foolish man was too impatient, that's all. They told him he'd have to wait for a passage, but he was anxious to get home. His wife hated the climate. And so he approached some people he knew in the RAF, and they arranged him a series of hops home by aeroplane. None of this would have happened if he'd waited for the boat. There'd have been medical checks. We could see his boy was none too well as soon as he got here, but we'd put it down to the long journey. He played with our children a couple of times, Arthur Cynico's and mine, and then he collapsed. Dr. Dunsany had a look at him, and that same night he called us all together at the Lead Hall.
All of you?
The rector, Sergeant Titus, and me. And Miss Moraine.
Why Miss Moraine?
Because of the mill. Dr. Dunsany was proposing to close it down till all the workers had been given medical clearance.
Yes. Go on, please.
Miss Moraine had different ideas. Oh, we were fools to listen to her, but we were distracted out of our minds. And she made it all sound so plausible. It was December 1945, remember? People were planning their first holidays after the war. We'd been looking forward to a highly profitable season. It wasn't even Christmas, and the summer bookings were unbelievable. Miss Moraine said that the very mention of typhoid would ruin all that. And then she turned to Dr. Dunsany and asked him if he hadn't worked on typhoid cases. And when he said he had, but the patients had to be isolated, she asked what was wrong with her stable block. And it just snowballed from there.
Dr. Dunsany was thinking of the capital. He'd sunk into his pony trekking.
Oh, it wasn't just that. He genuinely believed he could cope.
I don't see why Sergeant Titus agreed to this. A criminal deception.
Titus came into the country by the back door, don't you see? He'd already committed a serious offence by sidestepping the medical procedure for entering the country.
And the rector?
Well, Arthur had very serious reservations, but he could see it would mean disaster for the village if the news got out. He said we'd just come through a hard war and we deserved some reward. And he had faith in Dr. Dunsany.
But everything went wrong.
It all turned into a nightmare.
3 children died. The stable block was burned down because it had been infected by a visitation of pestilence. And Dr. Dunsany, already at the end of his tether because of what he'd done to those children, was sucked dry by Miss Moraine and decided to put an end to himself. Well, Doctor, you had a very powerful motive.
Yes, Mr. Baxter. And if I'd known about it, I wouldn't have hesitated.
You sins?
At times, it may not be a sin at all.
And you, Sarum? Do you share that dangerous view?
Absolutely.
Perhaps now you're ready to tell me how you came to paint that remarkable picture of Miss Moraine.
I'd have thought you'd have worked that out by now, Baxter. All right. I was up on the moor painting when something caught my eye. You have a superb panoramic view of the village up there. Something was moving down towards the village. Something red bobbing along among the shadows on the moor road. That's Miss Moraine, I thought. Red hat. Now, where's she off to? None of this was any too clear, mind you. It was mostly obscured by shadows and trees, and she was a good half-mile below me. But the hat kept showing in the moonlight. Next time I looked up, she'd stopped at the field gate. Then I saw that red hat moving into the field, and that did make me sit up a bit. And there was just a vague impression of another figure moving along behind her, but at that moment the moon went behind a cloud. I started packing up my gear. Oh, and then I heard a horse coming over the moor.
Yes.
Dr. Dunsany. She went off down the road towards the village. On my way home, I had a nose round the field to see what had been going on. There she was, trussed like a turkey and stone dead.
Dead?
Died of fright, didn't she? You don't think I'd have left her there if she'd been alive?
Wouldn't you?
To be honest, I don't know.
So, you calmly set about painting her picture?
It was a magnificent subject, Baxter. And to me it was like dancing on a coffin.
Why didn't you report this to anybody?
And give the good man who did it no chance to cover his tracks. I'm not inclined to hand anybody over to so-called justice.
Justice has a way of catching up. Cynico.
Oh, good morning.
Titus, where in God's name have you two been?
I'm sorry we're late, sir.
Nowhere of importance, Baxter, I assure you. We were just unavoidably delayed. Please go on with what you were saying.
I was just about to say, Rector, that justice has a way of catching up, and that the feeblest prosecution could tear all your stories into snowflakes. None of you. You, Rector, Mrs. Perigord, Titus, Sarum, Dr. Dunsany, none of you can give a faintly credible account of your movements on the night of Miss Moraine's death.
Excuse me, Mr. Baxter, but Mrs. Perigord and the rector were with me, sir, at the Hermitage.
Which is what, 200 yards from where the body was found?
And then there's the question of your movements. Isn't there, Mr. Baxter?
My movements?
Well, sir, your story was that you were trying to get up to the church that night, to look at a Norman doorway. Only nobody saw you, did they?
We've just been up to the church again, Baxter. That's why we were a little late.
What?
To discover what you were hammering away at in the churchyard last night. Your story about trying to read the inscriptions on our children's graves rang terribly false, you know. At any rate, we soon discovered the gravestone you'd been trying to deface. We interrupted you before you could obliterate the name, didn't we? The grave of a woman who froze to death nearly 40 years ago when she was turned out of her cottage by Miss Moraine. A woman named Baxter. Your mother, Mr. Baxter? Could somebody give Mr. Baxter a glass of whiskey?
Here, I'll do it. There. Get that down you, Mr. Baxter.
Thanks, Grinton.
That old church register you brought down with you last night, Mr. Baxter, that was for 1909, wasn't it? The record of her burial. I suppose you've torn the page out and burnt it. A pity, that.
What led to these speculations?
It was something you said to Mr. Grinton. You said the field was full of crocuses, yellow crocuses, before the snow came down. Except, as far as anyone knew, you never saw the field till it was covered in snow.
I could have cut my tongue out the moment I said it. Grinton didn't seem to notice.
And since then, we have been wondering about you, Mr. Baxter. But we were far from sure. We couldn't understand why. We haven't your brilliant analytical mind.
No, my God, you haven't. Mind is lacking. Guts is lacking. Heart is lacking. A population of 400 fools and cowards.
Cowards, Mr. Baxter? It wasn't we who murdered an old woman in cold blood.
40 years. And what opposition did you put up?
Oh, what are you suggesting, that we should have murdered her?
How many lives had she ruined and destroyed?
Civilized people are held back, Mr. Baxter, by their consciences.
While their families and neighbours suffer, and the wicked thrive. If you tolerate evil, don't you see, you're laying up trouble for everybody. There wasn't one man among you with the guts to say enough.
So you calmly planned to come here and commit murder and place the blame on us?
You're the guilty ones, morally. That's why I wanted you in the dock, and I think I could have brought it off, but for that one slip of the tongue, I'd have been well pleased to see you hang the whole village if necessary, for cowardice in the face of the enemy. But planned? No. No, it wasn't planned. It was quite spontaneous. You'd better write this down in your notebook, Grinton.
Mr. Baxter, I'm going to have to ask you...
Let him finish, Sergeant.
No, it wasn't planned. I wasn't aware of Miss Moraine's existence until I arrived here that night. I knew my mother was buried at the church here, but little of her history. Didn't care, as a matter of fact. All I knew was that she abandoned me when I was 6 years old. I remember that very clearly. Her dumping me on a neighbour and not coming back. All my life, I had never forgiven her for that. Anyway, I was in Rigworth and I decided to pay a call on my birthplace, visit her grave. And then when I got here, I heard the full story. And I just decided that woman had to be taken care of. It was done on impulse, like all the best murders. I phoned her up and said I'd give her the £50 she wanted for the damage to her car. That woman would have gone anywhere for £50. Remember what she told her housekeeper? The fools agreed to settle. I walked up the hill, working out how I'd do it. Everything seemed to be on my side, no people about. I needed a rope, and the saddle room door was open at the Shepherd's Pie. I cut off a length of baler twine and carried on up the hill. After that, it was a piece of cake. She was just as weak and pathetic as all of you are when it actually came down to it. Went meekly as a lamb. I tied her up and finished it off with slip knots. The plan was to come back here and then go out to her at 4 in the morning. She'd be dead by then. I was going to untruss her. Those knots come apart quite easily, don't they, Doctor? And then leave her lying in the field as though she'd simply frozen to death. Had a fall, possibly, or some kind of seizure. By 7, I'd have been away from here. By the time anybody got suspicious, if they ever did, I'd have been forgotten. But I sprained my ankle on the way back. No chance of getting out at 4 to tidy her up. And then the snow came down.
And then the snow came down.
And it's still coming down. You know, the moor, all at once, seems a very attractive place. Nothing but miles of clean snow.
Mr. Baxter, where do you think you're going?
Have you ever heard of Captain Oates, Sergeant?
Captain Oates?
Let him pass, Sergeant.
Thank you, Red.
I'm just going outside. I may be some time.
Well? What now?
Somebody put a log on the fire. It's gone very chilly in here.
In Colder Than of Late by Ken Whitmore, Detective Superintendent Baxter was played by John Franklin Robbins. Sarah Minchell was Judith Barker, Norman Minchell and George Sarum, Russell Dixon, Martha Moraine, Sheila Price, Peter and Sergeant Titus, John Jardine, Stanley Grinton, Harry Beattie, Arthur Synico, Ronald Herdman, Charlotte Perigord and Susan Sarum, Heather Stoney, Dr. Dunsany and Rose, Bonnie Hurren. The play was produced and directed in Manchester by Alfred Bradley.
This is the BBC Home Service and the British Forces Broadcasting Service. Saturday Night Theatre. We present David March, Rona Anderson and Gudrun Ure in Shadow of Murder, adapted from her novel by Charity Blackstock. Shadow of Murder.
Berry, while the hoolish train. Cornel Berry, while the hoolish train.
Sorry.
Oh, do come in. I was just saying to my little daughter how nice it would be to have someone to talk to, wasn't I, Kate?
Yes. Oh, I assure you I wouldn't dream of disturbing you. I expect there are empty carriages.
There's a corner seat for you.
I shall be getting off at Ballahoonish.
Ah, you'll be staying at the station hotel then?
No, past Glencoe and the Three Sisters. Oh, damn.
You'll have to dry your paper out before you can read it.
So I see. Do you mind if I smoke?
Of course not.
Perhaps your daughter...
Oh, no, thank you. Kate never smokes, do you, darling? Such a dangerous habit. Besides, I think it's a wee bit unfeminine. So you're staying at the Three Sisters. That means we're practically neighbours. I'm Mrs. Stewart of Etty Farm, and this is my bad little daughter, Kate. She looks such a cross-patch, but I think she's rather nice, though maybe I'm prejudiced. Oh, it's going to be marvellous having you so near. You must, of course, come to see us, Mr... Such a bleak place you've chosen for your holiday. But Mrs. Forbes is a nice little buddy, and I'm sure she'll do her best for you. There are only 2 other guests at the moment. You will be an artist, of course.
No. If you insist on knowing, I'm a writer.
Oh, but how thrilling. Kate, do you hear that?
Yes, Mum.
Oh, she's such a reader, you know. Are you writing about the massacre?
Oh, Mummy, you should...
No, I'm not writing anything. I have just divorced my wife, Mrs. Stewart. I've heard if it interests you one hell of a time. And the reason I've chosen so bleak a place is that I don't want to see anyone or talk to anyone.
Oh, you poor man. In that case, Mr... Oh, I'm afraid I didn't quite catch your name.
I didn't give it you. Shawfield's the name. John Shawfield.
Oh? Why, of course I remember now. You were married to Sylvia Court, the actress. It was in the papers, wasn't it?
It was.
Well, we'll just have to try and cheer you up, won't we, Katie? Well, you're being very quiet, darling. Oh, she never talks much, Mr. Shawfield, but I know she's as sorry for you as I am.
Oh, Mummy, really?
It's all right, Miss Stewart. I don't need anyone's pity.
That's probably just as well, Mr. Shawfield.
Now, what?
I understand exactly how you feel. You see, I was divorced, too. Oh, such terrible tricks life plays on one. And Sylvia Court's the loveliest girl. I adored her last film.
No one could deny she was a good actress.
Now, we're not going to let you brood. The past is so isolated. But I'm sure the MacDonald boy will be only too delighted to meet a fellow scribe.
Who's MacDonald?
Oh, he's at the hotel, too, the dearest boy. He's doing a book on the massacre, getting the local colour. He says he wants it to soak in.
That should be easy enough in this climate.
His ancestor was in it, you know. Alexander MacDonald of Achtriochen, who was carried to the hills by his nurse in that terrible night.
Young Ian is his descendant. Oh, he's a fanatical Jacobite, though actually he's lived all his life in the South. You said your name was Shawfield.
I did.
Oh, I should have recognized it, of course. Campbell of Shawfield. Oh, young MacDonald will have his knife into you, you know.
I assure you, my name...
The word Cruachan will naturally be familiar to you.
Why on earth should it be?
It's the Campbell battle cry. It's a word that has the bitterest significance in Glencoe. I'm afraid I fail to see why this is amusing.
Oh, Mummy, he can't help his name.
Thank you, Kate. I'm quite capable of seeing that for myself. Well, I'm not blaming you, Mr. Shawfield. There are good Campbells as well as bad.
Well, that's fair enough. Who, by the way, is my other fellow guest? You did say there were two of them.
Oh, Mr. Curtis. Such a dear wee man.
Is he a clansman, too?
Oh, dear me, no. He's very English. A retired bank manager. I believe he's had a nervous breakdown and is here on doctor's orders. Oh, he's very quiet. Only goes out occasionally for a wee spin in his car. He's so devoted to Hughie, it's quite touching.
So devoted to Hughie?
Oh, yes. He even buys apples for him.
Hughie is a horse, Mr. Shawfield.
Oh, a Jacobite horse, I presume.
Oh, that's just silly.
No sillier than the rest of it.
Oh, Hughie's a darling. Mrs. Forbes adores him. We call him the Lord Provost of Glencoe. Well, now, we've told him everything, haven't we, Kate? I do hope you'll not be bored with us, Mr. Shawfield.
I don't see how I could possibly be.
Well, if you are, you must come and see us. But don't walk alone in the pass at night, will you? Not with that murderer around.
Murderer? What murderer?
Oh, Mummy, please don't.
Oh, don't be so silly, darling. You're not a baby. Of course Mr. Shawfield must be told about it. Didn't you read about that dreadful man who killed his wife and buried her under the floorboards?
Oh, now you come to mention it, I did. We shared headlines, as it were. But I'd no idea we were also sharing a holiday.
It was really shocking. Of course, Kate is so sensitive. She takes after me, and I don't want to frighten her, but... He cut her up into little bits, Mr. Shawfield, and they seemed such a devoted couple. Nobody knew about it at first. He said she'd gone away to stay with her sister, and then he went away himself, but of course... Well, I mean, he put disinfectant down, but anyway, they dug her up in pieces. In tiny pieces, Mr. Shawfield. Can you imagine it?
Yes, better than you might credit.
The things people do. And the police think he's somewhere around here. The local people are convinced he's actually hiding in Ossian's cave on the cliffs of Hanochdu. Though how he could ever climb up there. We're all so scared we might suddenly meet him. He cut her up into little bits. His own wife. What gets into people, Mr. Shawfield, that they do such awful things?
Perhaps you can only take so much for so long. It might happen to any of us, Mrs. Stewart. It might so easily have happened to me.
To you? But you're not a murderer.
Oh, aren't we all? But you've no need to be afraid of him. His state is far worse than yours could ever be. If you met him, he'd do the running away. I'm sure
we're here. There's a halt here and we can get a lift the whole way home. Oh, if you just help me down with my baggage.
Oh, yes, of course.
That's it, thank you. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Campbell. We'll be seeing each other very soon, and then you can tell me all about your book. Oh, Kate, hold this for goodness sake. You know they don't stop here for more than a minute.
Mummy, his name is not...
Don't forget to call on us. Goodbye just now.
Will you be Mr. Shawfield?
That's correct.
The car's here for you, sir, from the Three Sisters. I'll be taking you up the pass.
How far's the hotel now?
Oh, it'll be half a mile. A mile, perhaps.
Then stop, please. I'm going to walk it.
Walk? It's a terrible night.
Well, never mind. It suits my mood. But you'd better take my case on for me.
It'd be easier if I took you on as well. Mistress Forbes will think it strange if I arrive without you.
Look, surely there's no law against my walking if I want to. Do you think the murderer will get me? They say he's a little man and I'm 6 foot odd. I expect he's asleep now anyway. Tucked up cozily in Ossian's cave. Poor devil. I hope he's got a hot water bottle.
I don't know what Mistress Forbes will say. After all, I was supposed to fetch you, and she'll not be too pleased to think I've left you in the middle of the pass. It seems daft to me. Are you sure you'll not change your mind, sir?
No, I need to stretch my legs and breathe a little honest-to-God fresh air. Tell Mrs. Forbes I won't be long. I'll be as hungry as a hunter and needing a nice stiff drink.
I'll be on my way then.
What a night for a massacre. What the devil's that? Who's there? Are you by any chance a Campbell? Cruachan! Oh, why? It's Hughie. Oh, my boy, Hughie. I'm afraid I've nothing for you, old boy. Hey, leave my raincoat alone, will you, you fat clot? You're bulging enough without my buttons. Oh, off you go, friend. It's too damn cold to stay gossiping here, and I haven't got as much flesh on me as you have. Next time, Hughie, I'll have an apple for you. Good night, old boy. I've no doubt we'll be seeing a lot of each other. Oh, hello, Mrs. Forbes.
There you are.
Hope I haven't kept you waiting. It's a brute of a night. Oh, that dinner smells good.
Well, I've kept it hot for you, Mr. Shopfield. Oh, this is one of your fellow guests, Mr. Curtis.
How'd you do? Pleased to meet you.
And this is Mr. MacDonald.
How'd you do?
Well, there are just the three of you. We are never full in the winter. Now, would you like a drink?
Oh, very much indeed.
Yes.
Large whiskey, please. Perhaps you two gentlemen care to join me?
Well, that's most kind. I don't usually indulge just after a meal, but a small port would be very enjoyable.
Good. And you, sir?
I haven't got the money to drink. I understand you write books, too.
How does she do it? Oh, thank you, Mrs. Forbes. I need that. Cheers. Yes, Mr. MacDonald, I write books, too.
I gather you're writing on the massacre. It's only fair to tell you my book has been commissioned and is due to come out soon.
You've no need to worry. I'm no more interested in massacres than I am in murderers. I'm here for arrest.
Not interested. But of course you would say that with your ancestry.
Such a nice port. I do like a sweet port. Your very good health, Mr. Shorefield.
Shorefield.
As you say, Shorefield. Cheers, Mr. Curtis. Are you sure you won't drink, Mr. MacDonald?
I do not drink with Campbells.
Oh, one should drink with everyone, even if one dirks them afterwards. Well, I gather my dinner's ready, and after that I'm going straight to bed. Should I perhaps say good night to the murderer?
Why do you say that?
Well, isn't the poor beggar supposed to be hiding out there? I don't envy him. I think I'd rather be in prison.
Do we have to endure this gale? We'll all get our death of cold.
There are worse deaths, and it's he who's cold. Fancy lying out there with a ghost of a disintegrated wife.
Oh, do please shut that window. My chest is not...
Sorry, Mr. Curtis, I'm a selfish devil. There are no ghosts. Only the old mate Hughie patrolling the old military road. There. Well, I'll be off to my dinner now. Good night. I'll see you in the morning. Good morning. Oh, I see we're to sit at the same table.
I think Mrs. Forbes felt it was a bit silly to sit at different corners of the room, as there are just three of us. May I pass you the condiments?
Oh, my God! Do you have to use that word? You'll be crooking your little finger next.
I fear I do not have the advantages of your education, Mr. MacDonald. I'm sorry if my way of expressing myself displeases you.
I'm afraid Mr. MacDonald's education doesn't extend to his manners. Pay no attention, Mr. Curtis, and I should like the condiments very much. This angry young man's simply showing off.
I'm not staying here to be insulted.
Well, well. So silly to sit at different corners of the room. Or is it?
Oh, dear me, dear me.
I'm afraid we'll have to ask his parents to remove that boy. Have you had a lot of this?
Well, he's an artist, of course. I believe all artists are a little nervy.
Now, forgive me, but that's just baloney. Why do you put up with it?
I endeavour not to judge my fellow men. Only I do think animals are more agreeable than humans. By the way, Mr.
Shorefield.
Of course. My memory. I was just going to say that you can always use my car when you need it. You need never hesitate to ask.
Oh, how kind of you. I'll probably take advantage of that one day.
Well, you're very welcome. I always say it would be a sad world if we didn't help each other.
Yes, I suppose it would. I gather you're a great friend of Hughie's.
Oh, we're the greatest friends. Such a human animal. And I fear he's a little greedy. The local farmers have to lock their guests against him at night. Unfortunately, once Mrs. Stewart, She owns the Etif farm near Dalnes.
I know.
A very sweet lady. She locked her gates once, only she made a mistake. She didn't lock Hughie out, she locked him in.
Oh.
And he ate a whole sack of oats.
Oh, good heavens.
But it was serious, you see, because if he'd drunk water after that, he'd have burst. Oh, it wasn't funny, I assure you. Fortunately, the dear old chap couldn't find anything to drink.
Well, why does Mrs. Forbes let him wander about like that?
Oh, he likes his freedom. You know, Mr. Shawfield, I sometimes wonder if the soul of the MacDonald chieftain MacEairn inhabits dear Hughie's body.
Certainly plenty of room.
Well, when one watches him walking the pass night after night, one really gets the impression he's still brooding on the massacre. If one only knew the thoughts in his wise old head.
Apples, biscuits, oats, I should imagine.
Oh, no, you don't understand.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make fun of him.
Well, I think I'll take my little constitutional. I've not been very well, you know. I've not been well at all.
Well, it's bitterly cold out.
And I need fresh air. I don't like being cooped up.
Oh, I wonder if this coffee is still hot. Oh, yes.
Oh, was that Mr. Curtis going out?
Yes, he's braver than I am. I'm just going to sit by your lovely fire. I see old Hughie's just outside. I bet he'd come in here if you gave him half a chance.
Oh, him. He'll stay there in the hopes of an apple. Mr. Curtis always feeds him, so he's come to expect it. Oh, Kate feeds him, too, when she's over. Kate Stewart, you know, from Etith Farm. Oh, but of course you met her mother on the train.
I did, indeed.
Oh, well, she's a bit of a talker, but the lassie's a nice wee thing. Though I do wish she wasn't so much under her mother's thumb. Mrs. Stewart was a great beauty in her day, you know, and poor Katie gets depressed because she thinks she's so plain.
Oh, she's got magnificent red hair.
Ah, if she'd only do it properly. She's a capable lassie, anyway. It's a pity she's not in charge of the farm. I'm afraid they'll end by being evicted. They never got the hay in at all last year, and 3 of their cattle starved to death. Mr. Curtis was very upset about it. But I mustn't stand here blithering. You'll be wanting to get on with your book. Oh, what is the subject, or shouldn't I ask?
Oh, I just write novels.
Oh, I do so like a good tale. I must read one of them. Oh, if you want something to read, there are some magazines and papers over there. And perhaps Mr. MacDonald would lend you something. He's a good boy, but very highly strung. He lets the massacre prey on his mind, as if it wasn't bad enough to have this terrible murderer so near us. Of course, I bolt the doors and windows every night.
You better be careful you don't lock him in by mistake, like Hughie and the oats.
Oh, my goodness me. Don't say things like that, Mr. Shawfield.
This isn't really important, but has it struck you that one of us almost certainly has met the murderer?
What do you mean?
Our friend outside, Hughie.
Aye. Well, I must get on with my work.
Old hopeful, aren't you, Hughie? I've still nothing for you. What's the murderer like? Did he ever tell you why he murdered? So that's your considerable, is it? But I'll tell you something you don't know. I nearly killed my own wife once. Only somehow I didn't quite make it. But he did. Lionel Merritt. That's his name. Married to Violet Merritt. They seemed a happy couple. They even had a cat. But no children. We had no children either. Sylvia wouldn't. Oh, am I boring you, Hughie? This isn't really the stuff for a nice, respectable horse. You go for your walk. I think I'll do the same.
Oh, I'm glad I've caught you. I want to apologize.
Apologize for what?
To think that I tried to shut the poor creature up.
What on earth are you talking about?
Tell me, how are you describing him?
Who?
The little man from Surbiton. Oh, I can just see it. And to think that I, a fellow writer, did my best to spoil it for you. What a good thing Mrs. Forbes told me you write novels.
I don't know if I'm following all this, but I gather I'm supposed to be putting Mr. Curtis in a book.
Pass the condiments. Marvelous, marvelous.
You seem to think my manners are worse than your own. Do you imagine I pull the strings to make a person dance for me?
How dare you? You better get back to your thieving Highland reavers. Though God knows they'd probably chuck you into Loch Etty for the lousy little southern that you are.
I'm a Scot!
Where were you cradled, Sandy? In the corries of the Charing Cross Road?
Of course, with your name, you don't dare believe I'm descended from MacDonald of Artrioch.
The only pity is you ever descended at all. Oh, I'm going out for a walk. And I warn you, if you make fun of Mr. Curtis again, I'll throw the condiments in your face. Hey, who's chucking away perfectly good apples? Why, it's Miss Stewart. Hello there. You're a long way from home, aren't you?
Oh, hello, Mr. Schofield.
I was on my way to Tyndrum. Nice to see you again, Tibby Fowler.
Tibby Fowler was rich. That's why the men came after her. We haven't got any money at all. We're going to be evicted.
Oh, in that case, it seems a pity to waste good apples. Let me pick them up for you.
Mrs. Forbes promised me these. I biked up here with a message for her, then I dropped my bag.
I see.
Well, I suppose I'd better be getting along.
Oh, why? I should be glad to talk to a civilized person. Since I've been here, nobody mentions anything but murder and the devil.
Oh, when I was a little girl, I had to read the Bible to my grandfather, and he'd never allow me to mention the devil. So I had to read out things like the world, the flesh, and the word I'm not supposed to say.
I should imagine there are a great many words that you're not supposed to say.
Well, I don't know why you should think that.
Why don't you sit down? Oh, is it too cold? We could go back to the hotel if you'd rather and have a drink.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Well, Mummy wouldn't like it.
Oh, I hadn't realized I was making an immoral proposition.
Well, in Scotland, ladies don't go into public houses. Of course, it's different in your part of the world. Ladies there can go wherever they like.
So you, too, read your papers?
Well, I must be getting along. Mummy...
I should never have come here. So you've read all about me, Miss Stewart. It must have greatly improved your knowledge of all the words you're not supposed to say.
Why are you talking to me like this? Well, of course I read the papers. And of course I recognized you. You were front page news, and you're very good looking.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be impertinent. When you see... Well, I'd read all your books, and I liked them. And they're not the kind to go with all that sort of beastliness. Your last one was wonderful.
Oh, wouldn't you like an autograph copy? Straight, as it were, from Gehenna?
Oh, no, thank you. I get them from the library, where you don't want to go squandering your royalties on me.
Good heavens.
And besides, you're so angry with me. I'm afraid I'm a clumsy person. I biked out specially to meet you. You know, before my mummy arrived. I dropped the apples on purpose. Expecting you're finding this funny. You could put it into a book sometime.
Would you, like a cigarette, Kate?
No.
Why not? After all, Mummy can't smell it from here. Oh, come on. Let me light it for you. I'm sorry I jumped down your throat like that. Of course you read the newspapers. And I'm an odd face and an odd name, too.
It's a Campbell name.
So everybody makes a point of telling me. Oh, never mind. What about our contemporary murderer? What's the latest news?
Oh, he shot you off the front pages, Mr. Schofield.
You impertinent baggage. If you're going to be so cheeky, you better call me John, or even, as my friends do, Johnny. I'm beginning to feel pushed into the elderly gentleman class.
Of course. John?
It comes easier after the first 10 years. So our murderer has replaced me, has he?
Oh, Mr. Schofield. John, the poor creature. They're so certain he's here. Do you think he can really be hiding in these hills?
God help him if he is.
Oh, to be on the run like that. I don't know how he can endure it. The pass of Glencoe is no place for a lonely, frightened man.
Girl, I think you'd better come and have that drink with me.
But what sort of a person can he be?
A person like you and me, neither better nor worse, Kate. The human mind is like metal, you know. There's always a breaking point. Some of us murder, some of us mop and mow, some of us simply go to the devil. He chopped his wife up. That's just how it took him.
You're being awfully nasty.
Only because I'm afraid. Nothing makes people nastier. That's why I was so rude to you just now. Oh, well, let's walk back. We'll freeze if we don't. I'll wheel your bike for you. Oh, and you better give me your bag, too. I can't have you dropping it again.
Oh, I can manage.
Don't be silly. I wanted to talk to you, too. Why don't you have lunch with me? Well, there's nothing even John Knox could say against that. You'll be superbly chaperoned, with Mr. Curtis passing the condiments on one side and Mr. MacDonald having a tantrum on the other.
Oh, I can't. How cold it is. I'm sure it's going to snow.
Why can't you?
Mummy expects me to be back at the farm.
Well, can't you ring somebody?
Oh, there's no telephone around here. Mrs. Forbes has been trying to get one for ages. But it's so difficult to lay down the wires, or whatever it is one does.
Oh, that must be awkward when it snows.
Oh, if it snows, you probably won't get out at all.
Ah, very jolly. What does one do about food? I hope we don't have to add an outbreak of cannibalism to everything else.
You really have a horrid mind. Oh, don't worry. Mrs. Forbes stocks up for emergencies. There'll be plenty to drink anyway.
Well, that's all right, then. So you're definitely not lunching with me?
No.
You know, you're... How old are you?
I'm 25.
What do you think your mother has the right to run your life for you? I'm not, after all... Forgive my crudity, suggesting we go to bed together. All I want is for you to share with me the midday roast and 2 veg.
Well, you're only asking me out of kindness.
Oh.
I hate people being kind to me.
Oh, if you're going to talk like that, I've nothing more to say to you. Go back to Mummy, Kate, and tell her from me she's made a shocking mess of your upbringing.
She was so lovely when she was young.
Was she?
I was engaged once.
Congratulations.
I brought him home. There is an old song now, isn't there? Now I have to call him father.
You mean to say she married him?
Oh, no. But he fell in love with her. And that was that. Oh, there are other kinds of murder, you know, Mr. Shawfield, than chopping people up. Oh, I simply can't call you John. I don't know why. Mummy will be calling you by your first name in 5 minutes.
Oh, call me what you like. There's the hotel. You might remember, Kate, that Mummy isn't as young as she was, and that young men with Oedipus complexes don't make the best husbands. So I'll be meeting your mother again soon, will I?
Yes?
And she'll be turning on all her charm for me. Before I go in, just tell me this. Has she read all my books?
Well, she borrowed them from the librarian last night. She was busy on them the whole evening.
Do you know, I think there's hope for you yet, Kate. I'm looking forward to meeting your mother again, and I don't mean that quite as you may imagine.
Oh, there's Mrs. Stewart asking for you, Mr. Shawfield.
Oh.
I did say you were all at dinner, but...
Oh, I'm disturbing you, and Mr. Curtis just about to carve to you, isn't it a shame? Katie said you'd be eating, didn't you, Kate? And I just didn't listen. Now, you're just to go on eating, you poor hungry creatures, as if I wasn't here. I'll be away in a minute. I want a wee word with Mr. Shawfield.
I'm sure we're all delighted to see you.
We hadn't really started. Do sit down. Oh, hell, there's the pepper. Confound it. Hello, Kate.
Damn. You see, Mrs. Stewart, the effect you have on us all. Hello, Kate.
Hello, Mr. Shawfield.
Oh, so we're back in square one, are we?
I don't know what you mean.
I just came to ask you to tea tomorrow afternoon, Mr. Shawfield. And I'm not asking you, Ian. You've caught a cold, you poor boy.
It's the pepper.
Anyway, I'm not asking you because I know what you writers are. You'll be talking shop all the time, and poor Katie and I'll not understand a word of it. As for you, Mr. Curtis, dear, I want you all to myself when you come. Oh, you've no idea how he helps us, Mr. Shawfield. He knows so much about animals.
Oh, how kind of you. Actually, I once studied to be a vet, but I fear my knowledge is sadly rusty.
Of course it isn't, you silly man. But now, Mr. Shawfield, so fascinating our meeting like this. I don't think these things are coincidences, do you? I think they're meant. After all, I've been a fan of yours for ages.
Indeed. I must say it's interesting to meet people who've really read one's books. Most of them just flip over the pages so that they can say the right things. You must have noticed this, Kate.
Oh, no, I can't say I have.
Haven't you?
Once or twice I nearly wrote to you, but I didn't quite have the nerve. That second book of yours, A Lion Among the Ladies, haunted me for a long time. Do you remember, Kate? Oh, but I'm afraid my little daughter prefers thrillers.
Oh, come, Kate. Surely you remember.
I didn't realize I was saying anything funny, Kate.
Oh, of course not, Mummy.
Oh, well, never mind. If you want to laugh at your poor old mother, why not? But now, Mr. Shawfield, you'll come tomorrow, won't you?
I will indeed. I shall look forward to it.
Well, then, that's settled. Oh, Mr. Curtis, dear, do go on with the carving. You all look so hungry.
Well, if you're sure you don't mind.
How clever of you to know how to carve. He's definitely here, you know.
Oh, Mummy, please.
The murderer, I mean. He's been seen in the glen, actually seen. Please don't let me disturb your meal, only I thought you'd like to know.
I'm not hungry.
They have a description of him, you know. Apparently, he's got a scar.
A scar?
Yes. Oh, it's so terrible. A creature like that is no better than a wild beast. Oh, he's mad, of course. No sane person could cut up his wife. Well, I've disturbed you more than enough. Come on, Kate, darling. We must tidy up our little home before the famous Mr. Shawfield sees it, mustn't we? Would you think me very forward if I called you John?
It would be a privilege. I hope, Kate, you will do the same. It sounds so much more friendly.
Oh, I don't think she'd dare. Kate is very shy, aren't you, darling? Well, we must go. Bye just now. Tomorrow at 4, Johnny.
Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, Mr. Curtis, anything wrong?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm not feeling very well.
Oh, can I do anything?
No, I'll go upstairs and rest a little.
That woman's a damn show-off.
Is she?
Oh, you wait till tomorrow. You'll get a magnificent tea and you'll see your books in the case at the far end. Not near enough to be obtrusive, but where you can't miss him. She did the same to me.
Best of luck to her.
Oh, you would say that. I'm going to tell you something.
Every time you tell me something, you create an earthquake. What is it now?
I've decided I'm going to marry her daughter.
Oh, have you informed Kate of your decision?
It's none of your business. I don't know why I'm telling you any of this. For all I know, you might be this murderer.
I could say the same of you.
You've got that kind of face.
Is there a murderer's face? As it happens, my wife, my ex-wife, is very much alive.
If you knew what you looked like when you said that. One day you'll do a murder yourself.
Perhaps I will. You better be careful, MacDonald. There are other victims than wives. What was this you were saying about marrying the girl?
Oh, Kate. I think it's time she settled down. I need someone to look after me. She'll never have a name in lights, but she's a good girl. I fancy she'd marry anyone to get away from that mother of hers.
I don't think she'd be any better off with you.
What the hell do you mean by that? I'd give her my name and a home. She'd have married status. That's all women ever want. She'd be very well off with me. After all, let's face it, she's pretty plain. We can't all look like Sylvia Court, can we? I warn you, if you hit me, I'll summons you.
Oh, for pity's sake, I was merely going to light a cigarette. But I do find it a bit distasteful that you should speak like this of your prospective wife. After all, she's a person in her own right.
I'll tell you something.
I'll hold on to the tablecloth.
We're all together, aren't we? Getting on each other's nerves like fun. And now it's going to snow.
So your intended warned me.
And when it does, anything might happen. Anything.
How jolly.
The murderer will have to come out for one thing. He'd freeze to death in Ossian's cave. And the Glen's a queer place, you know. Ghosts aren't the only kind of haunting. And you, being what you are...
What the hell am I?
I'm going to show you something. Wait a minute.
Oh, what now?
Look. How do you like that, Mr. Shawfield?
What's the point of all this drama? All right, it's a pistol. Am I to take this as a challenge to a duel or something?
I see you handle it as to the manner born.
It looks very old.
300 years old. A real Highland pistol. They call it over and under because one barrel is laid over the other. There's only one lock and hammer required because the second barrel can be turned round by hand. Here, after the first has been fired. It's a nice job. I should go easy with it if I were you. It's loaded, both barrels.
Do you mean to tell me that you leave a loaded weapon lying around like that in a drawer which isn't even locked? This thing would go off at the slightest pressure. You must be out of your mind.
It's mine. I do what I like with it. I'm not being dictated to by you. For all you write bestsellers.
Oh, damn my bestsellers. Anyone would think they were a crime. Mr. Curtis, are you feeling better?
What's that?
Oh, it's all right. We've decided to use swords instead.
this is something that has killed.
It has indeed. Ask Mr. Shawfield.
Oh, do please put it away. I can't bear to look at it. It's wicked. It's done murder.
Put it away, you imbecile.
Oh, all right.
Nowadays, they laugh at killing. I fear we've lost all sense of decency. We even sacrifice animals in the name of science. I don't like having a weapon lying about the house. It puts ideas into people's heads.
It's all right, sir. Don't distress yourself. MacDonald isn't going to leave it here.
I am. Why shouldn't I?
I tell you what we're going to do, MacDonald. We're going to take a nice walk together. I think we both need some fresh air.
I don't need any fresh air.
Oh, yes, you do. Before it snows. We're going to leave you in peace, Mr. Curtis. You can take a nice little nap.
What is all this? I don't want to walk with you.
Well, you are walking with me. Serves you right for baiting that poor little creature.
It's a pity you don't mind your own business.
Okay. Oh, God, it's cold. Can't you smell the snow? Ah, that poor devil. This is no place for a murderer on the run. Tell me about the massacre, MacDonald. I'm in the mood. Wasn't it this kind of weather when it happened? Why, here's old McKeon himself to give local colour. Hey, boy! Ah, it appears he's not feeling sociable.
A revolting slob of an animal. He ought to be sent to the knacker's yard.
Would you murder your own clansman? What about my history lesson? I'm beginning to believe you know nothing about the massacre at all.
I know it by heart. So should you, Mr. Shawfield. I wonder you can face the ghosts, you murderer.
There are other ghosts. There's Violet, for instance. Don't forget Violet.
And you call me mad. Who the blazes is Violet? Is she somebody here?
She is a little dispersed, but she's here all right. She's here.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. But I'll tell you of ghosts. The Master of Stair. You'll have heard of him. He ordered the massacre. I hope the soldiers will not trouble the government with prisoners. That's what he said. He wanted them killed. Women, children, and all.
A little dispersed. Her hands here, her feet there. I wonder if he sees her still on the slopes of Anachdub.
It was down these slopes that they fled, naked and screaming in a blizzard. The sky was red with their cottages going up in flames. They shot the old man from behind. They stripped his wife and tore the rings from her fingers with their teeth. It was bloody murder.
This was bloody murder, too.
When it was all over, the Campbells played a tune on the pipes from Loch Leven Shore. The Glen is mine. That's what the tune was called. The MacDonalds were dead. There was nothing left of them.
There was nothing much left of Violet either. Poor Violet. It might so easily have been poor Sylvia. I nearly throttled her once. Only... well, I didn't. If I had, it would be me in Ossian's cave. Perhaps it might be even now.
Well, now you know all about it. And now you know why I call you a murderer, Mr. Campbell of Shawfield.
What do you say? What?
Oh, my God, you look it.
What an ass you are. I'm no murderer.
I saw you handle that pistol. It belonged to your ancestor. He murdered mine, John MacDonald of Artrilken.
When did all this take place?
1692 in the month of February.
Well, it's now 1965, the month of January. And I'm going to chuck that pistol away the moment I'm back. Oh, let's stop this nonsense. Tell me about this precious book of yours. When's it coming out? I think you ought to dedicate it to me.
You and your bestsellers! I don't want to talk to you anymore. I wish you'd never come.
Are we all mad? My bestsellers. You couldn't even leave me that, Sylvia, could you?
Well, now, I hope you had a nice walk, Mr. Shawfield. Oh, are you looking for something in that drawer? There's nothing there. It's empty.
Yes, it's empty.
Oh, is anything wrong? You look quite strange.
No, nothing's wrong. Well, you must give me some idea of my route. Tomorrow I go to Etive Farm. Kate! What on earth are you doing here in the middle of the road? And what's all this furniture? Well, do you have to move house in the snow? Oh, my dear girl, what has happened?
We've been evicted.
Oh.
It's all Mummy's fault. Oh, what am I to do? What am I to do?
I don't know what the hell this is all about, but I do know it's pretty well a blizzard and cold as charity. You can't stay here. You'll freeze to death. You're coming straight back to the hotel with me.
so that you can get those sopping clothes off. And I shall give you a large brandy, whether you like it or not. You can pretend it's medicinal. Come along at once.
Yes, but these things, they'll be ruined. And then my piano.
A piano in the paths of Glencoe. Does it still play? Never mind. Clandiermid's dead, and Clandonald, too. Girl, are you coming or aren't you?
I can't just leave everything here.
You can and you will.
Mummy will be dreadfully upset.
Well, I'm dreadfully upset, too. There was I, dreaming of hot scones and a blazing fire. The next time you ask a poor London chap to tea, you might plan the weather better. Oh, Kate, come on, for pity's sake. You're the most idiotic, pig-headed girl I've ever met.
I trouble you not to speak to me like that, Mr. Shawfield.
Bah!
Oh, really? Mr. Shawfield! Mr. Shawfield! Put me down this instant! I won't be casted around like a baby!
In a moment, I'll sling you over my shoulders like a sack of potatoes. In fact, if you go on like this, Miss Stewart, I shall smack you, which will be very undignified, and create a certain amount of tension at our future meeting.
There is not the least need to shout at me, Mr. Shawfield. I do not like it. I am quite prepared to go to the hotel if you kindly put me down like this instant.
It's a pleasure, Miss Stewart. Do ask me again, won't you? You must both have tea with me sometime in Ossian's cave. Oh, that's better. Here, I'll take that case. Now, for God's sake, walk as fast as you can. This is as bad as the night of the massacre.
Oh, it was worse than this.
Anyway, the massacre is something I should prefer to forget. It's nothing to do with me. Only I must admit, MacDonald has quite a gift for evoking the past. His book should be really impressive.
Oh, he doesn't really write at all, you know.
What?
Oh.
Now, look, I'm not being familiar. I'm only holding you to warm you a little.
Oh, I don't mind.
My poor lamb, you're frozen. Oh, perhaps I should have slapped you after all, as a remedial measure.
Oh, well, I don't think that you should speak to me like that. I am 25, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. What were you saying about MacDonald?
Oh, well, I thought you knew. He means to write the book, of course, but he'll never really get down to it. He's a failure, you know, like me.
Like you?
Oh, yes. He's always making a mess of things, even as a school teacher. That's what he is, you know. Oh, he's really quite nice under all the nonsense. He wants to marry me. He thinks I'd look after him while he writes.
And are you going to marry him?
I don't think so. Oh, it would be such a responsibility.
I'm not sure if you should let yourself be so devoured by passion, Kate.
Why are you laughing at me? Have I said something funny?
No, of course not.
Well, I did consider it, of course. I've always been scared of not marrying.
There's no earthly reason why you shouldn't get married. Now, marriage isn't all it's cracked up to be. But if you're so frightened about it, you can always take up a cause. You do it very well, red hair flying and all. In fact, I think you'd be quite terrifying.
Oh, do you think so? And what cause would you suggest, Mr. Shawfield?
Oh, I wouldn't dare commit myself. Oh, we're nearly home. Shall I pick you up and run for it? My legs are much longer than yours.
No, thank you. I do hope you won't catch cold, Mr. Shawfield. You must take a good tot of whiskey when you go to bed and get Mrs. Forbes to give you a hot water bottle.
You are the most extraordinary girl. You know, you haven't told me what all this is about yet. And where's your mother? Did she forget she'd asked me round?
Well, you see, we knew they were going to evict us. They said we didn't manage the farm properly. Mummy's never taken it seriously, but when the final note came, she got frightened and went out, thinking that they couldn't do anything, that she wasn't there. Only, it didn't make any difference. They just took everything out and dumped it by the roadside.
And what about your mother?
Oh, I expect she's gone to Edinburgh.
What the blazes do you mean?
We have cousins there.
I don't find that an adequate answer.
Well, what was there for her to do? She doesn't get on very well with Mrs. Forbes, you know. She probably parked her bicycle somewhere and got a lift to Oban. Oh, I'll hear from her in a day or so.
You tell me your mother leaves you to cope. and waltzes off to Edinburgh. I hope she sinks in a 10-foot drift and freezes stiff. She should be shot.
Really, Mr. Schofield? I am quite capable of coping with the situation.
Oh, sure. When I saw you this afternoon, I was amazed by the way you had everything under control, down to the bottom C of the piano.
Oh, oh, there was this lovely tea for you two. Beautiful cake. I made it myself, Mr. Schofield. Oh, Mr. Schofield, put me down. Put me, I won't have
I'm
it.
not putting you down. I'm getting you back as soon as I can. Look, we're home. Stop crying, my darling, silly girl.
Ian is watching you from the doorway.
Huh?
He looks like a new massacre.
You should speak more respectfully of the Glen. Shouldn't she, MacDonald? Shouldn't she, boy?
Shouldn't she what? What's happened? Why are you carrying her? Is she hurt?
Hurt? Oh, Kate? Never. Here, take her.
No, I'd not be tossed about between the pair of you. What do you think I am, a tennis ball? Don't put me down. Oh, Mrs. Forbes. Oh, I'm terribly sorry to land myself on you like this. As if dreadful things happen. We've been evicted and I simply nowhere to go.
Close the door, MacDonald. By the way, what happened to your precious pistol?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The pistol, MacDonald. The pistol I shot you with 300 years ago. The pistol I may be shooting you with any moment now. Look, all I want to know is, did you take that pistol away yesterday?
I don't see what business is it of yours, but I took it up to my room half an hour ago. What were you carrying Kate in your arms for?
Oh, having just sacked the farm, I thought I might as well do things properly, so I ravished her as well. Will you let me pass, please? You may enjoy chatting in an icy hallway, but I want to go into the sitting room and warm up a bit. Oh, may I join you, Mr. Curtis?
Mrs. Forbes says we won't be able to get out at all. Oh, you don't think the snow's as bad as that, do you?
Gosh, I'm cold. Oh, bless Mrs. Forbes for this glorious fire. What? Oh, I don't know. It's really coming down with a vengeance now.
But I must get out tomorrow. I simply can't stay in all day. It's bad for me. I've not been well, you know. The doctor said it was essential I should have fresh air.
Oh, Lord knows it's fresh enough. My dear chap, I don't like being cooped up any more than you do. In any case, I want to get down to Ballachulish tomorrow, see about Kate's belongings. She's been evicted into the snow, you know. And frankly, I don't think any of us will get out if it goes on like this.
But I must...
Mind you, I do understand how you feel. We're not exactly a coordinated group. If you feel you simply can't stand us, why don't you stay in your room? I'm sure Mrs. Forbes wouldn't mind. I know what the need for privacy is, God knows.
Do you?
Oh, yes, I had a wife once, you know.
And wouldn't she leave you alone?
Not for a minute, not even to write. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. You stay in your room, Mr. Curtis. Walls are good 18th century workmanship. You won't hear us brawling downstairs.
It might thaw tomorrow.
It might.
I must get out. You don't understand. I must. That pistol.
Oh, now, don't worry about that. MacDonald's taken it away. And high time, too. Well, I'm going to get myself a drink. I think I've earned it. Would you like something?
Oh, no, thank you. It's very kind of you, but alcohol doesn't suit my constitution.
Suits mine.
Here now.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Forbes. I needed that. How's our Kate?
She's all right. She's had a hot bath and a good drop of brandy. I lent her my dressing gown and put her by my sitting room fire.
Oh.
Fancy Mrs. Stewart leaving the poor lassie in the snow and going to Edinburgh.
Yeah.
I could wring that woman's neck. Things were different before Mr. Stewart left her.
Oh, of course. Her husband.
Aye, he couldn't take it. He's married someone else now. The poor lassie's never been the same since. Not that Mrs. Stewart would care. She always used her as a kind of servant and keeps on telling her how plain she is. If she was lying dead in the snow this very minute, I'd not care.
Perhaps she is.
Now, you'll have a refill.
Oh, Mrs. Forbes, you're making a lush out of me.
Oh, no.
Well,
no.
why not? It's one hell of a night.
Mr. Schofield.
Cheers.
I was thinking maybe you'd go up and have a word with Kate. I know she'd like to see you. She wants to thank you.
There was nothing to thank me for. Of course I'll go.
Oh. And you won't mind the dressing gown?
I think I could survive it. I was warned about your dressing gown, Kate. You look rather sweet in it, actually. Well, just a bit on the large side. How are you feeling?
I made a horrid scene, didn't I? Oh, poor Mr. Schofield. Have you had a drink?
I have indeed. I believe I'm a little drunk.
It'll do you good.
Oh, Kate, I don't think you should look after everyone like this. Simply means that people take advantage of you. I take advantage of you myself.
Yes. You ravish me, don't you? I heard you say that.
Oh, Kate, I'm most sincerely sorry. I think MacDonald brings out the worst in me. Well, that doesn't make it any better. Please, try to forgive me.
Oh, I don't really mind. I was a little surprised, that's all.
Oh, what a nice girl you are. Thank God you're here. Looks as if we're going to be snowbound. It's just as well there'll be one civilized person among us.
No, I'm not as civilized as all that.
What do you mean?
It doesn't matter. You'd better go. You should have a good hot meal.
Oh, there you go again.
Only I wonder if you would kiss me good night before you go.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I know I shouldn't ask you.
Oh, I was going to do it in any case, whether you asked me or not.
Oh, no, you weren't. It's nice of you to say so, though. But, I know I'm embarrassing you.
Oh, for God's sake, come here. Come here, you idiotic girl.
Mr. Schofield.
Mr. Schofield. Kate. Silly, nice little Kate. Why don't you relax now?
You're hurting me.
Well, you asked for it, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I did, didn't I? Well, you better get down to your dinner now. And don't forget your aspirin.
No.
Good night, Mr. Schofield. Oh.
Well, you'll not be going far this morning, gentlemen. There are 6-foot drifts outside. Hughie's just sunken one up to his ears, the daft creature. Well, I do hope it clears by tomorrow, because if it does, there's a little treat for you.
Oh, and what's that, Mrs. Forbes?
Oh, there's the cinema at Kinlochleven. It comes round to all the villages once a fortnight. Oh, perhaps you could drive them down, Mr. Curtis.
Oh, I fear I'm not one for the films. Oh. But, of course, my car is entirely at the disposal of anyone who wants to go.
Ah, well, then, Mr. Schofield and Mr. MacDonald can take Miss Stewart down. Oh, Kate, we were just talking about you. I was saying you must all go to the cinema tomorrow.
Good morning. Well, yes, I should like that.
No, I've no time for such things. I've my book to get on with. Besides, I don't want to be intruding.
Oh? And what makes you say that, Ian?
Yes, what makes you say that, Ian? It's a very interesting remark. We should all be delighted to hear your explanation.
It's falling very heavily.
It's really quite blinding.
One can only hope, can't one? Well, just clear away the breakfast things.
I'll help you, Mrs.
No,
Fox.
no, dear. No, you just rest a while.
Well, one can only hope, can't one?
I wouldn't want to spoil your fun. It's a case of two's company, no doubt. I don't like playing gooseberry.
Perhaps you would care to enlarge on these odd statements.
I really believe it's not quite so heavy. I
know your kind. I've read the newspapers, too. I know all about you and your precious wife. And now you honour us with your presence, the dashing Mr. Schofield. And naturally you make a pass at any girl you see. Your sword would seduce your own grandmother given half an opportunity.
Right.
Please, Mr. Schofield. I'll deal with this. Now, what is the matter with you, Ian? Mr. Shawfield's never made a pass at me.
He was going to hit me.
Well, I'm not surprised. I think you ought to apologize.
You better hold your hand out, MacDonald. Or should I call you Ian?
You are being silly too, Mr. Shawfield. Really, I've no patience with either of you.
Oh, I can see when I'm not wanted.
Looks as if you and I'll be going to the cinema alone.
Well, that'll be very nice. Ian is very highly strung.
He'll be strung a good deal higher if he goes on like this.
Oh, surely you're big enough not to mind what he says. He's so unhappy and mixed up. But anyway, knocking people down doesn't do any good.
Thanks for the sermon.
I didn't mean to... Well, I must go and help Mrs. Fawn.
She said she didn't need it. Talk to me instead.
Well, I don't see what there is to talk about.
Kate,
What is it?
don't look so frightened.
I'm not.
I'm not going to say anything rude or unpleasant. I know I've been both to you. I'm sorry. And MacDonald was perfectly right. I'm just the mess he said I am. I'm not sure if I'll ever be anything else. Not as long as my wife sticks in my memory. And then I meet someone like you. And you're sweet, Kate.
Oh.
But you are. Only I'm not the sort of person for you. When I kissed you last night.
I asked you to kiss me. Don't you remember, Mr. Shorty?
Oh, damn your eyes for an exact and pedantic little prig. All right, then. Now, I am asking you to kiss me.
No.
Have it your own way. I'm just nothing now. You mustn't bother about me anymore.
Shall I tell you what I think?
If you must.
I think you're lying.
Oh, you do you?
Yes. Oh, I knew exactly why you walked out on me like that last night. You thought, oh, dear, now she's going to hang around my neck. She seemed such a nice, sensible girl, and now she's just going to be a nuisance. You didn't find me really attractive, you see. Men never have scruples about attractive women. But I knew you'd say something dramatic like this. All writers like drama.
It would serve you damn well right if I took hold of you this very instant and gave you a practical demonstration of the facts of life.
I suppose it would. But it would be rather awkward for you, now wouldn't it, if I fell into your arms?
Would you care to try?
Anyway, I'm not as ignorant as you always seem to think.
Would you like to come here a moment?
No, I wouldn't. Oh, I'm sorry. I've spoiled all your grand scene. Only... Oh, I wish I hadn't come here. I wish I'd never met you.
Never mind, Kate. Tomorrow evening we'll go to the cinema and behave like civilized human beings. I think it'll do us both a lot of good.
I suppose it will take our mind off things.
What things? Well, Kate?
Do you, play cards, Mr. Schofield?
Why? Are you suggesting we settle down to a nice quiet game of cutthroat?
And perhaps it's not a very good idea.
No, I don't think it is, really. But it's no reason for me to go on cutting your throat. I apologize, Kate, for being an absolute so-and-so. Why are you frightened?
I keep thinking of the murderer.
So do I.
It's as if he's forcing his thoughts on us, making us all think of dreadful things.
Yes, yes.
We're all ordinary people, aren't we? Ian's really quite sensible when you get him on his own, and, well, Mr. Curtis is just a nice, respectable little man who probably goes to work every day in a bowler hat with a rolled umbrella.
That should certainly liven up the city.
Ah, you're laughing at me again.
You should be glad. It means you're exercising my demons for me. Of course, you're perfectly right, as you always are. It is frightening, my darling. And we are all behaving like lunatics. Well, where are you going? Are you leaving me? Don't go.
Oh, I must go and help Mrs. Forbes with the dinner.
There, now I'm afraid it's just you and Mr. MacDonald today. Kate is eating with me, and poor Mr. Curtis is having his meal upstairs.
He doesn't look at all well.
Oh, I hope he's not sickening for something. It's very worrying. However, I must leave you two gentlemen to your meal.
I'll thank you to lay off that girl. Did you hear what I said?
I did.
Look, I've known Kate for some time. She's a good girl. I'm going to marry her.
So you've already notified
and
me.
you come along. Of course, you've all the tricks of the trade. You turn on the charm, no doubt.
Don't you think this is all a little unnecessary? What is the matter with you, man? You always assume that I'm hell-bent on seducing your Kate when I assure you nothing is further from my mind.
She thinks she's in love with you.
Nonsense. You're insulting her. She's not the kind to make flirty eyes at everything in trousers. If you want to marry her, that's okay with me. But do some courting instead of shrieking abuse at me. Talk some sense for once. Why don't you tell me about your book?
What a filthy, abominable swine you are. You talk of courting. You weren't so successful in your own, were you?
Wasn't I?
I suppose it just doesn't matter to you. That little chap outside has more guts than you. He killed her. He chopped her up. But I don't suppose you even mind all that muck in the papers. It's just more material for your cheap jack novels.
Suppose it is. Well, I'm going for a walk. I'll leave you to do your courting. I must admit that the thought of you as a wooer seems rather like Huey in tights doing a tap dance. But Kate is a very compassionate girl.
Pretentious swine. Kate? Kate? Come here a moment. I want to talk to you.
I thought you were up in your room, Mr. Curtis. I really don't think you ought to be out in this weather. I know it's stopped snowing, but it's bitterly cold.
Yes, I'm well wrapped up.
Are you looking for something, sir?
Why should I be?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were ferreting around with your stick. But of course, it's a damn silly question. You couldn't find a house in all this snow.
I'm just taking a little constitutional.
Hardly the weather for it. I wonder if they've caught the murderer yet.
Well, of course not.
Of course? With half the Shire looking for him? Actually, I've developed a theory about him.
And what is that?
I don't think he's shut out at all. I think he's shut in. And the best of luck to him, poor devil. Oh, was that Huey over there?
No.
You looked over your shoulder. I saw him wandering about a few minutes ago.
I wish you wouldn't keep on asking me questions.
I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to...
Well, it's really very irritating. It worries me. I don't like silly questions. I do hope it's a nice, jolly film tomorrow. I'm sure Miss Stewart will enjoy it. She's such a charming lady, I always think.
Yes, she is, isn't she?
She's kind. It's a quality one doesn't often meet in the modern generation. I've often watched her with Huey. I always feel the way people behave with animals is very revealing. I can't abide cruelty to animals.
Shouldn't you come in now, sir? I'm sure Mrs. Forbes has a good fire waiting for us.
Do stop bothering me. I like the fresh air, I tell you.
All right. I don't. Not when it's as fresh as this. I'm going back to the lounge.
Ian, do stop pawing me about like this. I don't want to kiss you. I've already said a dozen times that I'm not going to marry you. Thank you very much.
I suppose you want to remain an old maid.
I do wish you'd be sensible. Why don't you listen? You just go on from where you left off without paying the faintest attention to what I've been saying. I've said no, and I mean no, and... Oh.
I'm so sorry. Am I intruding?
This is too much. You did this on purpose. You're spying on us.
Oh, dear.
I didn't mean to gatecrash Crisis. I'm honestly sorry. I'm afraid I ruined his kiss.
Do you think I'd let a great big Jessie like that kiss me?
Let me help you pick up those magazines. MacDonald seems to do his courting as he does everything else. Like a car with the steering gone.
Why are you always so beastly about him? He said you'd been terribly rude to him.
We all come to you for comfort, you see. I'm here for comfort myself.
Comfort. A shoulder to weep on, I know. Oh, it always makes me laugh when I read those magazine stories about strong, silent heroes taking the little woman into their manly arms. The poor creature ought to know that in a wee while she'll be reeling under the full 16 stone of him patting his shoulder and drying his tears.
I don't know why you're complaining. Before you know where you are, Mr. Curtis will be asking you to partake of his couch and condiments.
I don't find that in the least bit funny.
Oh, I don't seem to be very popular this evening. Come and have a drink with me. Let's go to pieces. Well, Tippy, see you drink your whiskey like a good Scots girl.
After all, Mr. Shawfield, I am precisely that.
I want to talk to you.
And I should like to listen.
Shoulder to weep on. Though I don't weigh 16 stone. I want to kiss you.
No.
Why not?
Just no. Tell me about it instead.
I suspect you're well used to people telling you things.
Oh, I always give excellent advice. But only for others, not for myself. It's your wife, isn't it? You're really still in love with her.
In love? Girl, I hate her. I want to murder her. I want to cut her into tiny pieces so that nothing remains.
Do you think that would lay her ghost?
You're a clever girl. I don't know. Only Lionel could answer that.
Lionel?
Murderer.
Oh. Oh, I forgot that was his name. I've been thinking about him so much. I don't know him, but I do know that by destroying her, he's destroyed himself.
Do you mean that?
I'm sure of it. I think murder leaves a shadow. It's like this glen where murder has sunk deep into the soil.
Ah, that's the voice of whiskey, my love.
Perhaps it's the voice of Lionel? Don't add yours to it. Was your wife so terrible?
She had to destroy, too. Even my part to write. And if I can't write Kate, I'm lost and damned. But you, my darling, you'd never understand this. I don't suppose you've ever hated in your kind little life.
Oh, yes, I have. I love my father very much, Mr. Schofield. She drove him away. No man could ignore the life she led him. I think if he'd stayed, I should be different. I shouldn't be such a thrawn, cravat-old mate. Oh, I'm talking too much. I'm being silly again.
You're all right, girl. Now, don't go away. Let me hold you.
I really must go up to bed. I do believe I'm a little tipsy. Whatever will Mrs. Forbes think?
Kate.
Oh, I've bothered you quite enough for one night. You needn't worry. I won't hang about your neck, I promise. Good night, Mr. Schofield.
Kate. Oh. I want someone to talk to. I must have someone to talk to. Huey! My boy, Huey! Where are you, huh? Ah, damn the horse. He's never there when he's wanted. My God, what's that? Lionel. It's all right, man. She's dead, isn't she? Come in and talk to me. After all, we're all of us murderers. Lionel! Lionel! Lionel!
Mrs. Forbes.
Oh, I can't hear a thing through this. Here, now, what did you say, Mr. Schofield?
I just wondered, did you hear anything last night?
What do you mean?
Like someone crying?
Oh, I sleep very heavily. He's still in the papers, but they don't think he's hiding out now. They think he's in a hotel. Someone saw him at Ballachulish. It's that scar, you know. It's on his wrist. They think it may be where the knife slipped. They never found the weapon, you know.
London has a deep and wide river, Mrs. Forbes.
Oh, well, it's nothing to do with us, is it? Oh, I hear Mr. Curtis is lending you his car.
Mm.
Oh, what a blessing it is it's thawing. You'll need to start about 6 tonight.
How pretty you look, Kate. You should always use lipstick.
Mrs. Forbes lent it to me. I hope I've not put on too much. Mummy would be very cross with me.
No comment. Let the old lady enjoy herself in Edinburgh. We're going to enjoy our cinema. Ah, you look really nice. I like the hairstyle, too.
Thank you, Mr. Schofield.
Kate.
Yes, Mr. Schofield.
I thought as much. This is deliberate impertinence. All right, my girl. Either you call me by my proper name, or I turn this car around, go back to the hotel, carry you up to bed, and go to the pictures on my own. Well, would you like to put it to the test?
No, John.
I should think so.
What's happened?
I just want to celebrate this unprecedented occasion.
John, please, please.
Okay.
You're not being fair. Now, why must you spoil a nice evening?
For pity's sake, I was only going to give you a nice, friendly kiss. Kate. Oh! Damn!
Oh, now, what is it? Oh, you've hurt yourself. Your wrist's bleeding.
What the hell does he keep down the car seat? Looks like a razor blade.
Oh, now, I'll bind it for you. It's not a deep cut. It'll stop bleeding in a moment.
No,
It's nothing. Don't fuss me. I'm sorry I made such an ass of myself. Will you just try to forget it? Your guardian angel is obviously trained in commando tactics. Accept my apologies, please.
Are you sure you feel all right?
I'm fine. Why not? After all, I now share the same distinguishing mark as the murderer. Well, where do we go from here? I don't know the way to Kinlochleven.
Straight on, and then to the right.
Dear Joan, I didn't think we'd get that one.
I think Sylvia, of course, so lovely, don't you?
In you get. Quite a coincidence, wasn't it? That it should have been one of Sylvia's films. Did you enjoy it, darling?
It was very nice.
Should we drive somewhere and get a drink?
No, thank you.
You sure?
Yes, thanks.
Oh, all right, then I'll drive you home. What did you think of my wife?
Oh, she's very lovely.
It's all rather amusing, actually. Well, it is funny, don't you think so? Oh, for God's sake, I must say you're not the most enlivening of companions. You better have the radio on, perhaps it'll wake you up a bit. What the hell do you think you're doing? Did Mummy never tell you not to grab at a driver's arm, especially on a slippery mountain road? You might have killed the pair of us.
Johnny, I know you hated her. I know she's hurt you dreadfully, but leave her be now. She doesn't matter. She can't touch you anymore. She'll get what she deserves in the end.
She will indeed.
Please, Johnny, listen. Please, you must listen. It was wicked that it should be that film, and I wish I'd known, but does it really matter so much to you? That part of your life is over and done with. You need never see her again.
I have to see her again.
No, please. Let her go to the devil any way she pleases.
I'm surprised at you, Kate. What would your grandfather say?
Oh, are you going to ruin your life for her? You fool. Can't you see that is what she wants you to do?
What do you mean by that, Kate? I should like an answer. We're not moving till I get one.
All right. I'll answer. I think you're planning to kill her. You're going tonight, Johnny. I know you are.
All right. If you have to know, I am going tonight. I had a letter this morning from my solicitors.
Oh, there's been no postman today.
I put a call through this morning.
There is no telephone. And you said it was a letter.
Oh, you're driving me mad with all this insanity. It'd serve you right if I put you out of the car and made you walk home.
You're going to kill her. I know it.
You win. I'm going to see her anyway. Only I don't know if I'm going to kill her. Oh, don't be frightened, Kate. There's no need. I'll try not to do anything silly.
Johnny, you're not to go.
I have to.
I'll go for you. I'll give her any message you want.
Oh, my darling idiot. She'd eat you alive.
Oh, I'm not afraid of her. I can sort her, all right. You don't know me, Johnny. You don't know me at all.
I'm beginning to see that. But I have to go, Kate. I can't explain exactly why, even to myself. It's as if there's something in this confounded glen that's pushing me on.
If it's your novels, Johnny, I know you're right again. I'll make you right again. Oh, Johnny, if it would help you, I'll do anything you want, Johnny. Anything. I love you. I'd give up the whole wide world to stop you going. I'm not as silly as I used to be. If you want me to.
What? Oh, Kate. Oh, my dear, dear girl. Thank you, Kate. I'll never forget that. But I wouldn't want it to be like that for you. You deserve better. Dear Kate, I'll be honest with you. I have to go to London. But what'll happen when I get there, I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. Come, darling. We must go.
It's long after midnight. We'll have the elders of the kirk talking. What a good thing Hughie's here to chaperone you.
He's away to the village.
Goodbye, Kate. I'll leave Mr. Curtis's car out for the night. Snow's melting fast. It won't come to any harm.
Johnny! Johnny! There must be an end to it. Even here in Glencoe. I could do far more for you than she could. She can only destroy. Stay with me. Why won't you trust me?
Oh, not that. I do trust you. It is not that. Goodbye, Kate.
I'll be waiting for you when you come back.
Damnation, what's that? Oh, this is just about the last straw. What the hell are you doing out of this hour in the morning, MacDonald? And is this confounded bicycle yours? Left, presumably, to trip me up?
I've been waiting for you.
Oh, go back to bed, you confounded idiot, and take your bike with you.
Oh, no, you don't get away with it like that. You murderous Campbell.
Look here, MacDonald. I've had just as much as I can take. Let me tell you once and for all that I am not a Campbell. I never was a Campbell. And I'm never, thank God, likely to be a Campbell.
Of course. Seducing a nice girl like that means nothing to you.
And what do you mean by that?
The cinema ended at 10:30. It didn't take you 2 hours to drive back, did it?
Oh, will you get out of my road? I've got to get to Ballachulish. You neurotic little moonshiner, you're mad. You've got Campbells on the brain.
You're not going to get away with this. I heard her go to her room and cry her heart out for what you'd done to her. She was still crying when I left. Oh, but you wouldn't care. You just take what you want and the hell with it.
You're muddling up your times a bit, aren't you? I am not one of your wenching gallants of 3 centuries. What's that in your pocket? Put that away, you idiot. You want to commit a murder? It's a hair trigger. Oh, for God's sake, you are mad.
Don't you like my pistol, Shawfield? Perhaps you prefer to be at the other end of it.
Put that down! Get up, you damn fool. Well, you don't expect me to help you, do you? I must say, I never thought I'd owe my life to a bicycle. I'll take that pistol from you, thank you very much. So both barrels have been fired. Oh, stop that stupid noise, you infernal lunatic. Whose bicycle is this?
Mrs. Stewart's.
I might have guessed. So the murderer was locked in after all. Come on. Get up, you nutcase. You're going to help me. I want to shove away some of this snow.
I can't.
If you don't, I'll bury you in it, so help me. Oh, come on, man. Pull yourself together.
Mrs. Stewart.
I told you not to leave lethal weapons about. Come along, we better get back. We've made enough asses of ourselves to create a new massacre.
You can't leave that poor lady lying there.
You imagine either of us is in any state to carry her? Besides, the police will have to be notified. She's dead. I can't feel any more for the dead. It's time I concentrated on the living. Only, I want to tell you this, MacDonald. You keep on calling me Campbell of Shawfield. Well, as it happens, my grandfather was a Jew. He came from Hamburg, and his name was Schoenfeld. He changed it to Shawfield. He thought it sounded prettier. We've never shouted Kruachen. Our war chant is, oi vai, oi vai.
Oh, all right, all right. Oh, stop dragging at me. This is the hotel, isn't it? I want to go to bed. Leave me alone.
I have every intention of leaving you alone. Ah, just one more thing. You are not to say a word of this to Kate. She'll know in the morning. It's soon enough. There's something I've got to do. But when I've finished, I'm going in to say goodnight to Kate. Any objection?
Oh, have it your own way. What are you rummaging in Curtis's car for?
Death.
Suppose you think that makes sense. Where are you going?
I'm going to see Mr. Curtis.
What you want?
I have 2 things to show you, Mr. Curtis. One, a 17th century pistol. And this?
That's my surgical knife.
Yes.
I don't like lethal weapons. Why do you bring these horrid things into my room? Take them away at once.
One is lethal no longer. Both barrels have been fired. Why did you have to kill Mrs. Stewart? I suppose you couldn't find her body in the snow. I wondered what you were looking for all the time. She was well buried. You wouldn't have found her till the thaw. But it's all up, you know.
And what do you mean by that?
Oh, for pity's sake, man, of course it's all up. The police will be here tomorrow. They have your description. Even if this hadn't happened, it would only have been a question of time. They got your scar wrong, sir, didn't they? I see it's on the pad of your thumb, not on your wrist at all. I suppose the knife slipped.
I don't care for these personal remarks.
You talk as if nothing had happened. Even if I were prepared to connive at your escape, how on earth do you think you could get away?
I fear you underestimate my intelligence.
You haven't answered me. Why did you kill her? Why? Didn't you see it took away your last chance of escape?
And of course I killed her. She knew about my scar. I couldn't possibly let her live. She was cycling down the road and I shot her. She was cruel. She let her cattle die of starvation. I've no patience with people who ill-use dumb animals. It's wicked, vile. We had such a lovely cat. He was called Ricky. After Kipling's mongoose, you know, he was the dearest little fellow.
Don't you ever think of humans?
Humans? Oh, humans. No, Mr. Shawfield. Why should I? They've never thought of me. Give me Huey any day.
But he's only an animal.
That's what Violet said. He was such a dear little fellow. He used to run and meet me when I came back from work. He talked to me, you know. I've always loved animals. I believe I told you that I trained to be a vet.
Of course. That's why you have a surgical knife. Why didn't you throw it away? It wasn't very clever of you to keep it in the car.
I still keep my instruments. I wish you'd seen little Ricky. He understood everything I said. And she waited until my back was turned. And then had him destroyed. My lovely cat.
Oh, she must have had her reasons.
Reasons? What possible reasons could there be for such a dreadful thing? She said he was dirty. After all, he was an old gentleman, 15 years old. It wasn't his fault if he occasionally made a mistake. But she couldn't bear anything dirty in her home. She took him round to the vet while I was at work and had him put to sleep. So I killed her. I suppose you are going to repeat all this to the police?
What else can I do? You litter the place with corpses like a battlefield. Mr. Curtis, I want you to tell me something.
Pardon?
You killed your wife.
I don't know why you keep on asking me that. I've never attempted to deny it. Of course I did. I was very clever about it.
All right, you were clever. But tell me this. Why do you always look over your shoulder?
What on earth do you mean?
Why are you always turning, as if there's someone behind you? She's still there, isn't she, Lionel? Violet is always there. Maybe there's a jigsaw pattern across her, but she's still there.
No! I'm sorry, dear. I won't keep you waiting long. I just have to speak to this gentleman. Oh, don't be angry, dear. I'm just coming.
Mr. Curtis, you're not well.
Oh, yes, I am. And I'm clever, too. I'm cleverer than you. They'll never catch someone as clever as me. You're not going to the police. I shall make my getaway as I always have.
I suppose you're going to see Kate now.
Yes. The only person I could bear to talk to.
I don't really mind. I'm leaving here. I'm going back to teaching.
That sounds about the most sensible thing I've ever heard you say.
I can do my book in my spare time.
Yeah, expect you can.
What's the matter with Curtis? I saw him tearing down the stairs just now, as if all the devils in hell were after him.
I imagine they were.
I'm not driving fast, dear. Yes, dear, I did signal I was going right.
Of course, dear. Just as you say, dear. But after all, dear, we have to get away, don't we? Hughie! Oh, do go away! There's a good old chap! Hughie! I can't stop you! What am I going to do? Hughie! Hughie!
Who's that? Johnny?
I just thought you might like to know I'm back. I'm not going out again. You needn't worry anymore, Kate. Oh, my darling, my poor darling. You've been crying yourself sick. Oh, don't cry anymore. Go to sleep now.
Oh, you look terribly white. What's happened? Are you really not going back to Sylvia?
Sylvia? Oh, she's in the past, Kate. She's nothing to do with me anymore. I should have had the sense to know it a long time ago. Oh, my dear darling, you're worth a dozen of her. And I'm sorry I frightened you so. Listen to me, Kate. The shadow of murder is gone. And we're alive. We're going to stay alive and be happy. And, oh, my darling Kate, I love you very much.
Johnny.
That was David March as John Shawfield, Rona Anderson as Mrs. Stewart, and Gudrun Ure as Kate Stewart in Shadow of Murder by Charity Blackstock, with Eric Anderson as Curtis, Fraser Carr as MacDonald, Molly Rankin as Mrs. Forbes, Arthur Lawrence as the taxi driver. The production, which was recorded, was by Audrey Cameron.
After the 11 o'clock news summary, Music at Night is a programme of British chamber music, a piano recital given by Alan Rowlands. And he'll be playing works by E.J. Moran and Arnold Bax, and the main work is the sonata by John Ireland. That's Music at Night at approximately 2 minutes past 11 in the home service. Now, in just a few seconds, the chimes of Big Ben and the 10 o'clock news.
This is the BBC Home Service. Here is the news read by Michael Murray. India has accused Pakistan of using tanks in a new border clash. Mr. George Brown has said he's going to issue a shop steward's guide very soon on his prices and incomes policy. Chelsea, watched by the 8 players suspended from training, were beaten 6-2 at Burnley and are now out of the running for the league championship. In one of tonight's matches, Portsmouth escaped relegation from the second division by drawing away to one of the promoted clubs, Northampton. The P&O liner Arcadia has been refloated after going aground in the Suez Canal. Lord Hives, former chairman of Rolls-Royce, has died at the age of 79. Indian and Pakistan troops engaged each other today in a new border clash, and judging by Indian accounts, it seems to have been a particularly vicious one, with the Pakistanis using tanks. The scene was the boggy wilderness known as the Rann of Kutch, where fighting has been going on intermittently for the past fortnight. It's in this area that the Indian border runs closest to Karachi, West Pakistan's biggest city. Most of the details of the fighting have come so far from the Indian side. According to their spokesman, Pakistan troops, numbering about 3,000, attacked a post held by a small Indian force. The Indians fought back, destroying 3 Pakistan tanks. The latest reports indicated that fighting was still going on. The Indian spokesman said Pakistan had brought up a substantial force, including, as well as tanks, medium artillery and 2 squadrons of fighter bombers. The scale of these preparations, he said, suggested that Pakistan was taking an increasingly threatening attitude. When you start using tanks, he added, it is very near war. A Pakistan spokesman has said that Pakistan forces retaliated after repeated firing from Indian positions in the Rann of Kutch. He claimed that the Indians suffered considerable casualties. It's not clear whether the Pakistan statement refers to the same engagement as described by the Indians or to another incident in the area. Our Commonwealth correspondent says the tone of the Indian spokesman's remarks is unusually tough, and if indeed Pakistan has been using tanks, then the situation will undoubtedly cause international concern. The British government is keeping a close watch on developments. Mr. George Brown has said he hopes to get out very soon a layman's guide, or shop steward's guide, to his new prices and incomes policy. At a union conference in Manchester, he said there would be a temptation to applaud the policy, but then to act as though it applied to the other fellow. There would be battles to fight within the unions over this. The policy was not one of restraint. It was a policy for more rapid expansion of income in real terms than we'd ever achieved before. It could mean that a man earning £16 a week last year would be able to earn £20 a week in 1970. Not simply a paper increase, but a rise of 25% in his real spending power. Mr. Brown referred to groups such as teachers and nurses whose pay had fallen seriously out of line with the level for similar work, and added, I could mention others much in the public eye at the moment. He'd seen people interviewed on television who still thought that so long as you cracked down on teachers or nurses or railwaymen, you were running an incomes policy. This was absolute rubbish, and it was time we stood out for a sensible and intelligent approach to this problem. Before the meeting, Mr. Brown said he was feeling much better after his 10 days' rest. The former Conservative Minister of Labour, Mr. Godber, speaking at Newcastle-on-Tyne, said that Mr. Brown's incomes policy was already beginning to look more than a little meaningless. Over the last 6 months, wages had been rising at an average rate of more than 8% a year. This, said Mr. Godber, would be good if everyone didn't know that it must mean a big rise in the cost of living. The 8 Chelsea players who were suspended from training earlier this week were spectators today when a makeshift side, which included 4 18-year-olds, lost their game at Burnley 6-2, and with it Chelsea's remaining chance of the league championship. Lockhead scored 5 times for Burnley. Afterwards, in an interview in the BBC's Sports Report, the Chelsea manager Tommy Docherty said the 8 players hadn't been banned, they'd merely been sent home for staying out late. They would definitely go on to the club's coming tour of Australia. The league championship now rests between Leeds and Manchester United, who both won. Portsmouth, by drawing their match this evening at Northampton, escaped relegation to the 3rd Division by 1 point. They were helped by Jimmy Dickinson playing his last game for the club on his 40th birthday. Swindon and Swansea go down. In this afternoon's soccer, the Scottish Cup was won by Celtic, who beat Dunfermline 3-2 at Hampden Park, equalling Rangers' record of 18 wins. The Scottish First Division champions are Kilmarnock, after winning 2-0 away to Hearts, who are runners-up. At Wembley, Hendon won the FA Amateur Cup, beating Whitby Town 3-1. In the 3rd Division, Bristol City won promotion with Carlisle, and Luton, beaten 8-1 at Scunthorpe, will go down. The 30,000-ton P&O liner Arcadia went aground today in the Suez Canal, but has since been refloated and has anchored in Port Said. It's not thought that the ship has been damaged. The Arcadia, on a voyage from Britain to Australia, is carrying nearly 1,200 passengers. Southern Region electric train crews have called off their threat to go slow from Monday. This was decided at a meeting in London today of representatives from about 30 depots in the South Eastern Division. After an appeal by Mr. Griffiths, General Secretary of the Drivers' Union, ASLEF, the men agreed to wait next week's meeting of the Union Executive. Some 600 motormen had said they'd worked to rule because of continued delay in settling their claim for a productivity bonus. Lord Hives, a former chairman of Rolls-Royce, died today in the National Hospital for Nervous Diseases in London. He was 79 and had been in a coma since he went there more than 2 years ago after a stroke. Lord Hives joined the staff of Rolls-Royce as a mechanic at the age of 22 and became managing director in 1946. He was made a Companion of Honour in 1943. The Minister of Land and Natural Resources, Mr. Fred Willey, today attended the official opening of the Pennine Way, Britain's first statutory long-distance footpath that stretches 250 miles from Edale in Derbyshire to just over the Scottish border at Kirkyetum. At the ceremony at Malham Lings in Yorkshire, he said he was making an urgent and comprehensive review of a policy for the countryside. This would have the backing of all the necessary powers to ensure that people could enjoy the countryside in all its aspects. The American government has published the results of a 6-month experiment to find out how people and property react to the bangs made by the supersonic aircraft over a long period. Oklahoma City was chosen for the test, and American Air Force planes made over 1,200 bangs at the rate of about 7 or 8 a day. Our Washington correspondent says it was found that damage to property was fairly slight. Windows seemed to have broken only where they were damaged or badly installed in the first place, and much the same was the case with plaster. More interesting was the reaction of people. At first, over 90% of those questioned said they thought they could learn to accept the bangs, but halfway through the test, only 80% thought they could get used to it, and by the end of 6 months, a quarter of those asked said no. They thought they could never learn to live with the bangs. Socialist leaders from 13 countries have been entertained at Chequers today at a meeting of the Socialist International. Informal talks, which went on throughout the day and into the evening, were concentrated on the problems of European economic cooperation, Southeast Asia and Africa. After the full conference, a special after-dinner session between the Prime Ministers of Norway and Sweden, the Vice-Chancellor of Austria, and Mr. Harold Wilson discussed means of bringing the countries of EFTA and the common market closer together. The expenses of the conference, it is said, are being met by Mr. Wilson, as this was not a government but a party occasion. 74 of the 77 riders in the Vintage Motorcycling Club's Coventry to Brighton run arrived in Brighton tonight. The other 3 broke down on the way. The 6 oldest machines, all built more than 50 years ago, completed the 150-mile run. So did the only woman competitor, Mrs. Margaret McMahon of Coventry, who rode a 35-year-old machine. The Soviet Foreign Minister, Mr. Gromyko, according to the New York Times, is to have an executive type of American limousine costing about £6,000. It is equipped with a bar and a television, and the report says it is already being shipped to Russia. The car, a Lincoln, will take 8 people. The weather. Tomorrow is expected to be dry for much of the day, with some sunshine in eastern areas. Rain will later spread from the west. That's the end of the news.
Well, now it's 8:30, and time for Saturday Night Theatre.
We present Martin Reed as Matthew Bradford and Margaret Robertson as Marlene Shapiro in The Fatal Flaw by Chris Allen.
To hell with her.
Calm down, Matthew.
I'm just angry at the unfairness of
Don't
it.
wave your arms about. Those kids at soccer practice, they're watching us.
Does it matter?
I'm giving them a drama lesson in half an hour. It matters.
Jenny, I'm sorry. It's just her selfishness. It gets to me. I've got a novel being published on Thursday, so what does Susan do? She walks out on Sunday. She's self-centred, insensitive.
Okay, all right.
It is not all right.
Don't shout at me. I'm on your side.
Sorry.
Keep calm. You've got an afternoon's work ahead.
I haven't. I've got the afternoon off. I'm going on the radio.
Oh, are you? That's great.
About the book. I'm going to be interviewed.
Not sure about this, John.
Well, it's a trick one, my love. I did warn you.
I think...
Go on, girl. Have a go. Let rip, my love.
I think... Is it Victor?
Victor the giraffe. You got it! At last, we got a winner of our Silly Things quiz. Janice of Halesowen, congratus, my love. A Radio Heart of England T-shirt will be winging its way towards your eager little bod, together with a Radio Heart of England surprise package of Silly Things. Terrific. Great excitement, Matthew, eh?
Oh, yes. Great.
Yeah, he's still here, gang. Our art spot guest from the world of culture and grey matter and all that, Matthew Bradford. He's a flippin' genius, is Matthew. Teaches English at, where is it?
History, actually, at Handley Green Comprehensive.
English, history, all the same, 6 and 2 3s. But not only does he drum dates into our grubby little offspring, he's just had his first novel published, right, Matt?
It is, in fact, my second novel.
Prolific, no less. Great. It's called, what is it? The Wind in the Smoke. Remember that name, gang?
It's actually called The Smoke on the Wind.
Oh, good title. Good title, I like it. Listen, you were just saying, Matthew, before we were so brilliantly interrupted by Janice of Halesowen, the story is set around here, right? The heart of England country. Are we going to recognise ourselves in it?
Well, not really. It's set over 100 years ago.
Oh, beg pardon. Good story, is it? I know my mum. Typical Joe Public. Oh, she loves a good story.
Well, I hope it's a good story. It's about an ordinary working family in what we now know as the Black Country, and how they're affected by the Industrial Revolution.
Oh, hear that, Mum? Right up your street. Listen, Matt, I'm just going to have to interrupt you there, but stay with us, everybody. We just got to zap across to Big Al for the sports news.
Hello, Claire. What is it?
Look what I got yesterday. It is you, isn't it? Will you sign it?
The Smoke on the Wind. Yes, that's me. You didn't actually buy it, did you?
Oh, it was cheap. Third of the original price.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, look. My mum said it was you because a few months ago she heard you talking about it on the radio.
Third of the price. It's been remaindered. Typical. They don't tell you anything.
Oh, put Claire Bennett with kind regards and the date. What's remaindered actually mean?
Well, the publishers didn't sell quite as many millions as they'd hoped, so they're flogging it off cheap. There you are.
Ah.
That's the only copy I've ever autographed. Worth a fortune. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off for a cup of tea.
Is it bad, then, this remaindering business?
Well, it's disappointing. The second one's always more difficult than the first, you see. If that goes okay, then you've got a chance of carrying on, actually developing a career as a novelist.
Yeah, I thought you were quite pleased.
I suppose I was hoping for a bit of a breakthrough.
It may not be too late.
No, it's had it. It's got lost. No, I blame the publishers, really. I mean, all this takeover business, just at the moment when my book came out. Everybody forgot about it. No publicity. I even had to ring up the papers and the radio stations myself.
Oh, I didn't realise that.
You see, I thought with these Americans taking over, the Vulture Press, I thought, aha, now we'll get a bit of razzmatazz, a bit of transatlantic hype. But no, I don't suppose they even knew they got the book out till they looked in the accounts, and right away they pulled the plugs on it.
The bell's rung. Better get back to the
The
grindstone.
point is, Jenny, where do I go from here? I mean, what's going to happen to the next one? They've had it months, unless they've already chucked it in the dustbin.
Matthew, I am interested, really. But I've got 50 12-year-olds waiting to be acorns growing into oak trees.
You're right. Let's go.
Hey, I tell you what, come round for a meal. Come round tonight.
Will that be all right?
Yes, of course. Barry said to invite you round ages ago, when he heard about you and Susan.
The lovely Susan. He's heard then, has he?
Well, you do hear things, don't you?
I suppose so.
Mind you, I wasn't surprised, Matthew.
Not surprised? I thought we were the ideal couple.
No commitment.
What?
You had no commitment to Susan.
The lovely Susan.
And no commitment to your marital situation.
Barry, that is rubbish.
Your commitment, Matthew. No criticism, purely observation. Your commitment was not to your home, not even to your teaching. It was to your writing. It still is, from what I can see.
Barry, what about your darts?
I suppose there is something in that.
Of course there is. Now me, I have commitment to my wife and to my home. And this is why our marriage works. And this commitment will extend itself through our expansion into a family as Jennifer gives up work and, to put it crudely, produces offspring.
We'll see about that, Barry.
Because I am committed and alert to her needs.
I've not been totally insensitive, you know.
Well, that is not the same as being alert to needs. Obviously. Otherwise, Susan would never have got herself involved in her extramarital affair situation, would she?
Affair?
Oh, God, Barry.
Have I perhaps gone too far?
Perhaps. Perhaps you have.
Oh, I don't blame Barry for blurting it out.
You do understand, don't you? It's not common knowledge about Susan and Graham.
It's all right. Susan's out of my life. Still, he's probably right about my commitment. It is to writing, I admit, not to being married. Well, let's face it. Anybody can be a husband. Not many can be a novelist. Mind you, I'm not sure I can be anymore.
Oh, now stop that. It'll work out.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, don't get down.
Well, how can I not? They've obviously given up on the smoke on the wind. So where does that leave the next one? I mean, Henry hasn't even been in touch.
Who's Henry?
Oh, Henry Bryant, my editor. He virtually nursed my first 2 books into publication. You see, Harvey's were always quite traditional publishers. Slow, but at least they looked after you. Suddenly, I find these Americans have taken over. The Vulture Press.
Who are they?
Subsidiary of some, in quotes, huge, faceless conglomerate. GME Inc. They do everything from mining South African diamonds to subverting governments in Central America. And destroying sensitive authors.
Look, you mustn't just sit round feeling sorry for yourself. Do something about it. Ring up this Henry Bryant.
I can't.
Why not?
I'm nervous. He might not have liked the book.
Then at least you'll know. Ring him up. Tomorrow. Go straight home from school, ring him up. Put us both out of our misery.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry, just do it.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks. You're a good mate. If only you weren't a married woman.
Come off it, Matthew. I'm not glamorous enough for you.
Global Marketing and Exchange, may I help you?
Is that the Vulture Press?
Will you hold?
Thank you for holding.
Hang on a minute.
We apologize for keeping you waiting, but hope you will enjoy the music we are pleased to provide for your listening pleasure.
What the hell is this?
Thank you.
Global Marketing and Exchange, may I help you?
GME, is that?
Yes.
I want to speak to Henry Bryant.
What division?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, we're unable to help.
But he used to be with Harvey's. Vulture Press, I suppose.
One moment.
Oh, God.
Thank you for holding. We apologize.
Vulture Press, may I help you?
Yes, thanks. I'm trying to get hold of Henry Bryant.
I'm sorry, sir, we have no Henry Bryant.
Well, you must have. He's an editor.
An editor? Oh, in that case, sir, you require our creative division.
I see. Oh, thank you. Could you put me onto your creative division, please?
I'm afraid you'll have to dial another number, sir.
Oh, no, look, this is long distance.
From outside London, please dial 01...
Look, hang on, I haven't got a pencil. Let me just get one.
I'll have to put you on hold, sir. One moment.
Oh.
Thank you for holding. We apologize for keeping you waiting, but hope you will enjoy the music we are pleased to provide for your listening pleasure.
And after all that, you didn't even speak to him.
No, he's left.
Oh, no.
Transferred to New York.
So who's handling your work?
Well, if she is, supposedly some woman called Marlene Shapiro.
Marlene Shapiro? American, presumably?
Presumably.
But didn't you speak to her?
You're joking. She's in Chicago.
Oh, Matthew. What about your agents? What did they say?
Oh, I can't bother them.
Surely they can fight for you?
It all seems so hopeless.
You can't simply give up. Look, it's the end of term next week. Go down to London, see them.
Oh, it's not that easy.
It is. Go on. Ring them up now. Make an appointment. I'll do it. What do they call it?
All right, I'll do it. Tell you what, why don't you come down with me?
Well, I'd love to. But I better not. Barry.
Fair enough. Right, I'll go and make this appointment.
I'm sorry, Matthew, that Muriel couldn't be here, because, of course, she knows your work.
Oh, I'm sorry she's ill.
Simply an operation. A whole lot's coming out, I believe.
Oh, I had no idea.
She'll be better off without. Never had much use for it all, as far as I could see. Poor old Muriel. Still, she'll be a new woman. What's left of her? Now then, to business. I don't actually know any of your scripts, Matthew.
Novels.
Well, novels, yes. Thought of turning them into screenplays at all?
Oh, yes, I certainly have. But we've had no luck selling the rights.
Yes. I must say, just glancing at these synopses, iron foundries, working-class characters, 19th century Wolverhampton, they've not got immediate appeal to the major studios, have they?
They're not particularly meant to.
Mind you, it's amazing what a spot of artistic ruthlessness can do. Translate your stories to, say, Detroit in perhaps the 50s, and suddenly you could be in the movie business.
But, Dennis, I write a novel for itself, not as the first draft of a Hollywood film.
Don't worry, you've got time to learn.
Muriel has never suggested it.
Mr. Foster.
Ah, Ruth, what news?
I've looked everywhere. We really have had no word back from Vulture about Mr. Bradford, but I have
It's
checked
been nearly 10 months.
10 months? Oh, that's too much. What's it called, by the way? This latest one?
Furnace.
Oh, very good. Yes, that's good. What's it about?
An industrial confrontation in a smelting works.
Oh, I see. In 19th century Wolverhampton?
More Tipton, really.
Mr. Foster, I must answer that. I just wanted to tell you I have actually sent some short stories by Mr. Bradford to Miss Shapiro.
You see, Matthew, we are fighting for you.
It was in response to a general request for material.
But subtly.
Well, that is something, I suppose.
They want to do an anthology of horror stories.
There you are. Progress.
I've never written horror stories. None of mine would be suitable for that sort of anthology.
Don't worry, it'll all come out in the wash. I dare say I'll be having a word with Marlene Shapiro, and I'm sure Muriel will, just as soon as she's back on her feet. If they've left her any feet, that is.
So what do we do now?
We wait and see. But don't forget, we're with you all the way. You are not alone.
Well, that's something, isn't it?
Except it's not true.
Of course it is.
I am alone.
Rubbish. At the very least, you know your agents are on your side.
No, they're not. They're on their own side. What are they actually going to do? Nothing. All I know is I'm isolated.
You're not.
I've no contact with my publisher, no real support from my agents, and no wife.
You've got friends.
Oh, colleagues, acquaintances, yes. I don't know if you've noticed, but a marriage breakup can seriously damage a social life. When Susan left, I got the stereo. She got the friends.
This is self-pity.
This is honesty. I've spent 36 years trying to put a life together, Jenny, and what happens? It just starts falling apart. Isolated? Of course I'm bloody isolated.
You? Who are you saying this to?
What?
Well, can't you see? I'm with you.
I know that.
Obviously, it doesn't seem like much.
Oh, look, don't get it wrong,
I
Jenny.
may not have Susan's looks or wonderful imagination,
come
but I
on.
am interested in you. I even believe in you. I listen. I care. I try and help. If that's not being a friend, I don't know what is.
I know that, and I appreciate
It
it.
doesn't sound like it.
Well, that's why I can talk to you like this, freely. I don't mean to be churlish. I'm just letting go with what I feel. Look, have another drink, then I'll take you for something to eat.
I can't. I have to cook dinner for Barry.
Jenny, you're not a servant.
But I tell you what. He's away all day Thursday. You could give me lunch then, if you like.
Yes. Okay.
Right. See you in here? Thursday, 12:30?
Yeah. See you Thursday. Hello.
Matthew Bradford, please.
Speaking.
Vulture Press here. This is Ellen from Marlene Shapiro's office.
Oh, really?
Miss Shapiro wants to meet with you. When can you get down to London?
Any time, really.
Good. Can you be here at 11:30 a.m. on Thursday?
Thursday? Yes, I'm free on Thursday. That's fine.
Good. Thursday the 24th at 11:30. We'll leave a visitor's pass on reception. Thank you.
Ellen, I want to devote a significant portion of my pre-lunch schedule to Matthew for in-depth discussion and analysis. So don't disturb us, okay?
Certainly.
Unless it's some bronzed, hulking beach bum offering to screw me tonight. Okay?
No way, Marlene. I keep him for myself.
Oh, Matthew. Furnace. Nervous?
I am a bit. You've read it?
It has been read. My readers have synopsized it, and I've studied their analysis in correlation with the sales charts of your earlier fictions. I've come up with some pretty specific conclusions.
Oh, yes?
It's no good to us, Matthew.
No good?
To us. Its market potential is comprehensively minimal. Iron melting.
Smelting.
The British Midlands, 1850. We've got all that in Dickens. Now, the report says no reader relevance, little character identification, stimulus. Well, this is clearly why your previous fictions went down the toilet.
But they didn't. Others were quite pleased.
Quite pleased is not good enough for us, Matthew. If one of our products is not making significant market inroads, it's more value to us as pulp. Now, I'll be frank. You want me to be frank.
Well,
I'll tell you straight. Forget about writing this kind of fiction. It's doomed. I see you're a history teacher. Well, it reads like you're a history teacher. The buying public want a storyteller.
But you don't know how it reads. You haven't even actually read it.
Matthew, I've studied the reports.
Yeah, but the writing, it might be brilliant for all you know. The actual writing.
Who gives one? What kind of identity image could we create out of that? The story's zilch, but you'll love the placing of the semicolons. Forget it.
But that was over a year's work. I can't just forget it. And it works. I know it. Furnace is a good novel. I know it.
You teach kids, right?
What? Yes, I do.
And you've had 2 fictions published?
Yes.
Matthew, if those fictions had been correctly conceived, created, and marketed, you should never need to see another kid, let alone teach one. Okay. I've told you the bad news. Describe to me your reactions.
My reactions?
Yes, describe them.
Well, what do you expect? I feel shattered, numb.
Okay. Now, this is the low point. You have experienced the depths, Matthew. From now on, experiences improve. If that's what you want.
I'm sorry, you're losing me.
Let's have lunch.
Lunch?
Ellen, cancel the canal.
It was never my idea to send you those short stories. They're early works, and in any case, they're not horror stories. Each one's a little psychological exploration.
I read one of your stories, Matthew.
You mean you read a synopsis?
No, I read the story.
I thought you only read reports.
When I'm given a green for go 80% analysis response, I read the story. And when I read the story you've titled A Family Business, I immediately saw that it had something.
But it's not a horror story. It wouldn't fit into your anthology.
Oh, yeah, sure, forget that. I'll tell you what it has. Potential.
Potential?
In itself, it's nothing. But if that's what you want, it could be something. Really something.
Well, I don't know. It is what it is.
But it's not yet what it could be. Do you want power?
Power? What sort of power?
Power over your own life. Power not to have to work slavery hours to subsidize your art. Power to decide what you want to do. Power that will melt women with your strength and have them grasp at your ankles.
Oh, come on. You sound like a Harold Robbins novel.
Not far out, Matthew. I was quoting a paragraph I created for Linda Reston's Hollywood and Gomorrah. 5.5 million paperback sales in the U.S. alone. So now Linda has that power. One huge blockbuster and her life is set free. So is her talent. And she can write more best-selling fictions if she chooses, or she can play at being Marcel Proust. But she now has the power to choose.
So what are you saying?
Do you want that power? Really want it?
I suppose everybody does, in their own way.
I'm talking about you.
Okay. Yes.
Right. Well, Matthew, a family business can give you that power.
It's a 30-page story.
Sure, that's the first thing you got wrong. It should be 10 times that, 20. Tell me the concept.
The concept?
The idea behind the story.
Well, as I remember, it's about a big, powerful, wealthy family. Very well known, always in the public eye, but behind that, and in secret, the men of the family all suffer from this hereditary psychological quirk. And really the story is about the devastating effects of this quirk on the current young heir to the family fortune.
That's not what the story's about.
Yes, it is. It's an exploration of a fortunate young man's mind in a kind of extremity of misfortune.
You haven't told me what the quirk is.
Oh, you've read it.
Tell me.
All right. The quirk is that each of the males of the family occasionally vanishes for a night and commits a sadistic sex murder.
Right. Jack the Ripper.
Well, that's it. The story was set off by the theory that Jack the Ripper was in fact one of the royal dukes. Clarence, I think it was.
Doesn't matter. But that's your story. Secret murders, all hushed up, sordid, violent sexuality, set against the continuing saga of a wealthy, privileged family throughout the generations. It is simply beautiful. Forget the psychology. Think of the thrills. It really has got the lot. And I want you to write it as a full-length fiction, 625 pages.
I don't really think that's the sort of...
More money than you've ever imagined, Matthew. 8-figure sales worldwide, I guarantee. Power, freedom, forever.
Well, I'm a bit taken aback. That aspect is very tempting.
You bet it's tempting. And you'll never come up with another concept of that international viability in the rest of your life.
Oh, that could be true. Oh, I know the sort of book you've got in mind. One of those big, blockbusting sagas.
With the most brilliant twist ever.
Just the sort of book I hate and despise. Oh, it may sound pompous, but I do believe in the integrity of the English novel, the great tradition. That's what I want to work in. Not have my name on some money-spinning bestseller with a big-breasted nude on the cover.
So you write it under a pseudonym?
Oh, I don't know. Now, I very much doubt whether I could even do it. Not how you'd want. My mind just doesn't work like that.
Maybe not, but my mind does.
I don't think I could write what's needed.
You could. If I told you what was needed, you could write it. And I'd sure tell you.
On the other hand... Oh, I don't know. I just don't know what to do.
Oh, think about it. Take your time. No one's going to rush you. Let me know tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
I'll get Ellen to check you into a hotel, and I'll call you in the morning.
Yeah, but I don't know if
You'll do it, Matthew. You'll do it.
Yes? Hello?
Morning, Matthew. Sleep well?
Fine. What time is it? Must have overslept. Hang on. It's only 5:30.
That's right. Bath, shave, meet me for breakfast at the Connaught at 7.
Oh, God. What is all this?
My success method, Matthew. By the way, I got our title.
Our title?
Yeah. It drives hard home on what's going to be our major selling posture. Now, hear this. We'll call it The Fatal Flaw.
The Fatal Flaw?
But that's flaw. F-L-A-W.
Yes, I gathered.
It's a title I've been looking to use for quite a while.
But you can't just impose a title.
Good titles are money in the bank, Matthew, and I've had this one fully market analyzed.
Look, Marlene, I haven't necessarily decided to go along with all this, you know.
Oh, you will. You will.
Matthew, there's no doubt in my mind you've made absolutely the right decision.
Well, I hope so, Dennis. I think so.
I know so. Absolutely no question. I'm very excited about this deal. You've hit lucky with Marlene Shapiro.
Shouldn't we talk to Muriel about it?
Oh, no. Not in her condition. And with the figures involved, it's more appropriate that I should handle this one. You do realize, do you, that we're getting an absolutely incredible advance for a first novel?
But it's not my first novel.
No, quite. But it is Matt Brand's first novel.
Matt Brand?
Good international name. Any foreigner in any airport bookstore in the world should manage to get his tongue round that. Matt Brand. Excellent.
Dennis, am I Matt Brand?
I thought all this had been agreed. A pseudonym.
Well, we hadn't mentioned it, but...
Oh, quite. Good. Well, I think we can allow ourselves a moment of celebration. Would you care for a small crème de menthe to speed Matt Brand successfully on his way?
Hello.
Matthew Bradford, please.
Speaking.
This is Ellen from Marlene Shapiro's office.
Oh.
I have a message from Miss Shapiro. She wants you to set the fatal flaw in Baltimore.
Baltimore?
Baltimore, Maryland.
She's decided this, has she?
That's right. And she wants the family to have made their fortune in the insurance business.
Oh, does she? Well, I'm not sure that I agree with that idea. Can I speak to Marlene, please?
I'm afraid not. Miss Shapiro is in Singapore. But she wants to know if you're familiar with the insurance business background from 1870 to the present day.
Well, of course I'm not.
We assume that to be the case. So we've prepared a background material research package to assist you in preparation of your story layout.
Ellen, just a minute. I want to talk this over with Marlene.
And Miss Shapiro looks forward to reading your completed story layout on her return from the Far East, and to meeting with you on Monday the 28th, as arranged.
Now, hang on.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford. Good morning.
It's all rather breathtaking, Matthew.
I know. Things have happened so fast. It's very exciting, you know. I'm giving away 9 months of my life, but in return, I'm getting freedom, real freedom.
I wish I knew what's really going on, what you're actually going to be writing.
I wish I could tell you, but I can't. That's in the contract. Eventually, if it all works out, I will be able to explain. I think I will, anyway.
And they want you down in London to keep an eye on you?
Well, to work with me. Every day, apparently, I'll be discussing my progress with this editor woman, Marlene.
Like being in school.
All part of the bargain. And once I'm down there, I have to keep all my work within the GME building. Even my jotted notes will have to stay in the office, under lock and key.
How extraordinary. Will you be able to put up with it?
Well, it is only 9 months. And there's a luxury flat near Marble Arch, all paid for, and a car to take me to work and back. The glamorous life.
Nice. And have you already resigned from school?
Yes, I have.
What about your flat?
Susan, I've agreed with her solicitor, will be selling the flat.
Oh, I see. So, when will you be moving down to London?
Oh, this is really why I popped round, you see.
Oh, is it? To say goodbye?
That's right. I'm off tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow?
I said things happen fast.
I shall miss you.
Yes. I hope you'll be all right.
It's funny. I've watched your life changing these last few months. I'd thought of changing my life.
You must never get trapped, Jenny.
I'd somehow had the feeling just lately we might be helping each other to change.
You encouraged me, you know. You're the one who encouraged me.
Yes, I am, aren't I?
Barry's all right, you know.
Oh, yes, all right. That's what Barry is.
Well, I better go. Collect the dry cleaning. Get packing.
Yes. I shall miss you.
Yeah. Me too.
Funny, we never did meet for that lunch, did we?
Take a seat, Matthew. I want to concentrate on the hook.
The hook?
How we start, where we want to lead.
Well, hang on a minute. You haven't said what you think of my story outline.
Oh, it's fine, Matthew. As a working document, it's fine. It contains some useful points of reference.
It was a big leap for me, you know, to move the whole story from England to Baltimore, to shift the Turner family business into insurance from department stores.
But you did it, which is good. I like my authors to be flexible, Matthew. Saves me having to change my mind. Okay, so much for the pleasantries. Now, the hook. Now, I see this very clearly. It has to be London, 1890.
London, 1890?
You mentioned Jack the Ripper, and I buy that. Okay. We should hit straight in with a slice of Jack the Ripper action.
Yeah, but my story doesn't start till the 1920s, the first of the 3 generations.
That's good. 1920 is very good. A vivid time in the public imagination. You've beamed in very shrewdly on all of that.
Oh, well, thanks.
1920. That is excellent. But not for the hook.
If that's where we set the story...
Let me just explain what we're looking for in this segment of the fiction.
Well, the reader's attention, obviously.
Right. We have to grab it. The attention of our potential purchasing unit.
Oh, sorry, purchasing unit.
He's the fish. Our opening chapter is the bait. It has to grab him so he can't let go, and he buys. That's why we call it the hook. He's bought the fiction, even though all the other chapters could be a pile of junk. With me?
I can't be that cynical, but I do see the point.
This is good. Now, the fatal flaw is going to tempt him with a hint of mystery, seduce him with a throb of sexual overtone, and then grab him with a sudden act of violence.
The purchasing unit is hooked and he buys. Is that it?
You got it. For a teacher, you learned fast.
The eyes stared up remorselessly at the heavily breathing figure, but they were dead eyes. There was a sudden gleam of light as the figure slipped the blade silently beneath his cape. A scurry of leaves...
Silent and deadly.
What?
Slipped the blade silent and deadly beneath his... whatever you said. And the sudden gleam of light, that should be diamond-like.
You sure?
Why not? This is an upmarket murderer. Go on.
Well, that's almost it. A scurry of leaves, and then no sound but the shudder of a light evening breeze among the trees.
Not bad. Yeah, that's not bad.
Seems like rubbish to me, Marlene. God, it's so calculated.
That girl, she shouldn't be wearing a corset. Maybe no underwear at all.
This is 1890.
Which makes it more exciting. Yeah, we should have her a little foxy. She likes to feel the sensuous play of silk on her naked skin.
I can't write soft-core porn.
Oh, don't worry. I'll heighten those elements. Okay, you've done a good job. We have the beginnings of an opening. Leave it with me. I'll make some notes for your rewrite. So now, we cut ahead to your 1920s.
But look, now we've set up this whole Victorian London thing, I think we should explore it. There's a whole theme here of the differences between the public and private behaviour of the Victorian upper-middle classes. I mean, maybe this hypocrisy is what contributed to the warping of this man's mind, bringing out the hereditary thing in the Turner family. I mean, actually, this is just a thought, but maybe there's something in the social climate of every generation which sets off this quirk, their fatal flaw.
Interesting notion, Matthew. You should turn it into a thesis.
But it would lend the book a sort of psychological complexity.
Who gives one? We're here to thrill people, not train them for university degrees. Okay, chapter 2.
Oh, for God's
sake. And we need to meet a beautiful young woman at this point. We'll focus in on the girl Mary. Mary. Oh, we'll change that.
Mary's no great beauty. She's an intellectual.
No, she's a young woman of beauty and privilege, and she loves to screw, but hygienically.
Presumably this is in Baltimore, is it?
That's right.
Well, shouldn't we establish Baltimore?
Sure. We do that in 2 words at the top of the chapter. Now get this down. Baltimore, Maryland. There, it's established. See, we've got to get into the girl. We need to have the women identifying. Money, privilege, old Boston family, I guess. Ivy League background. We'll get you research material and all of that.
Helen said you wanted to word with me.
That's right. It's been bugging me. I'm in Vienna till Tuesday, and I want to leave this with you. Now, listen. Noir Dupont.
Noir Dupont?
The name Turner for our family. It bothers me. It has no resonance. But Noir Dupont. But it flows. It feels like aristocracy.
It's French. It means black of the bridge.
Well, why not?
But it's nonsense. Why would anyone be called black of the bridge? Why would an Anglo-American family have a French name?
Well, it came over with the Conqueror, I guess. Yeah. Gives the whole fiction that kind of intangible, classy feel that sells a product. Well, we're moving along, Matthew, which is good. But now I realize we have developed a problem. A dialogue problem.
The dialogue? But compared with most of the competition, surely the dialogue's rather good. All my characters talk as individuals.
This is our problem.
But I'm trying to make the dialogue real speech.
Right. And the hang-up with real speech is you can't communicate with it. It's not international. We have to use dialogue simply to get across the next piece of information. So it has to be instantly understood in English, plus we got to be able to translate it. Like here. Now, Jack says, New York, some view. Now, you think that's okay?
Well, it's nothing special.
But it's colloquial. What he should say is something like, I am impressed. I can see an immense distance across the whole city of New York, which is spread out like a carpet below me.
Arlene, that is flat, long-winded, and unreal.
It may be flat, long-winded, and unreal, but it'll make sense in Portuguese. Don't tell us how beautiful her apartment was, Matthew. The public don't want your poetic descriptions. They want to know what's in it. You've got the Bloomingdale's catalog for that year. List some products. Onyx table lamps, jade napkin rings. Oh, the movie premiere. Excellent. Ben-Hur, right on target. But who's at the party? Who's at Sardi's? Have them bump into Douglas Fairbanks. They sit next to Gloria Swanson. Invent a little plausible gossip, Matthew. You're going to like Ziggy, Matthew. He's going to help us a lot.
Oh, good. What with?
The gangster connections, the East Coast underworld. He's the top man on this area.
Oh, that's good. I was waiting for the research.
He provides a little more than research.
Ziggy Martin's here, Marlene.
So what are you waiting for? Get your hands off him, Ellen. Send him in here.
Spoil sport. Ziggy, do your clothes up and come on through. Mr. Ziggy Martin.
Marlene, hi.
Hey,
good to see you.
Ziggy, it's terrific to see you. Come on, sit down. How was the flight? Want a drink?
Oh, thanks. It was fine. And yes, please, in that order.
You look great.
Oh, so do you.
Welcome to London. I'll join you.
Oh, it's good to be here. Hi, I'm Ziggy.
Hello.
Oh, Ziggy, I'm sorry. I'm acting like it's me who's jet-lagged. This is Matthew. Matthew Bradford, Ziggy Martin. Here's your drink.
So, Matthew, you're Matt Brand.
For the purposes of the fatal flaw, yes, I am.
Oh, by the way, I like it. It's coming along really well. It's a great concept.
You've read it, have you?
Well, that's right. Marlene sent me the photostat. It's your current working draft, isn't it? Look, I read the first 7 or 8 chapters on the flight. Strong meat. I liked it.
Marlene, you didn't tell me anybody had read the book. Who else have you shown it to?
Come on, Matthew. Don't do a number, okay? Ziggy has to see the fiction. How else does he know the areas in which we need background?
Oh, I'm sorry. Writer's paranoia.
I know it.
Of course, you have to see the work before you know what research material to supply.
As I mentioned to you, Matthew, it's rather more than simply a question of research.
Oh, I'm sorry. What do you mean?
Ziggy's a background writer.
That's right.
He specializes in the gangster world. The mafia, prohibition, the this, the that of the whole 20s and 30s era. He's the top guy.
Yes, but what do you actually do?
Well, this is quite a normal modus operandi. Look,
He's going to write the sections of the fatal flaw that relate to the contemporary underworld, the gangster scenes.
Write them?
For God's sake, what do you imagine a background writer does? He writes background.
Right, that's it.
Sit down.
You've gone too far, Marlene. I won't stand for it.
Sit down, Matthew.
Now, I'm not a difficult bloke. Heaven knows I've gone along with you. I've cooperated.
Ziggy, pour him a drink.
Now, I don't want a drink. All I want is some respect. I've taken a lot, Marlene. You've ridden roughshod over my feelings and my judgments, but I've accepted it. But as far as you're concerned, it turns out I'm just a factory hand. You don't need me for this bit of the assembly process, so you push me aside and bring in someone else. Well, that's it. I'm not going on. I've still got some pride left. Oh, you can sue me if you like, but I've had it. That's it, Marlene. I'm going. The fatal flaw, you can stuff it.
8 weeks, 2 days. It's taken him a long time to crack.
Seemed a quiet guy. But he's temperamental, is he?
Oh, he's new, doesn't understand how we operate. No problem. He just needs something to take his mind off the pressure.
Yes.
Matthew?
Yes. Is that Ellen?
Got me in one. Listen, Matthew...
Look, would you please tell Marlene I meant what I said?
I don't know anything about that. This is social.
Oh, is it? Sorry.
Say, what are you doing tonight?
Tonight? Nothing much. Just fuming quietly.
Yes, I did notice you storming out. You've been very patient, I think. Marlene's such a hard cow. You shouldn't let her get to you.
Oh, it's not that.
Well, we can talk about it later if you want. Come to dinner, 8 o'clock.
Do you know, I'd love to.
Great. Here's the address. You ready? Take this down.
Hi.
Hello.
Sorry I'm a bit late.
Don't worry. Nice to see you. Come on in.
Thanks. It's funny seeing you away from Global House. You look quite different.
Trousers. Well, I have to wear skirts at work.
Oh, yes. Ah, I like your flat.
It's not mine, actually. It's, we're guests tonight. This is Julie's flat.
Julie?
Hello, you must be Matthew. I'm Julie.
This is Julie.
Hello. It's nice of you to ask me. Bit of a blind date, really.
My pleasure.
Do you work at GME?
No, not really. Come on through. You know Ziggy, don't you?
Ziggy?
Matthew, hi.
Well, you're the last person I expected.
Listen, don't hit me. None of this is my fault. I'm as sorry about today as you are.
No, it's nothing against you.
I assumed Marlene would have filled you in.
She put us both in an impossible situation.
She's a manipulator, Matthew. You have to accept that.
That's right, and learn to recognize what she's up to.
Ziggy knows her of old.
That's right. Listen, we're both writers. We should stick together.
Well, that makes sense.
I say, before you all get to talking shop, let's eat this gazpacho before it warms up.
I'm sorry, Ziggy. I just find it such an extraordinary notion. Going around the world writing bits of all these different bestsellers. Were they always bestsellers?
Nearly always.
And yet your bits are always about the same subject.
Not just books. Movies, too, you know.
I find it extraordinary. How'd you get into it?
It all started with my doctorate. I did my thesis on North American gangster literature from 1930 to 1935, so I became an expert. Now I guess I've become a whore.
We both have, really. Still, it's an honourable profession, so they say. What do you think, Julie? Are we prostituting our art?
Maybe. I don't know. Still, it's all in a good cause. Is everybody ready for dessert? Pears in red wine. Does that sound all right?
Oh, you're some good cook, Julie.
You know, I rather like him.
Ziggy.
Yeah.
Yes.
I rather like him.
I'm glad you asked me.
You deserve it.
Tunnel vision.
What?
That's how I've been operating. Tunnel vision. Ever since I got to London, it's been nothing but that damn book.
You have to let go sometimes.
I was going to chuck it all in today. Over Ziggy. I really was.
Don't give up. Not now. Not after all this work.
I won't. I can cope now. Thanks to you, really.
I'm glad.
Matthew.
Hmm?
Matthew? More coffee?
What? Oh, Julie, sorry. Have I been asleep?
A while, yes.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. Where's Ellen? Maybe I could take her home.
She's gone.
Oh, has she?
She's taken Ziggy back with her.
Ziggy?
They're old friends.
Old friends? That sort of old friends?
Right.
So it goes. Oh, I'd better push off.
No, don't. There's no need. You could stay here.
Here?
With me.
Would you like me to stay? With you?
That is the idea. You'd better have coffee first.
Yes, I think I better had.
By the way, how do you like it?
White, please. No sugar.
No, Matthew. Not the coffee. Hello? Yes, he's here. Matthew. Matthew, it's for you.
Me? Is it Ellen?
No, Marlene Shapiro.
Marlene?
Hurry up and take it. I want to get up and go to the bathroom.
How the hell? Marlene? What's going on?
8 o'clock, time you were on the move.
How did you know where I was? Why are you chasing me at this time of day?
I want you in my office at 9, Matthew, to meet again with Ziggy. I have to be at Heathrow by noon. We need to map out his schedule before I leave, okay?
How do you know I'm coming in at all?
Well, you will be, won't you?
Well, yes, actually. I've decided I will.
So that's okay. Come on, get your ass out of that bed.
Yeah, but how did you know I was here?
I feel concerned for your welfare, Matthew. And don't worry about paying the girl.
Paying the girl? Paying Julie?
Yeah, forget it. It's all being covered by GME. Ellen's fixed the car to pick you up at 8:30. See you at 9.
Julie?
Hang on. Morning. Everything okay? Would you like some muesli? I mix it myself.
Julie, I'm just thinking. Can I come and see you again?
Of course.
Regularly?
If you like.
Twice a week, say Tuesdays and Fridays?
Yeah, I think I can do that.
And about the money? Can you each time charge it up to Global Marketing and Exchange?
Of course. Well, I would do anyway.
Would you?
Oh, yes, I'm on a retainer. I can do you eggs, you know, if you'd rather. They're free range, really fresh.
Oh, forget it. Forget the whole thing.
Please yourself.
I say it is, isn't it? Matthew.
What?
Matthew Bradford. I saw you right across the bar.
Barry, how are you? Sit down. Have a drink. What are you doing here?
Business. Here, let me.
No, I've got a bottle. Another glass, please.
Certainly, sir.
Grab that stool. Sit down.
Jennifer won't believe this.
Jenny, how is she? Oh, can we have that other glass?
Coming, sir.
Give her all my love, will you? And a big kiss.
Yes, okay. So, how's it going then? The glamorous life. We haven't seen you on the telly yet.
Here's the glass, sir. Shall I fetch you another bottle?
Yes, why not? Take it out of that. Thanks. Here we go.
I should buy this one.
Oh, look, I've got all this money. Nothing to spend it on. Now, tell me the news. How are you both? What's Jenny up to?
Cheers. Nice. Listen, we're just the same. What's happening with you? I mean, it must be a year.
Getting on that way. Well, what's happened? Almost finished the book.
This is the best-selling novel, is it? What's it called?
Barry, I know it sounds ridiculous, but I'm not actually allowed to say.
When's it coming out, then?
Well, again, I can't be very enlightening.
It's a funny business. This is very nice for a house wine.
It's not the house wine, in fact. I wish she'd tell me about Jenny. I think about her a lot, you know.
Yes, well...
Was she happy, sad, still working, what?
Well, she's still working, yes.
I often think of her. I'd love to come up and see her.
I wouldn't bother about that.
When this book's off my hands, only another week or two, I'll come up as a surprise.
No, don't do that.
She'd love it.
It wouldn't be a good idea, Matthew.
Just a friendly visit.
No, you're better off down here.
Barry.
Well, it's been pleasant to meet with you again.
Barry!
All the best. Thanks for the drink. See you.
Here's your other bottle. I had to go downstairs for it. Oh, has your friend gone?
Yeah. He always was a stupid prat. Fancy a drink?
I'm sorry, Matthew. I'm afraid Miss Shapiro's not here at the moment.
I've been looking over the last chapter. I've had one or two ideas. See, I don't actually know what she thinks of it. Sat in my office for a week, heard nothing.
No, well, you wouldn't have done. She's gone to New York.
Oh, God, I've never told anything. I thought she wanted that last chapter to take with her.
I expect she's taken it.
But we hadn't finished it.
I expect she's finished it.
Oh, well, it's her flaming book.
Yes, that does tend to be how she perceives the matter.
That's it, then. I must be finished. I must be free.
Incidentally, I do have a message about your option.
My option?
Apparently, we have an option on your time and services for a further 6 months.
Oh, well, that won't be needed, will it?
I understand we're taking it up. Miss Shapiro has spoken to your agent.
But I don't want it taken up.
Your agent has agreed.
6 months? What do they want with me for another 6 months?
Expect it'll be to do with marketing.
Oh, I'm a writer, not a salesman.
I expect you'll be getting a memo.
Shall I tell you something, Ellen?
Mm-hmm.
You're getting as hard and calculating as Marlene Shapiro.
Not at all. But I'm learning.
Frank, I have a craving. I am rabid for breadsticks. Pass me 3.
That must be jet lag, Marlene. When did you get in?
8 o'clock this morning. Butter.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the butter? Ah.
So, congratulations on your elevation.
Thanks.
Does that now put you above me on the global scale?
I guess. Editorial Vice President International sounds higher than Executive Head of Marketing Europe. Wouldn't you say?
It has more of a global ring to it.
Plus, I get stock with my job. How about you?
I'm afraid not. I must admit, with the reorganization subsequent upon the merger...
The takeover, yeah.
Yes, I can't help feeling that I've been shunted somewhat into a backwater.
Well, I'd say your situation can be pretty much what you make of it. It's a matter of asserting yourself. What you need is to originate some huge success. You need a winner.
Well, quite. To make them sit up and take notice. But unfortunately, the major projects do seem to emerge from across the water.
True. Except the fatal flaw.
Ah, the fatal flaw. High hopes, I understand.
10 million sales, no problem. But I want us to double that.
That would be a tremendous project.
You want to handle it?
I'd certainly like to. If we're talking in those kind of figures, I definitely would.
You've got to be ruthless. It could be your winner, but you'd have to fight your corner like a tiger.
The hungry young fighter all over again, eh?
Right. I got the ideas, I got the scams. I need a hungry fighter to make them work.
Marlene, I think you've got one.
Here's to it, Frank.
Let me just tell you, Matthew, one or two of our ideas.
Okay.
It all sounds very exciting, Frank.
Oh, it is, Dennis. It really is. It's going to do us all a lot of good. So we must all pull together.
Go on, then. One of your ideas.
Fine. Good. Now, your family in the book, the
Noir du Pont.
The Noir du Pont.
Marvellous name. Says it all.
On the principle that A, everybody loves to read true revelations, and B, we all love a mystery. We are going to put it subtly about in the media that the Noir du Ponts are based on a real, famous and respected New England family who suffer from a comparable fatal flaw.
I think that is tremendous.
The sales potential of notoriety, you see. Everybody will want to identify this family of secret murderers. Is it the Rockefellers? Is it the Kennedys? So, everybody will want to buy the book. Simple, really.
Tremendous.
It stinks.
Yes. We thought you might feel that way.
Keep me out of all this, Dennis. I thought we were here to discuss the author's promotional tour.
Frank?
Yes, that's quite right. So let's put the public awareness concepts aside. Now, the tour. What I feel is essentially this, and I've taken advice from New York on this one.
And I go along with it.
Matt Brand. The public will want to see Matt Brand. We want them to see Matt Brand. Matt Brand is going to become a star.
A superstar.
Now, as I look at you, Matthew, and I talk to you, I see a writer, and a damn good writer. I do not, and from me this is a tribute, I do not see a superstar. I do not see Matt Brand.
Are you saying you want me to pretend to be something I'm not? To go round America, the world, pretending to be your idea of Matt Brand?
Not exactly. No. You've done your bit, Matthew. We want to let you off the hook. So, we're going to hire somebody else to play the part of Matt Brand, an actor.
An actor?
An unknown, of course, but very talented, Jeff Douglas, a New Zealander.
You've already hired this man?
Think about it, Matthew. It means you're not forever saddled with that false identity. You'll be free to write your serious novels.
But I wrote that book. It's a despicable lie to pretend that somebody else did. It's going too far. I can't agree to it, Dennis. OK? I won't agree.
Contractually, of course, the question doesn't arise, in that your agreement is not necessarily required.
But in fact, I have agreed. On your behalf.
Thanks, Dennis.
You must get on with your next project.
I think you'll find the financial arrangements satisfactory.
And you'll still be taken to and from your office 6 days a week.
Morning. Del Ransom, Internal Security.
Carry on. Just ignore me.
Internal Security? What are you doing?
Individual personnel supervision duty. I'm your bodyguard, pal. Didn't they tell you?
Bodyguard? Is this a joke?
Typical. Memos take days to get round, don't they? Why they can't just pick up the phone and tell you what's what straight out, I don't know. You fancy a mint?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Why should I need a bodyguard?
Oh, it's the death threats, innit? Smoker's breath. Filthy habit.
What death threats?
Typical. I have to do their work as well, don't I? This book you just got coming out in the States, right?
The Fatal Flaw?
Yeah, that's the one.
I didn't know it was coming out yet.
Oh, you are in the dark, ain't you? It's a bit controversial, am I right? Blows the lid off some murky secrets, so they say. Must have got on someone's nose. Anyway, they put the black spot on you.
It's just a novel, a thriller. Why would it make anyone want to kill me? I don't believe it.
Well, could be nutters. Could be someone thinking they've got hold of something. These days, there's always someone ready to blow your brains out for a few grand. Me, for instance.
Then they should have told me, and they should have told me the book was out.
Don't blame me. I'm just here to keep an eye on you.
I'm going to find out what's going on. Excuse me.
Hang on. I'm not supposed to let you out of my sight.
So, we'll expect you at 11:30 on Tuesday the 14th. Thank you.
OK. Where's Marlene?
Good afternoon, Mr. Bradford. I'm afraid Miss Shapiro is in Australia.
Hell! Look, Ellen, what's going on? I've just been told by some bodyguard bloke that my book's already out in America. Is that true?
I imagine you should have a word with marketing.
You know. Come on, tell me.
The Fatal Flaw. Yes, of course. Didn't you receive the memo concerning the US launch?
You didn't send me any memo. Don't give me that.
Have you been drinking?
That's my business. What about these so-called death threats?
I should call security.
I don't want to call security.
Oh, you're here, are you? Don't you do that to me again, pal.
Here he is. Look, this is my bodyguard.
Del Ransom, Internal Security.
In that case, Mr. Ransom, would you kindly escort Mr. Bradford back to his office?
Sorry about this, gal. He shut the lift doors on me, didn't he?
I may be under contract to this lot, but I'm a free man, free to go where I choose.
Of course you are. But you are not free to go there without me. Get it? And if you try and give me the old slip, I may be forced to fracture the occasional bone. Are you with me?
I thought you were supposed to be protecting me.
Sometimes one has to be cruel to be kind. Now, if you...
Ellen, switch off your vibrator and get me the file on Bosco Radansky.
You said she was in Australia.
Talking to Australia.
You lying bitch. Right, I'm going to have this out.
Don't go in there, Matthew.
I've had enough.
Oh, Lord. Here, cut it out! Hey?
God, let go!
Best if you don't go in there, Matthew. Hey?
That hurts.
What say I take you home and we watch a bit of snooker on the old box?
Del? Del, where are you?
You all right, my son? You've been in kit for hours. Sleeping it off, were you?
What have you been up to?
Been out, and I. Down the old airline office. Look at this, then, eh? See those tickets? It is going to be great, my son.
Barbados?
The beach, the sea, the crumpet. Oh, we are going to blow our minds.
What is all this?
Courtesy of GME, innit? 6 weeks in the sun. We leave on the 2nd of next month.
They're sending us to Barbados?
Well, why not? They reckon you're going to be safer out there. Your enemies, whoever they are, ain't going to be looking for you out in the old Caribbean, are they?
I don't believe any of this, Del. I don't believe I've got enemies.
Oh, yeah. You've got enemies, all right. Yeah, you've definitely got enemies. Gonna go get some ice.
I'll bet I know what's going on. I'll bet I know.
Global Marketing and Exchange. May I help you?
I want the Vulture Press, please. Marketing division.
One moment.
Thank you for holding. We apologize.
Marketing, may I help you?
Mr. Hegarty's office, please.
One moment.
Frank Hegarty's office, may I help you?
Yes, hello. I'm from the Daily Mirror, the books page. I was wondering if you have a publication date on The Fatal Flaw by Matt Brand.
Yes. Yes, I have it right here. Let me see. The Fatal Flaw will be published in about 3 weeks' time, on the 12th of next month.
The 12th. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Del?
You finished all the vodka. You greedy pig.
Sorry, Del. I'm afraid we won't be going to Barbados.
What?
You shouldn't have told me. Because now I'm going to be alert 24 hours a day. You relax for a moment and I will cause trouble.
That was A Walk in the Black Forest, and just walked into the studio is my next guest, a man whose first novel, The Fatal Flaw, has just created a terrific sensation in America and is about to do the same over here.
I hope so, Peter.
I'm sure it will. It's a terrific book. His name is Matt Brand. Welcome to the show, Matt.
It's my pleasure to be here.
A hot foot from a book signing session, is that right?
It certainly is, Peter. I must say we've been thrilled with the crowds that have come out to meet us in the stores. An awful lot of people are purchasing the book. It's very exciting.
Well, it's not surprising. We're all trying to spot the guilty family.
Oh, I appreciate that, Peter. In fact, I understand that in the States, books are actually being written about my book, you know. They're putting forward theories as to which family the Noir Duponts are actually based upon.
Ah, so it is true. They are based on a real family, are they? Some of whose members are, in fact, secret sex murderers.
Now, it's not for me to say, Peter, but I can confess that in the 3 years I've spent researching the book throughout the eastern states of America, I did turn up some pretty hair-raising stories. But obviously I can't give you any more clues than I've put in the book.
It's tantalising.
That's true, Peter.
But we'll come back to The Fatal Flaw in a minute, because you have a pretty colourful background yourself, Matt. Isn't that right?
That's absolutely true, Peter. My grandfather out in New Zealand was what you'd call a shepherd. He worked with sheep. But my grandmother, she was a Maori and a very great herbal doctor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brand. It's for my daughter. Could you sign it to Virginia?
My pleasure.
I did enjoy hearing you on the wireless this morning. What a fascinating line.
Oh, that's very kind. You must listen to Desert Island Discs. I'm on that next week.
I certainly
Thank
will.
you.
Thank
Next,
you.
please. Oh, afternoon, sir. Who can I sign this book to?
I'd like you to sign it to Matt Brand.
Matt Brand? Well, that's a coincidence.
No, it isn't. I am Matt Brand, and I wrote that book.
I beg your pardon?
You heard. I wrote The Fatal Flaw.
Excuse me, sir.
I wrote that book, not you.
Sorry, boys. Slight problem here.
You're an imposter. You're a liar.
Come on, mate. Get moving.
You're just an actor. I know your name.
Come on, sir. We don't want any trouble, do we?
Your name's Jeff Douglas.
Mind your backs, thank you.
I was there when they cooked all this up in Frank Hegarty's office.
Shut it up.
No! I'll tell the truth.
Sorry about that, folks. Crazies. You get them all over these days. Now, who's next, please? Who shall I sign this to?
Come on, Matthew. Let's go for walkies.
If you like.
Yeah, I do like. Come on. Peaceful, innit?
If you say so.
Oh, still sulking, are we?
I'm not sulking.
Think yourself lucky, Matthew, that they ain't gonna press the old assault charges.
I didn't assault anyone.
Yeah, there's 3 security boys prepared to swear you did. Not very clever, Matthew. How was it?
It was extraordinary. No one would believe me.
Well, they wouldn't, would they? One nutter against the world. Shocking odds. Drink. Little swig from my flask.
No.
Suit yourself. You want a mint?
You're all right, then. Give me a drink.
Here you are. You want to calm down, Matthew. Relax. You can't win. Just go with it. Enjoy the money. Enjoy the pampering. It'll all be over soon.
What do you mean?
Well, must be. I got another assignment in 3 weeks. Oh, look. A pair of squirrels.
So, I'll be free then?
I can get you drugs, you know. But if you want drugs...
I don't want drugs.
All right. Just keep it cool, OK? And don't cause me no more trouble. There's a love. I wouldn't want to have to use the ultimate sanction, now would I?
Ultimate sanction? What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, don't be naive, my son. That book of yours making them a fortune, innit? And you can bet they'll be making another 6 fortunes out of film rights, so they won't stand for you blowing it all, will they? Not when it'd only cost them a few grand to have me apply the ultimate sanction. Lonely round here, eh?
Do you mean what I think you mean?
You act a bit dodgy. It's down to me to top you, innit?
So the only death threat was from you?
I suppose so. You see this shooter?
Oh, God.
Well, is it worth making me do that? Not for 3 weeks.
You'd use it, would you? On me?
I would.
I can't stand this. I'm going.
Oh, don't be stupid.
I'm going, Del.
I could just pick you off.
I don't care anymore.
It's easy to me, pal.
You wouldn't fire that, Del. You know me too well.
You reckon?
Yes, I do. I'll see you, Del.
I warned ya.
Del, don't.
Oh, poor old squirrel.
It's a long way out of town, this house.
They want you to have peace and quiet. Nice place, though. Overlooking that wood. I'll bet that comes alive at night. Into the old voyeurism, are you?
Why move me out of Marble Arch? I don't get it.
Well, they want to use it, don't they? Want you out of their property and into your own.
This is theirs, surely, not mine.
Don't your agent tell you nothing? They've bought you this place out your earnings, haven't they? Cool. You live in a dream world.
I don't believe this.
Well, you better start believing it, mate. You're on your own now. I'm off me old pal.
Is that it, then?
Yep, I'm away. I'll take it easy. And don't get naughty.
Am I being watched? They don't trust me on my own, do they?
There's no problem. You can't do any harm now.
Can't I? I want people to know who I am.
Oh, come off it, Matthew. No one's going to believe you, are they? Not by now.
Excuse me, madam. I see you're carrying a copy of The Fatal Flaw.
Yes, I'm off up to Edinburgh to see my daughter. I like something hefty to read on the train.
I'd simply like to mention to
Market
you...
research, was there some kind of questionnaire?
No, I just need to tell you that, actually, I am Matt Brand, the man who wrote that book.
Oh, no, you're not. I've seen him on the television. You're nothing like him.
I am Matt Brand.
Anyway, he's Australian or something.
He's an imposter.
Is this a hoax?
He is the hoax.
Would you please let me pass?
Will you listen? Will you try and make your tiny little brain understand?
Take your hand off my arm. There's a policeman just over there, and if you don't let go, I shall call him.
Matthew.
Hello, Jenny. I was just up here, so I thought I'd drop in. See if I could get a cup of tea. Hope you don't mind.
I don't know. No, we'll come in.
You shouldn't have done it, Jenny.
It seemed the best thing.
You shouldn't have given up work. It's what made you an individual.
I wanted to.
No, you didn't.
Barry wanted you to.
I took the decision. Anyway, we didn't have much choice.
Why? Because you're pregnant.
It's the best thing.
You're giving up, Jenny. Don't give up.
If you're so bothered about me, why haven't you been in touch? Over a year, nothing.
Didn't seem appropriate.
Appropriate.
I thought you'd rather I kept out of your life.
It didn't suit you, that's the truth.
I had to cut myself off. You remember? To devote myself single-mindedly to winning freedom.
And have you?
I've made a lot of money and... I see you've bought my book.
No. No, I looked for it, but I haven't seen it yet.
There, on the bookshelf. The Fatal Flaw.
You didn't write that.
I did. Don't you see? That's why it was all such a secret. I was writing The Fatal Flaw under a pseudonym.
I don't believe you.
It's true.
But I know you. You couldn't have written that.
I could, and I did.
Why are you lying, Matthew? It's a horrible book.
That's not the point.
But Barry bought that copy. I hated it. It's badly written, exploitative, sensation. I couldn't even finish it.
I was made to write it like that. I had to go along with it.
For God's sake, I've seen the man on television. He's a big blonde New Zealander. You're nothing like him.
He's just an actor. It's all a publicity stunt.
Well, that's just stupid.
What's going on? Are you all right, Jennifer?
Barry, I'm sorry. I had to come and see her.
Matthew.
It's okay. Everything's fine.
I warned you, Matthew. I told you never to come near here. Now, get out.
I just had to talk to Jenny.
Out. What's he been saying to you, Jennifer?
Oh, nothing. Just nonsense.
It's the truth.
I knew you'd upset her. Now, get out. 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 Out.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
I'm sorry to bother you. Can I just have a look at your magazine?
I'm just in the middle of reading it.
Something just caught my eye. A name on the front. Can I look? Only for a second.
All right. Don't lose my place, though.
I know it seems ridiculous, but... Well, the article you're reading says it's by Matt Brand.
That's why I bought the magazine, actually. He wrote that book, The Fatal Flaw. Oh, I thought that was fantastic. I literally couldn't put it down. Have you read it?
Oh, yes. I've read it. Thanks. I wonder what's going on. What the hell is going on?
My dear Matthew, just relax. It's all perfectly straightforward. Drink your creme de menthe.
But look at it. It's there. Published. Matt Brand. It's a blatant rip-off. I didn't write it.
Quite. Matt Brand, however, did.
I'm Matt Brand.
Matt Brand is a limited company in which the Vulture Press has a major interest, and for which we operate as agents in cooperation with our American partners, and in which we also have a certain direct financial interest.
The whole thing's a fraud on the public.
Not at all. They get what they pay for.
All right, then. This story. Who wrote this story?
Some American writer, I understand. It doesn't really come into my territory. Marlene Shapiro, of course, makes the creative decisions.
Oh, of course. So, you're all in fine shape, aren't you, thanks to me? You're all well set up, but where am I? Where does all this leave me?
It leaves you very well off indeed. You could live for 10 years on what you've made out of The Fatal Flaw. How many people can say that?
10 years of freedom. What am I supposed to do with it?
That's up to you. Isn't that the point of freedom? Write more books. But, if I might suggest, keep away from 19th century Wolverhampton.
My books did all right.
All right, yes. But publishers are increasingly reluctant to buy a Matthew Bradford book.
But they're good. I'm good. Matt Brand is rubbish, but I'm good.
That might be your problem, Matthew. Perhaps you're simply too good. This is a mass-market world.
But, Dennis, aren't you prepared to go out there and fight for me?
In a word, no.
Dennis.
Now, we have to assess our priorities, the artistic aspirations of one client against the whole structure of our more lucrative business relationships.
But don't you see? If people knew that I wrote The Fatal Flaw, they'd want to see what I wrote next.
Only if you wrote another Fatal Flaw. Well, that's the point of creating Matt Brand. He will write whatever the public requires Matt Brand to write. It removes the element of human fallibility.
I can't just accept this. I won't.
Nonsense. Relax. Have another creme de menthe.
I'm going to fight. I have to.
I've drawn up your schedule, Marlene. There. Madrid for 3 nights. I've spoken to Julio. He'll meet you at noon and take you back to his apartment as usual.
Julio, I can't wait.
Afraid you'll have to. You have a 2:00 meeting.
2:00? That'll give us half an hour. Think I need more than half an hour? Matthew.
Now, look, Marlene. I'm at the end of my tether.
Hey, come on. What about a kiss for your old partner? It's been months.
What? Oh, all right. I'm sorry.
Have a drink.
I've already had a drink.
Well, have another drink.
Excuse me.
The thing is this. I don't quite know how to start. Look, Marlene, I've been cheated.
Hey, drink this. To a great partnership.
Marlene.
Listen, why have you been avoiding me?
I haven't been avoiding you. You know what's been going on. It's as though you've made me a non-person.
We had so much to celebrate. Hell, I wanted to talk new ideas with you.
I've been hidden away. I've been threatened.
Have you eaten? God, I'm hungry. Let's go up the executive roof lounge. I'll buy you lunch. It's a good wine, isn't it?
I couldn't understand what was going on.
Don't apologize.
I'm not.
We've got to look to the future. Tell me your ideas.
My ideas or Matt Brand ideas?
Who gives one? Ideas are ideas. How the package comes later.
It's difficult.
Come on. You know what we look for.
Sure. Sex, violence, superficial glamour.
All those fine qualities that appeal to our potential purchasing units. Tell me a story, Matthew.
I've got no stories.
Matthew.
You killed all my stories.
Come on. Stories all around you.
I can't see them anymore. I don't know how to look.
Just see what catches your eye.
I can't.
Then seek out the commercial angle.
That's it. That's just it. Seek out the angle. You can't see anything straight if you're looking for angles. That's logic. Geometric logic.
Do I hear accusation in your voice, Matthew?
Yes. I'm accusing you, Marlene Shapiro, I'm accusing you of killing me.
You shouldn't shout these things.
Shout? Shout? I had integrity and you killed that. I had identity. You killed that. I don't have identity. There's a man on television pretending to be me. He's going round the world saying he is me. Everyone believes him. And nobody believes that I am me.
Jerry, yes, thank you.
Don't talk to other people when I'm talking to you.
You want coffee?
Don't ignore me. You keep ignoring me. You keep pretending I'm not here. You pay me money not to be here. You give me houses so I don't exist anymore.
Mind the table, okay?
Rot the table?
Fine, you just did.
You don't want me to exist. You deny that I exist, and you've won. I don't exist. I do not exist.
Hello, are you waking up?
I am awake. I have been awake for a while.
Well done.
Are you a nurse?
Oh, yes. Are you hungry?
I feel terribly tired.
That'll be the drugs.
Drugs?
They're wearing off now.
Is this a hospital?
It's a nursing home, Mr. Bradford. You've had a little bit of a breakdown.
A breakdown? What sort of a breakdown?
You'll soon be able to talk to the doctor.
I want to go.
It's not as easy as that. You could have a light meal if you liked.
How long have I been here?
It's not for me to say.
When can I go?
I should have a chat to the doctor.
I haven't had a breakdown. I don't believe it.
Breakdown? It's such a loose phrase, isn't it? What actually do we mean by breakdown?
Don't ask me, you're the doctor.
Drink. Alcohol.
What do you mean?
Well, that's what we're here for. Over-dependence on alcohol, and let's face it, all dependence is over-dependence, wouldn't you say? Well, now, that can lead to a crisis, and that's where we come in.
So I'm drying out, am I?
I do find layman's terms unhelpfully imprecise, don't you?
Yes. I see. It's all falling into place. Marlene Shapiro. She had me put in here, didn't she?
Your wife signed the necessary papers, Mr. Bradford.
Susan?
In the most real sense, you have put yourself in here.
Oh, Susan. Well, thank you for your help. Now I'd like to leave.
Sorry. Rules. We have to be in a position to satisfy the committor before we can agree to a cessation of treatment.
In that case, I should just walk out.
Now, that is, in fact, physically impossible. Security, you see, it's one of the vital services our clients are paying for.
Well, I'm not paying anymore, okay? So that's that.
Funds are available, I'm told.
Not from me.
Perhaps not. But we have a contract to fulfill.
Vulture Press. Is that it? GME?
It's not for me to say, Mr. Bradford. However, for the moment, here you are.
Am I trapped?
You're here. So why not tell me about yourself?
Oh, you know about me.
In your own words.
I'm a writer.
I have teacher written down here.
I wrote novels.
Well, that's your hobby, I'm told.
It's my life. I have written a novel called The Fatal Flaw. You may just have heard of it. It's a huge bestseller worldwide.
Let's stick to reality, shall we? Let's try and separate it from fantasy. We've got plenty of time.
Hello. I haven't seen you before. What are you reading? Mind if I sit here?
No, please do. It's a novel. It's called The Smoke on the Wind. I found it in the library.
Who's it by, then? Let's have a look. Matthew Bradford. Never heard of him.
I'm Matthew Bradford.
Oh! Sorry. Foot straight in.
It's all right. Matthew Bradford is not wildly famous. That's why I was surprised to come across the book. Funny. I haven't looked at it in nearly 2 years.
I shall read it. My name's Karen, by the way. Karen Lehman. Have you heard of my dad, Leo? He's a film producer.
Sounds familiar. What do you do for a living?
Ah, therein lies the key to my alcoholic situation. Nothing. Lots of privilege, lots of wealth, lots of parental divorces, lots of opportunities. Sod all motivation.
A confused upbringing?
Precisely. So, what do? I fritter. I go to loads of nightclubs, I gamble, I sleep around a lot. Terrible, isn't it? Still, it beats working down the mines. What do you think of this place?
I resent it.
Resent it? Yes. That's exactly what I do. I resent it, too. It's my mother who loves having me put away, you know, always has done. I suppose this place works out, in real terms, not much more expensive than when I was a little girl and she used to employ a nanny and send me away to school.
Probably.
I seem to get treated much the same, which means I behave much the same. I play them up.
I know what you mean. It brings out the brat in me, too.
I bend cutlery.
I leave hot taps running all night.
Well, we both sound extremely sensible and mature to me. I tell you what. Together, we could really fool them.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. You could spend the night with me.
Well, I don't know.
Go on, I don't snore.
You often propose such adventures?
Not often.
Well, you've only known each other for 2 minutes.
I don't improve with further acquaintance.
You don't need to.
Ah, thanks, Matty. There's a tree right outside my window. I'll show you.
Why not? Let's fool them. Yes. Show me.
Funny, isn't it? I never slept with a novelist. I'll expect you to tell me stories. So you reckon that's why you got put in here?
I suppose you think I'm lying. Everybody else does.
I don't think that at all.
Honestly.
I know what goes on in these grotesque organisations, don't forget. I was brought up with it. Sounds true to me.
That is such a relief.
Move your elbow, Matty.
Bloody single beds.
Not too quick. We'll both be on the floor.
Sorry.
No. You know, it's a terrific story. As a story. Forget it's you. It's just a good, rather frightening story. A bit like Kafka.
That's what I thought.
I hate Kafka, but this is good.
I want to expose what goes on and get my own back. Maybe I'll put it in a book. And then who'd publish it?
I wonder, what about my dad? I can just see it as a film. It's a psychological thriller. How about having your life story turned into a multi-million-dollar movie?
A movie? A rather grand form of revenge.
Well, let's try, you never know. Would you tell Dad, like you told me?
Oh, yes, if you think he'd be interested.
Let's go and see him.
Fine. Just one slight problem. We are, to all intents and purposes, prisoners.
We'll bribe our way out.
Oh, yes. What with? They took all my cash.
I've got everything we'll need. A tame male nurse and 500 quid. I smuggled it in under my wig.
It's a good story, Matthew. It's contemporary. I have it in very sharp focus mentally. It's mostly through his eyes, the guy. I'm not sure just how we'd finish it. We need some clever twist. But it's got something. I can sense it.
It would actually blow the lid off all these crooks, and that's what I want more than anything. But do you think it's commercial?
Matthew, whenever I've made a successful picture, I've always had this feeling. An intuition about the story.
This is very exciting.
For me, too. OK, here's what we do. I've got your narrative on tape. If I may, I'll put it into outline form and produce a treatment. This helps finance up front.
Hang on. Have you decided already to go ahead?
A decision is yes or no, right? I'll think about it is no decision. Not only that, you might take it to someone else. You won't do that, will you?
No, of course not.
OK. I'll finance you to write up the story as a novel, because that's your skill, right?
That is perfect. And you'd base the script on that?
Assuming the book works out.
I understand.
One point, and this is vital. We keep the project under wraps, yes? We do not breathe a word to a soul. Piracy is everywhere.
I know that. These people are gangsters.
Go away, find the sun. Maybe the Seychelles.
The Seychelles?
And there you must work, quiet and secret. Do you want Karen with you?
She's a terrific girl.
OK. Her job is to make sure you write that book and write it well. Through my office, we'll fix you flights and accommodation. How about a villa?
A villa in the Seychelles? It sounds unbelievably perfect.
I want it perfect, because I want a good job from you. So, the deal is this. A year from today, you walk into this office and you lay down on that desk a completed typescript of your novelisation of your own story. Deal?
Mr. Lehman, it's a deal.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you for believing me and for giving me back to myself.
Don't forget now, a year from today.
Dad, the Seychelles are just incredible.
I see it. You look like natives.
Mr. Lehman, as promised, 12 months to the day, here's the book.
And on the exact right desk. Good fella. Oh, you look great.
Doesn't he?
I feel great. I feel the whole experience is purged.
I want to show you something. Come on through to the viewing theatre.
Oh, what are we going to see?
Dad, you don't want me anymore, do you, just at the moment?
Not right now. I have the manuscript, so your job is done. Through here, Matthew.
See you later, then. Bye, Matty.
See you, my love.
Goodbye.
Now, I just want you to see what we can do, Matthew. It's not quite the final cut, but you'll get a pretty good idea. Oh, by the way, GME are thrilled.
GME? Global?
They financed the project. Roll it, Dave. A blockbuster. That's the word on it.
What is the film?
Oh, we don't yet have the title sequence completed, so we started with the opening scene. The music is provisional, but I think you'll like it. Mozart.
Oh, to hell with her.
Calm down, man.
I'm just angry at the unfairness of it.
Don't wave your arms about. Those kids at soccer practice, they're watching us.
Oh, does it matter?
I'm giving them a
I know
drama
that
lesson
sports
in a
field.
half hour.
You
It
filmed that at
matters.
Handley Green.
Janet.
Right.
I'm sorry. It's just her selfishness gets to me. I've got a novel being published on Thursday. So
that's
what
me
does
out
Stella
there.
do? She
That's
walks out
me.
on Sunday.
It rings true.
She's self-centered,
Good.
insensitive. And...
Okay, all right.
It's not all right.
Don't shout at me. I'm
And
on
that's
your
Jennifer.
side.
Yeah, we had to call her
Sorry.
Janet.
Keep calm. You have an afternoon's work ahead.
That's
no,
my life.
No,
We agreed.
I didn't tell you.
My book, I've only just
I have
written
the
it.
afternoon off.
You've cheated me.
I'm going to be interviewed on the
You'll
radio.
make a
That's
fortune.
Yeah. It's about my book.
You've stolen my life.
In The Fatal Flaw by Chris Allen, Matthew Bradford was played by Martin Reed and Marlene Shapiro by Margaret Robertson. Jennifer was played by Rosalind Adams, Barry and the radio interviewer by Russell Keith Grant, Ellen and Claire by Jill Lidston, Dennis Foster by John Sampson, Ziggy Martin by Ronald Herdman, Del Ransom by Steve Hodson, Frank Hegarty and Leo Lehman by Alan Dudley. Matt Brand and the Doctor were played by Lewis Rowe, Karen and the Edinburgh Lady by Miranda Forbes, the Disc Jockey and the Film Matthew by Stephen Garlick, the Nurse and the Film Janet by Caroline Wilkins, Ruth and the Lady on the Train by Vanessa Knox-Moore, Julie and the Lady Shopper by Stella Forge. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The Fatal Flaw was directed by Christopher Venning.
A Murder of Quality, adapted for radio by Frederick Bradnam, from a novel by John le Carre, with David Bird as George Smiley, Joan Saunderson as Miss Brimley, and Patrick Barr as Terence Fielding. A Murder of Quality.
So, it really is you, Brim. Come on in.
Did you think there was another female called Brimley about to enter your life? Oh, what a nice room, George.
Yes, I suppose it is. Only it must be years since we last met.
It is. 10 years.
10 years. And no doubt you could tell me exactly when and where.
I could, but I won't.
Oh, do sit down, Brim.
May I sit here?
Please. Now tell me, how did you find me?
The telephone directory. Under Smiley, George Smiley.
Ah.
You're the only Smiley G.H. in the book. Then I telephoned first to make quite sure you weren't in, but I was able to leave a message which I assume you got.
Yes. Oh, simple, isn't it? The obvious I always forget. Will you have a whiskey and soda? You still drink it?
I do, and I will.
Fine.
You've left the service for good?
For good? I wonder. One never knows with intelligence work, I find. And yourself, Brim?
I edit a weekly paper.
Ah, and trust, no doubt, that you have left the service for good.
Exactly.
Yes, I had another spell some time back.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Intelligence is all very different now. Ideas are different. People are different. The Steeds, Jeopardies, Fieldings aren't about anymore. All gone. Is that the right amount of soda?
Thanks, that's just right.
Your health, Brim.
And yours, George. Fielding. Adrian Fielding had a brother. He teaches at Cairns.
Yes, that's right. Terence Fielding, a housemaster. That is, if he hasn't retired.
No, he retires this half, whatever that means. It was in the Times some weeks ago.
You seem well informed.
Not well enough. Tell me about Cairns School, George. Did you go there?
Heavens, no.
But you know about it?
Yes, I know about it.
Is it as bad as it sounds?
Absolutely. Not that it always was. It didn't become really fashionable until about 100 years ago, and it was founded by Edward VI in 1550, I think. I've never really understood why some schools become fashionable with the rich, grow like Cairn into bastions of snobbery and privilege.
It's generally a headmaster. I mean, there's one head who lifts the school up out of the rut, and the right people get to know about him, send him their boys, and the tradition begins.
Well, there was a man in the 1850s, the master. Cairn calls the head the master. They don't have teachers. They have housemasters, house dons, and ushers.
And half?
A half is a term. They have only 2. What else?
Cairn itself. I know it's a town in Dorset, but what's it beside?
Well, I suppose the school is the town. The playing fields and the staff houses encircle it. It's miles from anywhere, you know, Brim. Beautiful countryside, but quite isolated. Has little to do with the world most people live in.
One would have to fit in.
Or get out, I imagine.
Yes. But that wouldn't be easy for the wife of a house don, would it?
What's the problem, Brim?
Well, I had a letter sent to my paper the other day from the wife of a man who's teaching at Cairn. They haven't been there long. They're called Road, without the H.
I see. Oh, what sort of letter?
I'm a ridiculous spinster, I know, but it's worried me, and I knew you were the best person to come and see about it.
Well, you'd better read the letter to me, Brim.
All right. It's addressed from North Fields, Cairn School, Dorset, and dated the 7th of February. Dear Miss Fellowship, I don't know if you are a real person, but it doesn't matter. You always give such good, kind answers. There's something very wrong here. I don't know if he's really plotting to... I can't write the word, but I feel as if I'm dead already. Do you understand? It's this place. It's done something to him so that he hates me. No, it's not just my imagination, and I really am perfectly sane and normal. But I'm frightened of everything, of what he's thinking and what he might do. And now the long nights are coming. Please write and tell me what I should do. I hope you don't get many letters like this. Yours faithfully, Stella Road, Mrs. Nay Glaston.
He is the husband, we must assume.
Yes. It can't really be anybody else.
And you're Miss Fellowship.
Yes.
Tell me, my dear Brim, what exactly is your paper, and how did you get onto it?
It's called The Christian Voice, and it's a nonconformist weekly newspaper founded in 1903 by old Lord Lansbury. I'm its editor. It's very much a family affair. The same families take it now as did in 1903. The Lansbury we know is the son of the founder. He offered me the job after our outfit was thinned down in the 50s.
Oh, yes, I remember now. And why do you take Mrs. Rhodes seriously? You've had other letters of the same order.
No. Only one for a kitchen hints competition, and a note from her last year saying that her husband had been taken onto the teaching staff of Cairn School. We printed the news. The point is, George, she's a Glaston.
What is a Glaston?
Well, they've been readers of The Voice since it started. The Glastons are part of our magazine, one of the few hundred families who form our establishment.
So you take her letter seriously?
I must. I know the Glastons are as down-to-earth as you could wish, Stella included. I don't think she's likely to be suffering from delusions of persecution.
Well, what are you going to do?
Write to her. Ask her to come and see me. You see, I have the idea that Stella's husband isn't the usual Cairn type. The product of a grammar school, red brick and all that.
Yes. And Stella Road wouldn't be the type, would she? I doubt whether Cairn has ever had a nonconformist wife.
Road himself is also.
Yes, he would be, of course.
So I shall write to her. And if that doesn't help, well, I wondered, perhaps you could contact the man Fielding for me.
Well, I have met him. Of course I would, but...
What's Fielding like?
Terence. He's not quite the man his brother was, you know. In his late 50s now, a big man with a fine head, rather flamboyant, a superb natural actor.
Is he married?
He's not the marrying type.
Ah.
He's very intelligent, of course, and very vain.
Have you met any of his colleagues?
Well, Anne knew a housemaster and his wife, Charles and Shane Hecht. I don't remember meeting them ever. I think they were typical of Cairn and quite awful.
Of course, things aren't at all the same at Cairn these days. I remember before the war when Charles inspected the corn of Whitehall.
Ah, yes.
We don't do that kind of thing now, do we? Of course, I've nothing against Mr. Iredale as commandant. Nothing at all.
Oh, he's a good chap, Iredale, when all's said and done.
And his wife's such a nice person. Don't you think, Terence?
Oh, I don't know, Shane. A bit overdressed for my taste.
I know what you mean. I wonder why they can never keep their servants. I hear Mr. Road will be helping out with the corps next half.
Poor little Road. Running about like a puppy trying to earn his biscuit. He tries so hard. Have you ever seen him at school matches?
Well, he ought not to try quite so hard. Do you know, Terence, he'd never seen a game of rugger before he came here? It's all soccer at grammar schools, I believe.
Is it? Do you remember when he first came, Charles?
Oh, yes, quiet as a mouse.
It was fascinating how he lay very low, drinking us in. The games, the vocabulary, the manners, everything. Then one day, it was as if he'd been given the power of speech, and he spoke our language. It was amazing, like plastic surgery. It was Felix Darcy's work, of course. I've never seen anything quite like it before.
Dear Mrs. Road. So sweet and such simple taste, don't you think? I mean, whoever would have dreamt of putting those china ducks on the wall? Big ones at the front and little ones at the back. I wonder where she bought them. I must ask her.
Shall I ask her?
You, Terence, would you?
I think not. I find Mrs. Road hell, to be honest, for once. Still, they're here next Wednesday. I can't leave them out.
Black candles, Terence.
Of course.
Here are the coats, Mr. Fielding.
Oh, thank you, True.
Let me help you with yours, Mrs. Hecht. Thank you, Miss Truebody. Poor, dear, sad old fur.
Oh, no. It's a lovely coat, madam.
Well, thank you, Terence. Extremely pleasant. You know we're going to miss you when you go.
Good night, Terence, darling. So kind. And in your last half, you must dine with us before you go.
I'd be delighted.
Good night, Mr. Hecht.
Oh, good night to you, Miss Truebody. Oh, it's turning very cold, you know. We're going to be having snow soon.
Good night, Miss Truebody.
Good night, Mrs. Hecht.
And thank you for such a delightful meal. You must have gone to a lot of trouble.
Oh, not really, madam. It's nice to know you enjoyed it.
Good night again, Terence, darling.
Good night, Shane.
Oh, it's turned cold. It's nearly the long night, isn't it? It's always supposed to snow at Cairn during the long night.
And it often does. Oh, do come on, Shane.
Oh, Charles, you can quick march your boys as much as you like. I propose to go slower. Good night, Terence.
Good night.
There now. It was a success, wasn't it, Mr. Fielding?
Yes, I suppose it was true.
There, that's done. Oh, you look tired, sir.
I am a little, True. Indeed, I am.
Is there anything else, sir?
No, nothing else. Sleep well, True.
And you too, sir. Good night.
Good night.
I wrote to Stella Road, George. Today I got another letter, not really a reply, and now I am worried.
Which is why you've dropped in again.
Yes, frankly. Here, read it for yourself.
Right. 15th of February. Dear Miss Fellowship, I am not mad, you must believe that, but I know my husband is trying to kill me. I will come and see you as soon as I can. You do understand that I am normal. I'm so afraid of the long nights. There's something not quite right about him. At night sometimes, when he thinks I'm asleep, he just lies watching the darkness. I know he is trying to kill me, but what can I do? It's not nice, is it?
You know, I suppose I should go to the police, but I thought first, would you perhaps see Terence Fielding?
Yes. I'll ring him now. I could go down to Calm tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, George.
I looked up Fielding's number after you were here the other day.
Oh. I wonder what the long nights are. Have you any idea?
I don't know. It's Ash Wednesday shortly. Something to do with lead, perhaps.
It sounds possible.
Calm School. I'd like to speak to Mr. Terence Fielding, please. George Smiley. No, from London. Mr. Fielding is being got.
Good.
I wonder just how the husband is trying to kill the wife. Or how the wife thinks he is, rather.
I wonder that.
These long nights sound disturbing enough, even if you aren't expecting to be murdered.
Yes.
Maybe Fielding can tell us what they are. Fielding. Good evening. My name is George Smiley. I knew your brother well. We have, in fact, met. Yes, that was it. Look, I wonder if I might come to see you on a personal matter. A bad time? Or what has happened? No, for a friend of mine. She's received a disturbing letter from the wife of a Khan master. Yes, Stella Road. Oh. Yes. Thank you, Fielding. Goodbye. Stella Road is dead, I'm afraid, Brim.
Dead? She was
murdered. Late Wednesday night. That's last night. She and her husband had been dining with Fielding earlier in the evening.
And the husband?
I don't know. Fielding said something. I couldn't quite catch it.
George, they'll have to know about the letter.
The police, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, I think they will.
You couldn't go down there, could you?
To Khan? Well, I suppose I could. But would it really help?
I've a feeling it would.
All right, then. If you say so, Brim.
Oh, good.
I'd better find out who's in charge of the case there. Special branch might help. I'll give them a ring, and no doubt be on my way in the morning.
Oh, sorry, sir. I say, I nearly knocked you down.
I say, you nearly did. What's the rush about?
Sext, sir.
Sext?
Midday prayers, sir. We say them in the Abbey during Lent.
I see. Is that the East Gate across there?
Yes, sir. I'll show you, sir. I had no need, really, to rush, but we always do. Are you visiting the school, sir?
Yes, I suppose I am. I hope to see Mr. Fielding if I have the time.
Oh, he's my housemaster, sir. My name's Perkins. I'm Mr. Fielding's head boy, sir.
Oh, that's what's called a coincidence, isn't it?
Yes, it is, sir.
You've had a lot of snow here. When did it start?
Yesterday, sir. It's a few days early. We usually get it on the long nights. This is the gate, sir.
Do you? On the long nights, eh? Oh, thank you, Perkins. That's the police station just across the road, isn't it?
The police station? Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you again, Perkins. And don't be late for Sext.
Oh, come in, Mr. Smiley. I was expecting you.
Yes, I'd hoped.
I'm Inspector Rigby. Ben Sparrow rang this morning, sir.
Ah, that was good of you.
Oh, come in, sir.
Thank you.
The two of you work together on the war, I believe.
Yes.
Well, sir, I'll be happy to give you all the help I can. Oh, I could do with some myself, the way things are. Anyway, I'm very pleased you've come.
Thank you.
I believe you've got a couple of letters for me.
Yes. I don't know if Ben explained that. Here they are.
Ah, thank you, sir. He told me all about Miss Brimley. Oh. Not nice letters, are they? I suppose Miss Brimley is sure of the writing.
You can trust her.
Aye, so Ben said.
She's had other letters about a cake mix and so on from Mrs. Road, and I suppose you can check the handwriting here.
Oh, we can, but it's her writing without a doubt. Well, sir, how long are you staying?
Well, I don't really know, Inspector. I should probably stay for a day or two just to have a word with Fielding. And go to the funeral, I suppose. I've booked in at the Sawley Arms.
Fine hotel, that. At least some think so. It's a funny place, Khan. There's a big gap between the town and gown. It's fear that does it. Fear and ignorance. Oh, I can call on Mr. Fielding and Mr. Darcy, and they say, "Good day, Sergeant," and give me a cup of tea in the kitchen. I don't get cross, but I can't get among them. They've got their own community, see, and no one outside it can get in on it.
Yes, it would be like that.
There's a lot I'd like to ask them. A lot of things. Who liked the Rhodes and who didn't? Whether Mr. Rhodes, the good teacher, whether his wife fitted in with the others. Lots of things. I've got all the facts I want, but I've got no clothes to hang on them.
Well, if you want me to help, I'll be delighted. But why not give me the facts first?
All right, then. Well, today is Friday the 18th. Stella Road was murdered between 11:10 and 11:45 on the night of Wednesday the 16th. She'd been struck on the head, must have been 15 to 20 times. It was a terrible murder, terrible. At a guess, I'd say she came from the drawing room to the front door to answer the bell or something, and when she opened the door, was struck down and dragged round to the conservatory. The conservatory door was unlocked.
I see. It's odd that he should have known that, isn't it?
It is that, sir. He finished her off there, out of sight, like. He was wearing Wellington boots, size 10, be around 6 feet tall from the spacing of the footprints.
And covered in blood.
Aye.
Where was her husband?
I'll come to that later. Now, I said there were footprints, and so there were. The murderer came through the back garden. Where he came from and went to, heaven alone knows. There are no Wellington tracks leading away, none at all. A lot of other footprints. We can be grateful for the snow, but it doesn't help as it might. He left one thing behind him in the conservatory, an old cloth belt, navy blue, from a cheap overcoat by the look of it.
Was she robbed or anything?
No sign of interference. She was wearing a string of green beads round her neck, and they've gone, and it looks as though he tried to get the rings off her finger, but they were too tight. I need hardly tell you that we've had reports from every corner of the country about tall men in blue overcoats and gumboots, but none of them had wings, as far as I know, or 7-league Wellingtons for jumping from the conservatory to the road.
On the telephone, Fielding told me that the Rhodes had been dining with him that evening.
Just so. They left Fielding's house in the center of the town at about 10 to 11, walking. Their house is about half a mile away on the edge of the playing fields.
North Fields, it's called.
That's the place. Well, they got there at about 11:05. When he got home, Rhodes remembered that he left a case containing examination papers behind him at Fielding's. So he went back, and Mrs. Rhodes was going to wait up for him. Well, he arrived back at Fielding's about 11:30, collected the papers in their case, and set off home again. At that time of night here, there isn't anybody much about. Rhodes doesn't remember whether he saw anyone. He has an idea a bicycle overtook him, but he's not sure. It was a fine night, cold, a fresh fall of snow on the ground. The light was on in the drawing room. Everything looked quiet enough, very normal.
There was a moon, wasn't there?
Nearly full. You could see a mighty long way. Well, anyway, he found he didn't have his key with him, so he rang the bell. But he got no reply. So he called to his wife through the letterbox, and still got no reply. Then he noticed the churned up snow and footprints going round the side of the house.
Did he realize there was blood about?
No. He thought it was an overflow from the gutter. It just showed up dark. Well, he followed the marks round the house until he came to the conservatory. No moonlight there, and the light didn't work.
Didn't work?
Oh, simple enough. The bulb had gone, and the conservatory wasn't used much in the winter.
Well, did he light a match?
No, he didn't have any. Non-smoker, see. His wife didn't approve of smoking. So he went in the dark, calling her name. Then he fell over something. At first, he thought it was a refugee parcel. Then he realized it was his wife. There he was then, in the dark, trying to find out what was wrong, and then discovering that his hands were covered in blood. He doesn't remember much after that.
Poor devil. And then?
He was found by a master who lives 100 yards or so away, Mr. Darcy. Almost out of his mind, his hands and face covered in blood. I arrived there about 1. We got him into Dorchester Central Hospital. He's still there, but I gather the shock's wearing off.
What is the refugee parcel Rhodes mentioned?
Mrs. Rhodes was the organizer for Khan of parcel collections for a refugee organization, the Public Schools Committee for Refugee Relief, clothes and such like. Very energetic at it, she was.
I see. What fingerprints did you pick up at the house?
Oh, Mr. Rhodes were everywhere. The others were made by gloved hands, made before Rhodes.
These examination papers he went back to Fielding's for, were they as important as all that?
Yes, up to a point, anyway. The marks had to be handed in by midday Friday. Today, that is.
Why take them to Fielding's in the first place?
Earlier on, Rhodes had been on chapel duty, so he didn't have time to return home before dinner. He changed at the school, and that's where he left his latchkey, in his other suit.
I see. Then how do you explain Stella Rhodes' letters?
Oh, it is known in the letters we've got to explain.
Oh, what else?
Well, as you know, Mrs. Rhodes was chapel, the only member of the school that was. The minister is a man called Cardew. He knew her pretty well, even before she came to Caen.
Well, isn't Rhodes chapel?
Was. He turned Church of England when he came here. Tried to get his wife to turn also, but she wouldn't. Well, now, Cardew came to see me a couple of weeks back. He was worried and very perplexed at what Mrs. Rhodes had said to him the day before.
He came to see you, officially?
He said he wanted to talk to me as a friend and not as a policeman, which meant he wanted to talk to me as a policeman.
Naturally. And what had Mrs. Rhodes said?
She told Cardew that her husband was going to kill her. In the long nights. She repeated this a number of times. Cardew let her go on, then asked her what put such a dreadful thought in her head. I think he was probably a bit too firm with her. In a way, all she did was to start crying. Not hysterically, just quietly to herself. So Cardew offered to help her in any way he could. Asked her again what had given her the idea.
Did she say?
No, she wouldn't speak. Just shook her head. Then got up and went to the door. Shaking her head as if in despair, Cardew said. She turned to him at the door, and he thought she was going to say something. But she didn't. She just left.
How very curious. She seemed very certain that Rhodes was going to do it.
It wasn't Rhodes. It couldn't have been. We found the murder weapon in a ditch 4 miles north of Caen, the morning after the murder. He couldn't have got it there, could he?
What was it?
18 inches of coaxial cable, 2 inches in diameter. One of my chaps found it. We're keeping it very close, sir.
All right, I'll remember. It is the weapon, I suppose.
Everything fits.
It's odd, isn't it, that the murderer should have carried the weapon so far and then just thrown it in a ditch.
It is odd. Very odd. And I'll tell you 2 things that are even odder. There's a canal running beside the road for half its 4 miles. He could have pitched it anywhere along there. We'd never have been any the wiser. The other thing, Mr. Rhodes used a length of the same stuff in a demonstration lecture on elementary electronics. Mislaid it about 3 weeks ago.
I see. I suppose...
Yes, sir?
Rhodes could have had an accomplice.
He could.
Oh, the papers mentioned a woman you wanted to interview, a Mad Janie.
Oh, it's a nice thought. Mad Janie as an accomplice.
No, I didn't mean that. I just wondered why you wanted to interview her.
Well, Stella Rhodes knew her, see? She was a kindly woman, was Mrs. Rhodes, easy to talk to. I knew her through being chapel, my wife also. We liked her, most did, although some of the women at chapel took against her, but, well, you know what women are. Anyway, Mrs. Rhodes sort of befriended this Janie creature, used to give her food and clothes. She is what you would call not all there.
Happily alienated.
Talks to herself and all that. Lives in a disused Norman church over at a place called Pyle, a couple of miles south of Caen. The oldest village in Dorset, so they claim. It's a rum place. Half a dozen families, all so inbred, you can no more sort them out than a barn full of cats. Well, Mrs. Rhodes used to visit her in her lair there. That upset some people.
Yes, yes. And I suppose Mad Janie has vanished.
Hasn't been seen in her usual haunts since early Wednesday night on the lane towards North Fields. But that don't mean a thing. These people like Janie are all over the neighborhood for years, and one day they're gone like snow in the fire. But we found a spare set of footprints running along the far end of the Rhodes garden. Woman's prints, by the look of them. Could be Janie's. I hope to heaven they are. We could do with an eyewitness, even a mad one. Well, there it all is, sir.
Yes, yes. It's complicated.
Aye.
I'll nose around a bit, Inspector. When I get back to the hotel, I'll give Fielding a ring. He'll probably extend an invitation to dinner. I should like to talk to Fielding.
Sherry wine or Madeira, Smiley?
Thank you. A glass of sherry.
Tarts drink Madeira, but boys like it. Perhaps that's why they're frightful flirts. We're all rather subdued at the moment by this dreadful business.
Oh, how have the boys taken it?
Oh, they adore it. My own house has been particularly fortunate because the Rhodes were dining here that night. Some oaf from the police even wanted to question one of my boys.
Indeed? What on earth about?
Oh, God knows. You knew my brother well, didn't you? He often talked about you.
Yes, I knew Adrian very well. We were close friends.
We didn't see much of one another in later years, Adrian and I. Being a fraud, I can't afford to be seen beside the genuine article.
A message from Mr. Darcy, sir. Oh, hello, sir.
Have you met Mr. Smiley, Tim?
Yes, sir. I ran into him in the Abbey Close this afternoon.
Ran into me literally, but apologized in the most gentlemanly manner and showed me the East Gate.
Ah, I see. And I suppose Mr. Darcy is going to be a few minutes late.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tim.
Good night, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night, Perkins.
Good night, Tim. Musical genius is Perkins, but a problem in the schoolroom. Darcy won't be more than 5 minutes, I know him. He's a frightful toad. Looks like a Sickert model 50 years after. All trousers and collar.
Oh, what's his subject?
Subjects? I'm afraid we don't have subjects here. Darcy is senior tutor by election and bachelor by profession, if you follow me. His subject is other people's shortcomings. Stella Rhodes, for instance.
Ah. She was somewhat different from most of the wives here, I imagine.
She was everything we're forced to ignore. She was red brick, council estates, new towns, the very antithesis of Carr.
Yes, yes. Did you like her, Fielding?
Not at all, Smiley. I didn't dislike her. I found her rather touching. But of course she made enemies. She was too honest. And Khan has no defense against her sort of honesty. Ah, that'll be Darcy. We'll let him have just one glass of sherry. Only one. After all, he has kept us waiting.
Terence, if I may talk shop for one moment. Perkins' work has been abysmal these last few days. I declare I have never seen work like it. Is he unwell? Has this terrible business upset him? What is it? He never was bright, but really...
I don't think he's unwell, Felix. I'll have a word with him, if you like. Tim is a sensitive boy. Perhaps he's upset.
Well, do have a little chat to him, Terence, please. I'm so sorry, Smiley, to go off suddenly at such a tangent. It was only that I wondered if this unseemly business could be responsible for the boy's behavior.
Oh, yes. You're not suggesting that my head boy had a hand in the murder of Stella Rhodes, are you, Felix?
Really, Terence, it was the last thing I had in mind. Frankly, and in confidence, I have reason to believe it was her past that brought about her death.
Why do you say that?
It appears she was expecting to be attacked.
Well, go on, Felix.
It was her dog. You remember that mongrel they arrived with?
Yes.
A couple of weeks back, Harriman, the vet, a superior type of person, came to see one of my sister's dogs. He told us that Mrs. Rhodes had had the dog destroyed the previous day. She said it had bitten the postman. Oh, some long and confused story. The post office would sue. The police had been round, and I didn't know what...
where is all this getting us, my dear Felix?
I'm coming to the point. She said to Harriman that the dog couldn't really protect. It could only warn. It wouldn't do any good.
Wasn't she upset about losing the dog?
Oh, indeed, yes. Tears and all. Harriman was rather perplexed, I gather. Mrs. Rhodes' behavior didn't seem to him at all normal. Another curious fact was the condition of the dog.
Mm-hmm.
It had been maltreated, seriously so. Its back was marked as if from beating.
Did Harriman follow up this remark she made about not doing any good?
He asked her what she meant, but she wouldn't explain. However, I think the explanation is obvious enough.
Oh, what?
My sister and I talked it over after the death. We decided that Stella Rhodes had formed some unsavory association before coming to Caen, which had recently been revived, possibly against her will. Some violent ruffian who would resent the improvement in her station.
No doubt you've seen him lurking in the shrubbery, Felix.
Well,
how badly was the postman bitten by the dog?
But that is the extraordinary thing, the very crux of the story, my dear fellow. The postman hadn't been bitten at all. My sister inquired. The whole story was an absolute string of lies from beginning to end.
Glad you came, Felix. Oh, Smiley, just before you go.
Yes?
That business you rang me about, what was it exactly?
Oh, a letter from Mrs. Rhodes just before she was murdered. The police are handling it, but they don't regard it as significant. She seems to have had a sort of persecution complex.
So it seems, eh, Felix? Well, good night.
Ah, there's been a fresh fall of snow. The long nights, Terence, the long nights. We can walk up to the crossroad together, Smiley, unless you have a car.
No, I haven't. I mean, not here. Good night, Fielding. Thank you for the evening. You must dine with me if you ever come to London. Do you?
I'll let you know. Good night.
Good night, Terence.
Tell me, Darcy, what are the long nights?
We have a proverb that it always snows at Caen in the long night. That is the traditional term here for the nights of Lent.
It's a beautiful night. Is this Northfield?
Northfields Lane. There are several rugger pitches in these fields. That's Northfield. The Rhodes house is over to your right. Looks horribly empty even from here. My own house is rather larger and lies farther up the lane.
Was it along here that you found Stanley Road that night?
About a quarter of a mile nearer to my house. He was in a terrible condition, poor fellow. Terrible.
From what you were saying at dinner, it seems the Rhodes were a very ill-assorted couple.
Precisely. If her death had happened in any other way, I would describe it as providential, a blessed release for Rhodes. She was a thoroughly mischievous woman, Smiley, who made it her business to hold her husband up to ridicule. I believe it was intentional, others do not. I do, and I have my reasons. She took a pleasure in deriding her husband.
And Khan, too, no doubt.
Just so.
But was she such a problem? Surely her husband could have spoken to her.
I never encouraged him to do so, I assure you. And it is our parting of the ways. You must come to Sherry before you go. Do you stay long?
I doubt it. But I'm sure you have enough worries at the moment.
What do you mean?
Well, the press, the police, and all the attendant fuss.
Ah, yes, just so, quite so. Nevertheless, our community life must continue. I will send a note to the trolley tomorrow. Good night.
Good night. Shall I? Always visit the ground, the scene of the crime. One never knows. Here goes. What's that? The conservatory door swinging. Good God, there's somebody. Or is it a shadow? No. Hello? Who are you?
I thought you was the devil, mister. But you got no wings. But you can't do nothing, mister, 'cause I got this holly for to hold you.
Yes, Jane. That's a very pretty coat you're wearing, Jane.
A pretty blue coat, mister, for to keep me warm. From my darling.
Who is your darling, Jane?
She not be here no more. But she didn't go with the devil, mister. Lay still she did, with not a word.
You saw the devil, Jane?
There's not many seen the devil fly, mister. But Janey seed him. Janey seed him. Silver wings like fishes he done had. Janey saw.
Where did you find that coat, Jane?
Him a bad one. Oh, him a bad one, mister. But I seed him flying, riding on the wind. And the moon behind him lighting up the way. Them closer sisters, moon and devil.
Flying, was he, Jane?
Like this, mister. Like this, riding on the wind. Silver wind. Silver.
Oh, damn. Now she won't come back. But she saw something. She saw the devil fly, riding on the wind.
We found her in the old church at Pyle. I'll tell you about that in a minute, Mr. Smiley. She's made a sort of statement. This last part of it reads like a confession, if it reads like anything. Can you understand it?
So I tells my darling, I tells her, you are a naughty creature to go with the devil. But her did not hearken, see, and I took angry with her, but she paid no call. I can't abide them as go with devils in the night, and I told her. She ought to have had Holly missed her, there's the truth. But Janie drove the devil off. And there's one will thank me. That's my darling. And I took her jewels for the saints to pretty out the church, and a coat for to keep me warm. The coat? I suppose it is the one.
Yes, we've traced the woman who gave it to Stella Road for the refugees. Janie must have pinched it from the conservatory.
Did you find any, what she calls, jewels?
We found the missing green beads. They were on the altar, on a cross of twigs. The whole place was scarifying. And of course she would go on about the devil, on and on.
The devil flying.
That's it, flying on the wind. His silver wings stretched out behind him. Like a folk song it is.
Do you think she did it?
No. Do you, sir?
No, of course not. It was quite impossible. But I think she saw whoever did it. Immediately afterwards. That's driving the devil off. But why flying on the wind? And why should he have silver wings? What are you going to do with her, Inspector?
Hold her for the moment. I think she's better out of the way, just in case.
Yes, yes. The devil must have seen her also.
Are you going to the funeral?
Yes, I think so. And after it, I might try to get a word with Rhodes on behalf of Miss Fellowship and her paper, if you understand.
Oh, I see what you mean, sir. Yes, that would be a very useful idea.
So, my dear Brim, although they didn't use the Abbey, poor Stella Road was given a high Anglican service with a congregation of town and gown. I must say I prefer the town to the gown from what I've seen of things. But I thought to write you this note just to say that Stella's father was there, a fine, upstanding old man. And I had my first glimpse of Stanley Road, a shallow, ordinary face, a short, ordinary body, black, ordinary hair. The odd thing about him was his impassive, almost too easy manner. Another piece of odd behavior. Fielding at the grave, moving away with an expression of strong distaste as Rhodes came near him, and Rhodes not noticing. I think, for once, T. Fielding was behaving in a genuine manner, but I can't think why he should give himself away so. Afterwards, I spoke to Rhodes on your behalf, quite without emotion, the man was. Anyway, I'm seeing him tomorrow. He's back at Northfield to get some details for a small obituary on his wife for your paper. I hope you approve, my dear Brim. It's very good of you to spare the time to see me, Mr. Rhodes, in the circumstances.
Not at all.
You were married at Branksome, I believe, Mr. Rhodes.
The Branksome Hill Tabernacle. A fine church.
When was that?
12 years ago, last September.
Did Mrs. Rhodes engage in charitable work in Branksome? I know she was very active here.
No, not at Branksome. But a lot here. She had to look after her father at Branksome, you see.
Did she take a large part in the social activities at Carn?
She did a bit, yes. But being chapel, she kept mainly with the chapel people from the town. You should ask Mr. Cardew about that. He's the minister.
But may I say, Mr. Rhodes, that she took an active part in school affairs as well?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Now, is there any little fact that you would especially like us to include? Anything she herself would like to be remembered by?
No, not really. I can't think of anything. No, you could say her father was a magistrate up north. She was proud of that.
You've been very patient with me, Mr. Rhodes. We're most grateful on the voice.
I say, you haven't got a car, have you?
No. I'm afraid I left it in London.
Oh. Never mind. I was only going to suggest we went for a drive, had a chat at the same time. I get a bit fed up kicking around here on my own.
I understand.
Do you? I don't think many do. Understand the loneliness, I mean. They found out all my correcting. What am I supposed to do here all on my own? No teaching, nothing.
You'd think they want to get rid of me. Oh, I'm sure that isn't so, Mr. Rhodes.
I know they've done it for the best. But it worries me nothing to do. And my correction, well, not being handled as I would. Simon Snow gave one boy of mine in elementary science 61%. The boy's an absolute fool. Perkins is his name, nice enough boy, head of Fielding's house. He'd have been lucky to get 30%. Snow gave him 61. It's impossible, quite impossible.
Yes, it does seem unlikely.
I suppose really I should have moved out of here. The place is getting on my nerves a bit.
This house, you mean?
Yes. Miss Darcy asked me over to their place to stay, you know, but I didn't feel like it somehow. Not yet.
No, of course.
Very good people, the Darcys. Very good indeed. They have a sherry party on tonight. I'd quite like to have gone in a way.
Who haven't you met, Smiley?
Well, the young people in the... Oh, no, they've moved. Oh, there they are, Darcy. Are they the Snows?
Ah, yes, just so. Simon and Anne Snow. Let me introduce you.
Thank you.
I say, Dorothy, is that Smiley your brother's introducing to the Snows?
Yes, that's him. Strange little blighter.
He married Lord Sawley's cousin. Did you know that?
Oh?
Yes, Lady Anne Thircombe. She left him soon afterwards, of course.
What do you mean, of course?
You don't know Anne Thircombe. And now I've seen George Smiley, I wonder it ever happened.
Poor Simon's been having an awful time, Mr. Smiley. Felix Darcy unloaded all Rhodes' exam corrections onto him.
You mean you have too lots of corrections?
Afraid so. It's been a bad week. And rather humiliating in a way. Several of the boys who were up to me for science last half are now in Rhodes' form. One or two I'd regarded as practically unteachable. Rhodes seems to have brought them on marvelously.
Yes. He was talking to me about one boy. Perkins.
He should be pleased with Perkins. The boy only got 15% last half. This time it's 61. It's quite remarkable. Whatever else they say about Rhodes, he's a good teacher.
Teacher, darling, don't let them hear you use that expression.
Oh, no.
You know, Mr. Smiley, Simon's leaving at the end of this half.
Oh. Yes, thank heavens. Back to Oxford, a DPhil, and then a university job.
You don't like cars?
Oh, can you blame me? I like it less than poor Stella Road did, and that's saying something.
Shane Heck's advancing.
You must be dreadfully important, Mr. Smiley, for Darcy to serve decent sherry. What are you? President of the Royal Academy?
Oh, I'm afraid not. Darcy and I were both dining at Terence Fielding's on Saturday night, and Darcy asked me for a sherry.
I don't think Terence can be coming. He seemed frightfully upset at the funeral yesterday.
Well, it was rather upsetting, don't you think?
Oh, dreadful. Stella Road was such a nice person, I thought, and so unusual. She did such clever things with the same dress. But she had such curious friends.
Mrs. Snow, I've been meaning to talk to you. I want you to take over Stella Rose's job on the refugees. The master's very keen on refugees.
No good, Miss Darcy. We're leaving at the end of this half. I thought everyone knew that.
Felix never tells me a thing, old dress.
And don't you ask me, Dorothy, darling. You know I'm up to my eyes in all sorts of charities.
Refugees?
Oh, it all started with the Hungarians, collecting for them. Stella Rose was one of the few wives who did anything. She worked very well right until her death. I went over to North Fields on Friday with that parson man from the Tin Tabernacle and Cardew. To see if there was any refugee stuff to tidy up, and there wasn't a thing out of place. Everything was all packed up and addressed. We just had to send it off.
Oh, that was very efficient.
Well, it was. Now, who the hell can I find to replace her?
Darling Dorothy, never happy unless she's organizing somebody. Mostly poor Felix.
I suppose I could help. After all, Stella Rose was very kind to us, you know, Mr. Smiley.
Yes. The only Smiley I ever heard of married Lady Anne Thircombe, a very curious match. I understand he was quite unsuitable. I never did hear what became of Anne. She went to Africa. Or was it India? No, it was America. So tragic. I must go. Charles is looking awfully lonely.
If anybody deserved to be murdered, that's...
Instead, it was Stella. How unjust things are.
You said she was kind to you.
Oh, very.
Yes.
Just one thing. When we moved into a little house in Bread Street, the rain was simply teeming down. We used a firm called Mulligan's. They were absolutely
absolutely foul. Wanted paying straight away. And I didn't have the checkbook, and Simon was examining for the scholarship. So they even threatened to take the stuff away again.
Yes, fantastic.
Then Stella turned up. I can't think how she even knew we were moving. When she saw what was going on, she just went to the phone and rang Mr. Mulligan himself. I don't know what she said to him, but she made the foreman talk to him afterwards, and there was no more trouble after that. She was terribly happy to help.
Extraordinary story, isn't it? But completely true.
Yes, yes. A sort of magic spell.
I hope you didn't mind my turning up like this out of the blue, George, but the chance came, and I thought I'd like to see Khan.
I can't think how the Christian voice will manage without you for a day, Brim.
Don't be sarcastic. And anyway, I found a perfectly good young lady to hold the fort, if you can describe the voice as a fort.
Well, it's a description that would fit the Sawley Arms. Take where we are now. They call this the residence lounge.
Yes, it's a rather extraordinary echo of the past, isn't it?
Inefficient, antiquated, and smug. There's a framed tapestry in my room of a Buckinghamshire garden. Even I had forgotten such things once existed. And still do, it seems.
The one in my room is of the wild garden at Sandringham.
Good Lord.
I didn't believe it at first, but it's true.
I'm glad you came today.
Thank you, George. It wasn't Road, was it?
No, it was impossible. Rigby is keeping one piece of information very close. I can't tell you what, but it lets Road out. Not that he was ever in, not really.
Have you any idea why Stella Road accused him as she did?
Well, I wrote to you about the minister of the chapel, Cardew, didn't I?
Yes, you wrote out everything very clearly. And as you said, cause and effect just don't go together. No reasonable sequence of events.
No. Stella's obsession with her death in the long night seems to have been, well, unreasonable. There's one thing, though, Brim. Stella wasn't all of a whole. Not by any means.
You mean not a sound, sane, nice Glaston? A pillar of the voice?
There are a number of opposing views about her, in Caen, I mean. Darcy dislikes her, and seems to have very good reasons for doing so, which he keeps to himself.
And there was the dog that didn't bite the... Who was it?
Postman. Yes, yes. Well, perhaps she was afraid of someone.
But not her husband.
Not Rhodes, no. Then at the party this evening, a very nice young couple, the Snows, told me how helpful she was when they moved in the town. Came and saved them when the removal men were being difficult. Rang up the owner of the firm, a Mr. Mulligan. Mulligan spoke to the foreman, and all was sweetness and light.
What did she say to Mulligan?
Well, that the Snows don't know. But Stella Road was of no importance in Caen. If she'd been the master's wife, then it would be understandable that Mulligan would kowtow to her.
So she must have had something on the man.
Yes, yes. Doesn't signify. It only places Stella Road in another light. Now, what was it Felix Darcy said to me? She was a thoroughly mischievous woman. And then he went on to say how she took pleasure in deriding Road, holding him up to ridicule.
Road isn't weeping any tears, is he?
No, he's indifferent. And it's an indifference which can only come from a clear conscience.
About Road's briefcase, George, did he really have to go back to Fielding's for it at that time of night? Was he going to sit up marking the papers until the early hours?
I don't know. Presumably he was, but I don't know. I know one thing, Brim. Not that it has anything to do with the murder.
What's that?
Fielding's head boy, Timothy Perkins, has been cheating in elementary science. Oh, it's obvious. His exam marks were unbelievably high. And the science papers were the ones in Rhodes' case.
You mean the boy may have had a chance to look at them whilst the Rhodes were at Fielding's?
More than likely.
You know, George, if Rhodes hadn't gone back for the briefcase, Stella Road would still be alive.
And whoever murdered her must have known she was alone. Yes.
The Janey woman?
Oh, I'm sure not. But of course, Janey saw somebody or something about the time of the murder. And she stole the beads from the body, like she stole a coat from a refugee parcel. Only that doesn't make sense anymore.
Why not?
Well, at the sherry party this evening, Dorothy Darcy told me that when she went to the Rhodes house on Friday with Cardew to see if there was any refugee stuff to tidy up, everything was packed up, labelled, ready to be sent off.
So Mad Janey couldn't have stolen it, or Janey's coat couldn't have been the one in the parcel.
But it was. Rigby traced it to the woman who gave it to Stella for the refugees. And the police found the matching belt in the conservatory by the body. Now, what did Janie say? I took her jewels for the scents, I did, and a coat for to keep me warm.
But it all contradicts, doesn't it?
Well, unless somebody packed the clothes up after Stella died and before Miss Darcy and Cardew went to the house on Friday. Now, why the devil anyone should do that, I don't know. Good Lord.
What?
Of course. Whoever killed her must have been covered in blood. He would have needed protective clothing, and to get rid of it...
Good heavens. Yes.
You must do something for me tomorrow, Brim, in London, would you?
Of course. I was planning to return tomorrow. Where do you want me to go?
The Public Schools Committee for Refugee Relief.
I'm sorry to be a nuisance, but a friend of mine asked me to make some inquiries about a parcel. My name's Brimley, Miss Brimley. The parcel was from Calm School. It was sent last Friday.
Last Friday? Then it would have arrived yesterday, and with luck, I ought to have entered it.
It wouldn't have been sent away already, Miss...
Just call me Jill. No, I'm miles behind. Calm School. That's posh. Let's see. Oh, and a frightful muddle. But then if we weren't, we wouldn't be the Public Schools Committee for Refugee Relief, would we? Oh, here it is. Calm, parcel post, £27.
Oh, good.
Is your friend at Calm?
Yes.
And I bet she's given something to the collection she didn't mean to give.
Oh, how clever of you. Yes, at least she thinks she has. An old dress with a quite expensive brooch on it. It's the brooch, of course.
The Calm parcel should be over here. Sorry, it's a terrible mess, isn't it? Like a mad post office. Parcels from every corner of the country. Every corner that has a public school, that is.
Can we have a quick look inside? I mean, you don't have to get permission or anything.
Oh, don't worry about that. Now, it ought to be here in this pile. Calm's label has C4 on it. My cousin went to Calm. Oh, he's an utter wet. You know what he told me? During Ascot week, they all... Oh, just a minute. Hello. Here we are.
Oh, that is clever of you. Let me take it.
Oh, thanks. There we are. I say, Calm was where they had that dreadful murder, wasn't it? They're holding that mad woman, aren't they? Now, let's open it. Funny.
What is, my dear?
Well, normally the Calm parcels are beautifully packed, but this is quite different. I'll take the things out one by one. Awful muddle. What colour dress?
Grey. Grey with a few pink flowers.
Socks. No duffel. 2 black pullovers. Well, honestly, they must be having a brainstorm. Look at these. A pair of filthy old gloves. Leather, I suppose. Awfully stained, aren't they? And look at these. Rubber overshoes. They're pretty grubby, too. Now, oh, what's this? A plastic cape. Ice cream cape. Ugh. Oh, it's damp and slimy.
Oh.
Are you all right, Miss Brimley?
Yes. Don't worry about me.
You look so pale. But there's no grey dress.
No, my dear. There wouldn't be. These are enough.
I don't understand. This is all mad.
Something very dreadful has happened. I must phone. The police will want to know. Leave the parcel exactly as it is, please.
Is it blood on those things?
Yes. I'm afraid it is. Tim. What? Oh, you did give me a start. And you haven't even put the light on.
I was just going out.
Standing there like a figure in Madame Tussauds.
I'm just on my way to Mrs. Harlow, my music lesson.
I know that, Tim Perkins. I know which evening it is.
Yes, Miss Truebody. Well,
Tim, what is the matter?
I don't think there's anything the matter, Miss Truebody.
Of course there is. Ever since poor Mrs. Rhodes died, you've been going about looking as if you'd seen a ghost. It's not like you. Did it upset you so much?
Mrs. Rhodes? No, it hasn't, really. I was awfully sorry, but, well, I'd only been to tea with her once.
Yes, Tim. I know what you mean. So it's not poor Mrs. Rhodes. What is it?
Nothing. Well, Well, it's only the exams. They've worried me. I'm not sure if I've done it all well or if Mr. Rhodes will see my results. I mean, will you see?
I don't see Tim.
Let me tell you after my music lesson.
All right. I'll be in my room.
Well, thank you, True. Thanks ever so much.
Mind how you go on that bicycle. And do be careful at the bottom of Longmead Hill. It's awfully slushy down there.
Oh, I'll go as slow as a snail.
Give my regards to Mrs. Harlow.
I will.
Oh, Mr. Smiley, you got my message then?
Message? No, Inspector. I was on my way over already.
Oh, I thought you were quick in arriving. You've heard the news then?
What news?
About the boy in Fielding's house, missing all night.
No, I've heard nothing.
Well, 8:30 last night, Fielding rang us here. Perkins, his head boy, hadn't arrived at a music lesson with a Mrs. Harlow who lives over at Longmead. Neither had he come back. We found him an hour or so later at the bottom of Longmead Hill, half in a ditch, his bicycle beside him. Dead.
Oh, my dear God.
We've closed the road and we've been trying to reconstruct the accident. Looks as though he must have fallen from his bike near the bottom of the hill and hit his head on a stone, his right temple.
How did Fielding take it?
He was very shaken. Just seemed to give up. And then he broke down and asked to be left alone.
How do you mean, broke down?
He cried. Wept like a child. I would never have thought it.
I suppose it was an accident.
I suppose so.
Perhaps, Inspector, before we go any further, I'd better give you my news. That's why I came to see you. I just heard from Miss Brimley. She's been looking at the contents of a parcel.
Yes, they're at the refugee relief place at York Square. No, I'm not sure. I'm only hopeful. Yeah. Yes, fingerprints on all surfaces. Yes. I'll come up with the 4:25 this afternoon. At 8:05. Oh, one last thing. I'll be bringing some samples of a schoolboy's handwriting and an examination paper. Yes. I'd like the opinion of a handwriting expert. Thanks. See you later. Hey, it's a funny sort of jump in the dark, that one of yours, about Perkins.
Well, I've no idea yet what it might prove. But that bicycling cape in the parcel looks like the answer to Jane's silver wings in the moonlight.
Someone riding a bike with a plastic cape flying out behind him.
Yes, the devil riding on the wind.
I shall have to let Janie go, I suppose.
I wouldn't, Rigby. Keep her with you, so long as you can possibly manage. No more accidents, for heaven's sake. We've had enough.
Then you don't believe Perkins' death was an accident?
Good Lord, no. And nor do you you?
I put a detective onto it.
This is a clever chap we're up against. Everything devised to the last detail, even the weapon you found where you did. Stella Rhodes' murder was a murder with clues cast to mislead. A murder planned to look unplanned. And somehow poor young Perkins got in the way. Or more likely knew something, without knowing it, if you see what I mean. God knows what, except it was important to the murderer.
All right. I'll keep Janie in.
If you find any fingerprints on the stuff in the parcel, will you have anything local to compare them with?
Well, we've got Rhodes, of course, and Janie's.
But not Fielding?
As a matter of fact, we have, from long ago. But nothing to do with this kind of thing.
Oh, it was during the war. His brother told me, up in the north of England. It was hushed up, wasn't it?
Yes. So far as I've heard, only the Darcys know. And the master, of course. Some Air Force boy.
Yes, that was it. Well, I'll be off. Good hunting in London, Inspector.
Are you making any calls or anything, sir?
Well, I was thinking of dropping in at Fielding.
Mr. Fielding's very upset, sir. He told me he didn't want to see anyone, but I've said you're here, sir, and he'll be in shortly. Would you like me to take your coat?
Yes. Thank you.
All right, True.
Yes, sir.
Smiley, what do you want?
I just wanted to say goodbye, Fielding, and to offer you my condolences.
Well, goodbye. Thank you for calling. You needn't have bothered, really. You could have sent me a card, couldn't you?
Well, I could have done, yes. But it just seems so very tragic when he was so near success.
What do you mean?
What the devil do you mean?
Well, I mean in his work, the improvement. Simon Snow was telling me about it. Amazing, really, the way Rhodes brought him on.
Goodbye, Smiley. Thanks for coming.
Well, not at all, not at all. I suppose poor Rhodes must have been bucked with those exam results, too. I mean, it was more or less a matter of life and death for Perkins, passing that exam, wasn't it? He wouldn't have got his removed next half if he'd failed that science paper. You must have helped him wonderfully, both of you, you and Rhodes. Oh, you've heard the latest, I suppose, about that wretched gypsy woman who killed Stella Rhodes. They've decided she's fit to plead. Or just between ourselves, Fielding, I don't believe she did it. Do you? I don't.
No. Khan killed them. It could only happen here. It's the game we play, the exclusion game. Divide and rule. Now, for God's sake, go. You've got what you wanted. Go. Oh,
come on, Fielding. There's a fire here. Now, sit down. Good. Now, listen. If what I think is true, there isn't much time. I want you to tell me about Tim Perkins, about the exam paper. He would have failed, wouldn't he?
Yes. I've had to leave.
The day the Rhodes came to dinner, that day Rhodes left his case in the hall. It was unlocked. But you know that, don't you? Perkins took his chance, and later, when you asked him how he'd done in the exam...
He wept. He wept as only a child can.
And he told you he'd cheated. That he had looked up the answers and copied them onto his paper. And after the murder of Stella Rhodes, he remembered what else he'd seen in the briefcase. Is that right?
No, don't you see? Tim wouldn't have cheated to save his life. He never cheated at all. I cheated for him.
You? But you couldn't copy his handwriting?
It was only formulae and diagrams written with a ballpoint pen, the kind we all use. Don't you see, Smiley, it was easy. His paper was hopeless. He'd only done 2 out of the 7 questions. So I cribbed 5 answers from the science book. It was in the case, too, and wrote them in.
Then it was you who opened the case. You who saw...
Yes, it was me, I tell you, not Tim. He knew nothing.
And when Stella was murdered, you knew who had done it?
Yes, I knew Rhodes had killed her.
Yes. And what exactly was in the case, beside the papers?
A sheet of transparent plastic. It may have been one of those pack-away cape things. An old pair of gloves and a pair of homemade galoshes.
Homemade?
The hack from a pair of Wellington boots, I should think.
Was that all?
No. There was a length of heavy cable, I presume for demonstrating something in his science lessons. It seemed natural enough in winter to carry waterproofs about. Then, after the murder, I realized how he'd done it.
Did you know why he'd done it?
Rhodes was drunk with the pride of Khan. It had gone to his head. It must have hurt him terribly that Stella wouldn't take any part in the power and glory, wouldn't share any of it. The night they came to dinner, the night she died, she upset Rhodes. I never told anyone this, but she did. Rhodes was full of a sermon the master had just given. Hold fast to that which is good. Oh, Rhodes went on and on about it. He couldn't take too much drink, you know. He wasn't used to it. She kept quiet till he'd finished, then laughed and said, poor old Stan. You'll always be Stan to me. I've never seen anyone so angry as he was then. He went quite pale. I've watched her, too, at meals, at dinner parties, elsewhere as well as here. I watched the way she'd peel an apple. Oh, you know what I mean. Well, she must have seen how people do things here, but it never occurred to her she ought to copy them. I admire that. So do you, I expect, but Khan doesn't. And Rhodes didn't. And I think he grew to hate her for not conforming. He came to see her as the one factor which would deprive him of a great career. He couldn't divorce her. That would do him more harm than being married to her in the eyes of Khan. Rhodes knew that. So he killed her. He plotted a squalid murder. With his little scientist's mind, he fabricated clues. But something went wrong. Tim Perkins got 61%. An impossible mark. He must have cheated. And to cheat, he must have opened the briefcase, and then he must have seen the cape, the boots, the gloves, the cable. So Rhodes killed him, too.
Yes. Thank you, Fielding. I'll have to let Rigby know.
Yes, let the sergeant know. I'll have to face the music about the cheating. I feel much better now, anyway. Much.
I sent a chap round to collect Road. He should be here any moment. And no arrests, just a chat. Why the hell didn't Fielding tell us about this before?
Oh, that's what I'm wondering. It could be that he didn't understand the significance of what he saw until...
Until what, sir?
Perkins's death, I suppose, Rigby.
And that doesn't add up. The handwriting blokes at the yard are convinced that the whole exam paper's in the same hand. Is Fielding a liar, then?
Yes. The most accomplished liar I'd come across for a long time.
Road could have done everything. He could have dressed himself up in a plastic outfit, killed his wife, then put the cape and things in the refugee parcel. Having done that, he plays the part of the distressed husband. The only trouble with that pretty picture is how he made the weapon fly through the air into a ditch 4 miles away. It just doesn't work. And would he have had the courage to go back in there, playing the distressed husband, knowing that Mad Janie was about? If he did know.
Were there any fingerprints?
Not a one. And the blood on the gloves and on the length of the cable are of the same blood group, which was Stella Rhodes.
Nobody knows that you found the weapon, or when you found it.
Nobody outside my squad, and yourself. I think I'd better send someone round to Fielding and get a full statement, lies or not.
May I suggest something, Rigby?
By all means, sir.
Speak to Rhodes first. Ask him about the briefcase. As an opening, I mean.
And you'll stay, Mr. Smiley?
By all means.
What motive would Fielding have had?
To lie or to kill?
Both.
I wish I really knew.
Well, come in.
Mr. Rhodes, sir.
Oh, come and sit down, Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to drag you along like this, but there are just one or two things I'm not clear on. Oh, by the way, you know Mr. Smiley, don't you?
Yes, from the voice. We met the other day.
Mr. Smiley is helping us.
I didn't feel he was really from the voice. You didn't quite smack of the tabernacle, Mr. Smiley. Well, Inspector, how can I help you?
This business of the briefcase with the exam papers in it.
The case I went back for.
Aye.
It was so awful about that boy. A nice boy, but he was very stupid. I suppose he found the case in Fielding's Hall and opened it and copied the answers. He could have only got that mark by cheating. I should have locked it, of course.
What else was in the case, Mr. Rhodes?
What else? Well, only the papers in the book with the questions and answers. Henderson's Elementary Science, it's called. Well, you've seen the case, surely. It's only a little one, about 18 by 12 inches, 6 or 7 inches across.
Well, why did you leave it behind? Was it absent-mindedness?
No, not really. I could have sworn Stella was carrying it as we stood in the hall saying goodbye. It wasn't until we got home that she asked me what I'd done with it.
She asked you what you'd done with it?
Yes. And then she threw a temper and said I expected her to remember everything. I didn't particularly want to go back. I could have rung Fielding and arranged to collect it first thing next morning. But Stella wouldn't hear of it. She made me go.
You should have told me this in the first place, Mr. Rhodes.
Well, you see, I didn't want to tell anyone about our quarrels. I wanted to keep the truth about Stella to myself. But then...
But what, Mr. Rhodes?
Well, you must suspect I killed her. And anyway, by now, a lot of people here in Cairn know what Stella was really like, the truth about her.
You mean that she was not a very nice woman?
It was her father, old Mr. Glaston, who first told me. When I said I wanted to marry Stella. I never thought to hear a human being talk like that of his own child.
What did he say?
He said she was bad. Bad in her heart, that she was full of malice. He told me how she'd lead people on, all kind and warm, till they told her everything. Then she would hurt them. Say wicked things, half true, half lies. He told me a lot more besides.
Well, go on, please, Mr. Rhodes.
Of course, I didn't believe him. I just thought him a lying, jealous old man who wanted his child to wait on him until he died. So I married Stella.
And when did you discover her father was right about her?
The realization just crept up on me after a year or so, little things here and there, but... No, it wasn't until we came to Cairn that I knew what her father had said was really true. She hadn't been very keen on chapel before, but as soon as she got here, she went in for it in a big way. She knew it would look wrong, that it would hurt me. She wasn't sincere. A lot of people at chapel knew that. Mr. Cardew, the minister, knew. He understood why I gave up chapel. I couldn't bear to see her going there every Sunday and going down on her knees. It was all wrong. Just made a fool of your faith. All she wanted to be was different, to spite the school and me by playing the humble one.
My wife and you were at chapel, you know, Mr. Rhodes.
Yes, I know that. But your wife never gossiped. Stella said that. It made her cross, because to begin with, people liked her and they talked to her. She listened. Oh, she loved to listen. And she hoarded away every drop of gossip and dirt. She'd come home sometimes after her chapel work in the evenings and throw off her coat and laugh till I thought she'd gone mad. I've got them. I've got them all. I know all their little secrets. Those that realized what she knew, they grew to be frightened of her.
Did she have a hold on a man called Mulligan?
Yes. Yes, how did you know that? He's got a daughter with an illegitimate kid near Leamington. Stella found out.
Well, that's how she helped the Snows when they were moving in.
She told me about that. She rang up Mulligan from the Snows and said, "Greetings from Leamington Spa, Mr. Mulligan. We need a little cooperation."
And he cooperated.
But they got her in the end, didn't they? They got their own back.
Yes, they got their own back.
Mad Janie didn't do it, Inspector. No, Janie's as soon have killed her own sister as killed Stella. They were as close as moon and stars. That's what Stella said. She looked after Janie. You see, it gave her a feeling of power to help a creature like Janie and have her fawning around. Not because she was kind, but because she was cruel.
Was she cruel to her dog?
You know about that too, do you? Oh, yes, she often beat it. But one day she beat it until it was... Oh, poor brute. She must have got mad. Well, I couldn't take that. I took most things. I had to, you understand? I had to, unless I left calm. But that... I shouted at her. She laughed. And then I hit her. Not hard, but hard enough. I gave her 24 hours to have the dog destroyed, or I'd tell the police. She took it to the vet the next day. I suppose she told him some tale. She could always do that.
She said it had bitten the postman, Mr. Rode. Not very original. And she was found out by Miss Darcy.
Ah. Well, the Darcys understood about her. Yes, Felix Darcy. Oh, that was strange. Anyway, after the business of the dog, she took to pretending I was violent, cringing away whenever I came near, holding her arm up as though I was going to hit her again. She even made out I was plotting to murder her. She went and told Mr. Cardew I was. Did you know that?
Yes, sir, we knew that.
She didn't really believe it herself. She'd laugh about it sometimes. Then at other times she'd whine and stroke me, begging me not to kill her in the long night. It was the words that got her. The long nights. She liked the sound of them, the way an actor does.
You were going to say something about Darcy.
Darcy? Oh, yes. Yes, he knew about Stella, but not because she had anything on him. No, that was something different. She had something special there, something she'd never told me about, you see. There were nights when she'd slip out, all excited, as if going to a party. Quite late sometimes, 11 or 12 o'clock.
You didn't ask her where she was going, Mr. Rode?
No, I never did. You see, if I had, she'd have enjoyed not telling me or telling me a lie. I only knew she was going to meet somebody she had on the hook. Darcy must have known who it was. She said he did, but he couldn't tell. She liked that. Well, that was all I ever knew. Have you any idea who killed her? You know I didn't, don't you?
Yes, I think I know that, sir.
But you don't know who killed her. You don't know yet.
I think we know who killed her, Rode. I think we do now.
What the hell do you want with me again, Smiley? I thought you'd gone back to London.
No, I didn't go back after all. Something cropped up. Here, I mean.
You had to do some more of your wretched little spying, did you?
No, not spying, Fielding. Talking. Talking to Rose.
Yes, I heard the police had pulled him in.
Not pulled him in, Fielding. They've just been getting his story.
Well, thank you for telling me, Smiley. It's most interesting, but you needn't have bothered. I'm not concerned any longer with Rode or any of this dreadful, sordid business. At the end of this half, I leave Caen for good. Wash my hands of the place. Goodbye, Smiley.
The story you told me yesterday when I came and saw you about cheating for Tim Perkins, how you took the paper from the case and altered it.
Yes?
It isn't true. They've examined it, and it isn't true. The writing was all one person's, the boy's. If anyone cheated, it must have been Tim Perkins himself.
My dear Smiley, you can't expect me to believe that. These policemen are practically moronic. And what does it matter? Tim is dead, isn't he? Rode killed him. Look, Smiley, I've things to do. I have to go to London tomorrow. Do you know why? I'm seeing a headmaster about a job. I've no pension when I leave here, you know. I have to go on working. I shall have to teach at a crammer's, a sort of breaker's yard for old dons. Don't you feel sorry for me? Isn't it a nice sensation to feel pity for an old fake like me?
Of course, it doesn't necessarily signify anything. I mean, you could be protecting the boy, couldn't you? By lying for him, even though he's dead, for his honor, so to speak. Is that the explanation?
I've been playing to an empty house here at Caen, you know, Smiley. They won't remember me for more than a half or two. What a mess I've made of life. That's all there is to it.
You've got to listen, you know, Fielding. There might have been collusion between you and the boy. A situation where you were moved by the boy's distress when he brought you the papers. And on the spur of the moment, you opened the case and took out his paper and told him what to write.
I told you the truth yesterday. Make what you want of it.
I'm trying to help, Fielding. I beg you to believe me, I'm trying to help. I don't want there to be more trouble than need be, more pain. I want to get it straight before Rigby comes. It matters terribly about the briefcase. Everything hangs on whether you really saw inside it and whether Perkins did. Don't you see that?
Sit down, Smiley. What are you trying to say?
If it was Perkins who cheated after all, if it was only the boy who opened the case and not you, then they'll want to know the answer to a very important question. They'll want to know how you knew what was inside it.
What was inside it? The plastic cape, the gloves, the galoshes, the piece of cable. I saw them. They have to believe that. They were the things, even if that police sergeant hasn't been able to find them.
Oh, don't be so silly, Fielding. Everything's been found. It was all in a refugee parcel. All but one thing.
Well, Rhodes had every opportunity to do that, put things into one of Stella's parcels afterwards.
Well, let's start from the other end. Suppose it was you who killed Stella Rhodes. Suppose you had a reason, a terribly good reason. Suppose you went ahead of Rhodes after giving him the case that night, overtaking him by bicycle. Suppose Janie saw you, like she said, riding on the wind. Then, Fielding, if that were really so, none of those things were ever in the case. You must have made it up, all of it. Of course, later, when the exam results came out, you realized that Perkins had cheated. Then you knew he had seen inside the case, had seen that it contained nothing but the exam papers. And he could have told the police that. That would explain why you had to kill the boy.
I hear you.
Because you did kill him, didn't you? You waited for him at the bottom of that hill. Twice a week he came down it at the same time on his way to his music lesson. You must have stopped him and then hit him with a stone. It looked like an accident. Looked as if he'd fallen off his bicycle. Poor Tim Perkins. That was a terrible thing to do, Fielding. And it nearly broke you, didn't it?
Shut up, for God's sake! Shut up! And why should I have killed Stella Rhodes? What was the reason you spoke of?
Oh, I think it was like this, but one thing for certain first. When you were convicted, the RAF boy, in the north of England, the magistrate who convicted you was a Mr. Glaston, Stella's father. So she knew about that. It was the sort of information she would hoard and use. Rhodes told us the truth about her. She was dreadful, wasn't she? Evil, Rhodes called her. Really evil.
Go on, Smiley.
She came and told you what she knew. That was all. But she had you on the hook, as Rhodes called it. You spoke to Darcy about her. Darcy knew of your conviction, and he suggested you played along with her to discover what she really wanted. So she summoned you to meetings at absurd times and places, in woods and disused churches, at night mostly. And she wanted nothing from you but your will. She made you listen to her boasts and her mad intrigues, made you fawn and cringe. At least, I believe it was like that. Although she also had the power to stop you getting another job, and she tormented you with that. You planned to kill her, Fielding. And then on the night when the case was left behind, you saw your chance, and you took it.
Did I? Did I? And how did I know Rhodes was coming back for the case that night?
It was part of Stella's little game. She left it behind purposely, and she arranged that you were to visit her after Rhodes had collected the case. She made him go back for the case. Then she sat there, waiting for you, Fielding. It was a perfect opportunity. There was only the slight risk that Rhodes might have recalled you riding past him. But bicycles are common in Caen, and with a plastic cape on, you might have been anybody.
Sheer fantasy, Smiley. I saw what was in that briefcase. I told you Rhodes must have done it. Of course, you're quite right about her blackmailing me. But she did many worse things to other people, and not least to Rhodes himself.
They know Rhodes didn't do it, Fielding. The point was that she could have stopped you getting any job in any school, and I think she would have done. Or if she'd let you obtain a job, then she would have still had you on the hook.
How do they know Rhodes didn't do it? How can they know? He's got no alibi.
Why should he have made all the bother with the case? Why didn't he keep the case with him all the time? To do what he did do with it doesn't make sense. But never mind. If he did leave the case behind, so he had a chance to put on his killing outfit without hurry, without Stella suspecting, then he did have a sort of alibi. But actions like that don't make sense, Fielding.
Why not? How do you know? How do you know it wasn't Rhodes?
I'll tell you. 5 minutes after discovering the body, Rhodes was with Darcy. From then on, for the next 48 hours, he was under constant supervision. Perhaps you didn't know this, Fielding, but next morning the police found the murder weapon where you dropped it that night, 4 miles down the road in a ditch. Rhodes couldn't have got it there, could he? In 5 minutes.
No, of course not. Bad mistake, wasn't it, Smiley?
Well, why didn't you throw the cable in the canal, where it would never have been found? Did you so much want to incriminate Rhodes?
It would have been poetic justice. It was Rhodes who brought the frightful woman here to Caen because he nursed a miserable little ambition. He wanted to be one of us, the stupid oaf. So he let her loose on Caen and on me in particular. Didn't he guess what she was up to, what she was really like?
Rhodes knew. He knew all there was to know about her. He suffered because of her, but he never murdered her.
No, I did that. She got her just desserts. And you know, Smiley, if I hadn't done it, somebody else would, sooner or later. She'd have tormented some other poor devil. That's what she liked about it, of course. I rang the bell that night, and she came to the door, full of herself, ready to put me through her catechism. And then she saw that I was going to kill her. For a moment, she showed fear. For a fraction of a second only. She made a mouth as if to scream, but she didn't utter a sound. Then, just as I was about to strike her down, she looked up at me, and there was no surprise in her eyes. I never thought I would make a murderer, you know, Smiley. Perhaps Stella Rhodes would have made one out of any man. I imagine Rigby is on his way.
Yes, he should be here soon.
How very civilized this all is. I suppose she'd have let me get the job at that awful Crammer's just to keep tracks on me. She'd never have let go of me. She loathed me and everything I stood for too much to let me slip out of her life. Oh, those meetings, I can't describe them. It wouldn't be decent. But I shall never forget them. And I shall have plenty of opportunity to remember them, shan't I? Could you have stood her treatment, Smiley? Surely it was as bad as any treatment by a secret police. The sudden grab, the smooth release, and then the sudden grab again. No end to it. Don't you see I had to kill her?
No, Fielding, no. Because I think of what followed. Tim Perky. How old was he? 17. And he cheated probably for the first time in his life. And paid for it with his life.
I try to forget that. To kill the thing you love. God help me. And now True will answer the door and say, "Good evening, Mr. Rigby. What can I do for you?"
Oh, good evening, Mr. Rigby. What can I do for you at this time of evening?
Mr. Fielding, please, Miss Truebody.
I think he has somebody with him, a Mr. Smiley.
Yes, I know. Is this the door?
Yes, but...
Good evening, Inspector.
I have a warrant for your arrest, Mr. Fielding, on the charge of murdering Mr. Stella Rhodes on the night of February the 16th.
I know, Inspector.
Oh, Mr. Fielding, you can't let them say such things.
Poor True. The Inspector's quite right. On the night of the 16th, I killed Stella Rhodes.
No, you're just saying that, Mr. Fielding. You couldn't murder anybody, not you, Mr. Fielding.
I never thought I could either, True, but she made me a murderer, you know. And then I had to go on.
Go on, I don't understand. Oh, no. No, not Tim, not Tim. You loved him. I saw him off that night. I told him to be careful.
Come on, for heaven's sake, let's get this over with.
I must warn you that anything you say may be used in evidence.
It always has been, Inspector. Goodbye, Smiley. I'm sorry I'm not a patch on my brother.
Goodbye, Fielding.
You know, they'll never be able to live this down at Caen. Things will never be quite the same again here. That is something to be remembered by, isn't it? Quite something.
Patrick Barr played Fielding, and David Bird, George Smiley, in Frederick Radnam's adaptation of A Murder of Quality, the novel by John le Carre. Peter Williams played Inspector Rigby, and Joan Sanderson, Miss Brimley. Michael Spice was Rode, Pauline Letts, Miss Truebody, Brian Hewlett, Perkins, Dennis Hawthorne, Darcy, Delia Payton, Dorothy Darcy, Maureen Beck, Mad Jady, Elizabeth Cassie, Jill, Claire Davenport and Edward Dewsbury, Shane and Charles Hecht, and Jill Carey and John Pullen, Anne and Simon Snow. A Murder of Quality was produced by David Geary.
The Sunday play at 2:30 on Radio 4 tomorrow is John Drinkwater's classic Abraham Lincoln, starring Michael Hordern and Mary O'Farrell. 2:30 tomorrow afternoon, Abraham Lincoln.
Afternoon Theatre.
Tony Britton in Unquiet Conscience, a play for radio by Philip Barker.
It's room number 3, Mr. Reed.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure how long. 3 or 4 days, anyway. Perhaps longer.
Oh, that'll be all right, sir.
I'll try and let you know in good time.
That will be appreciated. Now, the dining room's at the bottom of the stairs to your left.
Mm-hmm.
Bar's just through there, to the right. Now, I'm afraid there's no porter on in the evenings.
Oh,
but...
this is all I have. I can manage.
Oh, I'll show you up then.
Oh, I'll find it. Up the stairs here.
If you're sure, turn left at the top, second door, number 3. And thank you.
Fine.
Oh, your key.
Oh, yes, would help, wouldn't it? After you.
Thanks very much. Who's that, then? New single. Just checked in. Has he, though? Just for a night? A few days. Not sure. Mr. Michael Reed from London.
Lovely name.
Jenny.
Lovely manners. Wonder what he's doing in Ashlingham.
I didn't ask. You got a bill for me?
No walking sticks. 2 stairs at a time, even. That's promising change around here.
The bill?
Number 6. Pop the coffee down for us, Lorne, will you? I ain't had time.
Another let's drink like last year. Where are they?
Farmers. My heart bleeds for them.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Gin and tonic, please.
More important, where am I?
For God's sake, give me another drink, Ted.
Yeah. With you in a minute.
Oh, Mr. Reed. There you are. Sorry to disturb you, but there's a telephone call.
For me? Did they give a name?
No, sir. I've switched it through to the box just outside the door. You can take it there if you wish.
Oh, right. Thank you. I'll be back.
Right, sir.
Oh, who's that?
Reed. Oh, you remember. He telephoned this morning.
Mr. Reed?
Speaking.
Oh, good evening. Sorry to drag you to the phone. My name is Farr.
Good evening. Farr? Of course, yes, of course, Mr. Farr. Mr. Goodwin rang you then?
This morning. I met him just before Miss Bates' untimely death.
Yeah.
He said you will be arriving this evening.
Well, it's good of you to ring so soon.
Well, I just want you to know I shall be only too pleased to do whatever I can to help.
That's very good of you.
Not only pleased, but eager. I understand you don't want to reveal your interest, but I am at your disposal when and if you require me.
Well, Mr. Goodwin also probably told you that I'm not committed as yet. I'm just here to assess my own reactions before making up my mind.
He said as much. I hoped I might help to convince you.
Well, perhaps we could meet.
Oh, whenever you like.
Tomorrow any good?
I'm relatively free in the morning, but I can pull off anything I have for...
No, the morning would be fine. How about 10 o'clock?
Oh, perfect. You'll find my office just up the hill from the Crown, right opposite the church.
On Wednesdays, the manager take over the bar, which is why he weren't around when you arrived.
Yeah, I suppose staff's always a problem in a small place like this.
Keeping them is. Not much for 'em in Ashlingham, you see.
No, I suppose not.
Your first visit?
Yes.
Then I hope we'll make it a memorable one.
Thank you. I don't know East Suffolk at all.
Ah, that's good country. But quiet. Fine if you like the quiet life.
Yeah. Summer would be your busiest time, I suppose, although you're, 5 miles off the coast road?
About that. But with the castle and the boys' college, the weekenders, we're usually pretty full.
Ah, yeah.
Locals use the hotel bar here quite a bit, too.
Oh, good night. Sir, madam. Yes, that's peaceful enough little place. Appeals to the traditionalists.
Bags of beans, and wattle and daub.
And all genuine, too. Not what you'd call lively.
No. Although, I seem to remember... Didn't you have a spot of excitement of some sort up here a year or so ago?
Ah, you mean the murder?
Murder? Do I?
A young girl up at the back of the castle, not far from here.
And when was that?
Oh, back in 67. Not so peaceful then for a week or two, I can tell you.
Oh, I can imagine.
She'd been strangled. And not only that, raped as well, they said.
That sort of excitement you can do without. Local girl?
Not born local. Living here with her grandmother. Girl named Diana King. 15, that's all. So was he. Martin Lundy. The one what done it. Staying at a camp just outside the town.
When you can, Ted. Colpin's actually buying.
Oh, coming. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, of course.
That's, Mr. Danville. That were him what found her body. Oh. Same again?
Yeah, Les Colpin wants to buy doubles. Oh, what do you mind?
I was just talking to this gentleman about our time of notoriety.
Oh, were you?
This is Mr. Reed's first visit to Ashlingham, and you remember the case.
Not many do. Care to join us?
Oh, that's very kind of you.
My name's Culpin. This is Bill Danville, local Postmaster General.
How do you do?
Visiting Mr. Reed?
Yes, a few days, taking a look round. I was wondering about a cottage in this area.
Well, you could do worse. It depends. Not much trade up here, no industry, and with all the stations closed, commuting's hopeless.
A bit far for that, anyway.
Pretty unspoilt still, though how long that'll last, well, remains to be seen, I suppose.
And we're not given to murders and the like, not as a rule, anyway. 2 whiskies, a gin, and the rest of your tonics.
Oh, thank you. What about yours?
Well, I still got Mr. Reed's.
Oh, I see.
Yes, it must have been pretty unpleasant at the time.
It was.
She was a nice-looking kid.
Oh, you knew her then?
Well, not really.
Oh?
Well, not to say no. I'd seen her around, but not like some of you did.
Who said I knew her?
Well, surely you did. She worked for Mr. Danville in the Christmas holidays. She was still at the technical school at Ipswich.
Yes, cheers. Here's hoping you'll find what you're looking for, Mr. Reed.
Oh, the cottage. Yes, yeah. Cheers.
Cheers.
I was telling Mr. Reed that it was you what found the body.
That's right.
Must have been a nasty experience.
Down in Moat Bush. That's a sort of a copse. A hollow just outside the old castle moat, surrounded by trees and bushes. There was a big search.
Don't we leave it alone, Ted?
Well, I was only
I
trying
don't
to
want
put him
to
in
talk about it. It's history.
They got the filthy young devil who did it, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I'm afraid I brought it up.
It's all right, Mr. Reed. Sort of thing you prefer to forget, though, isn't it?
Yes, I'm sure it is.
Anyway, I've got to go.
Oh, early at night?
I still got some work to do.
Hang on, I'm coming your way.
Edna said to remind your wife, Lane, that's flower club or something tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll tell her. See you around then, I expect, Mr. Reed.
I hope so, yes.
Cheers.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, and thank you for the drink.
Oh, pleasure.
Well, will you join me in another?
Well, I won't if you don't mind, sir. Gin and tonic?
Yes, please. Sorry if I let you in for that just now.
Oh, they ain't usually so touchy.
It's understandable. You say they both knew her.
Well, Len must have forgot. She was around a lot. Shall I put it on your bill?
Yes, you may as well. And, of course, they were both here when it happened.
Bill Danville took part in the search, I told you. She'd been missing nearly 2 days. He found these, part of a girl's clothing, and then her lying some distance away under them 2 branches.
Branches?
Being twisted from a tree close by. She was, just this red shirt thing over her face, and the branches had been put over to cover her like a big X. You know, careful. Purposely like that.
I think I'd want to forget that, too.
I helped in the search, but in another area. Not Len Calpin. He had to go away with his wife. Oh, must have been the day before we found her. I wasn't here for the search, anyway.
And that was 4 years ago.
It's not that, though. We've had a woman writer living here. Suddenly started dragging it all up again a few months back for some book or other.
Oh, is that so?
Got some stupid idea that Lundy never did it. Questioning, checking, stirring it all up again. Seemed to think it could have been somebody here. Upset a lot of people.
Yes, I can see why it might.
Oh, he was as guilty as hell. Still, that's all over now.
Oh?
She took ill and died sudden in London about 6 weeks ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A lot of people here weren't.
Including Mr. Culpin and Mr. Danville, I imagine.
Well, here we are. It seemed more sense than the office. We can talk at the actual scene of the crime.
I couldn't agree more. Castle's still very impressive, Mr. Farr.
Yeah, Norman, of course. Open to visitors most of the year.
And that's Castle Acre, where the girl and Martin Lundy met that evening.
But not by design. You can see the castle's virtually part of the town. It's a regular meeting place for local youngsters. This and the swimming pond mentioned quite a bit at the trial.
And where's that?
Across some fields about a mile from here. Would you say you've been over all the notes and references Miss Bates left?
Several times.
Then you'll know as much about the case as I do.
Well, from the evidence, the depositions and opinions may be. But I've got to tell you, as yet, I see no reason to doubt the original verdict.
I'm not surprised. But I maintain the prosecution evidence was circumstantial. Every statement relating Lundy to the girl was pure conjecture.
Yet they met. They went off together. She failed to return home. And he was the last person to be seen with her.
By anyone who spoke at the trial. And that's important, Mr. Reed. At the trial.
So, like Alison Bates, you believe somebody here knows more than they've told.
Oh, for obvious reasons. You know Miss Bates referred to the book as a labour of conscience.
But you handled the boy's defence.
Which would make me prejudiced? Perhaps. Oh, I'm just a local country solicitor, Mr. Reed. But as an orphan, no money, no influence, he relied on me. I think with a better lawyer, he wouldn't be spending the most important years of his youth in detention.
Unless he was guilty.
Oh, I don't think I'm that prejudiced. He was 15. Not committable under the Homicide Act, but under Section 53 of the Children's and Young Persons Act.
To be detained during Her Majesty's pleasure.
For the last 4 years. That's why Alison Bates' book was so important. If through it we could have proved merely a reasonable doubt, I could have made application to the Home Office on his behalf.
Well, she certainly seems to have convinced herself, but she offers no solution, no alternative to Lundy.
Oh, she was still working hard on it when she died.
Obviously.
And now that she's dead, I gather Mr. Goodwin's asked you to consider carrying it through for her.
Consider it, yes. Jack Goodwin's not only my publisher, he's a good friend. I could hardly refuse him that. But I wasn't keen. I didn't live here as Alison did. I wasn't here when it happened. I have no feelings about it. In fact, I'd never even heard of the case until a few days ago.
So you need to assess your own feelings before coming to a decision?
That's it.
Well, this is where it all started.
Well, let's take a look, can we?
Yes, of course. I merely suggested bringing the car because the locals know of my obsession. They might add 2 and 2.
Just an idea. They might be less reluctant to talk if they didn't know my interest. And after the Crown Bar last night...
so you told me.
Alison's research didn't exactly endear her to the natives, did it?
Seekers after truth in this sort of situation seldom endear themselves to those who could be wanting to hide it.
Sometime I'd like to know a bit more about Danville and Culpin.
Whatever I can.
But what I'd like to do now is to give it to you as we go, as I've gathered the story, and then if you could correct me or add anything. That way I'll know I've got it right.
Fine.
So, Diana King has been to Technical College as usual that day. She catches her usual train from Ipswich, gets home at about 5 o'clock, she has her tea, changes her clothes, and leaves her grandmother's house around 6:30.
Right. And important, because the pathologist set the time of death on this occasion by observation of the stomach contents. Obviously the tea she ate.
Yeah, maybe we could come back to that.
Well, it ties up later. You'll see it.
Diana then meets her friend in the marketplace. Jenny, was it?
That's right. You probably served your breakfast this morning.
At the Crown?
Yeah, been there ever since you left school, a waitress.
Fair hair. On the full side, a sort of wide-eyed surprise, no?
She could be useful to you. She knew them both. Well, actually, she appeared for the prosecution at the trial. Some pretty damning evidence, too, that Lundy had previously tried to be familiar with her.
How long had Lundy been around Ashlingham, then?
About 3 weeks. The camp operates every summer for boys from orphan schools, or rather it did until this happened. Not anymore.
Pity. Anyway, Diana and Jenny start to walk up here. Lundy and another boy ride up behind them on bicycles. They stop and talk for a minute. The boys then ride on, and they all meet again on Castle Acre here. Tell me, did Diana know Lundy prior to that evening?
Well, they'd met several times in the evenings. This is a small place.
Yes, I wasn't sure. They'd play around in the meadow here for a bit. Something to do with a dog?
Yes, Frank Bruce's dog, throwing sticks for it. Oh, there were several other youngsters here.
And Lundy talks to Diana, tells her that some foals have been born on a farm.
Yes, Philip Nair's farm in Back Lane. It's a local walk. There's a turning into it past the marketplace. It circles behind the castle and leads back into the town this other way, via the Chaddington Road.
How would he know about the foals?
Well, he was interested in farming and animals. Philip Nair encouraged him. Let him help out around the place. He would have seen them.
Yes, I see. And Diana's interested and says she'd like to see them. She shouts to Jenny where she's going. Jenny teases her, telling her to be careful, and they leave.
Jenny's warning, teasing or not, was made much of in court, particularly with her evidence.
But they leave, with Lundy pushing his bicycle. Which of the two ways did they go?
Oh, down the approach here. Let's get back to the car. And through the town to the marketplace. It was about 7:10. They almost bumped into a woman passing who remembered the time.
You say there were others here, besides Jenny and Lundy's friend?
Oh, one or two. Get in. We'll go the same way.
Right.
Good morning, Mr. Farr.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Ames.
I have that book you requested if you want to collect it.
Oh, I'll try and get in. Is the library open this morning?
Bess? Bess, come back here. Yes, 11 till 1 today. I thought I'd give her a run first, keep her quiet.
Good day for it anyway.
Oh, lovely. Oh, dear. Bess! Bess? Come back here. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Farr.
Goodbye, Mrs. Ames. Sorry about that. Mrs. Ames runs the branch library. Not one of those who supported Miss Bates.
Were there any?
Well, if there were, they didn't bother to mention it. But Mrs. Ames and her ladies were quite verbose on the subject. The type who were glad Lundy was an outsider, not one of us. A ready-made scapegoat for something unclean.
You sound bitter.
No, not bitter. A little ashamed.
What you were saying about time a few minutes ago.
Time of death? Never easy to set with certainty. But the prosecution had it that her last meal had been taken some 2 hours before she died. All to do with the digestive process stopping, the elements of food remaining in the stomach. They put it at between 7:15 and 8 o'clock.
And Lundy was known to be with her around that time.
We called Dr. Limington, an expert witness in digestive matters and pathology, who argued that certain foods could remain in the stomach for over 12 hours, if not longer, when fear and shock had slowed the digestive process.
Meaning she could have been killed much later?
Well, you'll see Miss Bates found other expert opinion in support of this. That's the turning I mentioned, just past the cake shop. And this is Back Lane. Yes, it was about here that Diana got onto the crossbar of his cycle. They'd walked this far. He suggested giving her a lift. She wasn't too keen because of her new skirt.
The blue one?
Yeah. I'll go up a bit. There's a gateway. I'll pull in there.
Is this land used much?
Well, just the odd tractor, or in the summer with the visitors. We can walk from here. A moat bush is just round that bend ahead.
So it must have been about here that the witness saw them standing together, said he was touching her skirt.
And Mrs. Shadrack lives in that house you can see on the rise.
Would she see over that hedge?
Oh, she was upstairs, and he probably was touching her skirt. He was brushing dirt off.
Yes, I remember. He said he wobbled, tipping them onto the grass verge, and that was how he got the scratches on his arms and the particles of his flesh under her fingernails.
Well, she grabbed at him to stop us falling, as indeed anyone would. Oh, we know she was on the crossbar. There's a witness.
So Mrs. Shadrack's testimony was correct?
Factually, but not in its implication. Also, Mrs. Shadrack remembered the time, 7:20, on a bedroom clock. But Willie Gaunt, who used to live up ahead, said he waved to them when they passed him, walking together at 7:30, after Moat Bush.
Evidence that they didn't stop there?
Oh, more. Willie remembered the time because he had instructions to go indoors at 7:30 and had just been called in for being late. Now, Lundy was proved back in the marketplace at 7:55. A matter of time and opportunity again.
Yes, I see. If Mrs. Shadrack was believed, Lundy would have had, say, 35 minutes. But if Willie was right, no more than 20 to pass Willie, come back here, and
commit the double crimes of murder and rape with all the peculiar circumstances you'll see in the moment. But Willie had associated with Lundy. He was only 10 at the time, and he was considered an unreliable witness.
Yes, it's a good point. Tell me, did Diana ever get back on the bicycle again?
No, she refused. They walked on round this bend and continued up to Nares. But this is where they were supposed to have stopped. Where he was supposed to have rendered her unconscious.
In this field?
This is the field that leads into Moat Bush. Those trees over there.
I see now what Alison meant.
About carrying her that distance?
Yes, she says Diana was very mature physically.
Martin was slight. No more robust than me. And Diana was supposed to be unconscious, remember, which would mean she was even heavier.
What was he doing with his bike all this time, I wonder? I mean, she'd hardly stand around while he hid it.
And how did he make her unconscious, without leaving any mark or indication?
That is possible. It's a matter of pressure points.
Quite. But to a 15-year-old orphan schoolboy. Oh, doesn't it seem to suggest some sort of training in unarmed combat or something similar?
He might have dragged her, but it would have shown.
Well, there was a small laceration just below the right shoulder, but no blood anywhere on the grass, and no traces of feet or the sort of marks a dead weight being dragged would make.
So she must have been carried.
Through the gate. There's a public footpath. Not that anyone much uses it anymore.
Thanks.
I'd better close it. Another interesting point. There was a bloodstain on the blouse, the shirt, but it was not on the right side by the cut. It was in the centre of the front.
Held over the cut, perhaps, to staunch it. But that means it would have been removed before crossing here.
Apart from making the carrying that much harder, the copse is just over there, through those trees. Yeah, she was lying just here, on her back. And that's the tree from which the branches were twisted, as the hotel manager told you.
Like a big X.
Deliberately. A third branch was twisted half off, but left hanging. I can hardly reach up to where they were, you can just see. And Lundy was no taller than me. It would have needed a lot of strength, too.
But why cover her that way at all?
Well, it was all almost ritualistic. A strange orderliness, which was never explained. The shirt had been arranged to cover the face. The blue skirt had been folded carefully with the zipper pulled up and placed beside the body. The shoes equally carefully arranged beside it. The brassiere she wore was never found.
And the pants were some distance away?
About 10 or 12 yards. Back there.
Odd, that. Almost as odd as the lack of any ground disturbance.
No footprints anywhere. No broken down undergrowth. Nothing on the earth or twigs. Not any sort of sign. It was as if they'd dropped from the sky, and whoever did it had left the same way. As if it had been swept with a soft broom, leaving no trace.
It was one of the things that intrigued me most. Difficult to see a kid of 15 having the nous to clear up the signs that there must have been, if it was that sort of attack.
When the police arrived, there were just Danville's footprints and a small scuffed-back earth mark beside each of her ankles.
Which they tried to prove was the inside edges of Lundy's shoes.
Not with any success.
And yet with all this, he was arrested and convicted.
He was seen with her in this vicinity. No one saw her with anyone else, or said they did. No one had an alibi for him. All believed him.
What about the forensic evidence, the body itself?
Evidence of strangulation, the torn shirt round the neck, a small quantity of blood under the shoulder laceration, and an unbelievably small amount where it should have been conducive to undisputed evidence of a violent sexual attack, said to be while she was still alive but unconscious.
And Lundy? Your man Lymington argued, didn't he, that the lesions and bruising he had could be normal to any healthy developing boy?
Not attributable to an inexperienced sexual attack, as the prosecution maintained. Lymington had served overseas as a force's M.O. He was conversant with rape cases.
Well, at least I can perhaps see the reasons for Alison's theory.
That she was attacked and murdered elsewhere, then brought back here. so much points to it.
Some of it does, anyway. The time element, the way things were left down here, the clothes. The briefs could have been dropped by accident if he was carrying her and them. The shirt used to staunch the cut shoulder. More particularly, the lack of blood where one would have expected it to be. And the means used for rendering her unconscious.
So many things.
What I don't see is why. Why risk bringing the body back here? Why chance being seen in that lane?
Oh, not such a chance late at night. There are hardly any houses here, and the area isn't overlooked in any way. In any case, courting couples park up here quite often, I understand. A car wouldn't look strange.
Even so, having done what he'd done... Unless...
Yes?
Just suppose it was someone very familiar with this area. Someone who might have known she'd been with Martin Lundy that evening. And where?
Providing a ready-made suspect?
Yeah, it's a wild thought and a hell of a lot of supposition.
Not so wild. Someone local. Someone older, taller, and stronger than Lundy.
And someone with a psychotic personality. But if not Lundy, who?
Well, she was a striking-looking girl. Very short skirts and so on, and she had the erotic appeal of youth. Find the black car, and we'll know a lot more.
Ah, yes. The car Lundy said she got into when they couldn't see the foals, and she left him.
According to Lundy, she obviously knew the driver. He passed her on the Charrington Road, sounded his hooter. She waved. He reversed back. She spoke to him, then got in, and was never seen alive again.
The mysterious black car was never seen again either.
True. But Lundy was adamant. He could see it all clearly from Nair's place.
Which is further up the lane.
Almost at the end of it. I'll take you. I don't care for this place.
Understandable. But if you don't mind, I think I'd like to walk up.
You'd prefer to?
Give me time to think.
I think you'll like this. Came back on Saturday, Mrs. Culpin. It's her new one.
Oh, yes, thank you. I like her books as a rule.
I don't think there's anything else of interest here.
I'll just have a look on the shelves, Mrs. Ames.
I should think you've been through everything up there. We should be getting a new batch in from county.
I'm afraid I read too much.
Oh, well, it takes your mind off the humdrum.
It helps.
With your son Lewis away all the time now. And I suppose Mr. Culpin's out most of the day, too.
There's not too much to do.
I was only thinking, Lewis hasn't been home in a long, long time, has he?
Home? Well, it's more difficult for him now.
When was the last time I saw him? Must be,
He has popped home. Not for long. Sunday sometimes. On Sunday.
But that's the life for a young man, though. The sea. All over the world like that. Finds it pretty dull when he does get home, I expect.
Dull? Yes, I suppose so.
But not for you. But how old is Lewis now?
He'll be 23 next month.
23, is he? Oh, how they do grow. Good heavens. So that's who it was.
I'm sorry.
This book.
Book? What is it?
This photograph on the back.
But don't they often have those on the cover?
Oh, yes. Only I saw that face this morning.
Saw it? On the book, you mean?
No, here. Up the street, by the castle. Not an hour ago. I was out with Bess. I had a feeling he looked familiar.
Who is he?
Michael Reed. I've seen his face too often to be mistaken.
He's here? In Ashlingham?
He was talking with Reginald Farr on Castleacre. And then he got into Mr. Farr's car and they drove off.
Morning, gorgeous.
Oh, you do have such good taste, Mr. Danville.
I know. What are you doing behind reception? Where's Lorna?
I'm having a quick drag. She's in the little girl's room.
Oh,
Some little thing I might do for you, Mr. Danville.
I think I'm too old.
My, we are unique.
I left a recorded delivery for Mr. Reed, second post. The book needed signing.
This one?
Yeah, signed, is it?
You want to keep that?
Eh?
His autograph. That's Michael Reed.
I can read, can I?
Don't tell me you ain't heard of Michael Reed, the writer.
Have you?
Mrs. Ames has, from the library. In here twittering all over the place this morning.
A writer, is he?
Who cares? He's like groovy.
Hello, Mr. Danville. Got your book?
Yeah, I got him.
Oh, busy day. Excuse me.
Yeah, well, don't get carried away.
Ooh, do you think he would?
You get worse.
Funny man.
Well, I'll see if we can find him. Mr. Reed.
Dining room.
Oh, number who rang this morning, Jenny. Could he take the call?
He was just looking at some papers when I came out. I'll tell him.
Mr. Jack Goodwin.
I'm glad, Michael. Tell me, did you get the transcript of Alison's tape notes this morning?
Yeah, I've just been glancing through them. They look fine, Jack. Great help.
Good. The reason I rang, though, after we'd posted it, I found another reference. It wasn't with her notes, in among some bills and other papers I have of hers. Must have been made just before she died.
Oh?
Got a pencil?
Hang on. I've got the transcript here. There's not much room in these phone boxes.
It's just a scrawled note on the back of a garage bill. You know she was American-born. She had no relatives over here. I've been sorting out her affairs.
What's it say?
It's a headed bill, Hewitt's Garage. On the back, she'd written Martin Lundy. Then the name Robert Hewitt, followed by a dash. And then the words black car and a question mark.
Robert Hewitt, dash, black car, question mark. It does say black car.
Yes. She told me there was some mystery about a car. That's why I thought it might be important.
Maybe. Well, thanks for letting me know, anyway.
How's it going?
I'll let you know when I know.
Sure. Sorry. Must learn to curb my impatience. That quote in my covering letter, by the way, I came across it in a trade sheet yesterday.
Which quote?
About a forthcoming book on the case. It was put out as part of our pending list before Alison died. But don't tell me the letter wasn't put in.
Well, it was here. I saw it. It's just that I haven't read it too carefully yet.
Here we are, sir.
Hmm?
Coffee.
Oh, yeah. Oh, here, let me move that lot.
Ta.
You didn't notice if I left a letter in the dining room, did you?
There wasn't nothing there when I cleared.
No, I expect it's amongst this lot somewhere. Never mind.
Black or white?
Black, please.
Room number 3?
3, yes. I hope I haven't kept you hanging about.
I'm finished now to dinners anyway.
Oh, then I have. I'm sorry.
Don't matter. I've got nothing special to do.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Hmm?
Attractive girl like you?
Me? You're joking.
Can't be true. Or else there's something wrong with the young men of Ashlingham.
There is. And I'm particular.
I'd say you could afford to be.
I see you think so anyway. I suppose I'd better be going then.
Oh, Woodbridge. Is that very far from here?
About 10 miles.
Oh, I thought I might go over there this afternoon. I sailed from there a couple of times.
Lots of boats at Woodbridge.
I don't suppose you'd care to come with me.
Me?
No, it's a liberty. It was only that I wasn't sure of the way, and you did say you weren't...
You mean it?
Of course.
I'd love to.
Oh, we could have some tea, perhaps.
I'd have to pop home first.
Oh, you don't live in?
Not in your life.
Oh.
Won't take a minute, though.
Oh, that's all right. I'll need to get some petrol. I'll pick you up.
Not here, though. Nosy lot here.
Oh.
Just through the marketplace, there's a small boutique on the corner.
4, I think. And would you check the oil, please?
4 gallons. Righto, sir.
I see the old shelter's still there. What's it called now?
Jacob's Well. Don't ask me why, though.
Nobody ever knew. Mr. Hewitt about?
Not this minute.
That'd be Robert.
Oh, Tad.
Oh, I thought...
Bob's not been here for years.
Is that so?
You didn't mean Ted's son?
It's been a long time.
Must have been. Bob used to work here with his old man, not for years, though.
Moved on, has he?
He got sense. Got into something better. Over at Lowestoft, didn't he?
Oh, how long's he been there, then?
Go about 5 years, I reckon.
As long as that?
Comes weekends sometimes. That's where Ted's gone now. Pick him up at Saxmundon.
This weekend?
Left his car last week for a respray. Come and pick it up.
Oh, I may see him then.
I'd tell him if you like.
No, it doesn't matter. I'll probably see him around.
He usually goes in the Dolphin when he's home.
Oh, well, in that case, I might see him there. I think the oil should be all right.
He works for the Ministry of Fisheries over at Lowestoft. Often at sea, diving, inspections, doing very well for himself. Married a girl from there about 3 years ago.
And lives there now?
Yes. But why Robert Hewitt?
Oh, I'm not sure. Just something Jack Goodwin said. Probably nothing at all.
Can I help?
Not unless you happen to know if he was around Ashlingham at the time. I understand he often comes back at weekends.
Well, offhand, I don't. I could probably find out.
Oh, so can I think. I remembered what you said about Jenny.
Ah, well, she'd know.
While I'm here, tell me about Culpin.
Bit of an extrovert, but quite popular, apparently. Why?
Merely that last night he as good as said he didn't know the girl. Yet Brooke, the hotel manager, was sure he did. I just wondered about him, that's all.
Odd sort of background overseas, as far as I can gather. But he's been living here for some considerable time. Used to farm locally. Sold up and formed the Ashlingham Cooperative Farmers, an association handling their produce and so forth.
Married, I gather.
Lucy Culpin. She seems a quiet, pleasant woman. My wife knows her better than me. Hasn't enjoyed good health in recent years. Or so it seems. More nerves than anything, I think. Particularly since the boy's been away.
What does he do?
The son? Well, he's never here. Joined the Merchant Navy about 5 years ago. Radio, I think. His name's Lewis. She seems to miss him a lot.
Well, thanks again, Mr. Farr.
There have been certain, rumours.
Culpin?
I don't want to spread gossip, but, apparently a succession of young secretaries and always decorative. People must talk, it seems.
I see.
But that night, Culpin wasn't even here. He was away over at Norwich. Left here about 4 that afternoon with some salesman.
Been looking for you.
Oh, God. Sergeant, I wish you wouldn't do that.
Guilty conscience, is it, Mr. Culpin?
What have I done now?
Detective Inspector wants to bring a pal over from headquarters tomorrow. Bit of shooting.
What the local police force would do without Ashlingham Cooperative Farmers to provide their support. Okay, I'll fix it.
Yeah, you better, for both our sakes. But it wasn't that.
It wasn't? What then?
Well, this, firearms renewal of yours.
What's the matter with it?
Well, for one thing, your current license expires tomorrow. For another, well, this renewal's not signed, is it?
Oh, God. 10 days ago she handed that Twitty girl.
Don't know that I'd say that. Oh, he's up your office. How do you always manage to get him so young and sexy?
Can't afford anybody who can type. Well, there you are.
Right. I'll get it put through and send it round.
Thanks. Don't let it run out and then pinch me.
That's a thought. Just so Jed Sparrow. Telling me old Reggie Farr was down in the bush this morning.
Moat bush?
Had this bloke with him.
Who'd that be?
Name of Reed, they tell me.
Reed? From the Crown, yeah?
Oh, you know him?
I met him.
Jed had a tractor up on his top meadow. Saw them go through the gate into Moat Bush. There some time, he says, then Reed went walking up towards Nares on his own.
You people should tell Farr once and for all to leave well alone. It's finished, judged and settled. He's got a bloody obsession.
That's Reed. Oh, I just saw him picking up young Jenny in his car.
Jenny?
Wonder why. Wouldn't have thought she'd been his type, would you?
Sorry if I kept you waiting.
It was worth it.
Honest?
You look delicious.
Oh, you are nice, aren't you? It's funny.
What is?
Well, here, take me out and you don't even know my name.
How about Jenny?
How'd you know that?
Oh, I was, interested.
In me?
Is that so surprising?
Why, you're a famous writer and all.
How did you know what I do?
I was interested.
Touché.
What does that mean?
It means I'm flattered.
I reckon you're putting me on. You must have a pick of girls down in London.
Well, I wouldn't think you did too badly in Ashlingham.
Oh, them. They're only after one thing. Oh, not that I'm against that at all, I'm not.
But, as you said, you're particular.
I like a man with experience and style, nice manners, who knows how to treat a girl properly, know what I mean?
I think so. You see it? You could sail anywhere in the world in that. It's a ketch rig. You see the 2 masts? That's a real boat, and enough twin diesel power to get you into port anywhere.
Oh, you know so much about things.
Oh, not really. Bits here and there. Things I've come across haphazardly.
You and your big words.
Well, how about tea? That's not a big word.
There's a nice place up Church Street.
Lead on, then, Duchess.
You see, that's what I mean about treating a girl properly. Makes her feel good. And funny inside.
And that's because you need that tea. Come on. So the librarian told you.
All goose pimple she was, raving on about Michael Reed.
What did she want, anyway?
I don't know. Probably wants you to talk to her women. She's done that before with people staying.
Her women?
Mixed up in everything she is. All long-haired and programme 3. Right weirdy she is.
Make her sound charming.
Bet she wouldn't have been so goosey she'd known what I know.
Oh? And what's that?
Why Mr. Michael Reed is here.
Tell me.
She was dead set against what that Bates woman was doing. Most of them were.
Jenny, suppose you tell me.
That letter, the one you lost.
You found it?
I didn't. Somebody else did, though, and handed it in after you'd gone. Old Brooke and our receptionist, they read it.
Oh, did they?
I heard them. About you writing a book about the murder. About Lundy.
I see.
That right?
You want some more tea?
Is it?
And if it is?
I'll pour on the professional. Are you going to?
I don't know yet, Jenny. I might, and I might not.
If you did, would that mean you'd stay here longer?
Probably.
Oh, I'd like that. You ought to ask me.
Ought I?
Perhaps you meant to, though. Perhaps that's why you asked me out, not because you like me.
You're very shrewd, Jenny. But also very attractive. And very pleasant to be with.
Honest? Do you mean it?
Honest.
I was in it. I could tell you a thing or two.
About Lundy?
About a few of them here. Might make you think less of me, though.
Well, I'm not exactly doddery, you know.
Yeah, but I wouldn't like that.
Diana King was your friend, wasn't she?
Sort of. And she weren't the sweet little innocent they made out, neither.
No?
Not that you get much chance. They're always at it, always trying it on. The old ones are just as bad. Worse. Even old Brooke. Especially if you're young. Can I have a cigarette?
Oh, sorry. I didn't think.
Thanks. Would I be in it, in the book?
Would you mind if you were?
It depends. Oh, tar. Wouldn't worry me.
How did you first meet Lundy?
Swimming pond. He just turned up one night. We used to go there a lot then in summer.
Who was we?
Oh, me and Diana, a couple other girls.
And the local boys, I suppose.
Had to keep everything clutched tight down there, I can tell you.
Jenny, did Alison Bates talk to you about this?
Didn't tell her anything.
Why not?
Dunno. Didn't feel like it. But if you want to ask me...
You don't mind talking about it?
Why should I? I'm not like that lot. It happened, didn't it? Wasn't my fault. Besides... Well, means you'll want to see me, doesn't it? I think I mightn't have known you if you hadn't lost that letter.
Letter? I don't understand. What letter?
Mrs. Brooke? Oh, no, thanks. All right. Ted was telling me just before I came out to the flower club.
No, thank you.
I knew he was a writer, of course, but it never occurred to me
But
that...
I don't see how that
From
proves...
a publisher. Well, Ted had to read it, of course. How else would he have known as it was?
Edna, what did it say?
Well, it mentioned that Alison Bates several times. Said they were enclosing the, something or other of her notes on the Martin Lundy case. That if Reed decided to use them and write the book...
Oh, no.
That's not all. Sergeant Lee was telling Ted that Reed was out with Reginald Farr this morning. They were down in Moat Bush together.
I told you I saw them.
I can't believe it. All starting up. Not again.
Awful memories. Everyone reading about this town in that way. Oh, it's humiliating.
I thought when Miss Bates... I thought it would be all forgotten. Not that I wished her any... Oh, why can't they leave us in peace?
One thing, he'll not get much change out of Ashlingham. We're 4-1 this time.
I'm not so sure. There are some who wouldn't be averse to a little cheap publicity.
Do you mind?
Getting a bit uppity, aren't we?
Excuse me, Mr. Culpin. I'm busy.
Enjoy your ride?
What you on about? Let me by.
You always did enjoy a car ride.
Not half as much as you did.
Good driver, is he, Mr. Reed?
At least he keeps both eyes on the road.
Must have been a disappointment for you.
What's it to you, anyway?
Asking questions, was he?
Wouldn't you like to know?
They say he's taking over from that Bates woman. That right?
Thought you were telling me.
Is he?
How would I know? Think we've got nothing better to talk about than that?
All right, Jen. Get your fun if that's what you want. We've had enough of snoopers. You remember that if he should come asking.
Jenny was sure about it. I've just left her.
Robert Hewitt?
Hmm.
Are you sure?
Now, Jenny says he was definitely in Ashling on that day. She saw him and spoke to him.
I've known Robert since he was born.
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, Mr. Farr. But Alison didn't seem given to fanciful conjectures,
Indeed, she wasn't.
which at least suggests she was in contact with him in some way.
Just the name with the words black car.
And a question mark.
And I know she spent a considerable time trying to trace that car. It was the missing factor, the crux of any case for Lundy.
Hmm. Well, I called at the garage earlier. Seems he's home at the moment.
And what do you intend to do?
I thought I might drop into the Dolphin later. It's his local. He still goes there when he's home, apparently. Might be useful, though, if we could make sure he went there tonight.
You want me to try and do something?
You say he has an unusual job, this diving.
Yes.
Well, perhaps I could be an old friend of yours. A writer interested in background material.
Lucy, are you there? What are you doing up here? What's the matter with you? Oh, God, we're not in for another of your sessions.
Go away. Just leave me in peace.
This your idea of peace?
It's the only thing I have.
Be proud of you, wouldn't he? Sat there staring at his photograph. You want to pull yourself together. Neurotic, that's what you're becoming.
Are you surprised?
And what's that supposed to mean?
You think I haven't had cause?
I don't know what the hell you're on about.
No. Go away.
Gladly, if you're going to sit mooning up here.
Go back to your drinking pals. Back to your...
Go on. To my what? Finish it.
It's all happening again.
With you it is.
It's never stopped, really. I just hope...
Oh, for God's sake.
Mr. Farr, and now this man Reed.
Reed?
It's all starting again. The scandal, the shame. They'll find out. They're sure to find out.
Reed? This bloke at the Crown.
You told me. You told me you went over to Norwich that night. To Norwich in somebody's car.
Oh, I see. It's that again.
To Norwich, you said.
You just never give up, do you? I'm going.
You told me that. Me who's lived with you for nearly 30 years, God help me. Who stood by and watched you debase yourself. Insult me as your wife. Your son, even.
You keep on this way, you'll get certified.
Leaving early to look at schoolgirls riding by in their short skirts. Ogling them at games. Schoolgirls. Bits of kids you call secretaries.
Now shut up, Lucy, you hear me?
And coming home to find you in our own house with our own niece. That was the end.
One mistake. One innocent mistake. And a lark. Not at all like you make it sound, and you can't let me forget it, can you? All those years ago. You're evil. Just plain bloody evil.
Oh, yes, me. Not the big popular Len Culpin. Me, his wife. A wife he hasn't wanted to know as a wife for... How long is it?
Can I help it if you're always tired, sickening for something or other? Can I?
So instead it's ogling schoolgirls.
Lucy, I'm warning you.
You weren't at Norwich that night. You weren't anywhere near Norwich. You weren't a mile from this house.
And what happens if this valve jams in some way?
Oh, you begin to pray hard.
I see. So that could be it. Well, that's great. That's just what I wanted. I'm very grateful, Mr. Hewitt.
It was a pleasure. Mr. Farr said it was for a story.
A novel. Well, when I get round to it, that is.
Will I be able to read it?
I'll send you a copy.
Would you?
Can I get you another pint or something else?
I still got this one, thanks.
I may have a job to do here first, though.
In Ashlingham?
Yeah. This murder about 4 years ago.
Oh?
You remember it?
Of course.
Diana King. Could be. You knew her.
I wouldn't say that exactly. Saw her around a lot before I went away.
Very attractive, they tell me.
Yeah, she was. Bloody shame.
There's some idea of a book about the case and the trial and so on.
A book? Well, the old man told me, Miss Bates, but I thought, well, she's dead, isn't she?
Unfortunately, yes. But I've been going through the notes and things that she was working on. Her publisher happens to be my publisher as well.
Oh, I see.
You knew Miss Bates?
Well, when I worked for the old man at the garage, she used to bring her car in for service and the like, but, well, I've been over at Lowestoft last 5 years.
Oh, so of course you wouldn't have been here when it happened?
No.
Pity. For a minute I thought you might have been able to help me yet again.
No, I was back at Lowestoft by that time.
Back?
Well, I was here that day. Had a couple of days off.
Oh, you were in Ashlingham?
Yeah, I had to go back that night. Left here soon after 6.
So while you were still on the train, probably all this was...
In the car. I was driving back.
But you avoided it all?
Well, when I read it in the paper a couple of days later, well, it's knocked over, I can tell you. When it's someone you know.
Yes, brings it home. Did you ever meet Martin Lundy?
Well, the kid who did it? No. I was only home now and then, odd day or weekend. I knew all the others, though. Kids who were there. Old Danville, you know.
Alison Bates had a theory about it.
Well, that he didn't do it. Yeah, I know.
She talked to most of the people involved.
She talked to me once.
Oh, did she now?
A couple of months back, I suppose. We were home for the weekend, and the old man was busy, so I delivered her car back for him. Told her what I just told you about leaving here early that day.
And what did she say to that?
A funny thing, she wanted to know what colour my car was. I didn't realise why at the time.
But you do now?
Yeah. I told her, navy blue.
You didn't know that a car was supposed to have been around that night?
Well, I was wearing a course soon after it happened, and by the time I got home again, it had all been over a long time. Wasn't anything in the papers about no car.
Lundy claimed she got into one when she left him. Black, he said.
Yeah, I know that now. I thought about it after. Seemed a damn screwy thing to ask. And then I remembered.
Remembered what?
What about the car? Must have been the only one I saw between here and Yoxford and the A12 that night. It's parked outside the Sibden Bell, about 5 miles from here.
A black car?
Well, shouldn't have thought any more about it if she hadn't asked about mine. I mean, see parked cars all the time, don't you?
So what made you remember this one?
Well, I knew it, didn't I?
You recognized it?
Yeah, of course. Used to service it. Well, inside and out. Other reason, I thought I'd stop there for a drink. Then I decided to get on low stuff first.
And what time would it have been?
Must have been around 6:30, 7:15.
Did you tell Miss Bates about this?
Didn't get a chance. Didn't think of it till later, did I? Anyway, next time I was home, she was dead.
Yes, I see.
That wasn't important anyway. Wouldn't have meant anything.
Why not?
Why? Well, it's only old Len Culpins, wasn't it?
Culpins? Are you sure?
Yeah, certain. I think he runs a red Cortina now, but it was the only car there anyway.
But I've been on to Ipswich already this morning, Sergeant. This is terribly important.
Only wish I could help you, Mr. Farr.
And headquarters tell me Detective Inspector Carter is likely to be coming here today to Ashlingham.
I expect they'd know, sir.
Well, I must get in touch with him. Matter of new important evidence. It's urgent.
So you said, sir.
Where can I find him?
The D.I. seldom takes me into his confidence.
Why are you being so obstructive? He knows this case.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Farr. Don't see why he should, but if the D.I. does call in here, I'll tell him you phoned. About the best I can do.
And check the tires, if you would, Fred.
Sure.
27 front, 25 back. Trip round the houses today.
How's she running?
All right. Still got that bloody squeak.
Oh, aye.
Is that Robert I can see in the workshop?
Yeah.
Book it all, will you? Hey, Robert. Back again, then.
Morning, Mr. Corbin.
Can't stay away, can you?
No. It's the gay nightlife.
This yours?
Yeah, it's been resplashed.
Yellow.
The young gold. But don't you like it?
On you, I suppose. Hardly me, I reckon. Bit jaundiced.
Well, it says it's for the young and bold. Yeah, it's funny seeing you this morning, though.
Always glad to give pleasure.
Your ears twitching last night?
No more than usual. Why?
Talking about you last night.
Yeah? How was that, then?
I still can't agree about the police.
But this is vital. At least it has to be checked.
All right. So, according to Hewitt, Culpin had his car out that night. And a black one at that.
But don't you see, Culpin swore his car never left his garage. When all local vehicles were checked at the time, he swore he locked it away at lunchtime and never used it again that day.
I do see, but it still doesn't
The important factor is why he should lie so blatantly about it. Now, when you telephoned last night, I couldn't rest. It's fresh evidence. It could make sense out of Lundy's claim.
Perhaps.
At the very least, it could mean a question of reasonable doubt.
Or it could mean that Culpin had something to hide, maybe. But not necessarily murder.
I only said reasonable doubt, but that's all we need in order to act.
He certainly knew the girl. I asked Jenny at breakfast time.
Yet you said he denied it.
Rather, he didn't seem anxious to admit it. But it seems he knew her fairly well enough to be giving her rides in his car.
What?
Jenny remembers. In fact, she was with her on one occasion.
There you are, then.
Not enough, is it?
Oh, but surely.
Well, is it? We know Diana was in his car on several occasions, that she knew him, that, according to Jenny, whom I'm inclined to believe, by the way, he favours young girls, young secretaries, schoolgirls, apparently, and Jenny herself. But he's not alone in that, and it certainly doesn't make him a rapist.
And Robert Hewitt, you said he impressed you. Now, why should he lie?
Look, Culpin could have had a dozen reasons for the car business. I'm not trying to play down any possibilities. I know what a break like this means to you. I merely say that to be over-eager at this stage...
You're right, of course. Matter of optimism mounting judgment. But what do we do?
You told me he was supposed to have left here that day at about 4. Was his alibi ever checked?
Why should it have been? No one was called upon to provide one. Lundy was the only one suspected. Culpin said he was in Norwich, I seem to remember, but no one was really interested.
It's a bit dicey 4 years later.
Well, that's why I wanted to contact Carter. Detective Inspector now, sergeant on the case at the time. But that fool Sergeant Lee won't tell me where he's going to be.
Yes?
Lucy, it's Len. Why don't you answer the phone?
I am answering.
I've been hanging on here. Look, this is the 3rd time I've rung.
I was upstairs.
Never mind. Now listen. You may get somebody round asking damn fool questions about the car.
Car? What's happened?
The old one, asking about the day that King girl was...
Questions?
About where my car was that night. You listening?
Why? But why, after all this time? Why questions?
For God's sake, just listen.
Who? Tell me who.
If they do, you know where it was, don't you?
Do I?
God, of course you do. It was in the garage, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, in the garage.
From lunchtime on. I didn't use it until the next day, did I?
No. Len, I'm frightened.
Frightened? Why the hell should you be?
Oh, nothing.
Pull yourself together.
Oh, it's always that.
Right, I've got to get over to Woodbridge now. Damn meeting late on. But I'll be back early evening. Then I'll find that bastard Reed.
Reed?
And Farr. See you then. And don't forget.
Oh, God.
Detective Inspector Carter?
That's right.
Sit down, Inspector. Can I order you coffee or a drink?
No, thanks. I happen to be Parson, so I thought I'd stop by to offer you a little advice, Mr. Reed.
Well, now, that's very considerate, Inspector.
I hear you may be taken over from the late Alison Bates in resurrecting the Martin Lundy case.
Now, where could you have heard that, I wonder?
I've read some of those books. I don't hold with them.
No?
They upset people, stir things up, cause more trouble for people innocently involved who might prefer to forget.
That's the unfortunate thing about fate, Inspector. It has no boundaries.
Of course, I know there are so-called writers who make their pickings digging up salacious dirt at other people's expense. Hacks, don't they call them?
You're perfectly entitled to your criticisms, of course.
Nothing better than a good, powerful sex crime. And if it happens to be an attractive young girl, so much the better, eh? Nothing sells quite like that, does it? No matter who gets hurt in the process.
I'd certainly be interested to know which books you've read. Obviously the wrong ones. There are quite a number of serious crime studies, well written and accepted as authoritative.
Maybe. I knew what Alison Bates was trying to do, of course, but not why. Maybe she was misguided enough to consider she had a cause, like Reginald Farr.
You don't think he has a cause?
I think he's a good man out of his depth, right from the start. A well-meaning man, unable to live with the fact that he was proved at fault in backing a wrong'un.
He couldn't still be trying to help the boy.
By screaming that old bogey of injustice. I was on that case as detective sergeant, Mr. Reed. Lundy was as guilty as hell. Proved by every shred of evidence, and nothing can alter that fact.
In which case he'll stay where he belongs, won't he?
I think you're being influenced by the heart, not the head. There was no problem case. Andy Keslin was a good jack, the best.
He was in charge of the case?
Detective Inspector Keslin. I was his sergeant and his friend. He's sick now, pensioned off, and I wouldn't want to see his reputation dragged into useless controversy.
Inspector, supposing I were to tell you...
No point. Leave well alone, Mr. Reed. I've read your books. You don't need this sort of muck. Well, which is all I stopped by to say, so good day to you, sir.
But, Inspector...
Good day, Mr. Reed.
Susan, that call to Mrs. Calpin.
There's still no reply?
You've been trying.
Oh, 3 or 4 times.
What time was it when she rang?
Oh, must have been about 3:30.
And you say she didn't give any idea what you wanted?
No, just said she'd like to speak to you. I told her you were out and she said it didn't matter.
You told her I'd be back?
Oh, yes.
All right, Susan. Keep trying, will you?
Going out, sir?
Oh, hello, Jenny. I thought I might, yes.
There's a leaflet about the castle. Over here, sir.
A what?
Over here, sir.
Oh, yes, I see. Thanks. What was all that about?
Listen, they're going to ask you to leave tomorrow.
Leave?
They're going to say they got a prior booking for your room. They haven't. That's old Mother Brooke. She's been at him, she and her harpies.
Well, because of the Lundy thing?
I told you what they were like. They're dead against her.
Kicked out.
Don't go.
Will I have any choice?
Well, that's what I wanted to tell you. I know where you... Well, that's if you wanted to. I told you I got this flat. It's nothing much. And, well, you needn't think you got a... I mean...
Jenny, you're very sweet.
I'm not. But I don't want you to go away.
I've got to, anyway.
But not yet.
I'm afraid so. But don't think I'm not grateful and honoured. I am.
But you won't.
No, Jenny. I'd really have to leave anyway.
I see.
But thanks. I'll see you later, won't I?
You really going out?
Well, I think I might go up and have a look at your castle, having studied this leaflet so diligently.
At this time?
Why not?
Yeah, the DI's been up with Bill Robbins. Brought some mate over for a bit of shooting. Oh, I'm meeting him in the Crown.
I thought I recognised him. He's getting fat.
Detective inspectors don't have to pound around like us peasants. You going in?
The Crown? Later, perhaps.
Know if Len Colton will be in?
No idea.
Just been up to his place.
Well, his office shuts at 5.
His house. Got this firearms licence of his. Promised to drop it in. I rang the bell, but couldn't get no reply.
Oh, he wouldn't have been home.
Well, somebody was. There was a light at the back. Well, probably didn't hear me.
I thought I saw him standing up by the castle a few minutes ago.
If he comes in, he can have it then. I don't know why he didn't stick it through the box. Could have.
This fading light. You can almost imagine them still standing watch up here, can't you?
I've been looking for you, Reed.
Of course. Otherwise, why follow me? Though you could have found me at the hotel.
This is better.
On top of the castle wall?
Much better. Nobody to listen. Nobody to see.
Well, of course, if you feel you need that sort of privacy.
He's supposed to shut the front gate at dusk. It's not too safe up here, you see. Not in bad light. Parts of the wall are missing. Just a handrail. These planks, not very wide.
So I noticed.
There are warnings up. A fall from here could be nasty.
Damn nigh fatal, I should think.
Like I said, we're better.
I see. But isn't that the caretaker's house down there in the courtyard?
Getting old now. A bit deaf. I know his habits. He didn't see me come in.
Yeah, but I think you've made your point.
You're bright. For a sneaky bastard, you're bright.
I wish I could say the same for you. I came up here to think. Now I'm thinking a man who threatens violence and murder so easily could have done so before.
Now we are getting to it.
The only thing is, I'm bigger and stronger than a 15-year-old girl.
You bastard.
And considerably fitter and younger than you. So don't push your luck again.
I want to know what the hell you're up to.
It can't be conscience after all this time.
This morning, Bob Hewitt, he told me about you last night in my old car.
So you follow me up here in the dark like some thug.
And asking questions. You're trying to fix me with that murder, you and Farr. He wouldn't care who so long as that filthy kid got free. But it's not going to be me.
It's a cliche, but if you've nothing to hide, you've nothing to worry about.
I never touched her. Not like that. I never did.
Then you've got a funny way of selling yourself.
What do you think you're at? Do I act like a bloody murderer?
As of this moment...
You think I could carry on here with that for 4 years, do you?
How should I know?
If I'd done that, I'd have been gone years ago.
It depends what sort of man you are.
I told. They asked me, I told them. My car was never out that night.
Hewitt says it was.
And he's a bloody liar.
He says it was parked outside the Sipton Bell at about 6:30. He wasn't even here when it all happened. He knew nothing about any car. Why should he lie?
How the hell should I know why?
He knew your car. He'd driven it, serviced it. Exactly the colour and type of car Lundy said picked up Diana King. Just before she was raped and murdered.
How many times do I have to say it? My car never left my garage.
But you did know Diana King.
So did a couple of thousand other people here, half of them men.
And she used to go out in all their cars, too?
What's that supposed to mean? Wait a minute. Of course. That nympho down at the Crown. I should have known. Been offering it to you too, has she? Are you going to believe that little tease?
I didn't say I believed anyone.
Oh, all right. So I knew, and I gave her a ride in the car now and then. What about it? So have others. I liked her, sure, but that's all. I'll even admit it. I like younger girls, but she probably told you that as well.
It has been said.
I'm not all that proud of it, but that doesn't mean I go around doing what you're accusing me of.
I'm not accusing anyone. It's not up to me in any way.
I swear that car never left my garage. I can prove it.
Oh?
If I have to.
But I think you may have to, sooner or later.
At least my wife can. But it's tricky. Well, she knows all about, well, what I've just admitted, and she knows where I was that night.
Then you've got no problems.
I told her I'd been taken over to Norwich, a salesman. I had to tell her something. She knew I'd known this kid and others, and she thought... Yeah, even her, just because I made herself ill. In the end, I had to tell her. She found out later anyway. The girl was working for me at the time. I was never out that evening. Ask my wife. She knows the car was at home all night. She knows where I was. Ask her.
I'm afraid somebody may have to.
You, now. Come home with me now and ask her.
Look, I told you, it's not up to me. I'm not a detective or a judge.
You started this, you and Farr, and I want it cleared up for good.
Lorna? Mrs. Colpin hasn't been in when I was out?
No, Mrs. Brooke.
She didn't ring?
Not that I know, and I've been here all afternoon.
That's funny. We were supposed to meet at Mrs. Ames' cottage.
She did pop in at lunchtime.
Well, she didn't come upstairs.
No, she was looking for Mr. Reed.
Looking for Reed?
Well, I asked her if she wanted you, and she said no.
And she said she wanted Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Well, did she see him?
Well, he was talking to Inspector Carter. She wouldn't wait.
Strange. We're supposed to be talking about a protest meeting against this book.
Yeah, she did seem a bit edgy. Especially when I told her who he was talking to. Just turned and went.
Is Reed in the hotel now?
He went out about an hour ago.
Has he been told?
About his room? Not yet.
I see. Where's Mr. Brooke?
Look, you've got to understand she's a bit, well, run down, nervy, and I'm not exactly a favourite. She's scared stiff of any sort of scandal, always has been. And since the boy's been away, she's alone a lot.
Well, just remember this was your idea.
Well, come in. If you wait a minute, I better tell you you're here. Oh, look at that. Left the phone off the hook now. Wonder how long that's been lying there. Lucy, you there? Probably upstairs, taken to sitting up there lately. That's funny.
Look, I suggest you talk to Mr. Farr.
Oh, she must be somewhere. Has to be.
Well, she could have gone out, of course.
With the lights left on? You don't know Lucy. Besides, she never ever goes out in the evenings anymore. It'll come through.
Look, I think it'd be better if...
Look, you started this. You're going to ask her.
She's obviously delayed somewhere.
At mealtime? She wouldn't let herself be. Maybe she's in the kitchen. Lucy! God!
What is it?
Bloody stove, nearly red hot.
Yes, I can smell it.
Chimney and bottom wide open. Draft control. Oh.
Is there anything I can do?
That cloth.
Yeah?
Hot as hell.
Yeah.
Ah, that's it. Look at that chimney. Been rolling its head off God knows how long.
It's lucky you caught it.
What in God's name has she been doing? Look at it. Charred papers all over. Old letters or something.
Are you sure that'll be all right?
Well, now, let's get out of this stink. Must have been like that for hours.
Well, at least you should be all right for hot water.
But she doesn't make that sort of mistake.
Oh, anybody could.
Not Lucy. She's overcautious, always has been. Everything right and in its place. There's something wrong. And it's not just that stove.
What do you mean?
Well, her not being here. The lights on, the phone taken off the hook. The way she's been lately, not sleeping, sitting up there staring at his photograph for hours on end. And now this. And burning old letters.
Well, there must be an explanation of some sort.
I know her. I tell you, there's something wrong. I know there is.
I tell you, I reckon I could have got more with a truncheon.
Oh, you didn't do too bad, Inspector.
Not for a townie.
Think not? There's damn things move faster every time I come here.
Yeah, they do say it's the water.
I have the same trouble with this beer.
Well, that's charming, I must say.
Inspector, do you have a minute?
You look worried, Sergeant. What's up? Another lightless bike on the rampage?
That was the wife on the phone.
Oh, checking up on you, is she?
We just had a call from Len Culpin's place.
Oh, Lucy been beating old Len up again,
No.
has she?
Seems Mrs. Culpin's missing.
What? Missing?
It was this here bloke Reed on the phone. Seems he'd gone back there with Len.
How do you mean, missing?
For some hours, they reckon.
Was she really here at lunchtime?
In the hotel?
Wife told me she come in to see Reed.
Reed again.
But you were talking to him, so she never waited.
That ain't all. They found some sort of note.
Suicide?
Not exactly. I was a-wondering, sir, if you shouldn't look into this one.
Oh, hello, Mr. Farr.
Anything further?
Not since I phoned.
And Carter's here?
Yes, he's through there, talking to Culpin. They've set up some sort of search, but so far they've no idea where to look.
How's Culpin taking it?
Stunned. He was pretty sure when he found the son's photograph was missing. And then we found the message.
So she knew.
She knew something, anyway.
Ah, that poor woman. I'm sorry, Reed. Couldn't be more unfortunate that this should have happened.
But for me and my damned book. It seems to be the feeling, all right.
Well, who could foresee something like this?
Yes. Well, let's hope they find her.
You last spoke to her on the phone this morning.
Yes.
What time was that?
It must have been just after 10. After I'd been to Hewitt's when they told me.
Told you what?
About the car. Ask him. Ask Reed.
Ah, Mr. Farr, you're here.
Oh, Inspector, I hope you don't mind.
Depends whether you can help or not, doesn't it?
Mr. Culpin, I'm sorry.
You should be. You've driven her to this.
That's not true.
Doesn't matter what, does it? Anything to get that filthy kid off. Any bloody thing, no matter who else suffers.
I can understand your distress.
He may well have a point, Mr. Farr.
But I understand there was a note, Inspector. Doesn't that seem to suggest...
It suggests Mrs. Culpin is missing.
Well, may I see it?
Why not?
It was scrawled on this pad by the telephone.
God, so she didn't know what she was doing. Reed and his bloody accusations.
The only one that knows. I'm the only one that can harm him. Harm who, Mr. Culpin?
Listen,
all right,
I don't
then,
know.
all right. I'm more concerned with finding Mrs. Culpin at the moment. Now, what's this about a car?
Robert Hewitt told me he'd seen Mr. Culpin's previous car, a black one, in the vicinity on the night Diana King was murdered.
He's a bloody liar.
Who's Robert Hewitt?
Oh, son of the garage owner. He used to work there, knew the car well.
Mr. Culpin heard I'd been talking to Hewitt, and he approached me about it.
I tell you
Just a minute. That's why you telephoned your wife this morning?
I didn't want him coming round here scaring her silly. She'd already been upset by him and his ridiculous
You
accusation.
had approached Mrs. Culpin?
I've never met her. Culpin said his wife could prove his car had never been out of his garage that night. He insisted that I came back here with him to ask her.
What is it, Sergeant?
Nothing out there, sir.
And you've still no idea where she might have gone, then?
No, I don't know.
Friends?
I phoned those that she might have gone to see.
What about relatives?
No, not Lucy. Not here.
Now, look, Len, go up with the sergeant here and take another look round upstairs.
What for? I looked up there.
See if there's anything you've missed. Anything that she could have taken with her.
His photograph.
Anything else. Clothes, a case, anything.
Why should she?
Let's take a look, Len. You never know.
She hasn't gone anywhere. I know, Lucy. She's dead, I know.
Come on, Len.
Satisfied, Mr. Reed?
Why should I be?
I seem to remember warning you this morning what this sort of muckraking could do.
Now, that's damnably unfair, Inspector.
Is it? Why do you think this has happened, then?
Well, are you suggesting that fresh evidence should always be concealed because of the misfortune the truth might cause?
The truth, Mr. Farr?
Well, what Mr. Reed discovered could be of vital importance. Were we supposed to ignore it?
Lundy's phantom black car, I suppose.
I don't know. That's for you to find out.
I'm glad to hear you say so.
Also, why Culpin lied about his car at the time.
If he did.
And kept quiet about it since.
In any case, don't you think you should have told us?
I
instead
tried
of...
to tell you this morning, if you remember. You didn't want to know.
And neither did Sergeant Lee when I tried to find out where you'd be.
So, tell me now.
No, there isn't much else. A note was found, left by Alison Bates. It had Robert Hewitt's name, and next to it the words black car. I think she might have thought it was Hewitt's own car. So I asked Hewitt about it. He remembered seeing Culpin's black car parked at the Sipton Bell when he was on his way back to Lowestoft at about 6:30 that night.
And that's all?
Except that apparently Culpin knew the girl well. She'd been on petting drives with him.
Petting drives?
So I was told by someone who had been with her.
Yeah, you said you didn't know Mrs. Culpin.
That's right.
Then why would she be looking for you at the Crown this morning?
For me? I didn't know she was.
Came in while I was talking to you. Asked the reception girl, then left.
I've no idea.
Well, she telephoned me this afternoon.
What time was that?
About 3:30. I tried all afternoon to ring her back, but the line was engaged every time.
Yes, we found the phone off the hook when we got here.
Culpin rings her, tells her about this car thing, then she tries to see both of you between, say, 12 and 3:30. Sergeant Lee called here with a firearms license just after 5. He thought there was someone here then. The lights were on.
It must have been around 6 when we got here. That stove had been left on for some hours then.
If she had known all these years, or even suspected, questions about the car, then she sees you two talking together. Later, Sergeant Lee calls round here. In the state her mind must have been in, God knows what she might have done.
Culpin said he'd been worried about her health for some time. He said she used to spend hours sitting up there and...
Yeah?
Inspector.
What is it?
Len, Mr. Culpin's just had a thought where she might have gone.
Well?
Well, it was only an idea, but he wondered if she could have gone back to their old farm.
Where's that?
A few miles out. Apparently she was always talking about the place, didn't want to leave it. The boy was born there.
Well, it's something anyway. Bring him along, will you?
Right, sir.
Can we be of any help?
Not at the moment, but I may want to see you later, Mr. Reed.
I shall be at the hotel.
I hope so.
Well, it's possible, I suppose.
Perhaps.
Now, you started to say something a moment ago.
Yes, I just had a thought. You see, I'm wondering now if it was Culpin she was concerned about.
Now, why do you say that?
He told me earlier that he believed she suspected him at one time. So much so that he finally had to tell her where he really was that night.
Well, he said Norwich.
Yeah. And he told me that he was in Ashlingham, shacked up with some young girl working for him at the time. He went back with her straight from the office. He didn't leave her until very late.
You believe it?
Well, it could have been a try at an alibi. Not easy to disprove after this time. Now I'm inclined to think that that's where he could have been.
But surely the note...
Well, it doesn't name Culpin. It merely says that she was the only one who could harm him. She was the only one who knew.
Now, what are you getting at?
It was something else he said.
Something Culpin said?
Yeah. And something she did. If I'm right... Well, it's just an idea.
Well, if it helps to find Mrs. Culpin...
Well, it could do more than that. I'll need to make a call on the way.
Why? Where are we going?
But he used to be around with you girls at the swimming pond and so on.
Used to be.
What was he like?
Randy.
Jenny. I mean as a person.
Well, he was. Thought he was God's gift to the poor peasant girls. Bit weird with it, too, you know.
Is that true?
I ought to know.
But you also told them you knew about Lundy, too, in that way.
Well, they kept asking me, didn't they? Anyway, I told you about that.
Yes, you did. So you'd have known Diana pretty well, then?
Knew her well enough. Why?
But you still say he wasn't around that day.
He couldn't have been, could he?
Well, anyway. Thanks, Jenny. Thanks a lot.
That's all you came for?
It was important. Mr. Farr's waiting outside.
Is he?
Good night, Jenny. And thanks again.
Are you...
Am I what?
Will you honestly be going away tomorrow?
Yeah, I plan to. But I shall see you before I go.
Yeah.
Night, Jenny.
Night.
I wish we'd waited for Carter.
It looks as if it's just as well we didn't.
I still don't understand your reasoning. Moat Bush? I'd have thought that the very last place.
Well, it was you who mentioned her state of mind. I figured, under the circumstances, she just might have felt drawn to where it happened. To where her world disintegrated. Obviously, I was wrong.
It's even worse in moonlight.
What's round there, just beyond those trees?
Called the Meres, a deep pond. Floods badly in winter. Now, look, Reed.
Let's just take a look and then we'll go.
Must we?
Will you wait here if you like?
No, if you're going.
Take the torch if you need it.
Well, it's not that I can't see.
What?
Over there. My God, you were right.
Just standing there by the pond.
Something in her hands.
It'll be the photograph.
What do we do?
Try not to scare her. Can you go back by yourself?
I suppose so.
I'll stop here. Try and bring someone who knows her.
Who's that?
She's seen us.
You're too late, whoever you are. You're too late.
Go when I move out. I've got to stop her.
You'll never find out from me. I'll never let him down.
It's all right, Mrs. Calpin. Don't be afraid. I have a message for you.
No, you'll make me tell.
A message from Lewis.
From Lewis?
Yes, that's right. From your son.
From my son?
Well, Inspector?
Under sedation now, but the doctor says she should be all right.
Ah, that's good news.
Given time, and thanks to Mr. Reed.
No, hardly.
No, I owe you an apology, sir. Seems you too, Mr. Farr.
It was the son, then?
Apparently he came home on leave unexpectedly that evening. She let him take the car, but Culpin knew nothing about it.
But he must have known Lewis had been home.
Not until tonight. She says the boy seemed strange when he came home some hours later. Said he had to leave immediately, changed his clothes, and went. Culpin never saw him.
And how did she find out?
She was puzzled by his odd manner. Thought he might have pranked the car, so she went to look after he had gone and found the brassiere.
So that's why it was never found.
She suspected Culpin at first. She's known of his peculiarities for a long time. Then when fuller details got out, she realized what the bra could mean. She burned it and the clothes the boy had been wearing. Then wrote and told him never to come back.
And he's never been home in 4 years?
Apparently not.
But didn't Culpin ever wonder about that?
She always had a reason. His ship rerouted and so on. But it seems Lewis replied, asking her to forgive him for what he had done. After that, he wrote to her fairly regularly, but never came back. His letters were some of the stuff she was burning earlier.
But Lucy Culpin, that quiet, inoffensive woman, how could she have lived with it all these years?
He was her only son. And about all she had left to live for, I'd imagine.
Yes, he must have picked Diana up in the old man's car, and somewhere it happened. Where, I don't know. But he must have panicked when it all went wrong and then had to cover himself. She'd probably told him she had just left Lundy. He knew where, probably even saw him in Back Lane.
So you think he brought the body back to Moat Bush, cleaned up any disturbance he made, leaving Lundy as a ready-made suspect?
That's what I think. So you can go ahead for Lundy, Mr. Farr. You'll get all the backing you need. You've nothing to worry about now.
Except the right words to explain 4 years of lost freedom to Lundy.
Do you think you'll get him?
Seamen can be hard to trace, but we'll get him. Somewhere, sometime, we'll get him.
And there's your receipt, Mr. Reed.
Oh, thank you.
I hope everything has been to your satisfaction.
Yes, thank you very much. I didn't see Jenny in the dining room this morning.
No, sir, she's not in.
Oh? I'd hoped to see her before I left.
She just didn't show up this morning for some reason.
Oh, I see. Well, thank her for me, will you?
I will, yes.
Oh, tell her... Well, just tell her I asked.
Mr. Reed?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Farr.
Thank goodness. I was afraid I'd miss you.
You're just in time.
Oh, sorry, I'm late.
Well, I didn't expect you to bother.
Oh, but of course. I waited to find out about Mrs. Culpin. She's much easier this morning.
Good.
Apparently she has a sister. She's going away to stay with her for a time.
Now, that sounds best.
You know, I think, just how grateful I am. How grateful Lundy will be.
To Alison Bates, if to anyone. But I'll be interested to learn what happens.
I'll let you know. And what about the book? Slightly different ending now?
That's up to Jack Goodwin.
But for yourself?
For myself? Well, I think she's suffered enough. Don't you? Well, goodbye, Mr. Farr. And if ever I need a good lawyer, I'll know just where to come.
In Unquiet Conscience, a play for radio by Philip Barker, Michael Reed was played by Tony Britton. The rest of the cast was as follows. Jenny, Anna Michaels. Len Culpin, Douglas Blackwell. Lucy Culpin, Maddie Head. Farr, Norman Claridge. Detective Inspector Carter, Robert Caudron. Danville, William Edel. Brooke, Peter Tuddenham. Mrs. Brooke, Alwyn Griffiths. Mrs. Ames, Eva Stewart. Jack Goodwin, Martin Friend. Robert Hewitt, Nigel Anthony. Receptionist, Joe Manning Wilson. Garage attendant, David Valler. Police sergeant, Robin Brown. The play was produced by Betty Davis.